He was clearly specially recruited by the Qingbei Research Institute, yet he chose to give it up just as the college entrance exams approached, instead opting to register for the notoriously terrifying martial arts assessment. Everyone knew he was a martial arts failure, a weakling who had trained for 10 years but only reached a measly 10 points of chi and blood energy. Yet, he appeared on the martial exam battlefield with the strength of a 5th-level martial artist and a 3rd-level psychic master, slaying the 6th-level ferocious beast, the White Ape Elder, with his blade. All of this happened because the man accidentally activated the Toolman settlement system. As long as he joined a martial arts class, everyone in it would become his laboring cattle. The first settlement would grant him all their cultivation and talents, and he could share their training results every day. Teacher, I decline the special admission offer from Tsinghua and Peking University. The entire class was stunned, turning their heads to look at Lu Yuan. The homeroom teacher, Wu Yun, blinked her eyes and cautiously asked, "Do you want to attend another research university? As long as it's before the exam starts, I can help you apply." "Thank you, teacher, but I want to take the martial arts exam." 3 question marks appeared above the heads of the entire class and the homeroom teacher. "Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? A liberal arts student choosing to take the martial arts exam just 2 days before the college entrance exams. Lu Yuan, not everyone can take the martial arts exam. It's been 10 years since your awakening, and your chi blood value has barely reached 10 points. The martial arts exam involves fighting ferocious beasts with just 10 points. You'd probably just end up feeding them." Wu Yun looked at Lu Yuan's unmoved expression, racking her brains to find a way to persuade him. Just as she thought she had convinced him, Lu Yuan spoke up, "Teacher, everything you said is right, but I still want to take the martial arts exam." If it had been yesterday, he would never have been so reckless. But now everything was different. Just last night, he had transmigrated into this body that had died from staying up too late and activated the worker system. Lu Yuan's mind stirred. Daily Settlement System Class Edition activated. In this system, all classmates will become your workforce. You will harvest the fruits of your classmates' daily cultivation efforts through the settlement panel. Settlement countdown. 3 hours. Feature. The first settlement with a new class will trigger a super settlement. Lu Yuan glanced around the classroom and couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Wasn't this equivalent to having over 30 people cultivating on his behalf? From now on, the entire class became his workhorses. With such an amazing golden finger, he had to abandon academics for martial arts. After all, in this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Before 2025, this world was identical to the Earth Lu Yuan had transmigrated from. But with the revival of spiritual energy, everything had been turned upside down. The Earth's surface expanded dozens of times. Ferocious beasts hundreds of meters tall roamed the wilderness, and terrifying insectoids invaded from the depths of space. Fortunately, the path of martial arts was discovered. After a century of development, it now leads straight to the divine realm. In Lu Yuan's memory, he had experienced 2 small-scale beast tides and 1 large-scale beast tide, each time leaving rivers of blood in their wake. So he only wanted to become the strongest martial artist, tearing apart ferocious beasts with his bare hands and kicking alien insectoids with his feet. Most importantly, in his previous life, he had fought his way out from the 4 river mountain provinces since he had already crossed over. He couldn't possibly spend his days grinding through practice problems again. Could he? Wu Yun stood on the podium, once again emphasizing the various matters concerning the college entrance exam. 10 years of sharpening the sword. Today we test its edge. The battlefield awaits in 3 days, so these next 2 days are yours to manage freely. In this world, every child awakens their vital energy around the age of 10, then enhances their energy value through cultivation techniques and physical training. Reaching 80 points of vital energy qualifies one as a quasi-martial artist, while 100 points marks a full-fledged martial artist. Some individuals awaken additional abilities alongside their vital energy, such as telekinesis, strength amplification, or blood energy eruption. These are known as innate martial artists. Let me emphasize one last time. Those with vital energy below 30 points are advised against taking the martial exam, especially certain individuals, as there is a risk of death. If you've made up your mind, you can come to me anytime. The homeroom teacher kept looking at Lu Yuan while saying this. Lu Yuan understood the teacher's meaning very well, but he wasn't afraid because he had cheats. After school, Lu Yuan walked straight toward the school gate. "Yuan, are you really not going to Qingbei anymore?" asked a boy with a center-parted hairstyle. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I'm not going." The middle-parted hair belonged to his childhood friend Xiao Kuan, whose cultivation aptitude was also extremely poor. so he was planning to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. He was terrified of the savage beasts. To Chao Kuan, anyone daring to take the martial exam was a true badass. Turning down a special admission to Tsinghua or Peking University to go fight savage beasts for your life. A Yuan, you're really something else. Chao Kuan gave a thumbs up. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Want to come along? Just call me bro, and I guarantee you'll get into one of the top 10 martial arts universities." No, no, no. Chao Kuan waved his hand. We don't dare to drag down the top martial arts scholar. I'd rather go to a movie star academy and stick it to a pretty girl. Your old man is better off going on his own. In the future, if you rule the martial arts world, I'll be in charge of ruling the movie and television world. Chao Kuan was playful and had no proper form. However, his casual remark reminded Lu Yuan of a very important thing. If he could become the top student in the martial arts exam, then he would be able to enter the strongest martial arts university and join a stronger class. One would be able to obtain a stronger batch of high-quality oxen and horses. Then one couldn't swing for the fences. One must find a way to obtain a stronger battle force and shine a little brighter in the martial examination. However, there was no rush. It also depended on what kind of harvest would be gained after the system settled. Could he be pushed to this height? Lu Yuan and Chao Kuan had just left the school entrance. They saw a girl with a petite figure, delicate face, and a cute look like a kitten. That? You really want to take the martial arts exam? The girl was called Gentle, and was Lu Yuan's best friend besides Chao Kuan. The three were classmates from childhood to adulthood. However, unlike Chao Kuan, Gentle was not bad in terms of martial arts talent. It's just that her character is too soft and weak. She doesn't even dare to speak out loud, let alone fight with ferocious beasts. Let's hope that on the battlefield of the martial exam, she dares to fight the ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan nodded. Of course. Chao Kuan also bragged from the side. A Yuan is the one who is going to become the top scholar in martial arts. This comedian's words drew sideways glances from passers-by. When Ro sweated, she was most afraid of being stared at by many people. A Yuan, don't worry. I can protect you in the battlefield. When Ro's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. But Lu Yuan shook his head and refused. Just protect yourself. Gentle lowered his head and said in a voice that only he could hear, I'm just not good at dealing with people. Actually, I am very good. Lu Yuan turned around and bared his teeth and smiled. I know. Go for it in the college entrance exam. Let's strive to enter the top 10 martial arts academies together. Red Moon Cell. Lu Yuan pushed the door and entered the room, which was clean and tidy. His parents, who had lost their lives in that beast tide 10 years ago in order to save others. Now only his sister-in-law, Wu Xian, was left as a relative. However, his sister-in-law was a relic researcher and often frequented the relic space to explore its hidden secrets. In short, there was only Lu Yuan at home. Returning to the room, opened the system panel. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood 10. Spiritual power 9. Talent none. Martial arts. Demon Sealing Chop Introductory. Technique. 8th Breathing Technique Introductory. The countdown had long since returned to 0. System. Daily Settlement Panel. The first time the class is settled, the host will receive an additional reward access to all the powers the class possesses. Wu Hunting Sky. Awakened Talent Power Increase. Indirectly endeavored to cultivate for 10 years. Qi and Blood Power 280. Sumei. Awakening Talent. Overclocking Swinging Badly for 10 years. Qi and Blood Power 130. Dachuan. 10 years of not practicing hard. Qi and Blood Power 50. Pong. Qi and Blood Power 22. Zhao. Qi and Blood Power 15. The information of 38 people flashed by. In the senior class, the average Qi and Blood value fluctuated up and down at 41.8. The whole class Qi and Blood was acquired. Lu Yuan's original Qi Blood of only 10 points directly doubled more than 100 times. The first 3 great realms are Martial Artist, Grandmaster, and Grandmaster. Each of these realms is divided into 9 classes. First level Martial Artist. 100 points of Qi and Blood power. For every level up thereafter, the amount of Qi and Blood required would have to be doubled. Nowadays, Lu Yuan's Qi and Blood power was 1,590 points. In other words, he had become a peak level 4 martial artist. an 18-year-old peak level 4 martial artist. One must know that for students with poor qualifications, it was difficult to raise their chi and blood even a little bit. 8 years after his predecessor's awakening, his chi blood value had not even managed to break through 10 points. Lu Yuan was lying on his bed, and it suddenly increased by 1,580 points. I didn't expect the extra reward to be so exaggerated. These 1590 points of chi blood were the result of 10 years of hard work by the entire class. Their 10 years of hard work had allowed Lu Yuan to jump 4 levels in one breath. It was simply too good to be true. After the power of chi and blood was raised, Lu Yuan's body was also changing. Dang! Dang! Knock! The heartbeat became more and more powerful, sounding like a drum, and the majestic power of chi and blood surged wildly in the meridians as the heart beat. There was even a white mist rising. Boom! With a loud bang, the chi and blood power within Lu Yuan's body violently exploded. Along with the rampage of the chi and blood power, the entire room shook violently. The chandelier was shaking and the glass was crumbling inch by inch. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs, who had also sensed it, were all a bit panicked. Crap! What a strong chi and blood power. Is it a ferocious beast attacking the city? Mom, is there a ferocious beast? Let's quickly escape. Child, think on the bright side. What if it's just an earthquake? The owners of the entire building fled down at breakneck speed. Fierce beast crises happened from time to time. Everyone's crisis awareness was strong, and some people directly dialed the city defense phone, requesting support from martial artists. Lu Yuan in the room was still immersed in the joy of becoming stronger, completely unaware of the changes outside. Breaking through 4 levels in a row, Lu Yuan's meridians, bones, skin and flesh were all experiencing a baptism of chi and blood. Even the life level had increased a little. Hu! Lu Yuan exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, his eyes flashing with essence. So strong! Sensing the terrifying power contained within his body, Lu Yuan subconsciously moved his arms and legs. Ka-ching-ching. However, just as his palms stepped on the ground, there was a bursting sound, and the floor tiles actually exploded into a patch of cracks that looked like a spider's web. Just a trace of chi was so powerful, worthy of being a peak level 4 martial artist. After stepping on several floor tiles, Lu Yuan was able to adapt to the power within his body. Strength was directly proportional to chi and blood. Every 1 point of chi and blood was equivalent to 10 pounds of punching power. A person with 100 points of chi and blood meant that his burst of fist power was capped at 1,000 pounds. And so on. In other words, nowadays, Lu Yuan was able to blast out 15,900 pounds of power in a single punch. Lu Yuan looked at his fist, if he were to throw a full-force punch at someone else. I'm afraid it would be able to blow a person straight up. Moreover, the settlement wasn't just about chi and blood. There was something else as well. His spiritual power was also rising. At the same time, 2 talents appeared in Lu Yuan's system panel. Strength increase B, overclocking C. The B rank power increase was able to give a 30% boost to strength. Overclocking at rank C was also able to increase mental power by roughly 10%. That's not right. How is there a 3rd talent? Lu Yuan snapped his eyes wide open and looked at the 3rd talent skill that appeared in the system panel. Numinous Force Awakening A+. The talent grades are divided into X, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E. To be able to awaken a B rank talent was already 1 in a million. With an A rank talent, one would basically be able to book the top 3 in the province. As for S grade talents and above, they would have long been admitted early by the top 10 martial arts colleges. What made Lu Yuan not expect in any way was, in the small Luo City First Middle School, there was even a demon with a plus grade talent. And it was still a Nian Li awakening talent. This meant Lu Yuan would be able to become a spiritual Nian master. The ranking of a spiritual master was the same as a chi and blood martial artist. 100 points of spiritual energy was a rank 1 spiritual numinous master. Now that Lu Yuan had 700 points of spiritual energy, he was a level 3 spiritualist. Although he was only a level 3, he was still a level 3 mentalist. Although his spiritual power was only 700 points, it was less than half of his chi and blood. However, spiritual numinous master could cross 2 levels and challenge untalented martial artists. From this, it can be seen. Spiritual numinous master's power. Opening the system log, Lu Yuan began to check who was hiding so deeply. Then, he saw a name that he had not expected at all. Gentle. This world was in a state of war, and there was a huge gap between the middle tier of human combat power and the ferocious beasts. Strong people above the clan masters are fending off the ferocious beasts, and cities without a ferocious beast crisis have a very small number of strong people. Strength level division. The first three major realms are Martial Artist, Patriarch, and Grand Patriarch. Ordinary people, 10 points of Qi and blood value. Quasi-Martial Artist, 80 points of Qi and blood value. Level 1 Martial Artist, 100, fist strength 1000 pounds. Level 2 Martial Artist, 200, fist power 2000 pounds. Third level Martial Artist, 400, fist power 4000 gene. Level 4 Martial Artist, 800, fist power 8000 gene. Fifth level Martial Artist, 1600, fist power 16,000 pounds. Sixth level Martial Artist, 3200, fist power 32,000 pounds. Seventh level Martial Artist, 6400, fist power 64,000 pounds. Eighth level Martial Artist, 12,800, fist power 128,000 gene. Ninth level Martial Artist, 25,600, fist power 256,000 pounds. Chapter 3 Spiritual Nyen Master, the most deeply hidden supreme power. Spiritual power is different from Qi and blood power. Spiritual power is a nobler, more powerful force. An ice-cold voice echoed through the jungle. A burly middle-aged man, holding 2 AKs, was sweeping toward the front like a madman. Chug, chug, chug. While not far from his opposite side, there stood a petite, cute-looking young girl. The young girl's eyes were covered by a black cloth. 5 flying blades, suspended in mid-air, rotated at high speed. At the same time, the bullets that were as dense as rain came tilting down, and the 5 flying blades instantly rushed out as the young girl's fingers flipped. The flying blades were as if they had eyes. From the very center, cutting a bullet in half. Kata, kata. The bullets in the AK poured out, but the middle-aged man still wasn't satisfied. This isn't enough. Your intention isn't firm enough. Your sword blade isn't decisive enough either. Do you still want to avenge your mother? Yes, the young girl's voice, childish but murderous. Then cut down all the ferocious beasts, all of them. Chop up everything in front of you. The middle-aged man's hissing voice echoed through the woods. Kill! The young girl's figure twisted, accompanied by the 5 flying blades wrapped in berserk Nianli, tearing the surrounding trees completely to shreds. At the same time, the commotion of the 2 training also attracted ferocious beasts. A huge devil bear with a shoulder height of more than 3 meters stood up. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, the young girl was like a pink bullet and rushed out. Kill! The 5 flying blades, which traced a weird arc, shot towards the huge demonic bear at a very tricky angle. A peak level 1 ferocious beast was actually cut off at the neck in just one glance. Blood gushed out. A few drops of blood stained the gentle face. For this petite and cute girl, it added a bit of killing intent. If Lu Yuan had seen this scene, he would have been greatly shocked. The little girl in his memory who was introverted and didn't dare to meet people's eyes. When faced with a ferocious beast, she would be so crazy. Class: Luo City Senior Class 1. Name: Gentle. Power of Qi and Blood, 145 Grade 1 Martial Artist. Spiritual Power, 235 2nd Grade Spiritualist. Talent: Numinous Power Awakening A+. Technique: Psychic Perception Proficiency. Evaluation: This is a genius who combines talent, hard work, and combat experience, and is a very qualified oxen and horses. This was the evaluation the system gave to Gentle. This little girl. All that flashed through Lu Yuan's mind was Gentle's timid and fearful appearance. To have such a strong strength and still be afraid of people, no matter how you look at it, it should be the others who are afraid of her. Lu Yuan shook his head. However, he was interested in the ability of Nianli awakening. Lu Yuan tried to catalyze his Nianli. He seemed to have a 360-degree deathless eye, and these eyes, like radar scanning, could see many things that were invisible to the naked eye. The dents in the wall, the microscopic dust in the air, everything was in his eyes. At the same time, this pair of eyes could also manipulate other things. With a slight movement of the mind, The door lock of the room was opened from the outside, and all the garbage in the room flew out and automatically burrowed into the trash can. Lu Yuan picked up the kitchen chopper with his mind power, and under the control of his mind power, the chopper instantly peeled off the apple skin. Test the killing power. With a swish sound, the mental power wrapped around. The kitchen knife flew out at an extremely terrifying speed, slashing violently on the door of the room. The alloy door, surprisingly, was directly hacked through by a kitchen knife. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. So strong. This kind of ability to take things from the air was the most desired supernatural ability of Lu Yuan in his previous life. Of course, in his previous life, he just wanted to use this ability to turn off the lights in his dorm room, throw garbage, catch his roommate, and so on. In this life, it was to be used to kill the enemy. Lu Yuan looked at the panel and grew more and more confident. Peak level for martial artist. A third level spiritual numinous master's cultivation, plus 2 more natural skills that could briefly explode strength and mental power. Going up to a martial arts university top 10 should be said to be fine with a hand. Nowadays, what Lu Yuan wanted was, wouldn't it be a bit bullying to take the college entrance exam with such strength? Isn't this like a college student going to an elementary school to take the exam? Looking at the broken floor tiles on the ground, and the burst glass as well as the security door that had a hole hacked out of it, Lu Yuan scratched his head. A carelessness. How to tear down the home. When his sister-in-law came back, if she saw such a sight, she would probably kill him. Outside the door, a youth looked at the kitchen knife an inch below his crotch, and a few drops of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. Almost. His second brother. Hadn't he used it yet? And it was a centimeter short of being karma. The youth angrily slapped the door of the room. The city defense guards are on the case. People of 1401. Put down your weapons and open the room door immediately. Lu Yuan froze for a moment. Then, with a slight movement of his mind, the room door slowly opened. Several heavily armed martial artists with standardized long knives directly rushed in. Seeing Lu Yuan standing in the living room, wearing SpongeBob SquarePants, a few people froze in place with their feet. It seems like a student. The dangerous person shouldn't be him. It doesn't look like he's being coerced either. Let's see what happens first. Several people conspired loudly. One of the youths revealed a kind smile. Hello. May I ask if there is any danger in your home? Like ferocious beasts and such. Lu Yuan shook his head. For safety's sake, these few city defense guards still searched the house briefly. After confirming that there were no hidden ferocious beasts in the room, several people were relieved. However, there were signs that the room had been impacted by a powerful qi and blood force. The city guards then began to question Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not hide it and directly told the truth. It's nothing. The martial level has been raised and it's a bit out of control. Regarding this point, the city defense guards did not have any doubts. This was because the power of qi and blood in Lu Yuan's body was indeed very strong. It was just that the movement of this breakthrough seemed a bit big. Could it be that this student was still a genius? One of the city defense guards asked curiously. Then can I ask, how many levels have you broken through to? With such a powerful might, it definitely wouldn't be some level 1 or 2 martial artist. It should at least be a 3rd level. Or even a 4th level. It was just that an 18-year-old youth possessed such strength. Everyone, all of them landed their gazes on Lu Yuan. Waiting for his reply, Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders. It's hard to say. It's a bit bullish anyway. The crowd was speechless. After the city defense guards' martial artists left, Lu Yuan returned to his room and started checking the system panel. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood. 1590 level 4 martial artist. Spiritual power. 783 3rd level spiritual numinous master. Talents. Numinous awakening A+. Power increase B. Overclocking C. Martial arts. Demon sealing chop perfect. Technique. 8th breathing technique perfect. Dimensional perception proficient. Devil sealing chop was the basic blade martial art taught by the first high school in Luocheng. In the first class of senior high school, all of them had practiced the demon sealing chop. After Lu Yuan obtained their perception, he directly raised the demon sealing slash from introductory to perfect rank. Martial arts feats proficiency is categorized into introductory, skilled, proficient, perfect. Nian Li perception only gentle can cultivate Nian Li in the whole class, so the proficiency level is only at the proficient level. Some pity. Only 10 points short of qi and blood power, he would be able to break through to a 5th-level martial artist. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the power of qi and blood. 1590. There are only 2 days left. The oxen and horses should cultivate hard. Only if you guys work hard will you be able to allow me to take the martial exam as a rank 5 martial artist. After using the settlement panel once, Lu Yuan also thoroughly understood the system's function. It was simple. The power of the entire class belonged to Lu Yuan. There was an increase in battle power. Moreover, as long as after being imprinted as a classmate, even after everyone graduated, they were still considered his classmates. In other words, one day is a toolman for the rest of his life. As long as you join more classes, you can get more toolmen. Of course, there was a limit. The average strength of the new class had to be stronger than the previous class in order to be included in the system. At this moment, the first thing Lu Yuan thought of was changing classes, which wasn't directly invincible. Taking a deep breath, he stabilized his mind. Changing classes would indeed become stronger very quickly, but the risk is too high. This world is a very dangerous world. Who knows if there are any old Inbi who are cowering in the shadows. Being too arrogant, yes, you will become stronger, but you may also die early. With such a golden finger, Lu Yuan didn't need to rush at all. Of course, wait for the day when he really has the strength. Sorry. As far as the eye can see, all are bulls and horses. Approaching the college entrance examination. Most of the people in the first class of senior high school began to temporarily clasp their hands and went home to cultivate. Those who were in a position to do so took pills and even used precious spiritual objects to aid in their cultivation. But pills and spiritual objects were very expensive. There weren't many elixirs that could be taken before becoming an official martial artist. The most cost-effective one was the Qi Blood Elixir. It was $10,000 apiece. This was already the cheapest elixir, but the majority of families could not afford it. They could only desperately cultivate, while the others were riveted to cultivate. Lu Yuan, however, slowly opened the tomato novel and started reading the novel, then hyped up an author named Lazy Cat Landlord. Immersed in his cell phone, time passed quickly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. It was more than 9 o'clock in the evening. After a day's time of cultivation, in the senior class, everyone felt tired and turned on the water group mode. Human-vegetable addiction. After a day of cultivation, finally raising a little bit of qi and blood power, my heart is tired. Grimaces. The silly spring. Alas, my father took out a loan to buy me 2 qi and blood pills. My qi and blood power hasn't even moved a bit. I don't have the face to eat. Female schizo don't. I've broken through. I broke through. The silly Chun. Congratulations. Lee is firmly in the Key Martial Arts Academy this time. Spear dipped in. Go to bed early so you'll be in good shape tomorrow. Wu Yun class teacher. Cheer up everyone. Combine work and rest. Watching these bulls and horses chatting away in the group. Many question marks appeared on Lu Yuan's head. These cow horses really don't have any self-consciousness. The water group was even worse. It's only 9 o'clock and one by one they want to sleep. Crazy. Lu Yuan. Fuming. 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 The day after tomorrow will be the college entrance exam. You guys don't work hard to cultivate, but you're even thinking about sleeping? You guys are so young. How do you sleep? Chapter 4 Settlement again. Best cow horse of the day. Can't work harder. Hokage God. Have you ever practiced? Do you know how painful it is to practice? This matter of raising the power of qi and blood is definitely more painful than doing math problems. Do you understand it or not? I'm about to cultivate until I collapse. Slipped away. Play the game. Play the game. League of Kings on. Lu Yuan's words didn't arouse everyone's desire to work hard. Instead, they made everyone more emotional. For quasi-martial artists like them, cultivating for a whole day was actually not stressful, and they could completely meditate and quickly recover their energy. However, cultivating for a day's time without gaining anything would make one feel tired. Moreover, eating qi and blood pills also require time to digest. Taking too many qi and blood pills in a row would not only have no positive effect, but would also easily lead to stagnation of qi and blood. I'm out of it. I've eaten 5 qi and blood pills and 1 point of qi and blood power hasn't increased. My old man is ready to beat me up. Wipe. $50,000. It's just gone down the drain. Seeing the dear oxen and horses, they were ready to sleep. Lu Yuan continued to dawn on them. You are all quasi-martial artists with the power of chi and blood. You don't need to sleep for too long at all. This is the moment when we are approaching the college entrance exam. What does the college entrance exam mean? It will be your destiny that will be decided. At such a critical time, shouldn't you be cultivating with all your might? For every point of chi and blood raised on the battlefield of the martial exam, you will be able to surpass thousands and tens of thousands of people, and you will have one more point of possibility of being able to kill a ferocious beast. Maybe it's because of the difference of one ferocious beast point that you guys will be able to get into a key martial arts academy, and it's not impossible for you guys to even get accepted into the top 10 top martial arts academies. As long as you guys can hold on until the last moment, any miracle could happen on the battlefield of the college entrance exam. Lu Yuan racked his brain, recalling the wolf culture and chicken soup literature of his last life. Dachun seems a bit reasonable. Some of the students had begun to waver. Being quasi-martial artists with a lot of energy, they could quickly enter deep sleep by meditating for a few hours. So why should they waste such precious time? One should just cultivate hard. De silly Chun. Lu Yuan deserves to be in existence that can be admitted to the Qingbei Special Recruitment Program. You do know how to work hard, but Lu Yuan's chi and blood power was too low. I'm afraid this college entrance exam is hopeless. But Lu Yuan reminded them many people were riveted and ready to continue cultivating. They wanted to be in the college entrance exam and reverse their lives. All night, cultivate. For the sake of the martial arts exam, I'll fight. But this is so tiring, it doesn't feel necessary to work so hard. Surprisingly, you feel tired? Lu Yuan decided to use a masterstroke eat bitter literature. One can't be a man until one eats the bitterness. How can you feel tired at such a young age? Only by struggling can we usher in a brighter future. Lu Yuan was very angry. Can a cow or a horse still feel tired? It must not be able to. If you guys don't cultivate hard, how can I progress? How am I going to compete for the martial arts scholarship? These oxen and horses, they really weren't self-conscious at all. In the end, under Lu Yuan's chicken soup literature, the culture of suffering and the culture of wolves, the 3-in-1 offense. The senior class of Luochang No. 1 middle school. The whole class was ignited with hot blood, and they weren't ready to sleep. Put up a fight. Lu Yuan is right. The college entrance exam is our most important exam. It's the exam that's going to change our fate. For the college entrance exam, we must make our best effort. Put up a fight. I'm practicing by. What sleep? I'll ask you guys, what are you sleeping for? Cultivate. Class teacher Wu Yun finished her bath, draped in a towel, and was confused when she saw the very different scene in the class group. Wasn't it said that we should combine labor and rest and recuperate our energy? How do you even sleep no more? Wu Yun was looking through the chat records of the class group. These words from Lu Yuan don't seem to be wrong. There was absolutely nothing wrong with a quasi-martial artist sleeping a few hours less. Thinking like this, Wu Yun did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation. In the senior class, everyone in the class started cultivating and taking elixirs. All of them were going to have a final fight. After whipping the oxen and horses, Lu Yuan lay on his side on the bed and picked up his cell phone. Ape God. Activated. Night. Seeing the time on his cell phone come to 10 o'clock sharp, Lu Yuan decisively opened the settlement panel. Daily settlement panel. The college entrance exam is approaching. Everyone in the class is practicing hard. Dachun ate 5 chi and blood pills and practiced hard for 10 hours. The power of chi and blood is +2. Gentle had a good fight, chi and blood power +1. Wu Hunting Sky conducts special training. Chao Kuan practiced dancing and gained nothing. Dachuan doesn't eat or sleep and has been practicing hard. He is the hardest working student today. Lu Yuan looked at the daily settlement panel. It was very gratifying. The one who worked the hardest is surprisingly Dachun. Not bad, not bad. You are the best bull horse today. In today's settlement, the power of chi and blood had increased by a total of 8 points, 2 points short of becoming a 5th-level martial artist. Tomorrow is the last day before the college entrance exam, so there should be no problem. At this moment, in the rich district of Luo City, a man and a woman had just finished their private special training. The two of them were the 2 gifted martial artists from the first high school in Luochang, the senior class, Su Mei and Wu Hunting Tian. Exhausted from a day of special training, Su Mei was originally prepared to rest directly. But when she saw the historical chat records of the class group 99+, she then casually flipped through it. Soon she saw 7 big words. Lu Yuan refused the Qingbei special recruitment. Is he out of his mind? Su Mei would never allow such a thing to happen. Because she was Lu Yuan's girlfriend. As a gifted martial artist, the reason why Su Mei was with Lu Yuan was because she saw that he could enter Qingbei. In the future, he would be able to become a scientific researcher. As the saying goes, if you marry a man, marry a scientific researcher, earn more and spend less and die early. Su Mei was serious about getting married. Lu Yuan is the perfect marriage partner for her. However, the prerequisite is that Lu Yuan must go to Qingbei. Only then will Su Mei's future life be secure enough. Lu Yuan had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by his cell phone vibrating. Su Mei, you only have 10 points of qi and blood power. What are you going to do for the martial arts exam? Su Mei, are you crazy? Su Mei, I am ordering you to immediately tell the class teacher that you are going to continue to the Qingbei Research Institute. Su Mei, otherwise we're done. Smiles. Don't worry. This plot is just a little bit, it won't gross everyone out. Lu Yuan is confused? No, who are you to give me orders? Are you crazy? Having just crossed into this world, Lu Yuan has been focusing on researching the system and urging the cattle and horses to cultivate hard. Has not yet had time to deal with those messy memories of the predecessor. Wait! Su Mei? Lu Yuan suddenly remembered. This woman called Su Mei could be said to be his childhood friend in this body. At one time, both parents were soldiers and had a good relationship. It also gave the two a baby marriage. However, 10 years ago during that beast tide, Lu Yuan's parents were killed by a ferocious beast in order to save Su Mei. Since then, Su Mei's family has been estranged from him. But his predecessor has always loved Su Mei. It had been kneeling in various positions. Su Mei didn't reject, didn't agree, and didn't take responsibility. Until the predecessor was admitted to the Qingbei special recruitment, Su Mei again took the initiative to confess to the predecessor. But it needs a bride price of 3.88 million. The memories in his mind made Lu Yuan feel nothing but nausea, and he directly sent 2 enlarged and bolded letters. SB. Then directly pull black. Su Mei's face instantly turned red when she saw the 2 thick and black letters on the screen. You're out of your mind, Lu Yuan. Red exclamation mark. Pulled black. Lu Yuan. How dare you pull me black? Su Mei was so infuriated that her breath almost didn't come up. Her body's power of qi and blood surged and exploded the toilet seat. Pissed me off. Pissed me off. Lu Yuan. Don't let me find an opportunity, or I'll make sure you die an ugly death. Chapter 5. On the eve of the college entrance exam. The students had a big action. The day before the college entrance exam. In the senior class, many of them had been practicing all night. But when the sky just dawned, they got up and went to buy higher-level pills. Of course, more directly chose to enter the black market to buy those elixirs with some side effects. These pills were more effective, but they would come with some side effects and would even overdraw one's potential. But it was just like what Lu Yuan said. Wanting to get into a good university and strive for even better resources, it was only right to pay the price. The vast majority of the senior class was affected by Lu Yuan's words last night. They wanted to cultivate hard because this was their key to bending the curve. By seizing this opportunity, they would be able to be one step ahead of the others on the college entrance exam. One step ahead, one step ahead. Rich area townhouse. The burly youth pushed open the door and walked into Su Mei's room. Su Mei, did you see the message in the class group? Everyone is going to buy elixirs now. I also bought some elixirs that can make the power of qi and blood skyrocket, but there are some side effects. Do you need them? Wu Hunting Sky, the strongest person in the senior class. Already at the late stage of second-grade martial artist. The strength was very strong. He was one of Su Mei's backups. The elixir in his hand, on the other hand, was a special elixir called Blood-Storming Elixir. It could cause the power of qi and blood to enter a period of explosive growth within a day or two. However, it would consume one's own potential. The most crucial thing was that the blood-storming pill would also have more serious after-effects for male martial artists. It was about the aspect of second brother function. The blood violence pill also had another alias, the violent brother pill. Therefore, almost no men would choose to use this elixir. Su Mei had some difficulty saying, the blood violence Dan, but it has after effects. Not only did Wu Hunting Sky not care, he was also very proud. It's fine. I don't even need it.
Su Mei.
Very good. In order to become stronger, It is to have this kind of realization that you can abandon everything. Sume revealed a somewhat stiff smile, although she very much agreed with Wu Huntian on her lips. In her heart, she had already crossed Wu Huntian off her spare tire list. Then she also took out a pill. It was pitch black and cold. Forbidden pill. Wu Hunting Heaven exclaimed in shock. Forbidden pills, as the name implied, were pills that were not allowed to be refined. This was because what this medicine consumed was life. After taking the forbidden pill, one would explode with unprecedented power, but the more power one exploded, the more life force one consumed. Wu Hunting Sky was a little hesitant. For his second brother's loss of function, he was indifferent. But taking the forbidden medicine was something that would kill him if he wasn't careful. Sume touched Wu Hunting Tian's chest. As long as you can enter a better school and obtain more resources, you will all be able to make up for it later. Don't be afraid. It's hard to get this forbidden medicine, even with my Su family's status. I've only gotten one. Just give it to you, how about it? I'm generous. Sume came close to Su Hunting Sky's ear and whispered. Wu Hunting Sky's heart went wild, but he didn't dare to do anything, just kept nodding his head. Thank you, Sume. In the martial examination battlefield, I will definitely protect you well. Sume's eyes were flirtatious. Okay, I'll rely on you to protect people tomorrow. In addition to these two absolute ruthless people, Senior Class 1, there were still some people taking special pills with side effects. Of course, normal people still wouldn't be as ruthless to themselves as Wu Huntian. What most people chose were those with lesser after effects. Drain of Qi pill. The power of Qi and blood would explode and grow for 3 days, followed by diarrhea for a month. Blood and flesh Dan. It would forcefully dissolve one's own flesh and blood, increasing the power of Qi and blood. There are also forced energy boosts, but they cause sleeplessness and hair loss. In the early stages of aura recovery, there were many elixirs with side effects that were developed. Among them, those with greater side effects had been classified as forbidden medicines and prohibited from being refined and taken. Those with lesser side effects were still circulating in the black market. Red Moon Cell. Lu Yuan's cell phone vibrated a dozen times in succession. A name named Wu Xian was bouncing around. Auntie. This was Lu Yuan's only relative in this life. Wu Xian. Didn't you want to go to the Qingbei Research Institute before? Why did you refuse again? And ran off to take that martial arts exam? Do you not want to die? I want to become a martial artist. Lu Yuan slowly typed out a line. The opposite side was silent for a long while, and the status alert from his sister-in-law was always typing. Wu Xian, do you know that both your parents died because of practicing martial arts? No. Wu Xian, knowing that you still go? Don't you want to die? I'm better than them, I won't die. Nowadays, Lu Yuan had the system's blessing and was already a 4th-level martial artist, a 3rd-level spiritual thinker, and had 2 major martial talent skills to add to his repertoire. Going for the martial arts exam, the only thing that he really needed to be afraid of were the ferocious beasts. The opposite side was silent for a long time. Just as Lu Yuan was about to exit the chat interface, a transfer message popped up. Wu Xian transfers $1 million to your account. Wu Xian, rewarded by my sister-in-law, take it to acquire some defense equipment. Don't die. I don't want to collect your corpse again. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. I won't die. This sister-in-law needle doesn't poke. The person was pretty, spoke well, and the key was that she was generous. Nowadays, Lu Yuan just happened to lack a weapon. With a huge sum of $1 million, it was possible to take a trip to the treasure pavilion and acquire at least one weapon. Lu Yuan put his cell phone into his pocket and left the room. Just as he arrived downstairs, he was caught by a group of neighborhood grandparents. Ah, Yuan, it was your family that made the commotion yesterday. Right, what happened? You're not hurt, right? I'm fine. Aunt Lu, don't worry. It's good that you're fine. Your sister-in-law asked me to take care of you before she left. It's good that you're fine. In a few days we'll go to college. Still go to the library, ah? No, I'm going to buy weapons. Buy weapons for what? Aren't you going to study in Qingbei? Not going to Qingbei. I'm going to take the martial arts exam. Lu Yuan had lived here since he was a child. The neighborhood was full of acquaintances. Because both of his parents used to be soldiers, the neighbors took care of him. When they saw Lu Yuan, they would more or less care for a few words. When they heard that Lu Yuan was not going to Qingbei, but was instead going to take the martial arts exam, the group of old men and women in the Red Moon neighborhood immediately exploded. What's the point of taking the martial arts exam when you don't go to the good Qingbei? This child. The martial arts exam is so dangerous. Those ferocious beasts. They can all be scary. Alas. I just hope his parents can bless him in heaven. Leaving the Red Moon neighborhood. Carrying a huge amount of money, Lu Yuan directly took a taxi and traveled all the way to the most luxurious commercial street in Luo City. Eventually, he stood in front of a very luxurious modernized building. This building was very huge and magnificent, and there was also a lifelike dragon cast in gold on it. It was just that this modeling was too ostentatious. Not only did it not have a sense of oppression, but it had a rustic atmosphere. Below the dragon's head, 3 big words were written on the plaque. Jumbo Pavilion. This was the largest chamber of commerce chained all over the world, with branches in major cities all over the world. Any item that a martial artist needed could be bought here. In the Treasure Pavilion, there was nothing you couldn't buy that you couldn't think of. Today, this place was also exceptionally lively. Surprisingly, there were no black silk guides at the entrance. Poor evaluation. It was only after Lu Yuan walked into the Jumbo Pavilion store that a black silk guide hurried over. I'm sorry, sir. Our store is holding an event. Hehe, you're also a high school martial artist. Right, may I ask if you want to participate? Event? Lu Yuan looked towards the center of the hall. There were dozens of people all gathered in a group. What event? The black silk young lady guided Lu Yuan towards the crowd while introducing the Jumbo Challenge. It's our store manager, specially set up for the candidates who will be taking the martial arts exam. Lu Yuan saw that in the middle of the crowd, there was a small, temporary martial arts arena. It covered an area of 12 square meters. In the center of the martial arts arena, a tortoise-shell-shaped shield was placed. A third-grade defensive shield. The entire body was cast from alloy, indestructible. Around the martial arts arena there are all kinds of weapons, swords, guns, swords and halberds. Everything. All are very precious third-grade alloy weapons. Miss Black Silk pointed at the Xuanwu shield and said, as long as you can use the weapons on the martial arts arena to leave a mark on this Xuanwu shield, you will receive a reward of $100,000. If you can split the Xuanwu shield, you can choose a weapon of your choice from the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion as a reward. Lu Yuan nodded. So, it was actually such a challenging activity. The Treasure Pavilion was rather generous. One must know that the weapons on the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion were all grade 3 weapons. A level 1 weapon would cost at least $200,000 to $300,000 to start with. Level 3 weapons, the most to be $1 million up and down. The third level of the power weapon, but also to tens of millions. This is just a gift. However, this Xuanwu shield is a third-level defensive weapon. It's made of alloy. The so-called level 3 weapon is the alloy used to make the weapon, the strength of which can reach the limit of a level 3 martial artist's ability to withstand it. For the candidates, it was quite a challenge to leave a mark on it. As for splitting a grade 3 shield, it was simply not something the candidate could do. Right at this moment, a burly man who was tall and more than 2 meters tall squeezed in from behind the crowd. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, let this grandpa try. Chapter 6. There are still experts? Perfect grade ceiling demon slash. A wild voice exploded in the crowd, and the few people who were closer only felt their eardrums explode. The person who came was a burly man with a strong, bronze-colored body. His own temperament was also very wild. His explosive head that was dyed white, coupled with his height of 2 meters away, was like a ferocious beast, giving people a great sense of oppression. Many people covered their ears and turned back with an angry face. But when they saw the strong man with a body like a small mountain, they did not dare to provoke each other. They could only laugh sarcastically. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, somewhat curious, and asked, "Who is this person?" The black silk young lady at the side also looked surprised. Su Wu, possessing AB rank power berserking, and is a level 2 martial artist himself. After exercising his natural skill, he can battle a level 3 martial artist, a member of Luo City's elite class, and can be included in the first echelon of this martial examination. Lu Yuan suddenly realized, so it's him. But this guy is too anxious looking, like a middle-aged strong man. This, if you don't know, you'd think it's the candidate's parent. This you tell me 18, who looks like this at 18? Su Wu's name was still not small, and many people on the field recognized him. Surprisingly, it's Su Wu. Crap. Such a pervert has also come to challenge. I think there's a chance. If it's a real battle, Su Wu won't necessarily be able to defeat a third-level martial artist, But if it's purely destructive power, the vast majority of third-level martial artists aren't as good as Su Wu, right? Many people were optimistic about Su Wu, thinking that he could break the Xuanwu shield. However, the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion was very calm. There was a look of an old god. Lu Yuan was also not optimistic about Su Wu. The Xuanwu shield was made of an alloy that could easily withstand the attack of a level 3 fierce beast. Su Wu could not even leave a mark on it if he did not perform his natural skill. Su Wu pulled out a grade 3 giant axe on the martial arts field and juggled it twice in his hands. Then the aura around his body changed violently. The terrifying power of qi and blood was added, and Su Wu's skin around his body turned dark red, coupled with the grade B strength enhancement enchantment. On Su Wu's arm, his muscles were gnarled, and a vein, which looked like a meatworm, constantly pulsed. The huge axe slammed onto the Xuanwu shield with a loud bang, and the buzzing sound echoed within the treasure pavilion. Most people were covering their ears while staring wide-eyed at the Xuanwu shield that was smashed out. The Xuanwu shield rolled to the ground, intact. Failed. Su Wu didn't even manage to break the Xuanwu shield. I'm afraid no one in the entire Luo city can do it. No! Suddenly, someone saw that on the Xuanwu shield right in the center, an indentation that wasn't deep or shallow appeared. Su Wu had left a mark on it. This is the first martial arts candidate to leave a mark on it today. Worthy of being Su Wu. The martial arts he practiced should have reached the proficient realm as well. If we're just competing in strength, there shouldn't be many martial arts candidates in the entire Luo city who can compare to Su Wu. This person does have a strange strength. The shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion picked up the Xuanwu shield and showed everyone around him the dent on it. According to the rules, the person who leaves a dent on top of the Xuanwu shield will receive a cash reward of $100,000. Congratulations, Su Wu. Su Wu. Go for it in the martial arts exam tomorrow. Su Wu, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a smug smile on his face. When this Grand Master goes out, he will definitely not return empty-handed. Afterwards, Su Wu began to go to the Jumbo Pavilion store to spend money. Su Wu succeeded in his challenge and was rewarded with $100,000. And the people around him became even more eager. However, the pearl and jade were in front of him. Those who didn't have the confidence to leave a mark on it became more and more afraid to try. But behind the crowd, a person pushed his way out of the crowd. Lu Yuan slowly stepped onto the martial arts arena. He actually went up. The black silk young lady on the side covered her mouth in surprise. The others also looked at Lu Yuan. Who is this person? Could it be that he is also a Luo City genius? Lu Yuan. Wasn't he accepted into the Qingbei Special Recruitment Program? Why did he come to challenge this? Lu Yuan was considered a popular figure in Luo City's first middle school. Immediately, some students recognized him. Su Wu, who had already entered the Jumbo Pavilion store, heard the crowd boiling and also turned his head back. However, after casually scanning Lu Yuan, he was no longer interested. Aren't you going to stay and watch the challenge in the back? The guide at the side inquired. Su Wu, however, did not have any interest. The candidates in this city, other than me, no one can leave a mark on the Xuanwu shield. He was confident enough in his own power. Lu Yuan took out his examination pass and had the shopkeeper confirm his identity. Then he casually pulled out a straight, standardized tang sword. The blade was straight and angular with 3 blood grooves running through it. A blade flower was casually pulled out. After picking up the knife, Lu Yuan's aura changed and his entire person became extremely sharp. The shopkeeper's eyebrows jumped. In his heart, he said, "Not good. This is an expert." This youth was definitely stronger than Su Wu, at least a third-level martial artist. In the middle of Luo City, there was even such a demon hidden. The surrounding spectators and candidates, although they felt that Lu Yuan's temperament changed after he picked up the sword. However, they did not know what it meant. All of them were staring with wide eyes as the tang sword in Lu Yuan's hand chopped straight out. Demon sealing chop. With a swish sound, the tang blade slashed above the Xuanwu shield and a straight white trace emerged. Subsequently, with a tearing sound, the grade 3 defensive shield made of alloy was actually directly split in two. The broken surface was as smooth as a mirror. Everyone froze in place, somewhat in disbelief. A moment later, it was completely boiling again. Nyoa dude, there's actually someone who can split the Xuanwu shield. This is much more powerful than Su Wu. The spectators, there were still some with better eyesight. Su Wu's axe was so powerful that the entire martial arts arena shook. However, the power was not cohesive enough and most of it was wasted. But Lu Yuan was different. With this slash, all the power was concentrated on the blade. There wasn't even any excess power escaping. This was perfect control. A demon-sealing slash with a perfect level of proficiency. Shopkeeper Golden Leaf's eyes widened. A heavenly pride. An absolute heavenly pride. Quickly, inside please. Gold Leaf personally went forward and led Lu Yuan towards the interior of the treasure pavilion. Little brother is really great. Today, for all the weapons on the first floor, little brother Lu can pick any set. Lu Yuan swept his gaze across the first floor, taking in all the weapons. The first floor of the treasure pavilion. All of them were grade 3 weapons, the types not too far off from the ones on the martial arts field. However, there were a lot more types. Lu Yuan's gaze instantly locked onto a row of flying swords that were contained in glass cases. Numinous weapons. Expensive and rare. In this set of flying swords, there were a total of 9. Among them, each one was a grade 3 weapon short sword. The price naturally far exceeded that of an unusual level 3 weapon. Chapter 7 Metamorphosis. Fierce Tiger Among the Sheep. Watching Lu Yuan take that set of grade 3 flying swords in his hands. The store manager of the treasure pavilion, his mouth gradually opened wide. That? Little brother Lu, you want to choose this set of flying swords? Lu Yuan nodded his head. His fingers traced over the 9 flying swords. These 9 flying swords did not know what material they were made of. They were actually like jade, translucent and sturdy. He casually took one of the flying swords and came to the martial arts arena. Swish! Lu Yuan did not utilize his Nianli. He just used the power of his physical body to fling the flying sword out. The flying sword was not hindered in any way. It directly penetrated the Xuanwu shield. Very good. Lu Yuan was satisfied with the flying sword. This was only with the power of his physical body. If he were to use his spiritual power to manipulate the 9 flying swords at the same time, he would definitely be able to shoot countless holes in his enemy's body in an instant. The Jumbo Pavilion shopkeeper's face was like a bitter melon. Although he had some meat pain, he did not go back on his words. This set of flying swords, named Jade Rui, it is the handiwork of Grandmaster Ma, and it is definitely considered the top tier amongst the 3rd-level weapons. If one can manipulate 9 flying swords at the same time with one's mind power, it would be extremely powerful. However, if one wishes to reach such a realm, one must be at least at the level of a grade for Nian Master. Moreover, inside this Jade Rui, there is still poison, so one can control the toxin with their Nianli, and when fighting with ferocious beasts, they can silently inject the poison into the body of the ferocious beasts, forming a sure kill blow. Lu Yuan nodded his head, handing the Jade Rui to the black silk young lady at the side. Please help me wrap it up. He naturally saw the shopkeeper's heartbroken gesture. However, he had completed the challenge and picked the weapon according to the rules, so naturally, he did not need to be concerned about other people's faces. Afterwards, Lu Yuan continued to wander around the store. I also need a battle sword. Golden Leaf personally introduced the advantages and disadvantages of various weapons to Lu Yuan. In the end, under the constraints of the price, Lu Yuan chose the level 3 Tang blade that he had previously used in the martial arts arena. This kind of Tang sword was an official standardized weapon. It was sharp, sturdy, and relatively cheap. The value for money was extremely high. It only cost $1,200,000. Lu Yuan looked at the price with a bit of heartache. I'm still a student. Can it be cheaper? He only had 1 million. The corners of Gold Leaf's mouth twitched slightly. It's been a long time since I've seen such awesome students. In the end, Lu Yuan pocketed the Tang blade at a high price of $990,000. It also came with a set of alloy battle suit. In the treasure pavilion, looking at Lu Yuan's back, Su Wu kept muttering, "Monster! What a nasty monster! Don't ever get assigned to an exam room with this monster tomorrow." With such a demon over his head, the pressure was too much and he would misbehave. With no money in his pocket, Lu Yuan could only choose to take the bus home. By the time he arrived home, it was already late. It was time for the pleasant daily settlement again. Daily settlement. Wu Hunting Sky takes Tyrannical Brother Dan 2. Life Burning Dan 1. Power of Qi and Blood plus 135. Su Mei takes the Violent Brother Elixir 1, Power of Blood and Qi plus 33. Dachuan takes Flesh and Blood Elixir 3. Wu Hunting Sky forcibly devours pills with large side effects in order to become stronger, and is the hardest working student today. Hiss! All of them are ruthless. Lu Yuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the daily settlement panel. Stormy brother Dan, this kind of elixir is also something people can eat? It's too ruthless, you deserve to be the best bull and horse. However, Lu Yuan was still very thankful to everyone. Because of their desperate cultivation, Lu Yuan's qi and blood power had once again increased tremendously. He instantly broke through to martial artist level 5. Name Lu Yuan. Qi and blood power, 1778 level 5 martial artist. Spiritual power, 783 3rd level psychic. Talents, numinous awakening A+, power increase B, overclocking C. Martial arts, demon sealing chop perfect. Technique, 8th breathing technique perfect. Dimensional perception proficient. Majestic qi and blood power. Once again, it washed over every bone, every piece of flesh and blood, and every meridian in Lu Yuan's entire body. 5th level martial artist. Finally a breakthrough, coupled with the peak 3rd level spiritual numinous master battle power, as well as 2 natural skills that could temporarily increase his battle power, a perfect grade blade technique. Plus level 3 weapons, the Tang Blade and Jade Ruin to add to the mix. Lu Yuan had the confidence to fight against a rank 6 ferocious beast. This kind of strength, definitely the most perverted of all the martial arts candidates in Luo City. There was not one. At this moment, in the senior class's class group, everyone was exchanging their conditions very intensely. So sleepy, I can't take it anymore. I stayed up all night yesterday, and I haven't slept for 36 hours until now, and I've already drunk several packs of coffee. I'm sleepy too, but for the sake of the college entrance exam, for the sake of changing our fate, we mustn't drop the ball at the last moment. Classmates, I'm going to take a cool shower and continue practicing. I'll take 2 more energy pills. Lu Yuan casually flipped through a few pages of chats. In his heart, he repeatedly exclaimed, "Good guy." A cow horse is a cow horse with the self-consciousness of a cow horse. A cow horse that can whip itself is the top of the line. The night before the college entrance exam, the entire Summer Kingdom was in a state of readiness. Every city had been placed under full martial law, and the army had already begun to purge the powerful ferocious beasts around the martial arts examination halls. Early the next morning, in the Red Moon neighborhood, there were several banners hanging. Go for the college entrance exam. National College Entrance Examination Day. May the candidates return victorious. The college entrance exam is today. Whether it's the literature exam or the martial arts exam, they all start together today. It's just that for martial arts candidates, they need to head to the gathering point, take a chariot, and head to the martial arts exam battlefield outside of the city to conduct it. Lu Yuan got up early in the morning, dressed in an alloy battle suit and stepping on black battle boots. The close-fitting battle suit revealed Lu Yuan's slender and robust body. This battle suit and boots were sponsored by the owner of the Treasure Pavilion yesterday, although it was only the most ordinary battle suit, not even first order. However, it was also made from the leather of ferocious beasts, taking into account the defense power while having a close-fitting shape that wouldn't affect the battle. The key was handsome. Holding the Tang Blade in his hands, Lu Yuan pushed open the door of the room. Meanwhile, in the Bright Moon neighborhood, a woman took Sumei's hand and explained, "Didn't you say that Lu Yuan isn't going to Qingbei and is going to take the martial arts exam? At the examination center, if you run into Lu Yuan, you must help him," Sumei's mother explained. "Back then, Lu Yuan's parents had saved you. The least care should still be there. Otherwise, others will say that our family is ungrateful." A sardonic smile surfaced on Sumei's face as she said viciously, "Don't worry. If there is a chance, I will definitely take good care of him." Luo City was not considered a big city in Central State Province, but there were still more than 20,000 students participating in the martial arts examination. In order to reasonably distribute the examination centers, a dozen or so assembly points were set up according to schools and classes. Simply follow the instructions and look for the location where your class is located. Then they could all get on the chariot and head to the battlefield outside the city. Because of the nature of the martial examination, it was relatively dangerous. The vast majority of the martial arts candidates were personally sent over by their parents. On the examination ground, pay attention to safety. Those are animals. Don't be soft when you kill them. Although Lu Yuan didn't have anyone to send him, but he also received a message from his sister-in-law. Be safe. Don't be as noble as your parents. Be selfish. If others mess with you, fight me to the death. If you can't beat them, run. Don't be a fool, do you know? The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly, his strength to take the martial arts exam. Naturally, there would be no danger. Then he jumped onto the chariot of the senior class of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School. Lu Yuan's appearance immediately caught the attention of the entire class. This is Lu Yuan? Crap, so handsome. Such a big change in temperament when you put on the battle suit. It still looks like a martial artist's demeanor. Why does it feel like Lu Yuan is different? Lu Yuan was extremely conspicuous as he sat inside the chariot. Although he had always been handsome, however, because his predecessor's chi and blood power was low, the person was not spirited enough, and coupled with being struck by Sume all day long, the entire person had a very low self-esteem. His body was thin and weak, and his eyes were not glowing. Now, it is completely different. A robust and slender figure, and the sparkle in his eyes that flashed from time to time. This was a change brought about by confidence from the inside out. Many girls in the class, their eyes were glowing. So handsome. He's really... I'm crying my eyes out. Sit next to me. Sit next to me. Even the class teacher, Wu Yun, was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, it was only 2 days. Lu Yuan actually had such a big change. It was a pity that this change came a little late. However, it had already come to this point. Wu Yun also no longer persuaded Lu Yuan. She just nodded at him and whispered, "Pay attention to safety." Then she uploaded all of Lu Yuan's data into the system. Candidate's name, Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood, 10. Spiritual Strength, 9. Natural Skills, none. Since Lu Yuan had abandoned martial arts for literature too suddenly, he missed the school-wide test a few days ago. Therefore, Wu Yun could only upload the test data from half a year ago. Wu Yun had taught Lu Yuan for 3 years. Knowing this student very well, his performance in terms of cultivation was indeed very poor. For the last 2 years, it was all this data. So Wu Yun directly uploaded it. Since Kuan didn't take the martial arts exam, Lu Yuan directly sat next to Wenro. Wenro's entire body immediately tensed up, even her toes were clasping hard. Lu Yuan smiled. Cheer together. Looking at this tense appearance of Wenro, Lu Yuan shook his head. This little girl is hiding deep enough. Who would have thought that this most fearful little girl is the strongest one in the senior class? No, to be precise, besides Lu Yuan. Wenro was definitely the strongest one in the entire school, and even in the entire Luo city. She was a second-grade spiritual thinker. Soon, one by one, the chariots escorted by the Luoqing escort army pulled the martial examination candidates and drove to the outside of the city. Chapter 8 Martial Exam Battlefield, Life and Death. The college entrance examination, from ancient times to the present day, was a major event for the entire Xia kingdom. Before the recovery of aura, the main focus was on cultural lessons. But nowadays, the entire human race was in a state of war, and it was a racial war with ferocious beasts. The college entrance exam, it was even more important. In order to ensure that the martial exams went smoothly, all the martial exam battlefields in the country were taken over by war zone martial artists. Although the strength of these military martial artists was very low, against low-level ferocious beasts, firearms were still the equal weapon of all beings. There were also some military personnel of even lower martial artist ranks with real guns who were patrolling around the battlefields. In order to ensure the safety of the candidates, there were even energy cannons brought from the war zone. Around Luo City, there were 10 mountains that were cleared to become battlefields for the martial arts exams. These 10 mountains, half a month ago, were still the realm ruled by ferocious beasts. But now, after the army purged them, the entire mountain was divided into 4 major regions. The lower region, there were a large number of uninitiated level ferocious beasts, level 1 ferocious beasts, and level 2 ferocious beasts. This was for the weaker candidates, just like the multiple choice questions in the test paper. Only if one's luck wasn't too bad, one could always kill 1 or 2 of them and one could always pick the right 1 or 2. In the middle region and the upper region, the level of the ferocious beasts increased in order. On top of that, there were also level 4 fierce beasts in the core area, as well as a level 5 fierce beast that served as the strongest boss. These were additional questions left for the strongest candidates to brush up their top scores with. Under the escort of the army, the chariot traveled through the wilderness without any hindrance, eventually stopping at the outskirts of the martial examination battlefield. A warm voice broadcasting sound came out. Greetings to all the esteemed candidates. The chariot 2124 you are riding on has arrived at the terminal. Please organize the items you are carrying so that you don't leave them behind. The students got off the bus one after another. Just as they got off the bus, the sickening smell of blood hit their faces, and the ground was covered with all sorts of skeletons, broken flesh, and dried blood. There were quite a few students who were all pale and began to lie on the side and dry heave. The vast majority of the students, before the college entrance exam, had never left the city. Although they had long seen pictures of ferocious beasts, and had even come into contact with ferocious beasts trapped in cages with their hands and feet tied. However, when they actually came outside the city, simply by feeling the bloody odor that came to their faces, it made them feel very uncomfortable. Following the large troop, all the teachers and students of the senior class, together they arrived below a huge mountain range. This is our martial arts exam location. Old Monarch Mountain. Crap. Such bad luck. How did we get placed in Laojun Mountain? Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Even class teacher Wu Yun's expression wasn't too good. Before the recovery of the aura, Laojun Mountain was a famous scenic spot in Xia, but after the recovery of the aura, these mountains had undergone a huge change. Not only did they become even taller, but there were also a large number of ferocious beasts infesting them, although the army had already cleared them before this. However, the terrain on Laojun Mountain was treacherous and the paths were rugged. Every time there was a leakage. That's why Laojun Mountain was also known as the examination ground of death. It was the one with the highest mortality rate of the Luocheng martial examination battlefield since all the previous sessions. This isn't fair at all. Someone from the senior class showed fear. Fair. There is no fairness in this world. Only a big fist is fair. A class consisting of 23 people walked to the front of the crowd. Their appearance caused everyone to quiet down. This was the elite class of Luocheng Experimental Middle School. It was said that one had to have the strength of at least a level 2 martial artist to be qualified to join the elite class, and there were even stronger people in the elite class. Che, it's just old June Mountain. Look at how scared these goons are. If you're afraid of these beasts, you don't deserve to be a martial artist. Go home and feed the pigs before it's too late. The students of the elite class, each and every one of them were very arrogant, and simply couldn't look at the other candidates. To them, the only real competitors were the other students in the same elite class. However, the Su Wu, who was always fond of staggering in the elite class, was very honest this time. Not a single word was said. Su Wu, you're not going to wimp out too, are you? A youth from the elite class who held his sword in both hands said. Su Wu glanced at him. Lousy would wimp out? I just don't want to run into that pervert on the battlefield. Which pervert? Su Wu's words instantly caught the attention of everyone in the elite class. After all, it was usually those of them who were called perverts. Su Wu looked in the direction of the senior class. In short, no one in the elite class is his opponent. These words even made everyone in the entire elite class unconvinced. They followed Su Wu's gaze and converged on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had already caught the attention of the entire elite class. It feels quite ordinary. Besides being handsome, there doesn't seem to be anything special. Yesterday, he cleaved through a level 3 shield with a single slash. Do you still feel ordinary? When Su Wu thought of that image, fear rose in his heart. A 3rd level shield, the crowd exclaimed in shock. Squad leader, can you cleave through a 3rd level shield? The sword-wielding youth asked. The class president of the elite class was a young monk of 11 or 12 years old. The name was Sacred Heart. It was said that Sacred Heart came from a wilderness temple, where all the monks were slaughtered by ferocious beasts, leaving only this young monk. Amit Babuda, the young monk can't do it. There was some gravity in Sacred Heart's eyes. With this kind of strength, one couldn't even say it wasn't weak. It was very strong, perversely strong. At least, Sacred Heart thought to himself that he couldn't do it. It was only possible unless the natural skill Dharma Phase Golden Body was executed. Senior class. At the very back of the group, a man and a woman stood together. It was none other than Su Mei and Wu Hunting Sky. As the only 2 gifted martial artists in the class, the 2 were naturally touted by the crowd. However, neither of them were in much of a mood to show off today. After consuming the Bao Di Dan, both of their chi and blood power had skyrocketed. Wu Huntian even broke through to a grade 3 martial artist. However, they both felt a little uncomfortable. Wu Hunting Sky was haunting his waist, and there was an obvious pain in his crotch. It seemed like it was about to explode. The violent brother pill also had certain side effects on women. Su Mei also felt some headache. It's fine. Just hold on for a bit. Su Mei's eyes stared at Lu Yuan in death. It was all because of this asshole. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's various flim-flamming in the class group, how could the two of them eat the violent brother Dan? Much less eat forbidden pills. I didn't expect these pills to have so many side effects. Although the power of chi and blood had increased, the fighting power had decreased instead of increasing. Being physically unwell and fighting with ferocious beasts was tantamount to asking for death. After roughly half an hour, at the Laojun Mountain Examination Center, all of the more than 2,000 martial arts candidates were fully loaded and ready to go. A middle-aged man with a figure wearing a military uniform stood in the air with his feet on a flying machine, overlooking the crowd of candidates below. Quiet! A voice containing the power of chi and blood echoed across the field. Under the powerful chi and blood suppression, the noisy candidates quieted down. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. There really are experts in the army. They are at least rank 7 martial artists. The front line was ravaged by ferocious beasts. It was already not easy to deploy so many martial artists and weapons. The officer, watching the crowd quiet down, before he began to continue. I'm the chief in charge of this old Monarch Mountain battlefield, Wu Long. Before we officially begin, I need to reiterate the notes. For this examination, it started at 10 o'clock this morning, and by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will need to spend 24 hours alone in the battlefield. In the old Monarch Mountain, it is divided into the upper, middle, and lower levels as well as the core area. The lowest level are all unranked ferocious beasts, the middle level are first-level ferocious beasts, the uppermost level are second level, and the core area is third-level ferocious beasts. Of course, there are even stronger existences in the very core area. If you are confident in your own strength, challenge them to your heart's content. This martial arts examination, take the point system, kill the ferocious beasts, you can get points reward. There is a second way to obtain points. Explore the map and survive at the end. The larger the scope of the map explored and the longer the survival time, the more points will be acquired. Alright, all of you, if you have no objections, sign the life and death contract, and you will be able to receive the supplies to enter the examination center. Life and death contract. Although when they chose to participate in the martial examination, they knew that they had to sign a life and death contract in order to enter the battlefield. But it really came to this moment. There were still many people that had fear on their faces. After all, they were all still just 18-year-olds. I don't want to. Just take the college entrance exam. Why should I sign a life and death contract? I'm not taking the exam. I don't want to die. Some had already been shattered inside by the bloody cruelty of the wilderness and chose to withdraw from the martial arts exam. The people from the army, and the teachers and leaders from the various institutions, didn't have anyone to speak or even have expressions. All were quietly waiting for each person to make a decision. At a time like this, they would not influence anyone's decision. Of course, the decision that each person made was one that had lifelong implications. If one chooses to withdraw at this moment, then one should honestly hide in the city and be a weakling. Don't expect any more beauty, power, wealth, public resources in the future will not be given to these people anymore. If you want to win a better future, then enter the battlefield and fight the ferocious beasts. Of course, entering the battlefield life and death were hard to predict. It's possible that you'll be swallowed up by the beasts right after you enter. The vast majority of people, even though they chose to sign the contract of life and death, were incredibly nervous in their hearts. Their expressions were also a bit stiff. Some people's hands were shaking. Lu Yuan's face was as normal and he signed the life and death contract very calmly. Then, he went to collect the supplies. Chapter 9 Ranking Battle Killing. In front of each class's team, there were neatly placed backpacks of supplies. In the backpacks, there were only 3 items: food, smartwatches, and energy shields. The food was only the cheapest nutrition bars, which had no flavor and could only replenish the energy needed by the body. The smartwatch had a light intelligence attached to it, with a video recording function and a function to sense ferocious beasts. It could also record the number of ferocious beasts killed by each person and view the ranking. Energy shield, which could be actively triggered to withstand one fatal attack, provides a certain level of safety for the candidates. If they were decapitated by the ferocious beasts without triggering the energy shield, there was nothing that could be done about it. After receiving the supplies, the many candidates were abuzz. The vast majority were seeking teammates. During the martial arts examination, as long as one could kill the ferocious beasts, they would be able to gain points. Whether it was in a team or solo, there was no violation. After all, the beasts were huge and had an inherent advantage over human martial artists. Teams can be safer but cannot get more points, because the scores between teammates are evenly distributed. So the more teammates there were, the less points would be allocated to each person. Unless one encountered a group of ferocious beasts, the advantage of teaming up could be realized. Otherwise, the more people there were, the less efficient the kill would be. There was another reason for teaming up. Martial artists chose to cultivate different martial arts and different natural skills, so they would have different directions. By cooperating with each other, they could complement each other's strengths, could also take care of each other. I specialize in sword techniques, with 85 points of chi and blood power, and I want to find a teammate of equal strength to hunt ferocious beasts together in the lower levels. Is there a team that lacks meat shields? I have the hardening ability, hard as a bee, and can resist a level 1 ferocious beast. I possess AC rank fire attribute affinity. Cultivate the blood-stained blade technique, chi and blood power 115. Looking for a meat shield. Gentle stood beside Lu Yuan, her hands rubbing the corners of her coat. If you're in danger, come find me. I'll protect you. Lu Yuan nodded. You be careful too. When you encounter a ferocious beast, don't be soft. Aha. 0.0. Gentle nodded heavily, then lowered his head and looked at the bottom of his feet, not knowing what he was thinking. Originally, Lu Yuan was still a little worried about Gentle. After all, this little girl had a relatively soft character and didn't even dare to talk to people much. However, after learning about Gentle's true strength through the system, Lu Yuan also let go of his heart. Second grade spiritual numinous master. On the battlefield of the college entrance exams, this shall not be quacked and killed. Even if Gentle had a soft character, at least she wouldn't have any worries about her life. It was soon 10 o'clock. Begin entering the examination center. The officer in charge of the affairs here shouted. All the examinees rushed into Old Monarch Mountain as if they were crazy. At the same time, hundreds of military martial artists and thousands of military warriors, all carrying flying machines, patrolled Old Monarch Mountain. Although these martial artists were of low rank, they held powerful firearms and were able to easily slaughter low-level ferocious beasts. There were also hundreds of small drones responsible for video recording. Soon, some candidates encountered a ferocious beast, a large-sized black leopard that stood over 1.7 meters at the shoulder. It was covered in pitch-black fur that resembled ink dye, but its vertical pupils emitted a faint golden glow, although it was only an unranked ferocious beast. However, the ferocious beast had been fighting in the wild for a long time and was vicious and brutal, coupled with its huge size. It was difficult to deal with. Ordinary candidates would need to team up with 3 or 5 people in order to hunt a ferocious beast of this level. The Black Panther's strength was almost comparable to that of a formal martial artist. With just one pounce, it slapped a youth's calf off. Luckily, there was an energy shield that helped block most of the damage, otherwise the youth would have been killed. The others were immediately scared to the point that their legs went weak and kept retreating backward. Don't kill me. I'll quit. Quickly save me. I'm quitting. The student with the broken leg was directly frightened and cried out, crying and howling as he crawled towards the back. A military martial artist, maneuvering a flying machine, directly rushed down and repelled the Black Panther with a heavy shot. Then he clamped the youth with the broken leg and left the battlefield. The military personnel present did not laugh at this candidate. It was normal to be afraid when facing a ferocious beast for the first time. When a 500 to 600 kilograms fierce beast that looked like a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of you, fear was inevitable. However, in the final analysis, it was still because the strength was too weak. If you have a strong enough strength, naturally you will not be afraid. On the lower level of Laojun Mountain, bloody battles were happening everywhere. From time to time, there were students being carried down the mountain, and there were also many ferocious beasts falling in pools of blood. Those students from the elite class were extremely strong in battle. They quickly decimated many ferocious beasts. That bald little monk, who seemed to have a compassionate face, didn't see any weakness in his hands when he killed the ferocious beasts. A single palm could kill an unranked ferocious beast. On the points ranking, 23 elite class candidates were on the list almost simultaneously. All the candidates were scrambling to be the first, rushing towards the Old Monarch Mountain in order to seize the first opportunity. Lu Yuan did not focus on these low-level beasts. After entering the battlefield area, several messages poked out from his wristwatch. Countdown: 23 hours, 50 minutes, and 32 seconds. This is the time limit for the examination. If the time limit is exceeded, the examination will be terminated. On top of that, there was a simple points ranking message. First place, Sacred Heart, 30 points. 8th place, Su Wu, 15 points. 2,381st place, Lu Yuan, 0 points. The action is pretty fast. Lu Yuan opened the map, and on the wristwatch, there were many white markers around. This was one of the functions of the wristwatch. It would automatically mark the ferocious beasts within 100 meters of the surrounding area. Among them, the white markings represented the beasts that had not entered the rank, and killing one would reward 5 points. The green color was a first-order beast, rewarding 10 points. Red was a second-order beast, rewarding 50 points. The black color was the third or higher ranked beasts, and killing a third or higher ranked beast would reward at least 100 points. The level of ferocious beasts was similar to that of a martial artist. They were also categorized into 1 to 9 levels. Fierce beasts that did not enter the rank were equivalent to the quasi-martial artist level. As a rank 5 martial artist, Lu Yuan's goal, of course, was not these ungraded ferocious beasts. His target was the core area. Lu Yuan didn't stay in the area below and didn't actively search for the ferocious beasts. Instead, he headed for the mountains. However, just then, his bracelet began to flash red. Lack of map alert. There is a ferocious beast directly in front of us. Please pay attention to the candidates. It was a thick flower python with a colorful pattern all over its body. Hiss hiss. The flower python's thick body was coiled on a thick tree trunk, spitting out blood-red letters. Then, without warning, the hideous snake head violently attacked. The momentum was horrifying. However, this flower python's movements were like slow motion in Lu Yuan's eyes. Slow. Too slow. Lu Yuan's footsteps did not even stop for a moment. Nor did he see any movement. Suddenly, a snowy blade light cut through the dim jungle. At some point, the alloy cast tang blade had already chopped off the head of the flower python. Slaying an unincorporated ranked ferocious beast, plus 5 points. Only 5 points. Lu Yuan was a bit disgusted. The points reward for killing these unincorporated ranked ferocious beasts was too little. It was true that it was still necessary to go up the mountain and kill higher ranked ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan wiped the sticky blood on his blade on the flower python. Then it continued to walk up the mountain. The vast majority of the candidates were looking for weaker beasts. Only Lu Yuan was bent on heading up the mountain, looking for stronger beasts. Perhaps because his points were growing too slowly, there were many ungrateful beasts on the road that took the initiative to come to his door. Kill a beast that is not in the rank, plus 5 points. Kill an undeveloped beast, plus 5 points. Kill a beast of no entry level, plus 5 points. Lu Yuan slaughtered these beasts. It was like an adult bullying a kindergartner. It was too boring. In this case, he clearly didn't take the initiative to kill the ferocious beasts, yet his points were growing rapidly. Chapter 10. Whoever has bad breath, sip him twice. The shiny tang blade was pulled out from the neck of a demon shadow leopard. Lu Yuan glanced at his wristwatch. Countdown. 15 hours, 52 minutes, and 11 seconds. The points were also officially in the top 10. 10th place, Lu Yuan. Points, 275. Time passed quickly. He had already traversed the middle-level area of Old Monarch Mountain and stepped into the border of the upper-level area. In the middle region, most of them were first-order ferocious beasts. The upper-layer region was the paradise of second and even third-rank ferocious beasts. Most of the candidates who took the martial arts examination gathered in the lower region to fight against unranked ferocious beasts. The number of candidates who dared to enter the middle layer was already very small. Those who dared to come to the upper level were even fewer, a few hundred meters away in the direction. Su Wu from the elite class sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw Lu Yuan just walk into the upper-level area. This ruthless person. How dare he be so quick to enter the upper-level area? Ever since seeing that slash, Su Wu was left with a huge shadow in his heart. Not being in the same area as this pervert, it also made Su Wu feel quite relaxed. Not far behind Su Wu, there was actually a small team of 4 people following. It was precisely the team led by Su Mei and Wu Hunting Sky. After they killed some uninitiated level ferocious beasts together, they just happened to meet Su Wu from the elite class, so they followed behind Su Wu, wanting to obtain points by exploring the map. However, what they never expected was, it was actually here that they encountered Lu Yuan. Su Mei. Isn't that Lu Yuan? The other two people in the team were also from Luocheng First Middle School. At a glance, they recognized Lu Yuan. He's alone, and he's actually going to enter the upper region. So it seems that Lu Yuan still has some strength. Su Mei and Wu Huntingtian certainly saw it. Both of them had a look of resentment in their eyes. However, how could Lu Yuan be alone and traverse the middle layer region and also enter the upper layer? Had he not gone crazy? A hint of cruelty flashed in Su Mei's eyes. Maybe it's just luck that he didn't encounter any ferocious beasts in the middle layer region. If he dares to go to the upper layer, he'll be dead. Su Mei really wanted Lu Yuan to die. However, there were drones monitoring the examination center, and there was no chance for Wu Hunting Heaven to make a move. It would be excellent to die at the hands of a ferocious beast. Just at this moment, a voice drew Su Mei over. Su Mei, come quickly, only to see a huge fierce beast corpse at the feet of that person. A grade 1 ferocious beast, the demon shadow leopard. The entire body's fur is intact, killed in one strike. With just one slash, he chopped off the head of a grade 1 devil shadow leopard. This strength is too terrifying. Su Mei and Wu Hunting Sky looked at each other. There was a look of horror in their eyes. Wu Hunting Sky. Could it be Lu Yuan? Su Mei showed disdain. He's just a punk with only 10 points of chi and blood power. How could he possess such strength? Impossible, never. The other two said, just look at the rankings. Just that. This person did not expect, no matter what, that when he opened the old Monarch Mountain battlefield rankings, the first thing he saw was Lu Yuan. 10th place, Lu Yuan, points, 275. Su Mei was so shocked that her legs went limp. How is this possible? When did he become so strong? Meanwhile, at the foot of Laojun Mountain, teachers and leaders of all the schools were staring at the ranking points and the hundreds of live broadcasts via drones. The principal of Experimental Middle School, a burly old man with a full head of white hair. Old Zhou, I heard that in your Luocheng First Middle School, that student who was specially recruited by the Qingbei Research Institute has come to participate in the martial examination? Principal Zhou blew his beard and glared. How could that be? Don't talk nonsense. A few other principals glanced at each other upon hearing this. No way, old Zhou, you don't know? Principal Zhou of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School looked at the several people with a fervent look on their faces. He quickly went to ask Wu Yun. I sent you a text message. Did you not receive it? Wu Yun had informed the principal of this matter a long time ago. Principal Zhou almost spat out blood when he heard this. He was heartbroken, although in this era martial artists were the most respected existence. However, top researchers also had a great social status. For any school to have a student join the Qingbei Scientific Research Institute was heavenly good news. It was so hard for their Luo City First High School to have a special enrollment from the Qingbei Scientific Research Institute. It was just gone. And that student even came to take the martial arts exam. The most crucial thing was, as the principal of Luocheng First Middle School, he was the last to know about this matter. This TM fainted, never mind. Principal Zhou rolled his eyes and directly fainted on the ground. A few other principals, not only did they not come forward to help, they also mocked. Who has bad breath? Come and sip old Zhou's 2 mouths. I'll. I just ate a pound of durian. Ha ha. Just at this moment, suddenly there was a name that jumped upwards crazily on the scoreboard. This is Lu Yuan. Wu Yun exclaimed in shock. More and more people paid attention to this name, mainly because the speed of his points increase was too fast. So fast that it felt unreal. In just an instant, he had risen from behind 1,000 names to the top 50. Top 20 already. The points are still continuing to rise. My God. Lu Yuan has entered the top 10. Outside, everyone was focused on it, the name that was jumping upwards madly. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan has entered the top 10. Wu Yun exclaimed in shock. The principal of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School stood straight up from the ground. Standing up in shock from a dying disease, Principal Zhou's eyes widened as he stared at the 10th position on the points list. Lu Yuan is good, and then fainted once again. This time it was really fainted. Principal Zhou was too excited and his blood pressure was directly pulled out. The military doctor was already performing emergency treatment. Wu Yun looked at Lu Yuan's points. This is not scientific. The last time Lu Yuan tested his chi and blood power at school was half a year ago, and it was still 10 points then. After only half a year, how could he have become so strong? Hanging on wouldn't be able to do it. Unlike the teachers of Luocheng, The principal of experimental middle school was very calm instead. It's only the top 10. Is there a need to be so excited? We only took up 8 seats as well. After all this commotion, a lot of eyes were placed on Lu Yuan. Even the military powerhouse, Wulong's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The drone found Lu Yuan's position. The screen on the largest one suddenly switched from a student in the elite class. Lu Yuan was clearly standing in it. Just that. How was Lu Yuan surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts? Everyone tensed up. Run! Those are all grade 1 beasts, and there are even grade 2 beasts. Wu Yun's face instantly turned white. Did Lu Yuan not notice the wristwatch's alert? Is Lu Yuan crazy? He even entered the upper region alone. The wristwatch was going to give a special alert when a herd of beasts appeared. Why hasn't Lu Yuan run away? The military chief, Wulong, also got serious. Immediately send people to the upper region and be ready to rescue them. Looking at the more than 20 green light points on the map as well as a red light point, Lu Yuan was somewhat helpless. It's a low-level ferocious beast swarm again. This map, it's really lacking in virtue, causing him to travel a long distance, more not to mention that he always encounters ferocious beasts. It was also that he was strong. Another person would have been pitched out of the battlefield long ago. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's body had already disappeared. He directly charged into the group of ferocious beasts. Demon Shadow Wolf, a grade 1 ferocious beast group, possessing extremely fast speed and sharp claws. More than 20 demon shadow wolves had surrounded Lu Yuan. At the back of the wolf pack, there was also a grade 2 ferocious beast. A snow-white blade light flashed in the mountain forest, and the demon shadow wolf that bore the brunt of the attack was directly cleaved in half from the center of its brow. Creatures like wolves had copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. To be able to split the demon shadow wolf's head in half, one must at least have the strength of a peak level 3 martial artist. Blood overflowed. The demon shadow wolves that were originally prepared to surround and kill Lu Yuan had paused in place, their hearts retreating. Fierce beasts might not be as smart as humans. However, they possessed a keen sense of perception, especially when danger came their way. Intuition told them that the human in front of them was very powerful. The demon shadow wolf wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Lu Yuan's figure flashed, and the light of his sword continuously flashed in the mountains and forests. The angle of each slash was perfect. It looked as if these wolves were actively sending their bodies up, allowing Lu Yuan to slash at will. In the blink of an eye, 21st grade demon shadow wolves and 2nd grade demon shadow wolf were turned into corpses and fell to the ground. The foul-smelling blood all flowed down the mountain rocks. Congratulations to the candidate, killing a grade 2 fierce beast demon shadow wolf, rewarded with 50 points. Congratulations to the candidate, killing the grade 1 fierce beast demon shadow wolf, rewarded with 10 points. Although he was pitted by the map, after encountering this group of fierce beasts, Lu Yuan's ranking began to soar upwards. In an instant, he came to 5th place. Chapter 11, 1st place, a ranking that overturned everyone's perception. At the foot of Old Monarch Mountain, the principals and teachers of the middle schools in Luocheng that stood under the monitor froze in place. My God! This young man's strength is too strong. What a powerful blade technique! Those who could qualify to become teachers and become school leaders were all people who had accomplished something on the path of martial arts. It was only because they were injured that they retreated to the background to train new forces for the Xia Kingdom. Therefore, they might not be very good at fighting anymore. But their eyesight, however, was still extremely good. With a single glance, they could tell what kind of blade technique Lu Yuan's slash was, and what realm it was. Demon Sealing Slash. Perfect level Demon Sealing Slash. If one wanted to cultivate martial arts to the first 3 realms, all they needed was to train day after day. However, the perfection realm was the only one that was the most special. Perfection meant flawlessness, meaning there were no mistakes. Wanting to execute a perfect blade technique while fighting. How difficult it was. This was a realm that many martial arts masters could not even reach in their entire lives. Lu Yuan, an 18-year-old boy, had actually done it. Unbelievable. The military crowd, too, were very surprised. However, what they valued more was Lu Yuan's chi and blood power. The chi and blood power that erupted from that slash just now was at least 700 points. And it's still swimmingly. That's not even his strongest chi and blood. In Wulong's eyes, a brilliant light bloomed. This candidate named Lu Yuan is at least a rank 4 martial artist. Most of the military's martial arts techniques were about sharpening chi, blood, and flesh. Therefore, the people from the military valued the candidates who excelled in the power of chi and blood the most. It was important to realize that it wasn't only the major martial arts academies that were competing for candidates. The military also needed a large amount of fresh blood. "This person, our military wants it," Wulong said in a single word. Wulong still had some impression of this candidate called Lu Yuan. It was because he had refused the special recruitment of the Qingbei Research Institute. Previously, Wulong was still wondering what kind of person would reject Qingbei. Now, instead, Wulong wanted to laugh a little. Laugh at Qingbei's whimsicality. To even want to admit such a martial arts genius was simply a fool's errand. The class teacher, Wu Yun, blinked her large Kaziran eyes. "Am I dreaming? Lu Yuan is actually this strong." Right at this moment, Principal Zhou, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes once again, his body tense. He stared dead on Lu Yuan, who was ranked 5th. Then it went soft again. Fainted again? Only, this time, even though Principal Zhou had fainted, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. The military doctor's face was extremely ugly. "Calm down for me, or else your blood pressure will burst again." Right after Lu Yuan finished slaughtering the first group of ferocious beasts he encountered in the upper region, another dark horse came out of nowhere, and with an extremely frantic stance, he rushed into the top 10, and the rate of points growth remained undiminished. "Crap! Another genius! This? Gentle? Which school is this? Old Lu, is this from your elite class?" "No. It seems like it's still from first middle school." Wu Yun rushed to the front of the scoreboard and rubbed his eyes vigorously. "Crap! There are still experts? Is this still the senior class she taught for 3 years?" "Gentle." Impression: this was a girl with good chi and blood talent, but an extremely poor heart. She would normally be nervous when she was seen. How come when she encountered a ferocious beast, she killed it so crazily instead? Could it be that in Gentle's eyes, humans were even more terrifying than ferocious beasts? The principal of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School seemed to have heard the sounds from the outside world as well, and his body twitched twice. Only no one was paying attention to this principal at this time. Everyone was staring at Gentle's live broadcast screen. In the screen, Gentle was just wearing simple sportswear. However, on the opposite side of her, there were 5 yellow oxen that were more than 2 meters tall at the shoulder. On these 5 yellow oxen, they were stained with black flame patterns, just like the branding left behind by the evil spirits of hell. In the eyes of others, that gentle, expressionless person who was afraid of dealing with people and had a weak character. She was like a fearless female god of war, ferociously charging into the ferocious beasts. There was no sign of her making any movements. The 5 flying blades shot out like arrows from a string. The flying blades drew strange arcs in the air and stabbed into the throat of the beasts in an extremely tricky direction. Then it instantly drilled into the beast's body, stirring up all of the beast's internal organs. In an instant, the 5 mountain-like demonic bull ferocious beasts collapsed on the ground. Spiritual Numinous Master. Under the monitor, everyone's mouths were wide open. Crap! A peak level 2 spiritual numinous master. This isn't indiscriminate killing. What kind of noble profession was a spiritual master? Moreover, the battle power of a spiritual nihilist could completely crush a ferocious beast of the same level. They could even cross 2 levels and kill ferocious beasts. In this way, it was only right for Gentle to be able to decapitate these 5 level 2 savage fierce beasts. Only what made them unable to accept was, none of them even knew beforehand that the senior class of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School was even hiding a grade 2 spiritual nihilist. "Teacher Wu, you're hiding too deep here. I didn't realize that Ms. Wu Yun had made a big move. The fame of No. 1 Middle School will surely resonate throughout the entire Luo city." Wu Yun's expression stiffened. She swore that she had also just learned about this matter. Right at this moment, many teachers had discovered the bizarre events on the battlefield. "It's not quite right, how so many students from Luocheng First Middle School rushed into the top 100 rankings. The strength of Luocheng First Middle School in previous years was well known to everyone. What's going on this year? First, a Lu Yuan with a powerful chi and blood power appeared, and then a spiritual Nian master popped up. As a result, there were more people who rushed out. These people were not as good as those 2 perverts. However, to be able to rush into the top 100 in a martial examination battlefield, they were definitely not considered weak. Wu Yun was also confused, because almost all of the students who had rushed into the top 100 in the first middle school were from their class. De Chun, rank 99, points, 65. Su Mei, ranked 73, points, 135. Wu Huntian, rank 42, points 352. Lu. Among the top 100, there were actually 9 from their senior class. Crazy. Just as the crowd was paying attention to the abnormalities in the scoreboard, something even more terrifying suddenly happened. Gentle was in the middle tier, slaughtering several groups of ferocious beasts one after another. Climbed to the top, ranked number 1. The entire Old Monarch Mountain battlefield, ranked number 1. Gentle, rank 1, 1030 points. Crap. The principal of Experimental Middle School was already dumbfounded. It was the first middle school in Luochang again. This TMD, how did the martial arts exam become the first middle school's home field? Their experimental middle school elite class was formed with an all-elite lineup. In order to set up the elite class, how much effort and resources had their entire experimental middle school spent? After cultivating so many geniuses, they couldn't even compare to Luocheng's first middle school? How could this make him, the principal, accept it? The military chief Wu Long also sucked in a breath of cool air. How could he not expect it before coming? 2 dark horses would appear one after another in the examination center he was responsible for. Moreover, they were both black to the end. Everyone was staring intently at the figure of Gentle constantly killing the ferocious beasts. This little girl, who looked very petite and cute, had a crazy fighting style. The contrast was great. Although she was a spiritual numinous master, she dared to charge directly into the group of ferocious beasts. Within a stone's throw, she was engaged in a game of life and death with the ferocious beasts. At such a close distance, the ferocious beasts were simply unable to dodge the flying blades that suddenly shot out. It was like shoving the barrel of a gun into the enemy's mouth and then firing it, inevitably hitting 100 times. This was also the reason why Gentle was able to kill the ferocious beast so easily. She was not only a spiritual Nyen master, it also possessed an uncommon power of qi and blood. Gentle slaughtered all the beasts in her range. In the end, her points stayed at 1530. The second place, Sacred Heart from the elite class, only had 725 points, a full half or more difference. After the madness just now, the candidates were recovering their strength after the battle, or they were searching for new ferocious beasts. The fiercely competitive points list fell into a short pause. It was at this moment that Lu Yuan also found a new group of ferocious beasts in the upper region, and his points began to grow once again. Chapter 12 Ferocious, Clearing the Upper Region Alone. The upper region. This place had almost reached the top of the mountain. In this range, the number of ferocious beasts was much smaller, but the level was higher. Lu Yuan's intelligent wristwatch was constantly flashing red. Grade 2 beasts. We've finally encountered a group of Grade 2 fierce beasts. Lack of map reminds you that there is a group of level 2 fierce beasts ahead. Please pay attention to the candidates. Lack of maps alerts you to the presence of level 2 fierce beasts ahead. Please pay attention to the candidates. However, Lu Yuan acted as if he didn't hear it. Not only did he not retreat, he even took the initiative to walk towards the direction of the ferocious beasts. Turning over the boulders in front of him, Lu Yuan saw a huge brown bear with black flames attached to its claws. Dark Demon Bear. Grade 2 Fierce Beast. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. It was a very huge dark demon bear with black fur all over its body. Dark demon bears were murderous and brutal. Even if they were of the same clan, they might kill each other for food. So many dark demon bears could gather together. And they were so harmonious with each other. There must be a beast that can suppress all the dark devil bears. This huge-sized dark demon bear should have already reached the 3rd rank. Lu Yuan quickly spotted the strongest dark demon bear. At the same time, the dark demon bear leader also discovered a human invading its territory. Roar! A loud roar came out. The surrounding dark demon bears, which were still sleeping, stood up as humans and looked towards Lu Yuan. In the dim jungle, a pair of scarlet beast pupils were chilling. A dozen or so giant beasts, radiating a crazy bloodthirsty aura. Swish! But the only thing that responded to the dark demon bear was a tang blade. Facing a dozen of Grade 2 ferocious beasts surrounding him, Lu Yuan jumped down directly from the top of the boulder with the tang blade in hand. Roar! The dark demon bear king at the back leaned against the mountain rock, licked his paw and let out a soft roar. The Bear King's command was given. In an instant, the dozen or so dark demon bears were ready to surround Lu Yuan from different directions, preventing this human from escaping. However, what the Dark Demon Bear King did not expect was that not only did Lu Yuan have no intention of escaping, he directly rushed towards the bears. Lu Yuan's face was as normal, holding his sword in one hand. His body flashed as he appeared abruptly in front of a dark demon bear with a speed that exceeded the bear's expectations. Swish! A snowy blade light came from the bottom up, and this 3-meter-tall dark demon bear, which was more than 1,000 kilograms tall, was directly cleaved into two halves. Boom! Boom! Two sounds, each smashing into the ground. The dark demon bears had already felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Lu Yuan stepped heavily on the ground with one foot, and the person was like a cannonball shooting out. The snowy blade light constantly flashed in the dim jungle. Plop! The sharp tang blade, under the powerful force, cut through the skin of the dark demon bears without any hindrance. One dark demon bear after another fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so dark demon bears fell in a pool of blood. The disgusting smell of blood gathered in the jungle. Lu Yuan held his tang blade diagonally, and drops of blood dripped down the blade onto the ground. He violently flung the tang blade in his hand. An extremely humanized fear surfaced on the dark demon bear king's face. In its pupils, a tang knife grew larger and larger. Plop! The straight blade completely disappeared into the center of the dark demon bear king's brow. A dozen second-grade dark demon bears. Grade 3 dark demon bear king. Such a beast was enough to cause the majority of the candidate teams to fold. However, in Lu Yuan's hands, the entire herd was killed without having time to react from the beginning. At the same time, Lu Yuan's points also saw a surge. Killed level 2 Dark Demon Bear 13. Rewarded with 650 points. Kill level 3 Dark Demon Bear 1. Reward 100 points. Lu Yuan's points instantly skyrocketed by 750 points. Second place, Lu Yuan, 1,300 points. Instantly, he came to second place on the points leaderboard list. These are a group of Grade 2 fierce beasts. Dark Demon Bear Leader is still a Grade 3 fierce beast. Killed off just like that? The principal of the experimental middle school no longer knew how to describe his feelings, because on the screen next to Lu Yuan, what was projected was none other than the heavenly pride from the elite class, Su Wu. At this moment, Su Wu was struggling very hard to fight a Grade 2 Demon Shadow Leopard. With his B-grade natural ability, Su Wu was able to suppress that second-grade Demon Shadow Leopard. Took a full 10 minutes. It was only then that Su Wu was able to kill the level 2 Demon Shadow Leopard. It wasn't just Su Wu. Even the class president of the elite class, Sacred Heart, was not as efficient as Lu Yuan in killing the Grade 2 ferocious beast. Right after Lu Yuan killed the group of dark demon bears, his ranking officially caught up with Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart had already been squeezed into the third-place position, and the point gap was still huge. Sacred Heart only had 1,032 points. Wu Yun was already excited beyond words. Before seeing this scene with her own eyes, she would never have been able to believe that Lu Yuan was able to display such a powerful strength. It wasn't because Wu Yun didn't trust Lu Yuan. Quite the contrary, it was precisely because Wu Yun knew the school god of their class too well. Lu Yuan was a genius in liberal arts, which was why he was specially recruited by the Qingbei Research Institute. But Wu Yun had never expected that Lu Yuan was still hiding such a horrifying battle power no matter what. It's too perverted. This guy is simply a dual genius in arts and martial arts. A dual genius in arts and martial arts. And both were of the top kind. The senior class, the class she led, had actually occupied the top 2 spots on the points list in the martial arts exam. Such an achievement. It was simply too outrageous. Wu Yun's head was a bit dizzy, as if she had been punched. Just then someone noticed that in the picture, not only did Lu Yuan not rest, but he continued to walk to a higher place. Surprisingly, Lu Yuan didn't rest. It seems like he still has to search for new ferocious beasts. When Ro looked at the ranking on her wristwatch and her mouth opened wide. Yuan is so powerful? As a spiritual numinous master, Gentle's perception was very sharp. I didn't expect him to gain so many points. It seemed like there was no need to worry about him. Gentle continued to slay the ferocious beasts. She was only slaughtering the ferocious beasts in the middle region, and with her means as a spiritual numinous master, killing these lower-ranked ferocious beasts was extremely efficient. Lu Yuan also saw the change in the leaderboards. Gentle. This little girl. He had long known the true strength of this little girl through the system. However, before this, he was still a bit worried about Gentle's character, fearing that she wouldn't dare to fight with ferocious beasts. Now, it seemed that his worries were a bit redundant. However, the first place in this scoreboard. It's mine. Killing those dark demon bears didn't waste any physical strength at all. So naturally, he didn't need to rest. Lu Yuan was already carrying his blood-dripping tang blade. He began to search for new prey in the upper region. With the crushing strength, any ferocious beast encountered by Lu Yuan only had one way to go: head and body. Just a little bit more serious. Lu Yuan's points easily surpassed Gentle, and left him far behind. First place, Lu Yuan, points, 2,355. That wasn't all. Lu Yuan was still killing ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan, who didn't hold back in the slightest, was like the god of death descending. He ran through the jungle at a fast speed. All the beasts that the watch explored would be killed by Lu Yuan. Soon, the entire upper region was devoid of a single ferocious beast. Right at this moment, a small, bald-headed monk wearing a monk's robe had only just arrived at the upper region. Amitabha Buddha, Scholar Lu deserves to be number 1 on the points list. His strength is truly powerful. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Sacred Heart. Lu Yuan still had some impression of this little monk. It was really because the other party's reputation was too loud. This was a unique genius in the entire Luo city. Not only did he take the martial arts exam at the age of 12, he also possessed an A+ grade natural ability, Dharma Phase Golden Body. This was an extremely powerful natural ability. After releasing it, one could use their spiritual energy to condense a powerful golden body protector, boosting their attack and defense, and it could also defend against spirit-type attacks. It was equivalent to superimposing spiritual power and chi and blood power. After releasing the Dharma Phase Golden Body, the Sacred Heart could cross over to fight a 4th-level martial artist with the strength of a 3rd-level martial artist. There was even an even more exaggerated legend circulating in Luo City that Sacred Heart had once seriously injured a rank 5 ferocious beast in the wild and managed to escape. Only, the Sacred Heart at this moment no longer had the same dusty appearance that he had at the bottom of the mountain. It rather looked a little bit wretched. The monk's robe was stained with a lot of blood, and there were also some ragged cuts from the ferocious beast. Of course, the battle clothes on Lu Yuan's body were even more impossible to look at. He had slaughtered too many ferocious beasts, and his body had long been dyed red with blood. He didn't even know how many ferocious beasts he had killed, at least several hundred. Constantly chopping and colliding, the battle sword made of grade 3 alloy had many fine openings. You recognize me? Lu Yuan was a bit curious. Before this, although he was a little famous in Luochang No. 1 middle school, he was far away in the elite class of experimental middle school. It was unlikely that Sacred Heart would recognize him. Sacred Heart nodded. At the bottom of the mountain, I had the honor to have met Sure Master Lu. Moreover, to be able to solve these 8 second-level ferocious beasts with the power of one person, I think only Monk Lu can do it. Sacred Heart looked at the corpses of the 8 level 2 fierce beasts behind Lu Yuan with great admiration. Sacred Heart was polite and folded his hands. Amitabha Buddha, since the ferocious beasts here have all been hunted by Sect Master Lu, then the young monk will go to the rest of the upper level. Lu Yuan looked at Sacred Heart's distant back and was a bit puzzled. The upper level area had already been cleared by him. Where did this little monk want to go? Chapter 13 Elite Class. Where are the ferocious beasts? The Sacred Heart monk quickly ran through the upper region. However, as he moved wider and wider, the expression on his face became more and more grave, because, up until now, he unexpectedly did not see a single living fierce beast. There were only corpses of ferocious beasts that had fallen to the ground along the way. Moreover, all of these beasts were killed in a second. Whether it was a level 2 or level 3 beast, there was no room for resistance. Sacred Heart bent down and examined the wound on the neck of one of the bloodthirsty demon bears. Knife wound. Moreover, the strength of this knife was very great, knowing that the bloodthirsty demon bear was a ferocious beast known for its defense. Whether it was the steel needle-like hair or the tough and thick skin, it could greatly slow down the damage received. If an ordinary 3rd-level martial artist wanted to fight with this 3rd-level bloodthirsty demon bear, it would be extremely difficult to win. However, this bloodthirsty demon bear, had its neck cut off with a single slash. Drops of sweat coalesced on Sacred Heart's forehead. Back he looked in the direction where Lu Yuan had disappeared. Is that him? Rhodes Scholar is surprisingly so strong. Looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts that had fallen to the ground over the mountains, and the foul-smelling blood that continued to flow downwards, Sacred Heart swallowed his saliva. Lu Yuan's strength, just how strong was it? Sacred Heart activated his wristwatch and opened the points ranking list. First place, Lu Yuan, points, 13,255. Over 13,000 points. The always calm Sacred Heart couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The teachers, principals, and military powerhouses at the foot of Old Monarch Mountain were even more shocked, because they were seeing this with their own eyes. Everyone watched with their own eyes as Lu Yuan, this guy with one person and one sword, slaughtered all the ferocious beasts in the upper region. Too perverted. This TMD is at least a peak level 4 martial artist. No, he didn't even rest once during the entire process. This is definitely a level 5 martial artist. An 18-year-old rank 5 martial artist. This kid has seriously disrupted the balance of the college entrance exam. He should have been banned straight away. Which school is Lu Yuan from? How come you guys didn't report his strength truthfully? You let a rank 5 martial artist into the examination hall. What do you let the other candidates do? Those martial artists from the military who were responsible for clearing the battlefield of the college entrance exam were very angry. Someone pulled up the candidate information uploaded by Lu Yuan. Name, Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood, 10. Spiritual power, 9. Talent, none. Seeing these 3 data, the military martial artists were even more furious. This TMD teases them. Look at it, open your eyes and take a good look. This TM 10 points of Qi and Blood power, clearing out the upper area okay. According to the rules, the maximum number of level 4 martial artist battle power that will appear in the entrance examination. This is because stronger martial artists, or those with perverted natural abilities, have already been admitted in advance by the top 10 martial arts universities. There was no need to take the college entrance exam at all. Therefore, the strongest of the ferocious beasts in each of the battlefields of the college entrance exam were only rank 5. Trying to clear a whole mountain was very troublesome. As a result, not long after it started, the fierce beasts in the upper area were killed off. How could this be fun? How were the others going to brush their points? The second place only had less than 2,000 points. Okay? Moreover, the second place was still a grade 2 spiritual nihilist, an existence comparable to a grade 4 martial artist, which was already the peak combat power to participate in the martial arts exam. Wu Yun, the class teacher of the senior class of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School, was dumbfounded. Is this really Lu Yuan? Previously, no matter how powerful Lu Yuan had displayed his battle power, he was ultimately only a level 3 martial artist. His greatest specialization was the demon sealing/blade technique that had reached the realm of perfection. But now, the power that this kid had erupted was already no weaker than that of a rank 5 martial artist. It's outrageous. So outrageous that it's not even real. Wu Yun really couldn't believe that Lu Yuan was a rank 5 martial artist. Half a year ago, she had personally tested Lu Yuan's Qi and Blood. She remembered it clearly. Only 10 points. It's only half a year since this TMD. And you're telling me that his Qi and Blood power has doubled over 100 times. What? But these were what Wu Yun had seen with her own eyes. She was on the screen and saw Lu Yuan slaughter all the beasts in the upper area with her own eyes. With her own eyes, she watched Lu Yuan's points break through 10,000 points. Such points had created the history of the Luo City martial examination. There had never been anyone who had gained more than 10,000 points on the battlefield of a martial examination. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that the entrance exam had only been going on for a few hours now. There was still one more night to go. According to this monster's brushing speed, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't set his sights on those stronger ferocious beasts in the core area. Now, Wu Yun was no longer worried about Lu Yuan's safety. After all, it was impossible for a level 5 martial artist to be in danger on the battlefield of the college entrance exam. Wu Yun only wanted to know now, in the end, whether or not Lu Yuan's points would be able to go up another level. The students of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School were actually grabbing first place. Crazy. This martial arts examination, because of Lu Yuan's appearance, the Laojun Mountain Examination Center had become a complete mess. The entire Laojun Mountain had become the stage for Luocheng First Middle School's performance. No, more accurately, this was the show of the senior class of Luocheng First Middle School. Show. It's too much of a show. The unconscious Principal Zhou, whose legs kept twitching, had been carried away. The teachers of Luocheng First Middle School were also in tears. It was really unimaginable that this college entrance exam, their Luocheng First High School, would dominate the top 2 seats. The principal of Luocheng Experimental Middle School, his face became more and more ugly. I can't accept such a ranking. The Sacred Heart of the elite class, which I invited over with great difficulty, can only be reduced to a companion, third on the points ranking. First place, Lu Yuan, senior class of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School. Points, 13,255. Second place, senior class of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School. Gentle. Points, 3,300. Third place, LACES Elite Class. Sacred Heart. Points, 1855. The ING gap was still so big. The principal of the experimental middle school was desperate. The gap was too big. A 5th-level martial artist. A 2nd-level mentalist. Such a pervert. The principal of experimental middle school no longer expected Sacred Heart to overtake them. As long as the gap wasn't continued to be widened, it was already excellent. As for the other candidates in the elite class, it was even worse. They couldn't even eat Lu Yuan's tailwinds. As time passed, candidates with weaker strengths were eliminated one after another, leaving the martial examination battlefield. Only some formal martial artists remained. Or the more powerful candidates, they were almost all gathered in the middle-level area. They were teaming up to hunt those Grade 1 ferocious beasts with great difficulty. However, the middle-tier region had already been slaughtered by Gentle, although she wasn't as exaggerated as Lu Yuan. However, the number of ferocious beasts in the middle-tier area is already small. The members of the elite class could only team up to enter the upper-level region. Just arrived at the upper layer, they sensed that something was wrong. Su Wu smelled the strong bloody odor in the air and frowned. This is a good strong bloody odor. Moreover, how come there are so many corpses of ferocious beasts? At this moment, the image of Lu Yuan entering the upper region alone flashed through Su Wu's mind. Could it be him? If it was Lu Yuan, then everything naturally became reasonable. Su Wu turned back and said to the others in the class, "The smell of blood is too strong here. It will attract other ferocious beasts. Let's be careful." Subsequently, the 5-member squad of the elite class, very cautiously, began to explore the upper-level area. The same thing happened in many places in the upper region. All the teams that came to the upper region saw nothing but ferocious beast corpses. At first, none of them paid too much attention. But as they explored, they were more and more shocked. In the entire upper region, there were only corpses of ferocious beasts, not a single living ferocious beast. The ferocious beasts in the upper region had actually been emptied. WTF? Where are the ferocious beasts? Chapter 14, Bloodthirsty Frenzy Core Area. Fierce Beasts Go Wild. Su Wu had already encountered several sets of elite class teams, due to the weirdness of the upper area. They didn't separate after encountering them and gathered together towards the top of the mountain. Lu Yuan unexpectedly gained over 10,000 points. In Su Wu's eyes, only fear remained. He emptied the upper area all by himself. It's too terrifying. Can the class leader still take back first place? The sword-wielding youth asked. Su Wu shook his head. Sacred Heart could become the elite class president. Her strength was naturally very strong. Although he was only 12 years old, after swallowing that mysterious spirit, his chi and blood values increased very quickly, and now he was at the peak of the 3rd level. Moreover, he also had a powerful A+ grade natural ability, and his battle power was extremely strong. However, Sacred Heart had one fatal flaw. Once his natural ability was executed, it was extremely explosive, but it consumed a great deal of mental energy. It wasn't long-lasting enough. Therefore, the Sacred Heart might be able to kill powerful ferocious beasts, but it would never be possible to kill so many 2nd-level and 3rd-level ferocious beasts. Moreover, these were not the most crucial. The most crucial thing was that the upper levels of ferocious beasts had been emptied. Without the ferocious beasts, it was impossible for anyone to surpass Lu Yuan's points anymore. The top of Laojun Mountain. This place, which was once a tourist attraction, even after 100 years and years of disrepair, one could still see the traces of artificial repairs back then. Lu Yuan, however, was a bit puzzled. Didn't it say that the core area would have a lot of level 3 and above ferocious beasts? According to the rules, the core area should have dozens of ferocious beasts between grade 3 and grade 4, as well as a 5th-level ferocious beast. Lu Yuan had already traveled for some distance in the core area. However, He hadn't encountered any fierce beasts, and his intelligent wristwatch hadn't detected any either. On top of the mountain, it was a bit frighteningly quiet. Lu Yuan had traveled so far, and yet, not even the sound of insects and birds had been heard. If it was a martial artist who was experienced in wild combat at this moment, he would definitely be very vigilant and exit the current area. This situation often meant there are powerful beasts entrenched here, strong enough to make all the ferocious beasts submit, so strong that all creatures that dared to make a sound would be killed. Lu Yuan's experience in wild combat was not rich though. With his spiritual thoughts, his intuition was still very sharp. He could sense that the air around him was sticky with killing intent. At the highest part of the mountaintop, outside the dilapidated Shang Qingguan, a burly white ape dressed in alloy battle armor stood on the roof. A short sword was casually held in his hand. A fifth-level ferocious beast. It was the most powerful beast in this examination, and the white ape king of this mountain. Below the white ape king, there were more than 30 other white ape beasts. The weakest is also a third-level beast, and there are even 2 fourth-level. White apes are naturally intelligent. They knew very well that they were captive animals raised by humans, and sooner or later, they would die in the hands of humans. Why should only humans be able to hunt ferocious beasts? They also wanted to hunt human geniuses. The smell of blood coming from under the mountain was getting heavier and heavier. Obviously, the human cubs were close to coming to the top of the mountain. The white ape king laughed viciously. These humans, wanting to play them like monkeys. Then let's see who is the prey and who is the hunter. The white ape king stood up and clasped his hands together, respectfully bowing and saluting at the Tai Qingguan behind him. Then he roared angrily. Roar! The white ape king grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Scarlet light surged from the white ape king's eyes. His already burly body violently swelled by a large circle, and the alloy battle armor on his body was about to burst. Bloodthirsty berserking. This was the white ape king's natural ability. It could strengthen the white ape king and its tribe. Entering the berserk state, strength, speed, and resistance to blows increased dramatically, and one would also lose the sense of pain. The side effect is that it will lose some of its sanity, amplifying its instinctive desire to kill and destroy. At this moment, the white ape tribe had already fallen into complete berserkness. Roar! 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 The white ape king led the entire clan, swinging around on the branches of the tree, charging down the mountain at an extremely fast speed. They were going to go down the mountain and tear all the candidates apart. Beneath the old monarch mountain, the image of the white ape community's mutation had been put on the big screen. The head of the military, Wulong, changed his face. This white ape king actually possesses this ability. Ferocious beasts were just like humans. Some geniuses would also be born, and these genius fierce beasts also possessed natural abilities, and their fighting strength was much stronger than ordinary fierce beasts. Moreover, the most crucial thing was, what this white ape king possessed was still group berserking. Under the enchantment of bloodthirsty berserking, the combat power of these 30-odd white apes had all been greatly increased by at least 1 level. Moreover, when a ferocious beast entered a state of berserking, its fighting strength and desire for destruction would increase greatly. Candidates, it's dangerous. The principal of the experimental middle school had a grim expression. Headmaster Wu, these ferocious beasts in the core area were originally assigned to different areas, and were for those strong candidates to use for challenges. Now that the ferocious beasts have united and want to charge those ordinary candidates, I ask Headmaster Wu to terminate the examination immediately. Otherwise, it will most likely lead to a large number of casualties among the candidates. Wulong nodded, but did not immediately give the order. Wait a little longer. As the chief person in charge of the martial examination battlefield, he had a great responsibility to bear, and an examination that concerned the future of so many candidates could not be easily terminated. Many martial artists from the military, who were armed with heavy firepower firearms, were patrolling the upper floors, which was enough to suppress these ferocious beasts. Wulong coughed lightly and said, although the white ape community is powerful, the candidates are not incapable of fighting them. In the old Monarch Mountain Examination Center, there is the variable of Lu Yuan. A rank 5 martial artist who controls the perfect realm's sealing demon slash is enough to fight against the white ape king. Together with the candidates from the elite class, they are definitely qualified to touch base with the entire white ape clan. The crowd nodded their heads. The distribution of ferocious beasts in the advanced examination battlefield was originally comparable to the candidates. although the core area ferocious beasts had mutations. But among the candidates, there was also a special existence. If Lu Yuan could unite the candidates of the elite class together, he might even be able to hit the white ape tribe hard, harvest another wave of points. However, the picture in the large screen was completely out of their expectations. Lu Yuan didn't seem to have sensed the hissing of the white ape tribe. It was still taking the initiative to head towards the highest part of the mountain. He seemed to be taking the initiative to meet the white ape tribe. What is Lu Yuan going to do? Why is he charging directly towards the white ape group? Did he not perceive the presence of the ferocious beast group? It's too reckless. The candidates have been informed in advance that there is a level 5 fierce beast present in the core area. How dare Lu Yuan not look for his teammates? Run away. It'll be too late if we're surrounded by white apes. Lu Yuan was displaying great strength. A rank 5 martial artist, he also controlled a perfect grade blade technique. The strength was enough to crush all the candidates. Many people even thought that Lu Yuan had the qualifications to fight hard against the White Ape King. But that didn't mean that he could fight the entire White Ape clan on his own. In the White Ape clan, apart from the level 5 White Ape King, there were also more than 30 level 3 fierce beasts and 2 level 4 fierce beasts. Moreover, all of these beasts had been inflicted with bloodthirsty berserking. In the face of the strong, they would not be afraid. They won't retreat. They will only fight to the end. Once they went to war with such a white ape community, they would have to fight to the death. Wu Yun's nervous palms were sweating, and she was still shouting at the monitor. Donna Lu Yuan, quickly escape from the core area. However, across the monitor, no matter how loud she shouted, Lu Yuan couldn't hear her. It's over, it's over. The principal of experimental middle school was also nervous. At this moment, Lu Yuan was no longer a rival of experimental middle school, but a human genius boy. It would be a real shame for such a genius to die on the battlefield of the college entrance exam. Ugh, this candidate is a bit reckless. There was a huge drop in the crowd's evaluation of Lu Yuan. Recklessness came with a price. In a battlefield, that price was life. Wu Yun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He still understood Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is a very smart child, always having a sense of advancement and retreat. Once he senses the white ape ferocious beast colony, he will definitely stay away from the upper region immediately. And there's also an energy shield to add to it. With Lu Yuan's strength, he should be able to hold on. The words had yet to fall. In the large screen, Lu Yuan and the white ape tribe met. The two parties were still separated by a distance of several hundred meters. If Lu Yuan turned around and fled, the white apes would definitely not be able to catch up with him. However, Lu Yuan's next move blew everyone away. He did not hesitate for a second. He directly rushed towards the group of white apes that were going crazy. Has this kid gone crazy as well? Chapter 15. What? He was still a spiritual numinous master. In the darkness of the night and high winds, at the top of the mountain, the human teenager with a straight back was alone to face more than 30 fierce and brutal ferocious beasts. The White Ape King saw a human appear in view. So young, and with such powerful chi and blood. The corners of the White Ape King's mouth pulled a sardonic smile. Could not wait to tear this human apart. Roar! A ferocious roar echoed from the top of the mountain. More than 30 white apes, tossing and turning in the trees, arrived above Lu Yuan's head in almost the blink of an eye. These white apes were very intelligent, vaguely showing a closed circle, surrounding Lu Yuan in the center. He was unable to escape. Lu Yuan pulled out the tang blade on his back. After the battle in the upper area, the originally sharp tang blade was now full of openings. There were still many traces of blood from the ferocious beasts left on it. Finally, I can move around properly, facing the berserked white ape horde. Not only did Lu Yuan not retreat, he instead directly charged forward. Swish! The sound. A scarlet blade flashed through the dark woods. A white ape, its palm and half of its head slowly slid off its body. It seemed that, because the speed of the decapitation was too fast, there wasn't even blood spurting from the broken wound. That was until the white ape's corpse fell to the ground, instantly coloring the entire ground red. However, the other white apes not only didn't retreat, but instead became more and more frantic under the stimulation of the blood. Roar! 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 Blade light flashed. 2 more third-level white apes fell in a pool of blood. At this time, the crowd from the elite class also joined hands and arrived at the core area. Led by Sacred Heart, they were quickly rushing in the direction where the battle was taking place. The crowd stood on a house that was about to collapse and looked towards the distant mountains. After seeing those 30 powerful white apes, each of their faces suddenly changed. White apes! And it's still an entire pack. The ferocious beasts of the primate order possessed the powerful body of a ferocious beast, and also possessed intelligence that could be compared to that of a human. It was most difficult to deal with. However, what was most difficult for these geniuses of the elite class to accept was Lu Yuan was alone and was fighting the entire white ape tribe. Class president. Wait until Lu Yuan and these ferocious beasts are both defeated. Then we'll go down and maybe we can pick up the pieces and reap the benefits. One of the cockney-headed teenagers had a greedy look in his eyes. Although Sacred Heart was still young, but having grown up in a temple, his three views were still very positive. How could he do such a thing as seeing death and saving people? Buddha said, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Saying that, Sacred Heart then rolled over and jumped off the roof, taking the initiative to walk towards that jungle. The others in the elite class looked at each other. Most of them still followed Sacred Heart and came down together. Suwu grinned greatly. Copy guys. I hope that these white apes will let old me battle it out. Silly big man, your little strength. Don't be swallowed alive by the white apes. The elite class crowd, knowing full well the strength of the white ape community, actually dared to come down. It was indeed worthy of the name of genius. However, just as they were about to strike, a tall silhouette wrapped in the smell of blood stopped in front of the elite class crowd. Lu Yuan. The cool moonlight sprinkled down, outlining Lu Yuan's tall and robust physique. Only, the black alloy battle armor on Lu Yuan's body had already been dyed red with blood, and the Tang sword in his hand was dripping blood downwards. The majestic power of qi and blood was even more frightening under the halo of blood. The elite class crowd, all of them were subdued. This is too handsome. A few girls from the elite class, just looking at Lu Yuan's back, turned into starry eyes. Unable to pull themselves away, the battle sword cast from a tertiary alloy is surprisingly on the verge of shattering. What flashed in Suwu's mind was the image of Lu Yuan using this blade to slice open a grade 3 Xuanwu shield alive that day. This blade once cleaved through a Xuanwu shield without even a hint of a curled edge, and now there's barely a single intact spot on this blade. Just how many ferocious beasts has he killed? Grade 3 alloys were very hard, and could withstand rifle shots at will, and withstand the strength of a grade 3 martial artist's limit. Yet it had become like this in just one day, and it must have experienced unimaginable battles. Sacred Heart clasped his hands together and bowed. Monk Lu, we meet again. The white ape horde is powerful, and the young monk is willing to fight alongside the road monk. If it was just a 3rd-level white ape beast group or just a 5th-level white ape, Lu Yuan would have enough strength to fight against them. But now it was the white ape horde plus a 5th-level white ape king. This would not be something that Lu Yuan alone could fight against. Thanks, but no. Lu Yuan decisively refused. In order to ensure that he would be able to enter the strongest school and have a group of the best quality cattle and horses, Lu Yuan had to make sure that his points were high enough. Nowadays, these white apes were probably the last batch of ferocious beasts. How could Lu Yuan let it go to someone else? Sacred Heart froze in place. The other elite class members were even more confused. How? Facing such a powerful white ape clan, Lu Yuan actually didn't let them help. Moreover, looking at Lu Yuan's posture, it seemed that he was afraid of them snatching the points. Could it be that Lu Yuan really wanted to face the entire tribe alone? Crazy. Most of the people in the elite class were a bit angry. They were all star-crossed geniuses, and each one of them was in existence with their eyes set high above the rest. Although Lu Yuan's points were very exaggerated. However, it didn't necessarily mean that they were inferior. Now that they had taken the initiative to come out and try to help Lu Yuan, this guy unexpectedly didn't know what to do. The elite class crowd was a bit annoyed. Not a small mouth. I'd like to see what you, the number 1 in the points ranking, are capable of. The next scene, however, caused everyone in the entire elite class to instantly shut their mouths. Boom! Lu Yuan erupted the qi and blood power of a rank 5 martial artist with all his might. He then transformed into a scarlet phantom, just like a sharp arrow coming out of a string, and ruthlessly plunged into the middle of the white ape tribe. The blade light flashed. Every time the blade chopped down, a ferocious beast's limb or head would disconnect from its body. Just one charge. The white ape tribe, a large portion of them fell to the ground. The geniuses of the elite class were dumbfounded. Crap! A few minutes ago, they were still puzzled. What made this Lu Yuan, who didn't have much of a reputation, gain so many points? And how did he slaughter all the ferocious beasts in the upper region? Was it because he possessed a powerful natural ability? Or was it some big family disciple who had purchased a super powerful weapon? However, at this moment, they watched as Lu Yuan, one man and one sword, personally slaughtered more than 23rd level ferocious beasts. The crowd knew the original reason. TMD, Lu Yuan was a rank 5 martial artist. Moreover, that divine blade technique, every time he made a strike, it was so perfect. It was all just the right time. This was the perfect realm's demon ceiling slash. 5th level martial artist. Plus the perfection level martial arts. So this was the true strength of the number 1 ranking in the points list. This first place is worthy of its name. However, today there was still a rank 5 white ape king, as well as a dozen or so ordinary white ape ferocious beasts. Although Lu Yuan's strength was exaggeratedly strong. However, after such a long period of intense fighting, coupled with the fact that his weapon was almost scrapped, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight again. I'm afraid he doesn't have the strength to fight again. Surrounding the military strongman responsible for protecting the security of the candidates, also armed with firearms surrounded up, ready to strike at any time. However, in the face of these 2 level 4 white apes and a level 5, Lu Yuan did not retreat. The only sound that echoed in the ears of the crowd was a whistling sound that resounded through the mountains and forests. Jade Ruin. Lu Yuan held his sword fingers up in front of his chest, and silver-colored ripples surged in his eyes. 6 flying swords shot out in unison from the wooden box behind him. Swish, 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 swish. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Crap. He's still a spirit nemesis? Chapter 16, Mouth Spitting. Existence that shouldn't appear. Outside the examination room, everyone saw very clearly on the big screen. Lu Yuan had killed 2 round trips in the white ape group. Most of the 3rd level white apes had been killed by Lu Yuan, just as those 3 strongest white apes were about to strike. Around Lu Yuan's body, unparalleled spiritual power erupted. 6 flying swords shot out. In an instant, the 6 flying swords drew weird arcs, piercing through the bodies of the remaining dozen or so level 3 white apes at extremely tricky angles. Under the control of Nian Li, the bodies of those dead white apes, even including the blood, were all strangely suspended in mid-air. Together with the 6 flying swords, they surrounded the only 3 remaining white apes with the greatest strength in the center. The situation reversed. The teachers and school leaders who were originally nervous were all stunned. This spiritual numinous master. Then everyone looked at the senior class homeroom teacher. Teacher Wu Yun, your Luo City First High School is actually sending such a martial arts genius to the Qingbei Research Institute? Are you guys crazy? Wu Yun didn't know she was really crazy anyway. The comprehensive strength that Lu Yuan had displayed was too powerful. Moreover, too perfect. So perfect that there were no flaws. The power of qi and blood had broken through the 5th level, as well as the perfect level of blade techniques. The control of the battle planes, the decisiveness in killing the ferocious beasts. Even he was a rank 3 spiritual numinous master, and the control of the rhythm of battle was also perfect. Facing the difficult white ape group, he first rushed the formation with the strength of a 5th level martial artist. With his speed advantage, he killed half of the ferocious beasts before the white ape tribe could react. Then, when the white ape king wanted to counterattack, he instantly exploded his strongest cards, completely emptying the entire white ape community. Now, only the 5th level white ape king and 2 4th level white apes were left. Even though the 5th level beasts were strong, they were no match for a 3rd level spiritual numinous master. Lu Yuan had won. This guy's performance is nothing short of perfect. Too strong, too outrageous. This is even the first time a student has fought a ferocious beast. This kind of control over the rhythm of battle is comparable to an experienced warrior. Old Monarch Mountain core area. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 flying swords, which traced weird arcs in the air, harvested the lives of all the low-level white apes. Roar! The scarlet eyes of the white ape king stared at Lu Yuan in death. This human had actually slaughtered its entire tribe. That was 36 level 3 white apes. Watching with his own eyes, his clan members all died in front of his eyes. The white ape king was already furious to the extreme. His nostrils were constantly expanding, and his hair-covered chest was rapidly rising and falling. Berserk chi and blood surged within the White Ape King. Roar! The White Ape King waved its hand, and the two rank 4 white apes behind it charged straight over. Then it actually turned around and fled. A few moments of dismay flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Lifting his tang blade, he rushed over, with 6 flying swords crisscrossing behind him. It was just a single glance. These 2 4th-level white apes had several huge holes stabbed out of their bodies by the flying swords and fell in a pool of blood. The entire elite class in the back had their jaws dropped to the ground. They were standing right here and saw with their own eyes that Lu Yuan slaughtered the entire white ape community with a crushing force. That was more than 30 level 3 white apes. Such a number of ferocious beasts could have besieged a human town. However, it was just so easily slaughtered by Lu Yuan. If they said that at first, they could still accept it when Lu Yuan used his physical strength and unrivaled speed to kill the 3rd-level ferocious beasts. When Lu Yuan exposed his spiritual numinous master means, the elite class candidates had been completely dumbfounded. Crap! This is really a demon! Unbelievable! Su Wu's eyes stared like copper bells. This was too exaggerated. Nowadays, he was no longer shocked at Lu Yuan, but rather admired him from the bottom of his heart. The Sacred Heart even felt a bit disheveled. Although he was still very young, he was still a high-minded young monk. Naturally, he would compare himself to Lu Yuan. Before this, Sacred Heart did not think that Lu Yuan was much better than himself. Even Sacred Heart felt that he definitely had the strength to fight with Lu Yuan if he exerted his natural ability. Now! Sacred Heart shook his head and folded his hands. Amitabha Buddha. Buddha said, "There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. However, Scholar Lu, the young monk will follow in your footsteps and continue to catch up with you in the university." A white ape with an athletic figure jumped continuously in the mountain forest. With the help of thick branches, the white ape showed its speed advantage. Lu Yuan could only run wildly on the ground. Then from time to time, he used his flying sword to harass the White Ape King. However, this White Ape didn't even have the slightest intention of fighting him. It only wanted to run away. Soon, 1 person and 1 ape rushed out from the mountain forest. Without the advantage of being in the forest, the speed of the White Ape King plummeted. It could no longer close the distance between it and Lu Yuan. Chop! Within Lu Yuan's eyes, ripples of spiritual power flickered. The 6 flying swords, anticipating the White Ape King's direction of movement, chopped in unison towards the front of the dilapidated Taoist temple. Roar! The white ape roared angrily. Swinging the instrumental sword in his hand, it transformed into a dense gray windmill. It directly sent all 6 flying swords flying. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This White Ape King had so easily knocked away the 6 flying swords. His strength was not weak, so why did he not dare to fight him? It was different from ordinary ferocious beasts. This White Ape King not only had a high IQ, but also controlled a sword technique similar to martial arts. If he wanted to defeat this White Ape King, Lu Yuan had to get serious as well. Roar! The White Ape King looked towards the Tai Ching Guan that was close behind, and his eyes boiled with rage. Bloodthirsty frenzy. The natural ability was once again cast. This time it unleashed its natural ability on only one of its apes, and the increase was even more powerful. There was even a faint glow surging around it, forming rising red air currents. Afterwards, the White Ape King's body swelled up violently, and its already burly body directly doubled. His body was gnarled with muscles, and his small arms were even thicker than Lu Yuan's thighs. The hideous face was covered in veins. A devilish sinewy monkey in the flesh. Afterwards, both legs stomped on the ground. The ground was smashed out of a large pit, and that White Ape King was like a huge cannonball that flew directly over. Crap! It's just like that when Tarzan presses down on you. Lu Yuan was no fool. His figure flashed, and he directly stepped on the flying sword and rose into the air. Boom! There was a loud bang. Centered on the position where Lu Yuan stood before, the lapis lazuli plates on the ground cracked as much as they could. Through the dust, the terrifying humanoid ferocious beast could still be seen. So fierce. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this White Ape King had even mastered this kind of ability. Many ferocious beasts awakened abilities that were of the berserk, bloodthirsty frenzy type. Once this type of natural ability was exerted, the physical body of the ferocious beast would be greatly enhanced. Whether it was speed or strength, it would increase by a large margin. Of course, the price was it would lose some of its sanity and become a beast driven by the desire to kill. Although with the power of the Nyen, it was possible to do so with the Imperial Sword. But a third-level spiritual Nyen master is not yet able to do a long time lagging in the air. Therefore, he directly raised his sword and smashed it. At the same time, level B power increase had been activated. Power increase could increase Lu Yuan's power by 30%. Now, Lu Yuan's Qi and blood power was 1,778 points. The extreme strength was 17,780 pounds. After a 30% increase, it would reach 23,114 pounds. Such strength was enough to fight the White Ape King head-on. Boom! Lu Yuan held his sword with both hands and descended from the sky, ruthlessly smashing on top of the long sword in the White Ape King's hand. A huge force impacted. With a loud boom, the White Ape King's knee had completely smashed the floor. Boom! 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 Lu Yuan used all his strength to slash out a dozen slashes one after another. Under the bloodthirsty frenzy, the White Ape King was fearless, facing Lu Yuan's successive chopping attacks. The White Ape King did not dodge or avoid. Bang! Until the long worn-out tang blade in Lu Yuan's hand was completely chopped off. Only then did the White Ape King break free from Lu Yuan's suppression. But the next moment its body froze in place. Plop! The jade-like tip of the sword had penetrated the White Ape King's chest, giving it a penetrating blow. Before the White Ape King died, unwillingly, it looked in the direction of the Tai Ching Guan. Right at this moment, a huge shadow enveloped Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan looked back, he saw a hideous face full of furrows. Human! You shouldn't be here. Chapter 17 Overclocking. The sword cut down the old white ape. A talking ferocious beast? Lu Yuan raised his eyes in surprise, looking towards the figure that pushed open the door of the Tai Ching temple. It was a white ape dressed in Taoist robes, covered in sparse white hair and furrowed skin, looking very old. It was thin and short. If it wasn't for the courtyard behind it, piled with white bones, this old white ape would be like an old Taoist who cultivated his mind. Within the old white ape's eyes, it was calm and did not have any ferocity or brutality that a ferocious beast should have. The old Taoist is named. It stood on the steps of the Tai Ching Guan, like an expert in a martial arts novel, with a look of being properly introduced. Lu Yuan, however, directly flung the broken sword in his hand. Then he picked up the black blade on the ground and slashed it. You're a ferocious beast. Where do you have so many words before starting a fight? The old white ape also seemed to be not expecting that Lu Yuan would be so decisive. The figure twisted and violently smashed the broom in his hand over. The black blade collided with the broom. The old white ape's eyes slightly drooped, somewhat disgusted. Savage little child, doesn't know manners. After it opened its spiritual wisdom, it practiced in this Tai Ching Guan, watching the writings of the sages from 100 years ago. Comprehend quite a lot. The sages have said, people in the world, all things should pay attention to etiquette. Before killing, naturally, we must declare ourselves. This human, when really degrading. A peak level 5 ferocious beast. And based on the exchange of blows just now, the strength data detected by the drone has reached over 30,000 pounds. The strength of this white ape is comparable to a rank 6 martial artist. Lu Yuan is really in danger now. Below Old Monarch Mountain, everyone had witnessed Lu Yuan's strong decapitation of the level 5 White Ape King. But they didn't have time to get excited. Then they saw this old white ape that shouldn't have appeared in the examination hall. Everyone tensed up. If they were to say that before, when the white ape community first appeared, they were still just nervous. Then now it was fear. Because this old white ape was a peak level 5 ferocious beast, and its strength was already comparable to that of a level 6 martial artist. It was also able to spit out human words, and it was obvious that its intelligence was extremely high. How could such a terrifying existence appear in the battlefield of the martial examination? Although there were military powerhouses stationed up there, the crowd was still worried. Fear flashed in Wu Yun's eyes. Quickly send out military martial artists to rescue Ah! The principal of the experimental middle school also clenched his fists. Everyone present didn't want a genius who hadn't taken off yet to just fall in the examination room. With the natural ability and various comprehensive strengths that Lu Yuan had shown so far, his future achievements were bound to not be low. If he were to fall here, it would be a loss to all of humanity. What to do now? From the surveillance footage, It could be seen that the old white ape was surrounded by terrifying chi and blood power lingering around him. This was an existence comparable to a Class 6 fierce beast. Recently, all the major war zones were tense, so the military martial artists sent in were not of a high rank. The military powerhouses in the core area were all only rank 4. They could use their firearms to provide fire support, which would be enough to suppress this old white ape in a short period of time, or even kill it outright. However, in order to ensure that there would be no problems, Wulong was prepared to head to the core area himself. "I'll leave this place to your fellow colleagues." Wulong didn't use his flying machine anymore and directly ran wildly in the direction of the mountaintop. Outside the Taiching Temple, not far away, the candidates of the elite class also chased after him, but when they saw this old white ape, they were all a bit puzzled. How the TMD is there a stronger, ferocious beast? Peak 5th level. The strength that the White Ape King had erupted from before had already exceeded their limits. Now, there was another peak level 5 ferocious beast, and their group of so-called geniuses were simply unable to participate in a battle of this level. Even the Sacred Heart was not qualified enough. Just at this moment, a dozen military martial artists, with their feet on flying machines, landed next to the elite class. "Hurry up! That old white ape is an existence comparable to a rank 6 ferocious beast. Get out of here." The military martial artists in the core area acted quickly. Immediately, they led these geniuses of the elite class to escape from the summit area of Old Monarch Mountain. However, after hearing the words of the military martial artist, these geniuses were dumbfounded. An existence that is comparable to level 6? What about Lu Yuan? Is he going to fight a rank 6 ferocious beast all by himself? Don't worry. The others will be on the side to assist Lu Yuan, and the chief will come to support him soon. Lu Yuan directly refused to be assisted by the military powerhouses. Points could not be robbed. The old white ape's anger was born from his heart. He leapt up. The broom in his hand was like a hammer. "Killing my children and grandchildren, disturbing my purification. I will cut you down here today." The old white ape waved the broom in his hand and kept smashing at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had some surprise in his heart. This old white ape could spit out human words and fought in a very organized manner. Is this guided by someone? The old white ape's strength was very strong. A casual strike had at least 30,000 pounds of strength. Lu Yuan had applied the power increase, and it was only 20,000 pounds of power. It is simply impossible to resist. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Overclocking. A C-grade natural ability that could allow mental power to exceed its limits in a short period of time, increasing by 10% in a short period of time. Lu Yuan's mental power originally had 783 numinous power that was at the peak of the 3rd level. Under the overclocking enchantment, it instantly broke through to level 4. Spiritual nihilists could fight across 2 levels. Level 3 can fight at level 5. Level 4 could naturally battle over level 6 as well. The not-so-powerful level C, overclocking, at this moment, had become Lu Yuan's greatest strength. Lu Yuan's eyes, his Nianli ripples flickered. Jade Rui. He did not see any movement. The wooden box on his back instantly shattered, and 9 flying swords shot out in unison. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 swords surrounded him, and the old white ape could only scramble to fend them off. The broom in his hand was chopped into pieces within a few moments. Lu Yuan, pretending to hold a broom, you really think you're a sweeper? Subsequently, with his great strength, the old white ape shook the 9 flying swords. 1 against 9, there will eventually be oversights. There was also Lu Yuan gawking from the side. Once the old white ape's defense was negligent, Lu Yuan would pounce on it very decisively. Tear. The flying sword then left an almost bone-deep wound on the old white ape's right leg. Blood spurted out. The old white ape's face grew grimmer and grimmer, so he simply didn't think about getting close to Lu Yuan. It directly took up a defensive stance. With his pair of iron palms, he continuously slapped the flying swords out. Boom! Boom! Tear. 1 person and 1 ape, 1 attacking and 1 defending. All around the old white ape's body, he was covered in large and small wounds, and the robe on his body had long been dyed red with blood. However, the old white ape's aura was still powerful. The old white ape gasped and breathed heavily. Human, your spiritual power is also about to be exhausted. Lu Yuan did not reply. Just the corner of his mouth rose slightly, standing defenselessly in front of the old white ape. Such a close distance. For the old white ape, it would be possible to kill the opponent in an instant. A trace of imperceptible cruelty flashed across the bottom of the old white ape's eyes, and it had just raised its foot. Suddenly, it realized that the sky was spinning. Its eyes blackened, and its body crashed to the ground. A trace of dismay flashed in the old white ape's eyes. Poison. This human actually poisoned you. Don't speak of martial virtues. The old white ape desperately urged the chi and blood in its body, and its entire body trembled violently. But no matter what, it was unable to stand up. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Really think that my jade ruin is tickling you? This set of flying swords, it's really good. Not only is it incredibly sharp, but the poison contained in this is also very good. One could make the 9 swords covered in virulent poison by simply urging them with one's mind. No wonder the owner of that treasure pavilion was so distressed. Plop. The black sword in his hand cut off the old white ape's head without any hindrance. Even though the old white ape was dead, his eyes were still staring at Lu Yuan in death. Chapter 18 The End. A record that cannot be broken. Congratulations to the candidate. Killed level 3 white ape 36. Gained points 3,600. Congratulations to the candidate. Killing a level 4 white ape 2. Points earned 1,000. Congratulations to the candidate who killed a level 5 white ape. Points 5,000. Congratulations to the candidate. Killing a peak level 5 white ape. Awarded points 10,000. Congratulations to the candidate. Killing a peak level 5 white ape. Awarded points 10,000. Lu Yuan woke up his smartwatch. His points reached a terrifying number. First place, senior class of LA City number 1 high school. Lu Yuan, points 32,855. Second place, senior class of Luochang number 1 middle school. Gentle, points 3,300. Third place, elite class of Luochang experimental middle school. Sacred Heart, points 1855. A bit unexpected. Lu Yuan himself didn't expect that there would be so many points rewarded for killing a level 5 fierce beast. However, there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. A martial artist, by nature, was a path that pursued the ultimate. Killing a high-level ferocious beast deserved higher points. What's more, Lu Yuan had killed a peak level 5 comparable to a level 6 ferocious beast. This had already exceeded the maximum limit of the martial examination. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin and thought back to the point rankings of previous year's martial exams. It seems like there's never been more than 10,000 points. Then wouldn't I be making history? This way, one would definitely be able to join the strongest martial arts university. One step closer to a new batch of bulls and horses. Just give it a kill. High in the air, the members of the elite class would originally have been directly sent below by the military martial artists. However, the crisis had already been lifted. Those military martial artists then released them back to the top of Old Monarch Mountain. Looking at the beheaded old white ape, everyone was dumbfounded. Sacred Heart swallowed hard. That was an existence comparable to a rank 6 ferocious beast, and it died just like that? From the start of the fight until that old white ape had its head chopped off by Lu Yuan, at most only a minute had passed, right? You have to know. This was a peak level 5 existence, comparable to a level 6 ferocious beast. Not only would a beast's strength increase when it was higher in rank, but its vitality would also get a huge boost. This kind of strong and spiritually intelligent beast was the most difficult to deal with. Even if it was also a rank 6 martial artist, it wouldn't be able to hack the old white ape to death alive in such a short period of time, right? Not human. This guy is not human. In Su Wu's eyes, Lu Yuan's image was much taller again. The crowd saw Lu Yuan's final score. It was even more shocked beyond words. Over 30,000. This is too much. But having personally killed a 5th level ferocious beast and a 6th level battle strength ferocious beast, this score seems normal. At the foot of Old Monarch Mountain, the many principals and teachers were already numb. That was a ferocious beast with a rank 6 battle power, and it was simply cut down like that? It could even be said that that old white ape had not executed a single decent attack from start to finish. After clashing with Lu Yuan a few times, it completely fell into Lu Yuan's rhythm and was injured one after another under the siege of 9 flying swords. On top of that flying swords, it should still contain some sort of toxin. In the end, when the old white ape did not have the ability to resist, it easily chopped off its head. In fact, even without this toxin, Lu Yuan's remaining spiritual power would have been enough to exhaust the old white ape to death. This entire battle that, very smooth, all of Lu Yuan's decisions were pleasing to the eye. It was so smooth that, before anyone could anticipate it, that old white ape with level 6 battle power just died. After the points on the list were refreshed, everyone was shouting in excitement. 30,000! 30,000 points! This isn't even breaking records. This is directly a miracle. Alone, he cleared the upper area and then the core area. Even the level 6 ferocious beasts that exist in supermodels were hacked to death. This is too perverse. Over 30,000 points. Don't say it's Luo City. Even in the entire Xia Kingdom, no one can reach. I just want to ask, who else is there? This is a record that cannot be surpassed. Principal Zhou of Luocheng No. 1 Middle School finally recovered, but after awakening, the first image he saw was Lu Yuan with over 30,000 points. As soon as he got excited, his blood pressure immediately went up. He fainted again. The principal of the experimental middle school, too, raised his arms. In his eyes, Lu Yuan had long been no longer an opponent because the points were too high to surpass. At this moment, Lu Yuan was the pride of the entire Luo city. If only we had included Lu Yuan in the elite class in the first place. This was the principal of experimental middle school, his greatest regret. Lu Yuan, fantastic, amazing. As the class teacher of the senior class, everything that happened today was very surreal. However, all of this also made Wu Yun excited to the extreme. Wu Yun was so excited that she directly jumped up, and the amazing curvature of her chest was all cheering. The large expanse of snowy whiteness that came through directly caused many boys to keep swallowing their saliva. After all, for these wistful teenagers, a ripe imperial sister could be more seductive than a girl who hadn't fully developed yet. At this time, the vast majority of the candidates had already finished their martial arts exams. They had seen this scene with their own eyes. With his own strength, Lu Yuan had killed a peak level 5 ferocious beast. Each and every one of them were shocked out of their wits. WTF? Over 30,000 points. Directly one digit more than second place. This is too ruthless. You guys say, with this achievement of Lu Yuan, will those top-ranked martial arts universities take the initiative to invite Lu Yuan? They definitely will. Lu Yuan, this is also too powerful. 2 days before the college entrance exams, he refused the Qingbei Research Institute's special recruitment, and then he's going to obtain the special recruitment of the Martial Arts Academy. Envious old Mi Ger is going purple. Su Mei couldn't believe it. She clenched her fists in death. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could he be so powerful? On the side, Wu Hunting Sky was similarly sweating. Luckily, I didn't take a shot at Lu Yuan at that time, otherwise, it wasn't just Old Monarch Mountain. The situation on the dozen or so martial examination battlefields were broadcast live throughout Luo City. Only, as the battle progressed, as Lu Yuan gradually showed his strength, more and more people were locking their live broadcast images on the Old Monarch Mountain battlefield now. Countless people witnessed Lu Yuan killing through the upper region and decapitating another powerful white ape. Senior Lu Yuan, it's too powerful. From today onwards, I'm Senior Lu Yuan's little fangirl. Senior Lu Yuan, keep up the good work. Everyone was cheering in Luocheng No. 1 Middle School. Chao Kuan, on the other hand, went straight to madness. Crap, Papa Lu has really become the top student in the martial arts exam this time. I should have known to follow Father Lu to mix a prestigious school qualification. As a Lu Yuan diehard, Chao Kuan has already cried in the toilet. Red Moon Cell. This is really Yuan. This kid is really getting ahead. 2 days ago he said that he wanted to participate in the martial arts examination. I still don't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. This kid probably wanted to become strong and kill the ferocious beasts all the time since his parents died tragically in the beast tide back then. Alas, I don't know when can kill these damn ferocious beasts clean. Right at this moment, a burly silhouette, as if mad, rushed towards the summit of Old Monarch Mountain. Finally came up. Wulong was panting. However, just after arriving at the top of the mountain, he saw the elite class crowd. Only these previously spirited teenagers, at this moment, each one of them was as if they had lost their souls. The military powerhouses, too, were all somewhat stunned and frozen in place. It can't be. Did Lu Yuan? Wulong's heart, which was already half cold, instantly went cold. Then endless killing intent surged. Where is that damn old white ape? I'm going to slaughter it. Chapter 19. Unexpected harvest. Strength increased again. Everyone looked towards Wulong. The elite class crowd froze for a moment, then bypassed Wulong and headed down the mountain. Wulong saw Lu Yuan, who was walking slowly in the distance, and let out a fierce sigh of relief. It's good that the people are fine. If the area he was responsible for had fallen a top genius, he, Wulong, wouldn't have the face to go back and deliver a. However, then Wulong immediately stared with wide eyes. That is the old white ape. Looking at the old white ape's head that rolled to the ground, Wulong froze in place. The end time of the martial arts examination was until 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day though. However, for everyone on the Old Monarch Mountain Examination Center, everything had already ended. The lower level area, the ferocious beasts that didn't enter the rank, had been basically cleared out completely with all the candidates working together. The middle level area had been gently slaughtered by a few hundred. There were also other candidates with good strength who teamed up to hunt and kill, and the ferocious beasts in the middle layer region were basically emptied as well. The upper and core areas, on the other hand, were all butchered by Lu Yuan with his own strength. In other words, the entire Laojun Mountain Examination Center was completely emptied in one day's time. This was definitely something that no one had ever seen before, and even no one would ever come after. At this moment, the news that Lu Yuan had killed the white ape that possessed a rank 6 battle power had already spread throughout the city. At the foot of Old Monarch Mountain, numerous school principals and teachers had gathered, and even the Luo City Lord had personally come here. All of these people were here so that they could catch a glimpse of Lu Yuan's true appearance. They wanted to take a closer look at what the pervert who had cleared the two main areas of the upper tier and the core and furiously swiped more than 30,000 points actually looked like. Whether or not he was as fierce and vicious, with 3 heads and 6 arms, as rumored by the crowd. The people in Luo City's senior class were all very proudly bragging about Lu Yuan's many deeds. Just being in the same class as Lu Yuan made many people envious. Not to mention being Lu Yuan's girlfriend. Su Mei was already surrounded by many girls. Su Mei, is this really your dog-licking boyfriend? Su Mei, were you dumped by Lu Yuan? Was Lu Yuan really with you? Su Mei's face went a shade of white and red. Very embarrassed. It was already unknown how many girls had come to ask the same question. Su Mei was already about to explode with anger. Directly ignoring no one, she prepared to leave the place. However, Su Mei's best friend was very kind and lowered her voice. Broke up. Only broke up 2 days ago. That girl was not surprised and nodded. That's right. Lu Yuan is handsome and strong. It's normal to dump Su Mei. Su Mei instantly red-warmed. I repeat, we just had a fight. It was just a small conflict. If he apologizes to me, I am going to forgive him. Facing Su Mei, who was like a madman, everyone stayed away, not wanting to provoke such a crazy. When Ro looked towards Su Mei, pouted, and muttered in a small voice, if only she were a ferocious beast. She was not good at socializing with people, and Lu Yuan was her best friend. This woman called Su Mei used to bully Lu Yuan a lot, when Ro had long since looked down on her. Just then, someone exclaimed, Lu Yuan has come out. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the exit of the Old Monarch Mountain battlefield. His body was slender, tall, and robust, wearing a battle suit that was dyed red by the beast's blood, and holding a long black sword. Everyone was cheering. Lu Yuan, congratulations on becoming the martial scholar of this year's college entrance exam. Lu Yuan, you are so handsome. Lu Yuan, may I ask which university you want to go to? Behind Lu Yuan, the many geniuses in the elite class were more or less lost. This time they were completely covered by Lu Yuan's light, and no one even noticed their existence when they walked out of the battlefield. However, Lu Yuan was indeed powerful. The tens of times difference in points, coupled with the fact that they had personally seen Lu Yuan powerfully kill so many ferocious beasts. These geniuses had been completely bowled over. Lu Yuan was also a bit confused. In his 2 lives, he had never had such a dazzling moment. However, this experience was good. He liked this feeling. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth rose, and after briefly greeting the crowd, he got into a special car. After getting into the car, Wu Yun was very excited to popularize the difference between the top 10 of the martial arts university to Lu Yuan. Although the outside world keeps calling it top 10, the top 4 are actually unique in their intensity. Kyoto University, Magic City University, Central State University, and Military Region University. Lu Yuan scratched his head. He had absolutely no knowledge of these. After all, the predecessor's only goal before was to enter the Qingbei Research Institute. Wu Yun, however, patted Lu Yuan's shoulder in a relaxed manner. Actually, you don't need to understand them. You just need to think carefully about what kind of conditions you need first. They will take the initiative to contact you. No! Wu Yun laughed as her mind conjured up Lu Yuan's exaggerated points, as well as the exaggerated battle prowess she had displayed in the examination hall. They'll beg you to go to their schools. These 4 martial arts academies, this is an existence that countless candidates can only dream of. The teachers in them are all at least rank 9 martial artists, and there are even sect master-level martial artists. Sovereign powerhouses were basically gathered in the major war zones, and it was difficult to meet a sovereign within the city. The students who can enter these 4 schools are also all amongst the prides of the heavens. Their strength and natural abilities are all of the upper echelon. Wu Yun was obviously very excited. After all, her class had produced a martial arts scholar, although Lu Yuan's achievement seemed to have little to do with her as the class teacher. However, no matter what, this was a very dignified matter. A smile also spread across Lu Yuan's face. Genius. If that was the case, he had to join these 4 top schools. Only here were the finest bulls and horses. Wu Yun suddenly took out her cell phone and lit up a message. By the way, there's one more thing. The ferocious beasts killed by each candidate on the battlefield of the college entrance exam will be given to you as rewards. Do you want to exchange them into resources or directly into money? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting such a good thing. Exchange it for money. For the time being, he didn't lack any resources. He only lacked cattle and horses. Wu Yun nodded his head. Changing into money was indeed the most convenient, and one could buy whatever they wanted on their own. In fact, those candidates in the past were usually only able to exchange for a few tens of thousands of dollars, and that was already pretty good. However, Lu Yuan was different. These ferocious beasts you killed are estimated to be worth at least $1 million. Wu Yun had not killed so many ferocious beasts and could only guess. When reporting this news to the school, she suddenly saw the information that she had given to Lu Yuan to apply for the martial arts examination in the first place. If she remembered correctly, at that time, Wu Yun reported that Lu Yuan's qi and blood power was 10 points. Those university's admissions office teachers must have had wonderful expressions if they saw this qi and blood strength and this number of points. Wu Yun's face was a bit strange. Red Moon Cell. After returning home, Lu Yuan took a hot shower before feeling alive. I didn't expect the first battle after coming to this world to be so exciting. This strength is still not enough, so students should continue to work hard. However, Lu Yuan realized that he seemed to enjoy this feeling of fighting. The moment of life and death combat made his entire being very excited. It was 10 o'clock, and Lu Yuan opened the system panel. Daily settlement. Dachuan stimulated the medicinal power in his body during his life and death struggle with the ferocious beast. Power of qi and blood +3. Gentle fought a good battle, blood power +3, spirit power +2. Su Mei absorbs the effects of the stormy brother pill, qi and blood power +5. The whole class today is fighting very hard. Gentle has experienced hundreds of battles today, killing 125 ferocious beasts, and is the student who has worked the hardest today. The entire senior class, stimulated by Lu Yuan, had taken a large amount of pills. After the pills entered their bodies, the parts that were not directly absorbed would accumulate in their bodies. After the battle, it activated the medicinal power that had accumulated in their bodies. This was what led to an increase in their qi and blood power. Therefore, Lu Yuan's harvest this time was also great. Name Lu Yuan. Power of qi and blood. 1822 level 5 martial artist. Spiritual power. 801 4th level spiritual numinous master. Talent. Numinous awakening A+. Power increase B. Overclocking C. Martial arts. Demon sealing chop perfect. Technique. 8th breathing technique perfect. Numinous force perception proficient. The power of qi and blood had increased by 44 points, and the spiritual power had even directly broken through the 4th level boundary. Nowadays, he didn't need to unleash overclocking to fight against a true rank 6 martial artist. Chapter 20. A nationwide sensation. Top 10 universities are on the move. 2 days later, the point rankings of the nation's martial arts disciplines had come out. Teachers and students from all the schools were checking the martial arts rankings with great trepidation. Central State Province. Everyone froze when they opened the provincial rankings. First place, Lu Yuan, senior class of the first middle school in Luo City. Points, 32,855. If it was just this, perhaps it wouldn't have been too unacceptable to them. However, when they looked at Lu Yuan's application data again, everyone was dumbfounded. Candidate information. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood, 10 points. Spiritual strength, 9. Talent, none. Crap? Zhongzhou City, the principal of the Noble Martial Arts High School, rubbed his eyes vigorously. A rank 7 martial artist, even if he thought his eyes were blurry, was unwilling to believe the authenticity of this information. This was because the Noble Middle School of Central State City had been the top student in the province for 5 consecutive times. How was it surpassed by someone else this time? Ever since the Aura revival 100 years ago, the entire major provinces of the Summer Country had formed large base cities with the strength of the entire province. Zhongzhou Province, Zhongzhou City was the only large base city. Luo City, where Lu Yuan was located, was only one of the 7 affiliated cities of Zhongzhou City. Therefore, Zhongzhou City had the best martial artists and resources in the province that were naturally countless times more excellent than Luo City. Under such circumstances, in this martial arts entrance exam, Luo City's Lu Yuan was able to suppress all the geniuses in Central State City. This was simply unimaginable. The most crucial thing was that this student named Lu Yuan actually had more than 30,000 points. Did he kill all the monsters in the examination center all by himself? Where else would he have gotten such a high number of points? Moreover, 10 points of Qi and blood power. What the hell is this application data? Is this kind of data qualified to take the martial arts exam? This is impossible. Immediately bring the video of Lu Yuan's exam. I want to see how he killed so many ferocious beasts. The principal of the Central State Noble High School was very angry. At the same time, everyone in the country paid attention to the abnormality of Lu Yuan's results. How is it possible for this person to score over 30,000 points? He has 10 points of Qi and blood power. Isn't it a death sentence to take the martial arts exam with 10 points of Qi and blood power? 10 points of Qi and blood power. Is this sure it's not giving rations to ferocious beasts? I have 59 points of Qi and blood power, or in a group situation, I only killed 2 uninitiated level ferocious beasts, and my score on the martial arts exam is only 5 points. What does he, Lu Yuan, have to do? No one has ever been able to score this many points in the past martial arts exams, right? That said, how many points are the monsters in the martial arts exam battlefield in total? This is outrageous. I'm going to report this. This pussy is definitely hung. This TM naked cheating Otherwise, how could there be so many scores? I demand public video. We want fairness. A thing that completely surpassed the common man's perception would not only not be recognized, but would also become the object of questioning and denigration by all. Now, such was the case with the points earned by Lu Yuan. The key to his application information was too crotch-pulling, and the grades he ultimately obtained were too exaggerated. These were simply two extremes. Using the worst conditions, he had brushed out a score that had never been seen before. But, just as the keyboard warriors began to act, all the news media and self-media accounts in Luo City began to speak up for Lu Yuan. After all, the tiny Luo City had never seen such a talent before, and this had to be a good way to brush up his presence in front of the entire nation. All sorts of news and short videos soon began to brush the screen across the country. Shocked! 10 points of Qi and blood power can slaughter a ferocious beast. Provincial scholar? No, he's the national martial arts scholar. About the martial arts scholar, you don't know the heartbreaking past stories. These news and videos that would normally be considered as headline party have an exceptionally high click rate today, because this is something that everyone cares about. When you open the videos, you would see a tall and robust youth wearing an alloy battle suit and holding a battle sword decapitating ferocious beasts in an extremely frantic manner. Seeing these videos, everyone was dumbfounded. Crap! You guys came for real. This TMD killing a level 3 ferocious beast is easier than me killing a chicken. This guy is a level 5 martial artist, even by karma. At the same time, Luo City's major news media, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Martial Artist Alliance all trumpeted Lu Yuan's deeds in front of the media. Lu Yuan, This is my Luo City's once-in-a-century genius, who came out of nowhere to win never-before-seen results in the martial arts advanced examination for my Luo City. I hope that student Lu Yuan will continue to work hard and make even greater contributions to all of humanity in the future. On behalf of Luo City, I hereby grant Lu Yuan a $2 million scholarship. The Martial Artist Alliance, an organization that managed martial arts schools and martial artists in Xia, had a huge power all over the world. The Martial Artist Alliance was even more wealthy and generous, directly giving Lu Yuan $5 million in rewards on behalf of the Xia Kingdom. There was even a premium VIP of the Martial Artist Alliance, a senior member of the Martial Artist Alliance. Not only did it represent wealth, it was also a symbol of identity. After having this identity, Lu Yuan could even have certain immunity. As long as he didn't commit any major transgressions, he wouldn't be in too much trouble. If there was no special contribution, one would have to become a Zhongshu-level martial artist to be qualified to have the Martial Artist Alliance's premium VIP. And, with a premium member of the Martial Artist Alliance, one could enter all the major martial arts schools around the world for free. Lu Yuan did not pay too much attention to the news on the internet. After receiving the Martial Artist Alliance's membership card, he went to the Flame Martial Arts Center to test how much his strength had grown. Boom! 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 A fist bombarded the tester, and the entire ground shook violently. 18,500, 18,450, 18522. One by one, data appeared on top of the tester. Under Lu Yuan's motivation, everyone in the senior class, even after the college entrance exams, did not slack off in any way, and most of them were cultivating hard. The most crucial thing was that the qi and blood values were not academic achievements. The qi and blood values directly determined whether they could survive in this dangerous world. Lu Yuan glanced at the attribute panel. Power of qi and blood, 1852 level 5 martial artist. Spiritual power, 805 4th level spiritual numinous master. Nowadays, his qi and blood power was sprinting towards 1,900 points. It was only the spiritual power that was growing more slowly. However, such a speed obviously couldn't satisfy Lu Yuan. The students of the senior class, all of whom had poor cultivation talent, could no longer fulfill Lu Yuan's needs. What he needed were better quality oxen and horses. For a martial artist's cultivation speed, quantity was far less important than quality. After all, someone with poor talent might not be able to break through a realm even after 10 years of cultivation. But for those with good talent, breaking through a realm was as simple as eating and drinking. I hope I can enter the university faster. At the same time, the conference room of Central State University was already filled with people. Those who were qualified to sit here had the weakest strength of an 8th-level martial artist. Among them, an extremely well-built woman slapped the table with killing intent flowing in her eyes. The scores of the National Martial Arts Examination have been released. Next is the robbing session. Robbing people, we are professionals. In the conference room, a beer-bellied man was very confident. All major cities in the country, the first-hand information of the top 3 in the martial arts examination. Everyone, please look at the big screen. On the big screen, what appeared was a very detailed information on the martial arts examination application. Kyoto Martial Arts Exam Top 3. Name, Lei Ting. Points, 8,032. Talent, Ultra Limit Explosive Flash Grade S. Power of Qi and Blood, 1030 Grade 4 Martial Artist. Both parents are Zhongshu-level powerhouses. Emphasis added. Meanwhile, on the other large screen, was a video of the battle on the battlefield of Lei Ting's entrance exam. Worthy of being a patriarch's offspring, her combat experience is very rich, and her marksmanship is also good. She's already at the proficient level. This girl, before the college entrance exam has been contacted. The impression of our school is good. Just don't want to take the special enrollment route, want to test in properly. The enrollment office teacher of Central State University. For this genius who didn't take the special enrollment route but possessed an S-class natural ability, it was imperative. When the meeting ended, he would immediately move to contact Lei Ting's parents. Tianfu Martial Arts Exam Top Scholar, name Wang Batian. Points, 8,332. Talent, Affinity for Fire Grade A+. Power of Qi and Blood, 1103 Grade 4 Martial Artist. The admissions office of Central State University was extremely efficient. It quickly arrived to see the last of the first-place winners from each province. Central State Martial Arts Exam Scholar, name Lu Yuan. Points, 32,855. Talent, none. Power of chi and blood, 10. Spiritual power, 9. Seeing this information, everyone was confused. 10 points of chi and blood power, 9 points of spiritual strength, no natural ability, and still TMD more than 30,000 points. What the hell is this? Who wrote this nonsense? Is he crazy? Chapter 21. You're so ugly, so don't think so beautifully. It was no wonder that the teachers at Central State University didn't recognize this figure. Lu Yuan had only enrolled in the Wuxia College entrance exam 2 days before the entrance exam was nearing. The information that Wu Yun had filled out was all based on the collective test he had gotten half a year ago. Of course, if these data were placed on the previous Lu Yuan, there was absolutely no problem. But who would have thought that this guy had opened up? The contrast between the actual battle power that Lu Yuan had displayed in the examination room and this data was too great. So big that it was unbelievable. Is this one a mistake? Being in the Central State University, the information about the martial arts exams in the Central State region was still very important. Just take a look at the video. An extremely well-built woman got up, held up her rimless glasses, and opened the video. In the large screen, Lu Yuan was wearing alloy battle armor and holding a tang sword. He rushed into the upper area and directly started slaughtering. The strength is still not bad. This hand of perfect grade demon ceiling chop is considered one of the best among the candidates in this session. As teachers from the Central State University's admissions office, their vision was still extremely good. With a single glance, they could see the extraordinary nature of Lu Yuan's blade technique. It's not just the blade technique, his chi and blood power is also very high. Lu Yuan slaughtered the ferocious beasts very casually. Whether it was a grade 2 or grade 3 ferocious beast, they were all destined to be killed in seconds. There was no ferocious beast that could survive under Lu Yuan's blade for a second longer. Indeed, this Lu Yuan is powerful, not even a third-grade martial artist. The application information, it should be a mistake. No, how did he not rest? Already killed so many, but also looking for ferocious beasts. Zhongzhou University, these 8th and 9th level martial artists gradually realized that things were a bit off. This candidate, why has he been killing ferocious beasts all the time? And it's all one slash at a time, making me think it's a rerun. Then, these teachers witnessed Lu Yuan slaughtering all the ferocious beasts in the upper region with one slash. Crap, killed them all. This kid is a rank 5 martial artist. At least 5th level. 18 years old, 5th level martial artist? Chi and blood power close to 2,000. What kind of demon is this? Just this kind of terrifying chi and blood power, Lu Yuan is comparable to an S-class gifted martial artist for them. Several teachers looked at each other. It hadn't been a year or two since they had sat in the Central State University's admissions office. What kind of candidates hadn't seen, what kind of geniuses hadn't been touched? But they hadn't really seen one who had slaughtered an area on the battlefield of the college entrance exam with his own strength. This was too outrageous. Lu Yuan, we must take it. Yes, if we want to strike the Collegiate League Championship, this kind of combat-oriented genius must be taken down. Central State University would go all out to sprint for the Collegiate League Championship every time, so it highly valued combat-oriented geniuses. The combat IQ and clinical reactions displayed by Lu Yuan were undoubtedly top-notch. Cultivate it properly and the future is promising. The teachers were already excited. However, another teacher looked at the progress chart that still had most of the way to go and was a bit puzzled. As if, it's not over yet. And after killing so many ferocious beasts, the points are only over 10,000. The remaining 20,000, he won't have killed the core area cleanly as well. Those words. Everyone immediately looked at the screen and even held their breath. If Lu Yuan was truly able to slaughter the core area ferocious beasts alone, then there must be even more strength that had not been shown. Then they saw Lu Yuan battle the White Ape tribe alone. Unsurprisingly to them, Lu Yuan displayed the battle strength of a rank 5 martial artist, and up until this point, the many teachers were still relatively calm. After all, they had anticipated Lu Yuan's true battle power in advance. However, the flying swords came out. None of the teachers from Central State University were dumbstruck. This TMD, it's still a spiritual nihilist, and it's a 3rd-level spiritual nihilist. How could this kind of demon not be admitted to the special recruitment? Special recruitment admitted, the special recruitment of the Qingbei Research Institute was only rejected by this child. The beer belly man shrugged. The other teacher rolled his eyes. Qingbei Scientific Research Institute is thinking about fart eating? This kind of genius they Scientific Research Institute still want to snatch away? Seeing the image of Lu Yuan multitasking, fighting the White Ape King in close quarters while urging his thoughts to kill the White Ape King with his flying sword. All the enrollment teachers were very satisfied. This was the most satisfying of all the videos they had watched. Whether it was the power of qi and blood, the will to fight, or the battle intelligence, it was all perfect. And it was also a spiritual numinous master. S+ grade. This is definitely an existence comparable to an S+ grade gifted martial artist. For a top martial arts academy like Central State University, natural ability was important, but it wasn't that important. This was because they knew very well that natural ability was just a powerful skill. It did not represent a martial artist's future potential. There were even many geniuses who possessed S rank or above talent who were unable to advance to the sovereign realm in their entire lives. And a combat genius like Lu Yuan, who had a combination of qi and blood values and talent abilities, was the most precious. We must take down Lu Yuan. For a genius of this level to appear in our central state, we must not be fought over by other schools. Old Zhao, Old Wu, the three of us will go to Luo City together. We must prepare everything in advance. Gao Weiguang, the director of the Central State University's admissions office, had a serious look on his face. However, no one responded to him. This was because everyone was staring at the big screen in death. Lu Yuan, he actually killed a peak level 5 ferocious beast. A rank 4 is actually a rank 4 spiritual nihilist. Crap. Hurry up and pull up the energy fluctuations generated during the sparring match. Gao Weiguang said loudly. Immediately afterward, rows and rows of data appeared on the big screen. Candidate, Lu Yuan. Strength, 20,350 pounds. Nihility, 8,210 pounds 9. This was the data that was projected through the energy fluctuations detected remotely, although there was a certain amount of error. But these few figures were already enough to prove just how powerful Lu Yuan was. In other words, Lu Yuan had used pure qi and blood to explode a punching power of 20,350 pounds. The flying swords that were prompted by Nian Li could only slash out 8,210 pounds of power, but Lu Yuan was able to manipulate 9 of them at the same time, which was the most terrifying part of a spiritual Nian master. TMD. This is an absolute demon. It's imperative to take it. Strike first, director. We are the closest to Luo City. We have an inherent advantage. Gao Weiguang nodded his head, but as the enrollment director, his rich experience told him that if he wanted to recruit this kind of genius, he had to be prepared for everything. If you want to fight for this kind of genius, not only do you have to give material rewards, but you also have to give them a sense of identity, and you have to make them look good in front of their families. You guys find out about Lu Yuan's family situation and send some warmth to his family as well. Old Wu, you go to the principal to apply for a resource deployment. This time, we definitely need to hemorrhage money. Everyone else, set off with me immediately. Go to Luo City. Red Moon Cell. Lu Yuan once again hung up on a corporation that wanted to sponsor him for college. The results of the martial arts exam were never a secret, and there was no need to wait for the official announcement of the rankings. After all, the whole thing was broadcast live. Lu Yuan was a full 30,000 points. Without a doubt, he had the highest number of points in the entire Luo City, the entire Central State Province, and even the entire Xia country this time. No one was able to surpass him. Naturally, there would be many people that wanted to get involved with Lu Yuan. Most of them were businesses that wanted to sponsor Lu Yuan, or mine owners or the like. There were also some who were students from Luochang No. 1 Middle School who wanted to ask him how he could become so powerful. The most outrageous ones were those relatives that he hadn't contacted in 10 years or so. Lu Yuan directly pinched the home phone line. Luckily, his home address hadn't been exposed, or else those people would have been able to tear down their doors. Just then, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and opened the door to his room to see a woman. Su Mei. Su Mei tried to pounce on Lu Yuan when she saw him, and was mercilessly pushed away by Lu Yuan with his Nian Li. Su Mei twisted her body and said with a clenched voice, I just had a little tantrum. I didn't know you were so powerful at that time. Not letting you take the college entrance exam is just caring about you. So don't get angry. Okay, let's get back together. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Big sister, you're so ugly. So don't think so beautifully. Okay? These tricks, if they were used on that licking dog from the predecessor, the effect would naturally be very good. However, today's Lu Yuan simply didn't know too well what this woman was. Ungrateful and ungrateful. She also suppressed her predecessor in various ways. This kind of woman, Lu Yuan felt disgusted just by taking one more look at her. A slight movement of his mind. Lu Yuan lifted Su Mei with his thoughts and directly threw her down from the 14th floor. Chapter 22 Anti-Clueless. Top colleges come to town. Thud. There was a loud bang. Su Mei was thrown into the trash can with precision. Garbage should stay in the trash can. Lu Yuan clapped his hands, and within his eyes, spiritual nimbus ripples emerged. Spiritual power not only allowed him to pick up things from the air with his thoughts, it also brought Lu Yuan a powerful spiritual perception ability. Yesterday in the examination hall, he had more than once sensed killing intent from Su Mei and Wu hunting heaven. This woman wasn't just ungrateful. She was a brute who was beneficent. Lu Yuan looked at Su Mei, who was struggling inside the trash can, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Unfortunately, this was within the city. Even if he had the status of a senior member of the Martial Artist Alliance, even if he was the top student in the martial arts exam, he could not kill a martial artist within the city. In this era where martial artists were honored, killing a martial artist was a felony. However, with Lu Yuan's current status, just injuring a low-level martial artist would naturally not cause any trouble. After cleaning up the garbage, Lu Yuan then sent a message to the angel investor, his sister-in-law. Living up to my sister-in-law's expectations, I managed to get the top prize in the Central State Martial Arts Examination. Wu Xian. The martial arts exam is over? Being lectured by the leader, don't talk nonsense. Just say you killed a few ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan roughly estimated. Just over 1,000, too many to count. Wu Xian was speechless. Your sister-in-law isn't a chesty fool. Is there not enough money to spend? Wanting to be a martial artist does cost a lot of money. I'll transfer some over to you later. Lu Yuan. No need. I just earned a fortune too. Wu Xian transfers 100,000 yuan to you. Wu Xian. Your sister-in-law has a high salary, all right? Don't worry about spending it. Lu Yuan shook his head. It seemed that no matter how he said it, his sister-in-law would not believe it. However, in Lu Yuan's place, he would likewise not believe it. A waste with 10 points of qi and blood power could never become the top student in the martial arts exam, unless he was openly hung. Zhongzhou City, Relic Research Institute. A bald middle-aged man had an angry face. Wu Xian. I'm talking to you and you're playing with your cell phone? Do you think you've hardened your wings and think that I can't do anything about you since you're more professionally competent? Is that it? Wu Xian lowered her head. Don't dare, leader. The fat-headed middle-aged man continued to vent his anger, slapping the table while roaring loudly. Wu Xian pursed her lips and lowered her head. In order to be able to successfully join that latest S-classified program, she could only endure her anger. Outside the office, all the co-workers were watching. Ugh. This is too miserable for Wu Xian. It can't be helped. Who made her want to enter that S-classified program? Didn't Wu Xian not care about this before? Why is she suddenly so uptight in the last few days? It's rumored that it's her family who is in dire need of money. Her family is not only a nephew left. Not so. Originally her nephew has been Qingbei special enrollment. Have to go to participate in what martial arts examination? Net toss us Wu Xian. Alas, this kind of child is the most difficult to serve. Right at this moment, an overriding aura enveloped the entire institute. A man in a black trench coat with a slender figure slowly floated down from the air. Crap. A Zhongshi level martial artist. A Zhongshi level martial artist, who had already surpassed mortal flesh, could float in the air for a short period of time. Although this world's patriarchs weren't considered rare, the patriarchs were all fighting in the major war zones, and it was very rare to encounter a patriarch in the city. Patriarchs descended. In the office of the president of the Relic Research Institute, an old man in a suit, very respectfully jogging all the way, came out to greet him. Hello there. I don't know what the senior patriarch has to say as he descends. That black-robed man entered the institute. His eyes swept over the crowd, and said indifferently, I'm looking for Wu Xian. Wu Xian actually knew this legendary Zhongshi level martial artist. Everyone froze in place, including Wu Xian himself. Me? Wu Xian had just been lectured for half a day and his head was in the clouds. Before he could react, he followed the research boss and that mysterious sect master powerhouse into the conference room together. The sect master powerhouse took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, Ms. Wu Xian. I am a teacher from Central State University. Shan-yi, Patriarch Strongman. Central State University." These two words were like two mountains, pressing down on Wu Xian's head as she asked with some apprehension, "Hello? I am Wu Xian. May I ask you, is there something wrong?" Shan-yi lightly coughed twice. "It's like this college entrance examination. Your nephew Lu Yuan has achieved very excellent results. Our Central State University wants to specially recruit and admit Lu Yuan. As you are Lu Yuan's guardian, it is necessary for us to come and inform you of something." Wu Xian slowly opened her mouth wide. "Central State University wants to specially recruit and admit Lu Yuan?" In Wu Xian's eyes, these words should not have been connected together, because she knew very well that Lu Yuan's qualification in martial arts was approximately equal to 0. Instead, he was very good in the liberal arts. If it was Qingbei or any liberal arts research institution, Wu Xian would think that this was normal. However, this was Central State University. It was a martial arts academy, and it was the top 10 martial arts university in the country, the top martial arts university. This kind of martial Dao university that only accepted the highly refined was actually going to enroll his nephew who only had 10 points of qi and blood power. "Wait!" Wu Xian suddenly reacted to what Lu Yuan had just said to her, and somewhat hesitantly looked at this sect master powerhouse. That kid wouldn't really have taken the martial arts scholarship, right? Yes. Shun-yi nodded his head. Even he, a Zhongshe powerhouse, was very satisfied with Lu Yuan's achievement. And not only is he the top martial arts scholar, he also broke the previous record. As long as Lu Yuan is willing to join Central State University, we will definitely use the best resources to train him. As long as you and Lu Yuan have the need, any aspect we can satisfy you as much as possible. It involved Lu Yuan's interests and future. Wu Xian instantly regained her sobriety, although it was unclear how that kid did it, but now that the martial arts scholar had personally descended, what Lu Yuan said should be true. Scholar of martial arts, killed over 1,000 ferocious beasts. The aggravation of being scolded just now instantly dissipated. What replaced it was excitement. Excitement. While Wu Xian's eyes were filled with tears, a smile spread across her face, and it was only after a long time that she was able to calm down her excitement. Wu Xian bowed slightly and said in an unassuming manner, "Excuse me, Senior Patriarch. Regarding what school Lu Yuan will go to in the future, it still needs to depend on his own thoughts. I never interfere with his decisions." The three of them chatted here for another long time before Wu Xian left the conference room. The next moment, the smile on that Zhongshe powerhouse's face dissipated. Shun-yi looked at the president of the institute and spoke in a cold tone. "Central State University believes that Ms. Wu Xian is highly talented in relic research. What do you think?" The qi and blood suppression of the patriarch level was chilling. The president of the Relic Research Institute swallowed hard, and like a chicken pecking at rice, he kept nodding his head. You are right. Wu Xian does indeed have a strong talent when it comes to research." When the president of the Relic Research Institute raised his head again, the powerful Zhongshe-level powerhouse had already disappeared. At some point, the president's body was drenched in sweat. As fast as he could, he returned to his office and sent 2 messages about personnel transfer. "Pan Jinbing violated the rules and regulations of our institute and has now been dismissed from our institute. Please take this as a warning and focus your minds on research. Wu Xian is now appointed as the person in charge of the S-classified project. The Dragon's Tomb Ruins." Everyone applauded. As soon as the 2 messages were released, everyone immediately gathered around Wu Xian's workstation and helped her carry things into the office. As for the original team leader, he had already been racked and thrown out by the crowd. In the research institute, the news that Lu Yuan was Wu Xian's nephew soon spread. This was a martial arts scholar. As long as he grew up smoothly, he would definitely be a powerful martial artist in the future. Red Moon Community. Lu Yuan was chatting with his sister-in-law. He also learned that there were people from top colleges that wanted to contact him. However, Lu Yuan had expected this. It was just that the actions of these colleges were even faster than what Lu Yuan had expected, and the fact that they had directly sent out Zhongshe-level powerhouses was enough to show the importance that these colleges attached to Lu Yuan. Just then, Lu Yuan's cell phone rang. "Class teacher Wu Yun is calling." When Lu Yuan pressed the connect button, Class teacher Wu Yun's voice came from the opposite side. Lu Yuan, send me your location. There are a few teachers from top 10 colleges who are already almost here. I'm picking you up now to meet them. Soon, Lu Yuan followed Wu Yun and arrived in a very high-class private martial arts center. Under the leadership of the black silk young lady, Lu Yuan made his way to the topmost floor of the martial arts hall. Standing outside the door, Lu Yuan could hear the heated arguments coming from inside. This time, we, Wu City University, are bound to win. Wu City was also very close to Luo City. As one of the top 10 colleges, the enrollment teacher of Wu City University was naturally able to come to Luochang at the first opportunity. On the side of the seats, there were also a dozen teachers from the university's admissions office. In the martial arts hall, the atmosphere had long been tense. Principal Zhou was sitting in the middle of the crowd, excited and with a headache. The excitement was that it was rare for their Luocheng First High School to be so dignified, making the bigwigs of these top universities scramble to curry favor. However, the headache was that he couldn't afford to offend any of these bigwigs. He also wants to serve these big men. Fortunately, he did not forget to take his medication today, or else he would have to break out again when he gets excited. The person in charge of Central State University, Gao Weiguang, looked towards the door. It still depends on how Lu Yuan makes his decision. Just then, the door to the top floor of the martial arts center was slowly pushed open. A slender and robust youth walked slowly. It was none other than Lu Yuan. Principal Zhou immediately got up and said with great excitement, Lu Yuan is here? Seniors, this is our top martial arts exam candidate. Principal Zhou then began to introduce the identities of these people in the room. Lu Yuan was not humble and nodded slightly. The heads of the admission offices of the many colleges and universities were looking Lu Yuan up and down. Not bad. Not bad. Plenty of qi and blood, robust flesh, and a relatively stable nature, a good seedling. Although it was just a simple greeting. But those present were all powerful late-stage martial artists, and their qi and blood power was very majestic. Even Principal Zhou felt pressurized in the middle of this group of people, and he was sweating profusely in no time. However, Lu Yuan faced these powerful people. However, he was not humble and his eyes were calm. Just this kind of heart is rare. Mr. Lu Yuan, can you test the data of your body? These college enrollment teachers were curious about Lu Yuan's various data. The application information was only 10 points of qi and blood power, 9 points of spiritual strength. There were no natural abilities either. But yet, in the examination room, he had shown that he was a rank 5 martial artist. A 4th-level spiritual numinous master. Chapter 23 Geniuses are snatched and smashed with money. Just release your qi and blood power normally. Wu Yun reminded from the side. Lu Yuan nodded. Walking underneath the instrument that tested the qi and blood power, a blue pillar of light wrapped around his body. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, and the majestic qi and blood power surged wildly in his meridians, and crackling sounds came out from the tendons and bones of his body. Good. Full of qi and blood, strong sinews and bones. This body is indeed a good seedling for practicing martial arts. After the qi and blood power in Lu Yuan's body awakened, quite a few teachers here felt their hearts beating a little faster. To know, although the teachers here were only in charge of enrollment, the weakest of them were also rank 5 martial artists. A few seconds later, under the crowd's expectant gazes, some red fonts appeared on the data testing instrument. The qi and blood power test is complete. 1852. 5th level martial artist. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. How could it be so high? Even Principal Zhou exclaimed in shock. On the battlefield of the Gao Gao, the drones also possessed the function of detecting bursts of energy. According to the data on the drone, Lu Yuan's erupted strength was above 17,000 pounds and below 18,000 pounds. His qi and blood power should be around 1778. But it had only been 2 days, how could there be such a large error? Even if the drone was far away and there was an error in the data detected, it was impossible for the difference to be so large. Could it be? Wu Yun recalled the test from half a year ago, when Lu Yuan did have 10 points of qi and blood power. Lu Yuan's qi and blood power has really grown from 10 points to 1,852 within these half a year. In other words, Lu Yuan's qi and blood power was in a very special period of explosive growth. Historically, there were quite a few of these geniuses that had appeared. It was just not this exaggerated. Everyone thought of this possibility. And it wasn't just that, there was also the growth of spiritual power. Lu Yuan slowly released the numinous awakening talent, but deliberately suppressed not releasing the other two talents, not allowing the instrument to detect the power increase and overclocking abilities. Immediately afterward, two more lines of fonts appeared. Mental Strength, 805 4th Grade Mental Numinous Master. Talent, Numinous Power Awakening A+. These two lines of information appeared. Everyone went numb. Mental Power, a rank 4 Spiritual Numinous Master, and an A+, Numinous Force Awakening. Crap, this is a demon. Dual cultivation of Qi and blood and spiritual power, and still have this kind of growth rate. Lu Yuan's cultivation qualifications are frighteningly strong, and is bound to work very hard. He must be allowed to join our school. All of the enrollment teachers, this thought appeared within their hearts at the same time. The enrollment teacher of Wu City University directly rushed over. Lu Yuan, as long as you are willing to come to our Wu City University, we'll be able to give you the highest specification treatment, and it comes with a $5 million scholarship. And Martial City University's enrollment teacher clenched his teeth. 1 second order martial arts. Principal Zhou and Wu Yun glanced at each other. Both could see the shock in the other's eyes. The two were just the principal and teacher of an ordinary high school. But they had never seen these college enrollment teachers that were so excited. Even more so, they had never seen such a large amount of money. The second rank martial arts? There was another name for it, Grandmaster Grade Martial Arts. That was something that could not be measured in terms of money. It was a level that the vast majority of their ordinary martial artists would never be able to come into contact with in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, these high and mighty martial arts universities were going to take the initiative to send it to Lu Yuan's hands. He's looking at this situation. Lu Yuan, he doesn't want to agree yet. Really? The gap is too big. Just this. The Kyoto University enrollment teacher shook his head. I advise you guys not to join in the fun either. Mr. Lu Yuan, if you're willing to join us at Kyoto University, we'll triple the conditions given by Wushu University. Moreover, we'll also add a grade 5 battle sword. Kyoto University, as one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the top 10. It was naturally wealthy and generous. Being in the same top 10, Martial City University could not be compared at all. Zhongzhou University's Gao Weiguang thought briefly and decided to offer a heavier condition. Lu Yuan, all these conditions they gave Zhongzhou University also have them. On top of that, as long as you join our Central State University, I can make the decision to let you have the qualifications to enter the Ice Dragon Ruins. The enrollment office teachers of the other universities, each and every one of them stared with wide eyes. Ice Dragon Ruins, this is an S-ranked relic. Central State University only has this one S-ranked relic, right? Crap, this old Gao is crazy. Even if Central State University values Lu Yuan, it shouldn't give him the qualification to enter an S-class secret realm. The comprehensive ability Lu Yuan has displayed is excellent. It doesn't deserve such an exaggerated reward. It seems that this time, Central State University is determined to win. A relic was some special small world. They were attached to the edge of this world and could be entered through a spatial passage. The so-called S-class Ice Dragon Ruins was a special relic controlled by Central State University. It was rumored that the Ice Dragon Ruins were created by a powerful creature from a certain mysterious era, the Ice Dragon King. There were also ferocious beasts and other creatures with Ice Dragon bloodlines inside. In short, it possessed many resources that were precious on Earth. There were even people who had obtained dragon blood in the Ice Dragon Ruins. This was coupled with the fact that the number of slots that could enter the relic was very limited every year. The quota for the S-class Ice Dragon Ruins was even more precious, a resource that could not be measured in terms of money. Zhongzhou University was surprisingly so generous. In order to snatch people, it had even given away such a quota. The other few enrollment teachers felt a bit sweaty. Lu Yuan's Numinous Awakening is only at the A+ level. And although the total sum of the ratings in other areas are very good, it's not worth this level of resources. Indeed. Forget it, Central State University has made a move, and there are 2 other top 10 universities eyeing us. We can only watch the show. Alas! Lu Yuan, however, was a bit puzzled. What is the S-class Ice Dragon Ruins? Have you heard of it? Divine Beast Bloodline? Gao Weiguang's eyes flashed with essence. Lu Yuan nodded his head. There had been some legends left behind in the ancient times. These divine beasts were existences that were more powerful than fierce beasts and would innately open their spiritual intelligence. There were some powerful divine beasts legacy species that were born with strength comparable to that of a Zhongshi level martial artist. Hehehe. Gao Weiguang laughed. There are still divine beast bloodlines present in the Ice Dragon ruins, but your kid has spiritual power as well. If you can capture one with a divine beast relic seed, you'll make a fortune. At this moment, Gao Weiguang was already winning. The Ice Dragon relic was safer compared to other relics, and there were many good things. No one would refuse such an offer. 10 million scholarships, level 5 weapons, Grandmaster grade martial arts techniques, S-class Ice Dragon ruins quota. Such an exaggerated reward was only used to invite a martial arts scholar. Central State University was simply too crazy. For an ordinary provincial scholar to receive one of these rewards would be excellent. Principal Zhou and Wu Yun glanced at each other, both able to see the shock in the other's eyes. Before coming here, they could not have imagined in any way that Lu Yuan would receive such a high level of attention. This kind of specification of conditions was already comparable to the legendary S+ level geniuses. However, Lu Yuan didn't seem to be satisfied yet. In the face of this reward that was comparable to a heavenly price, Lu Yuan shook his head. These conditions are all very enticing, but they are not what I want. I would like to ask, does your school have a model similar to the elite and genius classes? Compared to these rewards, I'd prefer to join a class, all formed by geniuses. Chapter 24, The Strangest Request. Choosing Central State University. The crowd of enrollment heads? Principal Zhou? Wu Yun? Everyone was confused, especially the enrollment heads of these universities. In order to secure Lu Yuan, the student who had created the history of the martial arts exam, they had all sought the best rewards from the school. But who would have thought that Lu Yuan would make such an odd request? Genius class? Elite class? Wanting to be classmates with the greatest genius? What the heck? Generally speaking, isn't it always about money or various resources? The key thing during college is to compete with each other in various ways to get the school's resources and improve yourself. What's the point of having genius classes? In each class, the strength was equal, which was the most important thing. After all, classes need to compete with each other. If the gap is too big, won't all the resources be taken away by the genius class? Although this was also a way to cultivate talent, the lack of competition was not a good thing. All the heads of the colleges were silent. Wu Yun came next to Lu Yuan and whispered to explain the university's resource allocation and competition model. After confirming that the university did not have a setting similar to the elite classes, Lu Yuan was very disappointed. Could it be that it really wasn't possible to put all the geniuses in one class? But just at this moment, the head of Central State University, Gao Weiguang, flashed a brilliant light in his eyes. Lu Yuan, although our Central State University doesn't have a genius class, we do have a sprint class. For every collegiate tournament, we will set up a separate elite training camp for the entire university's geniuses to participate in it together. If you're interested, I can help you apply for a spot. The light in Lu Yuan's eyes flickered and he no longer hesitated. All right, I'll join Central State University. In the past few days, Lu Yuan had also done some understanding of the top 10 universities. Central State University was ranked 4th among the top 10 martial arts universities. However, in the collegiate league in recent years, Central State University had repeatedly won the championship. This showed that Central State University's student population was the strongest. Every year, there were many geniuses who were willing to join Central State University, and after being cultivated by the school, they became very strong. This was enough. The reward that Central State University gave Lu Yuan was also very good. Seeing Lu Yuan finally make his choice, Principal Zhou and Wu Yun also nodded their heads. For Lu Yuan, joining Central State was the best choice. The teachers from the other schools' enrollment offices, they really couldn't imagine why Central State University had invested so many resources in Lu Yuan. The enrollment teachers of the other universities were very helpless, but the resources given by Central State University were too exaggerated. They simply couldn't compete fairly. Witnessing all the teachers leaving one after another, Gao Weiguang also stopped being polite and directly took out an alloy bracelet and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is the school's initial reward for you, you can check it out. The rest of the rewards will be honored one after another after you enter Central State University, as long as you can meet the school's basic requirements. Lu Yuan nodded his head. Then he put the alloy bracelet onto his hand. Immediately, a light screen was projected in mid-air. On it was a simple contract drawn up by the Central State University, which roughly meant that all these things were enrollment rewards given by the Central State University, and if one wanted to receive these resources, they had to join the Central State University. Lu Yuan briefly scanned through it. Directly confirmed. A blue light flashed above the alloy bracelet. The bracelet was activated. Gao Weiguang nodded. Lu Yuan, I welcome you on behalf of Central State University. From today, you are a member of Central State University. 3 days from now, it will be the entrance examination for this year's freshmen. I hope you won't be late. After Gao Weiguang roughly spoke about the rules of the freshman examination, he quickly left. He still had to take advantage of these 2 days to reach out to more geniuses. Lu Yuan briefly studied this bracelet provided by Central State University. This bracelet is actually a special spatial equipment. There was a 3 cubic meter internal space inside the bracelet. Moreover, the bracelet came with simple intelligence. It could detect nearby energy fluctuations and also provide various functions of a cell phone. Good stuff, ah. Central State University, it's really rich and generous. Lu Yuan was even more looking forward to what kind of light it would be like after joining Central State University. I wonder what kind of tool people I will meet. Lu Yuan left the martial arts center and walked down the street. The streets and alleys were filled with rumors about him, and even the children playing on the streets were targeting Lu Yuan. There were even some classic quotes from Lu Yuan. Learning literature can't save the Xia kingdom. Abandoning literature and turning to martial arts to slaughter ferocious beasts can save this world. Poor qualifications are not scary. Lu Yuan once had only 10 points of qi and blood, but he still changed his life through hard work. As long as we work hard, we can also become powerful martial artists. Lu Yuan once said to his classmates that one can only become a man after suffering. From what my brother said, Lu Yuan will definitely become a Zhongshe-level powerhouse when he enters the university, and will clean up all the ferocious beasts in the future. Listening to the increasingly exaggerated words coming out of these children's mouths, Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Under the spread of major news and self-media, nowadays Lu Yuan had become the idol of many people. 2 days later, Lu Yuan was working out at the Flame Martial Arts Center. Boom, boom, boom. The fist strength tester was shaking violently along with Lu Yuan's fist. At the same time, rows of data appeared one after another. 19,000, 18,911, 18,979, 19. At the Flame Martial Hall, everyone stopped training and looked at this terrifying figure. Crazy. His punching power has actually increased by another 1,000 pounds. I've watched the video of Lu Yuan's college entrance exam several times. At that time, Lu Yuan's regular punching power was less than 18,000 pounds, and it's only been a few days since then, and it's grown to 19,000 pounds. That means that in these few days, his qi and blood power has increased by more than 100 points. This is insane. This simply doesn't let people live anymore. I wouldn't necessarily be able to grow this much qi and blood power even if I cultivate for a year. The key is that Lu Yuan didn't seem to cultivate these days either. Lu Yuan didn't do anything every day, but it's even greater than my increase from practicing hard for a month or two. Is the gap between people really that big? His qualifications are something we can't look up to. These martial artists who had soaked in the Flame Martial Hall for a long time were going crazy under the excitement of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's improvement was too exaggerated. This was simply not human. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan stopped training and simply wiped the sweat from his body before opening his class group to monitor the cultivation status of his classmates. Luo City's senior class, although they had all graduated, the class group was still very lively. Moreover, everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation was even more impulsive than during middle school. All of this was due to Lu Yuan's motivation. Looking at the class group, everyone was chatting passionately, and all of them were talking about cultivation. Lu Yuan was very satisfied. Everyone keep up the good work. As long as you cultivate hard, you will definitely be able to surpass me in the future. Lu Yuan bubbled up in the group. The senior class crowd, as if they had been hit with chicken blood, instantly boiled over. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Ever since I ate those qi and blood pills before the college entrance exam, and then experienced the college entrance exam battle, my qi and blood power seems to have entered an explosive period and has been continuously growing. I have the same feeling. In the past, if I wanted to increase my qi and blood power by 1 point, it would take a very long time to exercise, but these days I've been able to increase my qi and blood power by 1 point almost in a single day. Lu Yuan's way of cultivating is really effective. I'm going to continue my cultivation. College is just the starting point. I believe that as long as I cultivate hard, I'll become as powerful as Lu Yuan in the future. Lu Yuan closed the class group and looked at the attribute panel. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood. 1901 Level 5 Martial Artist. Spiritual Power. 815 4th Level Spiritual Numinous Master. Talent. Numinous Awakening A+. Power Increase B. Overclocking C. Martial Arts. Demon Sealing Chop Perfect. Technique. 8th Breathing Technique Perfect. Numinous Force Perception Proficient. Under the efforts of the senior class, his Qi and blood power had grown close to 200 points since the end of the college entrance exam. Of course, the key to why it had skyrocketed so much was because his classmates had taken a large number of pills, plus the life and death battles in the examination hall had stimulated the absorption of the medicinal effects in their bodies. Therefore, the Qi and blood grew rapidly. Everyone's progress over the past 2 days had been very great. But what no one knew was that Lu Yuan was the biggest beneficiary. Walking out from the martial arts hall, the sky was already dark. Looking towards the people coming and going on the streets, infinite expectations rose in Lu Yuan's heart. Central State University, here I come. Chapter 25 Quality Cows and Horses. I'm coming. Near Luochang First Middle School, a large stall. Ah Yuan. I thought that you, the top scorer of the martial arts exam, would be very busy, but you still have the time to eat with us. Chao Kuan and Gentle were both a bit surprised. This was a get-together that the three of them had arranged for a long time ago. It was just that before the dinner appointment, none of them had thought that Lu Yuan would become the top martial arts scholar in Central State Province. It was even more unexpected that Lu Yuan had also set a new martial arts points record. Congratulations, Ah Yuan. Chao Kuan was already a bit dazed from drinking and his speech was a bit slurred. I was just joking at that time. I didn't expect you to come for real. At the dinner table, Chao Kuan faced Lu Yuan. It was called an envy and jealousy hate. After seeing with his own eyes the image of Lu Yuan chopping through the entire examination room with a knife, Chao Kuan called out that it was impossible. The Lu Yuan he knew could never be so fierce. But these are all facts. The most critical thing is that Chao Kuan also failed in the art exam. In this world, the art exam is also very role. Although Chao Kuan worked very hard, but still failed to enter the art college. His Qi and blood power is very low. The only way to go next is to go to find an undignified job, muddled for life. Maybe one day he will fall into the rations of ferocious beasts. Ah Yuan. I regret it. Chao Kuan had a mouthful of wine and a handful of tears. If I had known, I would have shouted at you a few more times, Dad, and let you take me to the martial arts exam. How can I still go to a university? Lu Yuan ignored Chao Kuan's wailing. Taking out a jade box from his bracelet, he handed it to Gentle. When Ro's small face flushed, for me, opening the jade box, inside were 5 crystal clear pills. Nian Nangdan. When Ro exclaimed in shock. Nian Energy Dan was an elixir that could enhance the efficiency of Nian cultivation, and for every one taken, the medicinal effect would last for 5 to 10 days. The effect was extremely good. However, the price was also very expensive. One was $100,000. These 5 pills were $500,000. For a Gentle with an average family, $500,000 was a far-fetched figure. It was too expensive. When Ro directly jumped up from her seat and waved her hand repeatedly. This gift is too expensive. I can't have it. Lu Yuan, however, just smiled faintly. Take it, as long as you can cultivate well. It's the best reward for me. When Ro's qualification in spiritual power was definitely very top-notch. These pills for Wen Ro to take would also allow Lu Yuan to gain great benefits. Don't worry about accepting them. I've earned more than $10 million in the past few days. Lu Yuan shrugged and pointed at the TV next to the barbecue stand. The TV station just happened to be broadcasting news about the reward given to Lu Yuan by the Martial Artist Alliance. When Ro froze for a moment, and only then did she truly realize that this Lu Yuan in front of her was no longer the same person as before. Today's Lu Yuan was a rank 5 martial artist, a 4th-level spiritual numinous master, a martial arts scholar that had many prestigious schools competing for him, an absolute martial arts genius. Chao Kuan on the side was filled with jealousy. Heavy-handed, Gentle. Don't be polite with a thug. You must accept it. Not only do I have to accept your gift, today you must also treat us. We're going to have a big meal, boss. Give me another bottle of beer. Lu Yuan also took out his gift for Chao Kuan, a bag of clothes. In Chao Kuan's confused little eyes, there was a big doubt. This is backpacking pants. For me, Lu Yuan nodded. Didn't you fail the art exam? This is the image I personally designed for you. Use this image to directly debut, maybe you can fire. Really? Chao Kuan stroked his middle-parted head, and there was excitement flowing on his face. The backpack pants don't feel good either. The three of them drank and chatted, reminiscing about their middle school days. This was the first time Gentle had ever drank alcohol. With just a small sip, her small face was covered with a reddish haze, which was very cute. I also agreed to a special invitation from Central State University. Not only was Wenro's ranking relatively high, she also possessed an A+ level of numinous awakening, so she was naturally qualified to become a special enrollment. She was a spiritual numinous master, which was very rare. During college, I'm also going to continue to cultivate hard and strive to be able to catch up with you in terms of spiritual power. Gentle gripped the jade box in her hand tightly and set her second life goal. Her first goal was to kill all the ferocious beasts so that her mother's spirit in heaven could be comforted. Not only did Lu Yuan not crack down on Wenro, he also directly started pouring chicken soup. I believe you can do it. Your talent is so good. As long as you cultivate hard, everything is possible. Wenro's qualifications in spiritual cultivation were extremely high. For a long time to come, Lu Yuan's spiritual power would have to rely on Gentle's hard work in cultivation in order to grow rapidly. At least in the senior class, Gentle was the most important one. Chao Kuan was in the class group and saw the class group gossip. All of you are going to Central State University. That little monk in the elite class is also going to Central State University. Sacred Heart didn't get the special enrollment qualification. It's said that it's because of his chi and blood values, which are all obtained by eating spirits. But that little monk said that he wants to surpass you. Sacred Heart. Lu Yuan's eyebrows rose slightly. He had also specifically studied this little monk's abilities. The A+ grade Dharma golden body was very special, capable of stacking spiritual power and chi and blood power. Sacred Heart's spiritual power had a low value. Therefore, when releasing the Dharma phase golden body, the increase in battle power was not large enough. However, Lu Yuan was different. If he could obtain the Dharma phase golden body enchantment, his battle power could directly double. This would be an ability that could be used as a base card. There was some anticipation in Lu Yuan's eyes. Nowadays, there were 7 base cities and more than 50 affiliated cities in the Xia Kingdom. Just a small Luo city had 2 A+ level geniuses. There was no telling how many geniuses there would be when Central State University recruited the entire Xia Kingdom. Lu Yuan couldn't wait. The 3 people drank until the latter part of the night. Chao Kuan had long been unconscious from drinking. At this moment, his mouth was muttering about his goddess. Ah Yuan. Ah Yuan. Teacher Bai Ji of Central State University is a universal goddess. Teacher Bai Ji not only has a good figure and looks pretty, her sword skills are also valiant, and she is also a royal beast master. You must be her student. Lu Yuan also had some impression of this teacher Bai Ji. It was a long-legged imperial sister teacher. Mature imperial sisters were naturally extremely lethal to wistful teenagers like Chao Kuan. What's more, teacher Bai Ji was also a peak level 9 martial artist, as well as having a handful of out-of-this-world sword techniques and a powerful pet. He had once killed a rank 10 ferocious beast on his own. That was a ferocious beast that was comparable to a Zhong Shi level martial artist. In a world where martial arts were respected, teacher Bai Ji had many fans throughout the country and could be considered a universal idol. Lu Yuan carried the unconscious Chao Kuan on his back and supported the wobbly Gentle. It was not easy to send both of them home. The next day, in this world, there was no vacation after the college entrance exam. The vast majority of universities would start school directly after the college entrance exams ended, a week or so later. Today was the day to report to the university. The train station was packed with people. Most of them had parents and siblings to see them off. Only Lu Yuan and Gentle are alone. Chao Kuan had originally agreed to personally come to the station to send the 2 of them off. However, the 2 of them had been waiting at the station for 10 minutes or so, and they still hadn't seen Chao Kuan's silhouette. The phone can't be reached either. I guess this guy hasn't sobered up yet. Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders and directly took Gentle on board. Chapter 26 Crisis on the way. The cows and horses aren't trying hard enough. In this world, it was very difficult for a train to cross the wilderness between cities. Both sides of the train were thick alloy steel plates, and there were also many scratches left by ferocious beasts on them that were visible to the naked eye, as well as the smell of blood that couldn't be washed away. Luckily, after experiencing the baptism of the martial arts exam, most of the students were not too uncomfortable. Before boarding the train staff approached Lu Yuan and Gentle and gave them each an aid token. In this world where ferocious beasts were rampant, crossing cities by train was very dangerous. Even having a rank 6 martial artist in attendance was not enough. There was a need to seek the help of powerful martial artist passengers in advance. Ease the pressure. VIP carriage. Sitting on the zero-gravity seat, Lu Yuan received a message from Central State University. The bracelet dropped a blue light screen in midair. Notification from Central State University. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, all people must come to the entrance of the school to participate in the new student initiation test, and then there will be a class separation ceremony. After confirming the personal information, Lu Yuan began to reply to the others' messages one by one. The class teacher, Principal Zhou, and Chao Kuan, who had just gotten up. Wu Yun, you'll be going into the wilderness a lot during college, so be sure to pay attention to your safety. Principal Zhou, I wish you success in your cultivation, and that you can achieve the power of a Zhong Shi in the future. Chao Kuan, brother, remember to ask the goddess for a group photo for me. And Lu Yuan's sister-in-law Wu Xian. Thanks to your blessings, I've successfully joined the S-Class Relic program, so there's no way for me to wait for you in Zhongzhou City. Wu Xian joined the Dragon's Tomb Ruins after getting promoted by the Ruins Institute. She had already left Zhongzhou City last night and set off for the relics. It's a pity. Lu Yuan had originally thought that when he arrived in Zhongzhou City, he would first have a meal with his sister-in-law. He didn't expect to just miss it perfectly. There was one last entry from the admissions director of Central State University, Gao Weiguang. It's the first time for all of you to come to Zhongzhou City, and you're not familiar with it, so I'll come down later to pick you up. After thanking Gao Weiguang, Lu Yuan continued to play with his cell phone for a while before leaning back on the zero-gravity seat and falling asleep. When Ro, who was sitting in the seat next to him, had been closing her eyes and cultivating her spiritual energy since she got on the bus. She was already a very hard-working person. With Lu Yuan's stimulation, when Ro directly started doubling her efforts mode, all free time would be used by her to cultivate. After the train stopped at a few stations on the way, the VIP carriages were also filled with people. In front of Gentle sat 2 young men, who should also have just finished the college entrance exam and were going to report to the university. One of them, the boy with the sharp mouth and wearing designer clothes, after seeing Gently, his eyes went straight. When Ro's eyes were slightly closed, sitting in the seat, like a finely carved porcelain doll, simply not too cute. Lu Ritian licked his lips. This little sister, looking too cute, is this young master's favorite type. Lu Ritian directly walked over and patted Gentle's arm. Hello, beautiful girl. Can we get acquainted? When Ro, who was cultivating, was suddenly awakened, his body instantly tensed up, and there was even a flicker of Nian Li in his eyes. Almost instinctively, the flying dagger was about to stab forward. But in front of her was a human. When Ro did not like dealing with people, and any stranger approaching her would make her feel very uncomfortable. I don't want to know you. I didn't expect to be rejected so directly. Lu Ritian was a bit embarrassed and returned to his seat before he started bragging about his status with the man traveling with him. I'm a level 2 martial artist. I didn't want to go to Jinshui University, but my dad has already greeted the university leaders. Not going and appearing not to give face to others, my father is also really, with my strength as a grade 2 martial artist, to which school, aren't they all others begging me to go? The boy sitting next to him was in charge of kissing ass. Yeah, young Lu, your father owns a martial arts school, not to mention institutions like Jinshui University. Even the president of a top 10 university has to give your father face. That is, young Lu, you are low-key. These two were speaking loudly, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't hear them, and they kept emphasizing that Lu Ritian was a rank 2 martial artist. His father was a rank 4 martial artist. It seemed that, in their eyes, this was a very powerful existence. When Ro was unable to cultivate, so she looked outside through the window. In the wilderness, hideous ferocious beasts of huge size could be seen everywhere, and there were even some ferocious beasts that would try to chase the train forward. In Gentle's memory, when she was a child, her family had gone out to play in the city like this. However, a fierce beast suddenly appeared and directly tore Tender's mom apart. In the midst of extreme panic, 10-year-old Tender awakened her Nian Li and crushed the beast that killed her mother with her own hands. After that incident, Tenderness was traumatized, became very introverted, and loved the pleasure of slaughtering ferocious beasts. At that moment, Lu Xiao once again came next to Gentle and tried to strike up a conversation. "Hello, beautiful. My name is Lu Ritian. I'm a level 2 martial artist, and I'm going to report to Goldwater University. May I ask if you're also going to Central State City?" When Ro bit her lips tightly, her gaze filled with vigilance. Without being able to utilize her spiritual power, she didn't know how to deal with other people. This time, Lu Yuan was also woken up. He snapped his eyes open. Within his eyes, a ripple of Nianli flowed, and an invisible spiritual pressure enveloped the person across from him. Lu Ritian instantly fell into extreme fear. In his eyes, there seemed to be a terrifying, ferocious beast looking straight at him, ready to tear him apart at any moment. Lu Ritian was paralyzed on the ground, looking at the condescending Lu Yuan. Lu Ritian was terrified to the extreme. My dad is a level 4 martial artist. You dare to hit me, my dad will definitely not let you go." Lu Yuan was expressionless. "Roll!" Lu Ritian's hands and feet directly climbed up and ran. If it was just affecting Lu Yuan's sleep, it would not be a big deal, but he dared to affect gentle cultivation. How could Lu Yuan allow that his classmate was unable to cultivate? Simply looking for death. When Ro pursed her lips and threw over a thankful gaze. Just then, Lu Yuan and Wenro looked to the right side of the carriage at the same time, and there were flashes of spiritual power fluctuations in both of their eyes. Prick la, accompanied by an ear-piercing friction sound. A claw as sharp as steel pierced through the alloy body. Instantly, it tore a huge opening in the body of the car, and gusts of wind continued to pour into the car. Rumble! A loud bang also came from above his head, and the top of the carriage was smashed out with a huge dent. Class 4 ferocious beasts, saber-toothed tigers. And it was 2 of them. Fierce beasts are attacking the train. Run away! Get out of this carriage. Don't run around. The other carriages are also being attacked by ferocious beasts. The passengers in the carriages were instantly in chaos, with some desperately rushing towards the other carriages, and some directly burrowing under the seats. Only Lu Yuan and Gentle were as normal. 1 for each. The 2 of them stood side by side, very tacitly releasing their Nian Li at the same time. 2 flying swords. Flying straight upwards, they instantly tore through the carriages above them. Swish! Swish! The 2 flying swords drew weird arcs in the air, instantly cutting through the saber-toothed tiger's neck. Fishy beast blood continued to drip down along the breach at the top of the train. At the same time, Gentle also maneuvered his flying blade and decapitated another saber-toothed tiger. Then Lu Yuan used his Nian Li to block the huge breach in the side of the carriage, preventing the gusty wind from pouring into the carriage. Until this moment, the passengers inside the carriage only came back to their senses from their fear. The gazes towards Lu Yuan and Wenro all shone with light, as if they were looking at a god. "Thank you both for saving my life. Many thanks, many thanks. So young, you guys are still students, right? So good. So good. I'll kowtow to you too." The vast majority of the people in the carriage had to come over one after another, thanking Lu Yuan and Gentle. The 2 nodded in response one by one. Lu Ritian, on the other hand, was cowering in the corner of the carriage, a puddle of yellow liquid underneath him constantly emitting a foul odor. Thinking of the words that threatened Lu Yuan just now, Lu Ritian felt his face burning hot. Not to mention that he was a level 2 martial artist. Even if his father came, he would have to kneel down and call his father in the face of such a ruthless person. Soon, the martial artists from the train crew came in person to thank Lu Yuan and Gentle. "Thank you both. If it wasn't for you guys, I'm afraid there would have been big trouble." The wilderness was the territory of ferocious beasts. These low-level ferocious beasts had low intelligence and would instinctively attack anything that did not belong in the wilderness. The high-level ferocious beasts were enlightened, and on the contrary, they would not strike easily. Soon, the train maintenance employees simply reinforced the body with steel plates. The train didn't even slow down during the entire maintenance process. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, had been paying attention to the ordinary people who had been attacked by the saber-toothed tiger. In the saber-toothed tiger's attack, 1 died and 3 were seriously injured in this carriage. I didn't expect just 2 level 4 saber-tooth tigers to cause so much damage. It was ultimately difficult for ordinary people to survive in this world. This was the first time since Lu Yuan crossed over that he had seen with his own eyes how helpless ordinary people were in front of ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan slightly clenched his fists, his eyes gradually firming up. He is still not strong enough. No, it was his classmates that were still not working hard enough. Soon, the train arrived at the station. Lu Yuan and Gentle came directly to the parking lot. Gao Weiguang saw them from a big distance and was still waving. Here, here. Under Gao Weiguang's leadership, the 3 of them walked into an armored car with the insignia of Central State University. This vehicle was covered in thick alloy armor, very sturdy, like a steel behemoth. Lu Ritian-dog sneakily followed behind. Originally, he wanted to see which school Lu Yuan actually belonged to, and to walk around this plague in the future. But after seeing the badge of Central State University, Lu Ritian was directly scared to tears. Crap, these 2 guys. They're actually from Central State University. Luckily, Laozi conceded fast enough, or else he'd be dead. A car from Central State University wouldn't come to pick up a nameless person. These 2 guys must be very powerful students from Central State University. Lu Ritian's bowels were green with regret. The dog's legs that followed him comforted. Big brother, this is a good thing. He's from Central State University. You're not even qualified to meet him in the future. Lu Ritian wiped his tears. Although you are right, why do I feel like you are scolding me? Chapter 27 Genius of Geniuses, Bull and Horse of Bulls and Horses. Snort. With a dashing drift, the exaggeratedly shaped armored car stopped at the entrance of Central State University. Today is the day of freshman enrollment. There are too many students, so I can only park here. Gao Weiguang shrugged his shoulders, somewhat helpless. After getting out of the car, Lu Yuan could only see the crowds in front of him. At least several thousand people. Zhongzhou University would only enroll about 1,000 freshmen every year, and most of these people were sending students' families. Lu Yuan's gaze quickly swept over the crowd. The weakest strength of the freshmen at Central State University was a grade 2 martial artist. Nearly half of them were rank 3 martial artists. There were even quite a few level 4 martial artists. So strong. Essence flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. It's worthy of being Central State University, selecting geniuses from all over the country. Wenro also slowly nodded her head. Before coming here, she hadn't expected the freshmen from Central State University to be so strong. This put a lot of pressure on Wenro. Gao Weiguang, on the other hand, was very proud of the fact that these were all geniuses selected under his leadership. The strength was naturally extraordinary. However, it was because of this that Gao Weiguang was more aware of the strength of these 2 little guys in front of him, especially Lu Yuan. Gao Weiguang thought that Lu Yuan could definitely occupy 2nd place amongst the freshmen of this session. As for why it wasn't number 1, of course it is because that person is too perverted. Perverted to the point that even Lu Yuan was completely incapable of being compared to him. Under the leadership of Gao Weiguang, Lu Yuan and Gentle didn't squeeze together with these ordinary freshmen. Instead, they walked into the VIP channel. This was a special passage that only special enrollment students could walk through. Even the floor was covered with a red carpet. The rest of the students and parents came to attention, their gazes sweeping over Lu Yuan and Wenro one after another. Crap, 2 more special enrollment students. My child, if he can become a special enrollment student of Central State University, I can wake up laughing in my dreams. Who is this? That sister in the back is so cute. She should be able to cry for a long time with 1 punch. He, the lower head guy. How disgusting. That boy is also very handsome. His body is also good. I want to touch his abs. Che, lower head girl. Even more disgusting. The crowd instantly boiled over. After seeing Lu Yuan's appearance clearly, many people immediately recognized it. After all, Lu Yuan's face often appeared on major TV stations these days. This is Central State Province's top scholar Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan unexpectedly chose Central State University. This term, the quality of the freshmen from Central State University is too high. The strength of those special enrollment students in front of us is not weaker than Lu Yuan. There's a lot of action in this introductory examination. After leaving an extremely exaggerated record in the martial arts examination, Lu Yuan could be said to be well known. It had become the other people's child in the mouths of the students' parents. Therefore, after Lu Yuan appeared, Immediately, he attracted the attention of the vast majority of people. However, Lu Yuan's gaze was attracted by the exaggerated shape of the gate of the Central State University. As the top martial arts academy in the world, the gate of Central State University was very imposing. Just one school gate was 99.9 meters wide. Moreover, the entire body was cast from a white alloy that was as translucent and dazzling as Chinese alabaster. On the pillars on both sides of the gate, there were also two hideous dragon statues hovering. Worthy of being Central State University. Just this gate was so imposing, and one didn't know what the interior of the school looked like. Lu Yuan had some expectations. He then began to observe the two giant dragons lying on the pillars. The giant dragon statues were very exquisite. Every scale on their bodies reflected metallic light. The dragon's demeanor and posture were all very natural, just like a real dragon with life. It was too real. At first glance, Lu Yuan even thought that these two dragon statues were living creatures. He couldn't help but look into the eyes of the dragons. Boom! An invisible spiritual power fluctuation flashed through those eyes, directly pulling Lu Yuan into the endless abyss. In Lu Yuan's field of vision, those two giant dragon statues came to life, turning into hideous beasts that ravaged the heavens and the earth. They waved their sky-covering wings and directly rushed over. The feeling given to Lu Yuan was like there were two mountains of flesh that smashed towards him. Lu Yuan realized the danger. He desperately ran his spiritual power, but he was unable to break free from the illusion at all. Just then, Gao Weiguang's palm gently placed on Lu Yuan's shoulder, and he didn't see him urging any power. Lu Yuan, however, directly came to his senses. He let out a long breath, and when he looked at the two giant dragon statues again, his eyes were filled with gravity. This is actually a real giant dragon corpse. Gao Weiguang nodded. With your spiritual power, you touched the residual will within the giant dragon corpse and were pulled into the illusion. This is just a very fortuitous coincidence, at least in these 50 years. I have never heard of anyone being able to trigger the residual will of a giant dragon. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply and looked into the eyes of the giant dragon once again. This time there was no feeling. However, these two gargoyle corpses had been beheaded by the seniors of the Central State University more than 50 years ago and placed here. Two corpses that had died for more than 50 years. It was amazing that such a terrifying spiritual pressure could still remain. From this, it could be seen that the strength of this giant dragon in its lifetime was bound to be very terrifying. Below the gates of Central State University, there was a separate area. 10 men and women stood here. These people all had more or less arrogance on their faces. They had the capital to be haughty because these 10 people were all special enrollment students of the current Central State University. Plus Gentle and Lu Yuan. All 12 special enrollment students of this session of Central State University had arrived. Gao Weiguang introduced to Lu Yuan. These are all special enrollment students as well, and 3 of them have acquired S-class ratings or higher. You can familiarize yourself with them first. Lu Yuan nodded. Thank you, Director Gao. Gao Weiguang patted Lu Yuan's shoulder and only left a sentence. Do well in the introductory examination. Then he walked into the school's gate. Lu Yuan began to observe the remaining few special enrollment students. At the forefront was a young girl with a double ponytail. Her features were very pretty, but she wore very thick smoky makeup and had a lollipop stuffed in her mouth. Clothing and dress, there is a strong punk style. Punk girl fingertips. There are 2 groups of Golden Thunder arc constantly jumping, emitting ZZZ current sound. Along with the Thunder arcs jumping, the punk style girl had an inexplicable excited smile on her lips. Thunder a tribute. Lu Yuan could be certain that this punk wind girl was one of the 3S-rated special admissions. Further back was a reddish-skinned, muscular and gnarled burly man over 2 meters tall, who also carried a pillar-like weapon on his back. This strong man resembled a person Lu Yuan had seen before. Su Wu. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy's aura was much stronger, he would have even thought that this was Su Wu. Only, this burly man who looked like Su Wu appeared to be a bit impatient. There was also an expressionless, dyed white-haired, black-clothed teenager, who had his eyes closed the entire time, with the 4 big words, "Do not approach," written on his face. The black-clothed teenager had the most powerful aura, at least a rank 6 martial artist. Even stronger. No one was willing to approach this black-clothed teenager. These 3 were the ones with the most powerful aura among these special enrollment students. Compared to these people, Lu Yuan appeared mediocre. Other than being relatively handsome, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. The 12 special enrollment students stood together, but did not communicate in any way, because they all knew very well that they were each other's biggest competitors during college. The atmosphere on the field was not harmonious, and there was the smell of gunpowder filling the air. While Lu Yuan was observing the others, everyone else was also observing Lu Yuan. Yo, isn't this our top martial arts exam candidate, who doesn't look as if he's any good? Quite handsome looking. To be able to achieve such an exaggerated score in the martial exam, this Lu Yuan's strength is definitely not weak. It's just a matter of slaughtering some low-level ferocious beasts. How strong it is, we still have to see it underhand. A few people had different looks. Punk girl Lei Ting, shaking her white calves, looked at Lu Yuan with an inexplicable light in her gaze. She hadn't accepted the Central State University's early special enrollment because she wanted to shine in the martial arts exam. Yet, she was left far, far behind by this Lu Yuan. When there was a chance, there must be a sparring match. The black-clothed teenager with an icy temperament hadn't opened his eyes since the beginning. It seemed that none of the people present could enter his eyes. Just at this moment, the young man with a burly, giant-like figure walked straight towards Lu Yuan's direction. You are Lu Yuan? Chapter 28. Unfair Duel, Freshman versus Veteran. With an explosive sound, the burly man, who was more than 2 meters tall, stood in front of Lu Yuan. This burly man had a face full of horizontal meat and a fierce expression. At a glance, it was the type of person that was not easy to get along with, coupled with a size as small as a mountain and a huge pillar behind him. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. The surrounding melon eaters immediately became excited. Su Lai, the top martial arts scholar from the South Sea province, very strong. It's rumored that Su Lai possesses a very domineering ability called Unstoppable, which can tear apart everything in front of him once it's executed. Lu Yuan isn't simple either. It's not easy to earn so many credits in the martial examination battlefield. It's rumored that Su Lai's twin brother, Su Wu, was bullied by Lu Yuan in the Luo City martial exam, so Su Lai should be here to take revenge. I see, no wonder this Su Lai is in such a hurry, so it's to stand up for his brother. Fight, fight! Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. However, before he could say anything, that Su Lai revealed a naive smile, and the 2-meter-tall strong man stretched out his hand in a very friendly manner. Hello, hello, hello. I've heard a lot about you. I am Su Wu's twin brother Su Lai. I heard that you're very strong, so I want to ask you for a favor. Su Lai's thick palm scratched his head with an iron naive look. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy. Contrast is also a little too big. Moreover, what kind of species is this Su family? How come the two brothers both look so anxious? The surrounding melon eaters were also stunned. I turbine. Isn't this Su Lai trying to find trouble with Lu Yuan? How come he wimped out all of a sudden? This TMD is here to be funny. For these melon-eating Lesis people, these too hot enrollment without a direct fight is very meaningless. Su Lai scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, that, I would like to ask you to take me through the freshman entrance examination. Why should I help you? Lu Yuan's expression was cold. This guy in front of him was not weak. Even if the introductory examination of Central State University was perverted, it would be impossible for a freshman of this level to fail it. This Su Lai, why did he ask for his help? Because I don't like to fight. Su Lai's expression was a little embarrassed. I'm willing to pay 1 million. As long as you don't let me fight and take me through the freshman exam, I'll give you 1 million. Gentle instantly then looked at Su Lai. This guy who didn't look like a good guy was surprisingly just like her, not good at fighting people. Lu Yuan nodded. Deal. If you succeed, you can earn $1 million, and if you fail, there won't be any punishment. Moreover, Su Lai's strength was very strong. Lu Yuan also wanted to take this opportunity to fool this bull horse with good strength. I also have a condition. If I can bring you through the examination, you must join the same class as me. Su Lai nodded repeatedly. It seemed like, as long as he wasn't allowed to engage in combat, he would agree to whatever condition. Right at this moment, inside Central State University, a middle-aged man wearing a pure white suit that was very flirty walked out. All students, the freshman examination will begin soon. Before that, I will briefly explain the rules of the game to everyone. Freshmen, everyone will receive a certain amount of credits through the rating given by the academy. Ordinary freshmen 10 credits each. A rating 100 credits. S rating 500 credits. S plus rating 1000 credits. However, these credits are not yet yours. You are going to face the 500 seniors of the sophomore year, and after they defeat you, they will be able to take the credits from your hands. You guys have to successfully break through the woods at the entrance and enter the martial arts arena amidst the blockage of the seniors. Those who perform better in the introductory assessment will have the right to choose their own mentor. Everyone cheer up. The white suit's words had yet to fall. In the woods behind him, a lot of silhouettes could be vaguely seen flickering. These were the second-year seniors of Central State University. To be able to join Central State University, the weakest strength was that of a second-grade martial artist, and all of these seniors had been cultivating for a year under the school's training. In other words, the weakest of these seniors was a peak level 3. A considerable portion of them had the strength of a rank 4 martial artist. In this world where martial arts were honored, for a group of students in their teens to have such a strong strength, the quality of students at Central State University was indeed high. Although the freshmen were large in number, it was almost impossible for them to compete with these older students. That's why this rule immediately triggered the freshmen's agitation. Only they can rob us? Crap. What the kind of broken rule is this? I'm not convinced. I'm going to rob the seniors' credits too. Isn't it just one more year of cultivation? Who's afraid of who? The second-year students of Central State University, the weakest is also the peak of the third level. Are you sure you want to rob them? Lu Yuan, however, was a bit puzzled. Credits. Su Lai, on the contrary, was very clear about the various rules of the Central State University and directly began to introduce them. The credit system is used in all universities. In Central State University, credits are everything. Whether it's exchanging resources or daily life expenses, you need to use credits. 1 point of credits is roughly equivalent to $10,000. Of course, very few people within the school would be foolish enough to sell credits. After all, there are discounts for all exchanges within the school, and there are many precious resources. It's rumored that even the quota for the S-Class Ice Dragon ruins can be redeemed. Su Lai opened his bracelet, and the blue light screen displayed the number of credits he had. 100. You can view the remaining credits through the bracelet. These 100 credits are the school's startup funds for us, so we can't let those seniors steal them. Lu Yuan nodded. So the $1 million you gave me is actually buying 100 credits. Su Lai revealed a silly smile and scratched his head. Lu Yuan then checked his remaining credits with Gentle. Gentle's was also 100 credits. However, Lu Yuan realized that his credits were actually 1,000 points. Crap. How come your credits are 1,000? Su Lai was directly confused. He was already loud, and this excitement. Everyone converged their gazes on Lu Yuan, including the second-year veterans inside the gate. S+ rating. The school gave Lu Yuan an S+ rating. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, including the few others who were also special enrollment students. The gazes that looked at Lu Yuan were filled with disbelief. On what grounds? Lu Yuan can be rated S+. The punk girl bit the lollipop in her mouth. The thunderbolt in her hand exploded, and she directly spat out the fragrance. FCK. What makes him higher than me? Lei Tang possessed an S-rank natural ability, as well as the strength of a rank 4 martial artist, and her rating was only S-rank. The black-clothed teenager's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze piercing towards Lu Yuan. In Yi Liyun's bracelet, there were also 1,000 credits of S+ rating. The crowd once again boiled over when they saw the black-clothed teenager's credits. This black-clothed teenager is also S+ rated. And on what basis is he? Don't be awkwardly black, he's Yi Liyun. Do you understand the gold content of these 3 words? Yi Liyun was already an official martial artist at the age of 10, and now he's at least level 6. He's definitely the strongest of this freshman class. There won't be any surprises. Yi Liyun is an absolutely ruthless person who tore ferocious beasts with his hands and ate them alive. Lu Yuan or whatever, it's all weak all right. Listening to the surrounding rumors about Yi Liyun, everyone silently took half a step back, leaving a huge open space around Yi Liyun. No one dared to approach this ruthless man. Right at this moment, the white-suited teacher waved his hand. Freshman examination, officially begin. In an instant, the entire room fell into absolute silence. All the freshmen were staring dead on, inside the gates of Central State University. In the woods, although no silhouettes could be seen. However, no one dared to act rashly. The corner of Yi Liuyun's mouth rose slightly as he swept his eyes at the other freshmen with some disdain. Then he directly stepped into the school gate of Central State University. Boom! A terrifying power of chi and blood rose to the sky. Chapter 29 Level 7 Martial Artist, the veritable strongest freshman. Boom! The majestic chi and blood power almost condensed into substance, forming a light red chi flame around Yi Luyun that continuously rose upwards. That head of white hair rose to the sky under the impact of the chi and blood power. All the freshmen could feel the oppression of this chi and blood. The bracelets of all the freshmen around them constantly flashed red, sending out an alarm. Chi and blood power. 6,532. 7th level martial artist. Looking at the data in the bracelet, the other freshmen were dumbfounded. 7th level martial artist. Crap. This guy is actually a rank 7 martial artist. This guy is a bit too terrifying. Those seniors in the 4th year, there aren't many of them who can become a rank 7 martial artist, right? Yi Luyun just enrolled in school, and he's already a rank 7 martial artist. Too exaggerated. How else can this TMD be compared? All the new students felt fear and powerlessness after Yi Luyun released the power of chi and blood. Such a gap was too great. They were simply unable to catch up. Within Lei Ting's eyes, golden thunder arcs flickered. Yi Luyun is very good. Looks like these 4 years won't be too boring. Afterward, the punk girl's body was surrounded by thunder arcs bursting out, and her entire body directly rushed out. The other freshmen also started rushing into Central State University one after another, but there was no one who chose to go with Yi Luyun. That guy was too strong. Strong enough to be feared. What if he was looked at by this guy and slapped out with a palm? Yi Luyun brought too much oppressive force to the others. Only Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with excitement. So strong. To have such strong chi and blood power just after enrolling in school, this guy called Yi Luyun must have good cultivation qualifications to the point of bursting. This guy was a born bull and horse. One must join the same class as Yi Luyun. Lu Yuan directly rushed out in the direction that Yi Luyun went. Gentle followed closely behind. Su Lai was confused. These two guys were so crazy, they were directly going to find Yi Luyun's trouble. That was a rank 7 martial artist. Older brother is right. This guy is just crazy. Although his mouth spat, Su Lai also rushed out after Lu Yuan. After all, the thought of the special reaction that would occur during his battle. A fearful expression appeared on Su Lai's face. He really couldn't accept that he was fighting under the eyes of so many people on the very first day of his enrollment. Nowadays, his greatest wish was to not fight in front of anyone during his 4 years in college. Yi Luyun was different from the others. He was not in a hurry to break through the woods and enter the martial arts arena. Instead, he walked slowly through the woods as if he was walking leisurely. Although Yi Luyun was a freshman worth 1,000 credits. But those second-year seniors, not only did they not dare to surround him, but instead, they retreated violently. This TMD was a 7th level martial artist. They weren't fools who would dare to rob a 7th level martial artist. This guy is really arrogant. This is still arrogant? If I was a rank 7 martial artist when I enrolled in school, I'd be even more arrogant than him, believe it or not. Stop talking and run. To be chased by a freshman, how humiliating. The reason why the freshman entrance examination, the reason why these second-year seniors were allowed to go out and fight against the freshmen. It was because the school wanted to borrow the hands of the second-year seniors to polish these high-minded freshmen. Let them know what it means to be outside of the crowd and outside of the sky. However, who would have thought that this class of freshmen would appear such an exaggerated demon? A person chasing after a group of older students. Yi Luyun seemed a bit unsatisfied. He even directly stopped a senior. Under the suppression of the terrifying power, the senior student who only had a peak cultivation of level 3 instantly froze in place. The senior who was playing the role of a hunter was at the moment like a shivering chicklet. What do you want? It was only after feeling so close that one could realize that it was not only the power of chi and blood that enveloped Yi Luyun's body, but there was also a stronger, more terrifying power. It was a kind of straight-to-the-heart intimidation. One could not help but want to submit. That old student's back was instantly drenched in sweat. Yi Luyun's face was cold. Credits. That old student froze for a moment, somewhat confused. What credits? The rules don't say that only you can rob our credits. Within Yi Luyun's eyes, a refined light flashed. An even more terrifying power pressed on top of this senior's head. With a fluttering sound, that senior student sat paralyzed on the ground. Under Yi Liuyun's compulsion, he could only activate his bracelet in a very humiliating manner. Adjusting the bracelet to the trading interface, then gently touched Yi Liuyun's bracelet. 10 points of credits were then scratched onto Yi Liuyun's bracelet. Although he could only plunder the old students for 10 credits at a time, it was still a good harvest. The corner of Yi Liuyun's mouth rose slightly. Then he began to continue hunting other old students. The other new students, looking at Yi Liuyun's operation of inverting the Big Dipper, were baffled. What the TMD is this wolf extinction? Inverted Big Dipper, first day of school, directly robbing the seniors' credits. Worthy of being Yi Liuyun. The rules don't really seem to say that new students are not allowed to rob the senior. It's just that no new student has ever dared to be so arrogant while still having such a strong strength in the past. Yi Liuyun really knows how to play. 666 The martial arts arena. More than 20 freshman tutors, all of them were looking at the freshmen's performance through the monitor. For these freshman tutors, the most important thing about the entrance examination was to rank the new students. So on the monitor, not only were there various data of each new student when they fought, but there were also specialists who ranked these students based on these data. But who would have thought that such an exciting scene would happen? Yi Liuyun, not bad. This kid's chi and blood is really high, but I've heard that this kid's combat performance is rather poor, but now it seems to be not bad. Indeed, it's just that this isn't the power of chi and blood. This is Yi Liuyun's natural ability. With his strength, just a slight exertion is enough to crush everything. While the crowd was bragging about Yi Liuyun, Gao Weiguang stroked his thinning hair with some sorrow. Lu Yuan's performance made it a little difficult for him. What exactly does this kid want to do? Lu Yuan had been scurrying back and forth like a headless fly since he stepped into the woods. It seemed like he was observing the battles of the other freshmen. I hope this kid doesn't cause any trouble for me. In order to give an invitation to Lu Yuan to join Central State University, Gao Weiguang had given the principal a lot of good words and assurances. He even gave away the quota for the S-Class Ice Dragon ruins. If this guy didn't perform well, Gao Weiguang would definitely be counted out by the principal. The beautiful woman on the side seemed to be able to see Gao Weiguang's embarrassment. Senior Director Gao, this day isn't too hot. Why are you sweating profusely? Is it a weak kidney or a weak heart? Gao Weiguang rolled his eyes. Whether my kidneys are weak or not, what does it matter to you? Does it mean you want to try again? You! The beautiful woman instantly read warm. The surrounding several teachers one by one directly laughed madly. The beautiful woman used to be married to Gao Weiguang, only later divorced. In short, the two had always been at odds with each other. This little guy called Lu Yuan is indeed a bit strange. A woman in a cheongsam slowly walked out. But I can feel that he is very strong. This woman was born extremely beautiful. Coupled with this properly tailored cheongsam, it aptly emphasized the woman's concave and convex curves, and her snow-white thighs were even reflecting. Baiji gently stroked the little white tiger in her arms, white light flickering in her eyes. Oh, Teacher Baiji is also optimistic about this kid. Baiji was a very powerful imperial beast master, and she possessed a very sharp perception. Moreover, Teacher Baiji was rather strict, and very few students could obtain such a high evaluation from her mouth. Not to mention a new student. Baiji nodded slightly. He is very strong. A white light flashed within Baiji's eyes. This was one of her abilities, mind perception. It was with this ability that she was able to become a royal beast master. In Baiji's perception, Lu Yuan's strength was not even worse than the popular Yi Liuyun. In the woods, Lu Yuan and his 3 special enrollment students entered the woods together. Those seniors who had wanted to make a move and grab Lu Yuan's 1,000 credits were unable to do so. 3 special enrollment students teaming up, who would dare to rob this. The strength of these 3 people can be perverted. The point is solid. Slipped away. The seniors who were all about to gather around had reversed their direction to look for other new students with weaker strength. Lu Yuan didn't have the time to pay attention to these older students at all. He had been observing the other freshmen. He was going to pick some strong freshmen and find a way to get them to join the same class as himself. Who is that teenager with a resolute face? Lu Yuan looked towards a teenager holding a long sword. Xiao Yan. Su Lai had done a lot of homework before arriving in order not to clash with anyone. The stronger ones among the new students could basically be named. Originally, Xiao Yan was also talented, but unfortunately, he was attacked by a ferocious beast before the entrance exam. Both of his parents died, and Xiao Yan was also seriously injured, causing him to lose the college entrance exam. Otherwise, he should have been able to fight for a good ranking. Xiao Yan. This name, this experience. Lu Yuan very decisively memorized Xiao Yan's name in his small notebook. This oxen and horses, he'll take it. Through Lu Yuan's observation, soon a dozen names were written down on the book. Lu Yuan was ready to start implementing his plan. He was going to gather these relatively strong freshmen into one class. But before that, it was important to take down this hardcore that was the most difficult to chew on. Lu Yuan directly headed towards Yi Luyun. Chapter 30. Lu Yuan's plan. Could he really be a genius? Su Lai swallowed hard. Boss Lu, this Yi Lun guy is too strong. Do we really want to trouble him? Gentle's mood was also a bit apprehensive. Fighting with a human was much more terrifying than fighting with a ferocious beast. After all, ferocious beasts could be directly decapitated, but not people. Lu Yuan looked back in surprise. What are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to find Yi Luyun in trouble? Just chatting and reasoning. Su Lai scratched his head. Lu Yuan exploded with all his strength and instantly rushed in front of Yi Luyun. It blocked his way. Yi Luyun's eyes narrowed slightly as terrifying power converged in his hands. The threatening intent was self-evident. Something wrong. A cold voice came out from Yi Luyun's mouth. Lu Yuan was not polite and asked directly, I want to ask you which teacher you want to join under? Yi Luyun frowned slightly. He was a little confused as to what this new student named Lu Yuan wanted to do. Lu Yuan continued, this year's new student instructors have 20 with 9th level strength. Yet there are 4 teachers who are recognized as the strongest. They are Teacher Bai Ji, who is a dual practitioner of sword techniques and imperial beasts. Teacher Li Bei, who majors in spearmanship and possesses an A-rank cold light talent. Teacher Yang Zhenan, who majors in medicine refining and possesses an A+ talent. Teacher Zhao Wuji, who majors in boxing and possesses the A+ talent unbreakable body. Lu Yuan had long known the information about the current mentors from Su Lai. These 4 people all possessed peak level 9 combat power and could break through to the sovereign realm at any time. For Yi Luyun, the best choice was one of these 4. There was no politeness in Lu Yuan's words. It was filled with threats. It seemed as if Yi Luyun had to tell him. The smell of gunpowder instantly pulled full. The people around them, whether they were freshmen or veterans, all stopped in their tracks and looked into this class of freshmen. The clash of the 2 major S+ rated geniuses. Crap. Lu Yuan is so strong. Seriously, Lu Yuan is going to fight Yi Luyun head-on. He's a rank 7 martial artist. Lu Yuan isn't weak either, okay? A rank 5 martial artist plus the strength of a rank 4 spiritual psychic. Even if he doesn't beat Yi Luyun, it's not that far off. Both are freaks. Yi Luyun's awakening is AS+ grade talent. Even if the cultivation speed is fast, what is going on with Lu Yuan? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he can't cultivate both his chi and blood power and spiritual power to such a high level at the same time. No matter how you look at it, these 2 are both demons. However, Yi Luyun didn't seem to want to fight with Lu Yuan. Zhao Wuji. Leaving behind a name, Yi Luyun began to continue taking credits from other old students. The surrounding old students who were watching the show were directly confused. FCK. Yi Luyun doesn't dare to trouble Lu Yuan, so he's anti-bullying us old students. This guy is really too much. Quickly run. This credits are what I earned with great difficulty by doing missions. I can't lose them here at the freshmen. Instantly, the surrounding seniors who were watching the show directly disappeared into thin air. Lu Yuan believed Yi Luyun's words. Because Zhao Wuji's fighting style was wide open, he was the most suitable teacher for Yi Luyun. He then started to go look for other geniuses. Another direction. A golden lightning arc exploded in the woods, and the punk girl Lei Ting knocked away a level 4 martial artist veteran with a single punch. Credits. After being a clan master, Lei Ting did not lack resources though. But what was robbed was the best. Lei Ting liked this feeling. Right at this moment, a flying sword descended from the sky and smashed in front of Lei Ting. The punk girl was furious. FCK. Lu Yuan. Dare to provoke this lady? Do you want to die? Lu Yuan stepped on the flying sword with his feet and stood tall. I don't have any malicious intent. I just have something I want to ask you for. Please join me and join Mr. Zhao Wuji's class. However, although the words were said so, behind Lu Yuan's back floated the jade flying sword. There also stood Su Lai, a strong man whose qi and blood power boiled like a giant beast. There was also the petite and cute, but notably strong spiritual numinous Master Gentle. Although the little girl lowered her head, but in her slender fingers, 5 flying blades were constantly flipping. It was as if she was going to beat someone up if she didn't cooperate. 3 against 1. Lei Ting was angry. A golden lightning arc flickered around her body, bullying the few with the many, the bastards who don't talk about martial virtues. Lu Yuan shrugged. I'm actually here to reason. I have a plan. With the strength of the 3 of us, plus you, if we can all join a class, we can definitely crush everyone in the entire year. We'll be able to grab more resources and then advance at a faster rate. How about it, wanna join? A hint of surprise flashed in Lei Ting's eyes as the golden lightning arcs around her dissipated. Not a bad suggestion, I agree. However, I think we need a higher goal, like dominating the entire school. Also, you guys dare to threaten this young lady, you'd better not fall into my hands in the future. The words fell. Lei Ting turned around and headed in the direction of the martial arts practice field. After Lu Yuan's mess, she was no longer interested in plundering these old students here. However, Lei Ting was very interested in Lu Yuan's plan. Breaking rules and whatnot was her favorite. Looking at Lei Ting's departing back, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Very good. One more quality cow horse. Lei Ting's strength, however, was very strong, and she also possessed the lightning attribute innate ability that had a very powerful explosive power. Subsequently, Lu Yuan began to use the same method to find many new students. The students that he found had 2 characteristics. Either they had high qi and blood or strong innate abilities. In short, there was not a single weak one. Lu Yuan had only one condition, and that was to join Mr. Zhao Wuji's class. The rhetoric is the same thing that fooled Lei Ting. Of course, most of the people who were able to join Central State University were high-minded martial artists. There were many who refused at first. However, the real truth in this world was the fist. 2 punches from Bang Bang and they were honest. Lu Yuan settled a freshman and condescendingly asked, "Promise or refuse?" I promise, I promise." He then continued to go find more freshmen. There were only 2 endings for the freshmen he found. 1, directly agree. 2, being beaten up and then agreeing. On the martial arts arena, a group of teachers turned their heads at the same time and looked at teacher Zhao Wuji. This was a middle-aged man. Zhao Wuji had a simple appearance, and although he was relatively short in height, he was very strong, like muscles poured out of steel, almost bursting through his battle suit. How shameless! How dare you collude with Lu Yuan to enroll yourself? You guy, you look honest, but you still engage in such crooked ways? Old Zhao, you tell the truth. Did you give Lu Yuan favors in advance and let him help you enroll outstanding students? You're cheating. I'm going to tell the principal and dock your salary. Zhao Wuji wanted to cry. I really don't know Lu Yuan, you guys have to believe me. However, the others didn't believe it at all. After all, Lu Yuan's behavior was just too outrageous. Watching Lu Yuan excitedly scurrying around in the woods, he constantly coerced and lured those new students who were stronger, letting them join under Zhao Wuji. Even the principal's eyes were filled with skepticism when he looked at Zhao Wuji, let alone the principal. Looking at the images in the surveillance, Zhao Wuji himself doubted himself. The key he really didn't have. This kid, if I don't train him until he cries in the future, I'll write the word Zhao Wuji backwards. Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, and so on, some of the more powerful freshmen chased after the older students and beat them up, which would have made this introductory examination a bit chaotic. However, everything was still under control. But now, Lu Yuan was all kinds of messy again, directly making the entire examination a mess. The new student tutors, one by one, all tightly frowned, starting to pay special attention to this prickly freshman. The location at the more marginal edge of the forest. Xiao Yan was fighting an older student. The power of qi and blood that he displayed wasn't really high. It was only comparable to the strength of this old student who was a rank 4 martial artist. However, the martial arts were much more powerful, and he easily defeated this old student. You're not a special enrollment. Why are you so strong? This old student was about to cry. He had just escaped from Lei Ting's pursuit, and was thinking of picking a few weak freshmen to earn some credits. He didn't expect to run into another tough opponent. Why were there so many demons in this freshman class? Xiao Yan seized 10 credits once again and just stood still and started talking to himself. Good harvest this time. Want to continue plundering credits? It's fine to go to the martial arts arena earlier. After all, there are still many experts here. Just then, Lu Yuan's trio slowly came from the depths of the woods. Student Xiao Yan, I have a request. Chapter 31. Battle Power Index, Freshman Ranking. I hope you can join Mr. Zhao Wuji's class. Together, we will dominate the resources of the entire year, and even dominate the entire school. Although Lu Yuan's tone was flat and didn't have any threatening intent. However, the 9 flying swords behind him were all sheathed. Su Lai and Gentle, too. Both exuded a powerful aura. Xiao Yan's gaze was resolute as he faced the 3 special enrollment students, but he did not wimp out at all. That depends on whether you are qualified to work with me. The words fell. A ghostly blue flame enveloped Xiao Yan's fist. Xiao Yan unexpectedly possessed the ability to control the flame, which was a power above the Zhongshi realm. Boom! The fire fist was in the air, but it was easily cut in half by the jade ruin. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with numinous ripples. The 2 flying swords sliced through mid-air, chopping through several fire fists blasted out by Xiao Yan one after another. Xiao Yan's gaze slightly condensed. A little bit of strength, but that's all. More terrifying flames converged. Unextinguishable fire lotus. Crimson fire condensed in Xiao Yan's palm, forming a lifelike flaming lotus flower. The power contained within it caused even Lu Yuan to be somewhat moved. However, that was all. 6 flying swords flew out at the same time, instantly splitting the flaming lotus flower condensed by the flames into smithereens. How is this possible? Xiao Yan's face grew more and more grave. Stronger flame lotuses haunted his hands. However, Xiao Yan realized that no matter what, he could not break through Lu Yuan's 9 flying swords. This Lu Yuan was really strong. For the first time, Xiao Yan felt pressure on someone his age. Soon, he was already sweating. Facing 9 flying swords at the same time was too much pressure. Lu Yuan, however, got excited. This guy, his strength was good. The surname Xiao was really something. Lu Yuan had already fully utilized his mental energy to manipulate the 9 flying swords before he could barely draw with Xiao Yan. One must know that the strength of a 4th-level spiritual Nian master was equivalent to a 6th-level martial artist. Xiao Yan's qi and blood, which was clearly only at the peak of level 4, possessed the strength of a level 6 martial artist. Moreover, Lu Yuan could feel it. Within Xiao Yan's body, there was also an even stronger force that was strong enough to destroy everything. If Xiao Yan used that power, Lu Yuan was not even sure if he could block it. To others, this could be a deadly threat. But to Lu Yuan, this was a heavenly good thing. He liked students who were strong. Xiao Yan's gaze towards Lu Yuan also gained some importance. Your suggestion is very good, and with your strength, it's likely that you'll be able to realize this plan. But I have reasons why I must join Mr. Yang Jinnan's class. If there is an opportunity in the future, we can work together again. After saying that, Xiao Yan erupted with his fastest speed and turned around to escape. Then, he ran wildly in the direction of the martial arts arena at an extremely fast speed. He did not want to be pestered by Lu Yuan again. Ugh! Lu Yuan watched such a fat duck fly away. He felt a great pity. However, during college, there were many special training camps and such that would select the best students in the whole year, and even the whole school. Xiao Yan was very strong. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the training ground, all the teachers and leaders of Central State University were dumbfounded. Crap! This? Lu Yuan is also too outrageous. This kid, he's really able to fold. The teachers were all shocked by Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan hadn't broken out too strong a battle power index from start to finish. Yet, with his own strength, he had made the entire freshman entrance examination a mess. Excluding the special enrollment, the top 30 freshmen in the ranking list were basically all beaten up by Lu Yuan. This kid does have the strength of a special enrollment, but that's about it. It was only natural that Lu Yuan could crush those ordinary freshmen. Unlike the trouble-loving Lu Yuan, the rest of the few special enrollment students performed amazingly. All of them displayed superb battle strength. For the non-special enrollment students, there were also a few with good strength. Right now, there were many teachers who were concerned about the freshman who had just fought with Lu Yuan. This freshman called Xiao Yan was also very strong. That was Lu Yuan. Being able to last that long in his hands was something to be proud of. Fierce, this kid. Bullish. Our class needs such a bullish player. According to the data test, Xiao Yan's battle power index is actually stronger. Lu Yuan is just suppressing Xiao Yan by virtue of his specialization as a spiritual numinous master. Awkwardly blowing. If Lu Yuan really gets serious, Xiao Yan definitely won't be able to do it. Xiao Yan's battle power index is more than twice as much as his own qi and blood power. This number is terrifying, even catching up with Yi Luyun. The flames he casts should be an S rank or above natural ability, and combined with a gong method to explode that much power. This kid is indeed good, and can be focused on cultivation. By now, the vast majority of the freshmen had already rushed out from the grove. The battle power index ranking would basically remain unchanged. The battle power index was calculated based on the power that erupted during a battle. It was a way to test the martial artist's strength in the university, which could more clearly reflect the martial artist's true strength and select students with cultivation value. The battle power index of an ordinary martial artist is comparable to the value of qi and blood. Genius martial artists could explode more than twice the value of their qi and blood, and it was rumored that there were also demons who could reach a battle power index of 10 times. The level of the battle power index usually depended on 3 aspects. 1. Realm level. 2. Natural skill. 3. Martial arts proficiency. Battle power index ranking. First place. Yi Luyun. Battle power index. 12,000. Looting credits. 230. Second place. Lei Ting. Battle power index. 3,500. Looting credits. 50. Third place. Li Jujia. Battle power index. 3490. Looting credits. 90. Fourth place. Xiao Yan. Battle power index. 3,400. Looting credits. 80. Fifth place. 10th place. Lu Yuan. Battle power index. 3,300. Although Lu Yuan is quite capable of tossing and turning, his battle power index isn't good either, barely making it into 10th place. There was also Gentle and Su Lai, both of whom had never even made a move during the entire examination. For these 3 people, the new student tutors, they all felt a bit of a headache. Of course, the strength of these 3 people was still very strong. Overall, the quality of this freshman class was very high, with several seedlings with very good potential, especially the few freshmen who ranked in the top 10 of the battle power index. Yi Luyun, this kid is really good. He has the potential to ask for the number 1 spot in the entire academy. Yi Luyun is likely to become the second Great Demon King. Zhao Wuji smacked his lips and couldn't help but remember the fear of being dominated by that man in school. That desperate crushing of strength. That man, with his own strength, crushed everyone and suffocated the entire school. However, today's Yi Luyun gave off a feeling that was even more terrifying than the Great Demon King. Even the Great Demon King back then couldn't crush the seniors so easily. The crowd was even more curious if Bai Ji would change her mind. Yi Luyun's battle power is 4 times more than Lu Yuan's. Teacher Bai Ji still thinks that Lu Yuan has the qualifications to fight him? Bai Ji slowly nodded. Of course. Her voice was flat, without a single ripple, as if she was telling something that was 100% certain. Among all the freshman tutors, Bai Ji was the youngest and the strongest. She was even able to kill a 10th level beast. A level 10 ferocious beast was comparable to a martial artist of the Zhongshe realm, which meant that Bai Ji was able to kill ferocious beasts across a large realm. That was why Bai Ji's attitude surprised the other teachers so much. It wasn't that the other teachers thought Lu Yuan wasn't powerful. It was quite the opposite. All the teachers knew very well that Lu Yuan was very strong. 5th level martial artist. A rank 4 spiritual numinous master. Such strength was absolutely terrifying. If Lu Yuan got serious, he even had the possibility of asking for the top 3. But the key thing was, Yi Luyun was too perverse. His strength was no longer on the same level as the freshmen. Let's not talk about freshmen. Even the senior students, there weren't many who could win against Yi Luyun. Admissions director Gao Weiguang also shook his head helplessly. The gap was too big. The teachers continued to fall their eyes on the others on the leaderboard. This girl Lei Ting is not bad either. This is a crazy girl. If she's really crazy, I'm afraid that only Yi Luyun can steadily suppress her. This freshman class, the quality is really good. Even the non-special enrollment Xiao Yan and Sacred Heart, they are also very good. Of course, these teachers had automatically ignored the Lu Yuan trio, especially Lu Yuan. This guy couldn't be evaluated right now. Let's talk about it later. At this moment, Yi Luyun took the lead and rushed out from the woods to the martial arts arena. Seeing his battle power index ranking, the corners of Yi Luyun's mouth rose slightly, then immediately pressed them down. It seemed like he was deliberately creating a cold persona. Following closely behind was a golden lightning bolt. Lei Ting looked at the words second place, but felt a bit unconvinced. Surname Yi. The freshman competition will definitely show you how powerful this girl is. The other freshmen also passed through the woods one after another and arrived at the martial arts arena. Of course, for the freshmen with average strength. Many of the freshmen had their credits snatched away by their second-year brothers. Lu Yuan also hung at the end and arrived at the martial arts arena. After seeing his 10th place ranking, not only was Lu Yuan not disappointed, he was instead happy. I didn't expect all these guys have such a fierce battle power index. This shows that the strength of each and every one of these new students is awesome. Especially Yi Luyun. This guy had grabbed so many credits, he would definitely get high in the future. There were other students as well. Next, it was time to divide the classes. Lu Yuan sincerely hoped that everyone in their class would cultivate hard, earn more credits, eat more elixirs. Only then could they not waste everyone's title of cow horse. After all, if they ate the elixir, it would be equivalent to Lu Yuan eating it himself. And there wouldn't be any Dan poison or anything like that. Chapter 32. Little Monk. Surpassing Lu Yuan is just around the corner. The freshmen who rushed out from the grove had different expressions on each of their faces. Some of the freshmen were so excited that as soon as they came out, they rushed to check the credits on their bracelets. This part of the freshmen should have all kept their credits. However, there were also some that carried a bit of wretchedness on their bodies and their breath was shriveled. These had obviously already experienced the power of the seniors, and the credits had been snatched away. As more and more freshmen came to the training ground, the crowd also began to discuss. The second-year seniors are all so fierce. I took a punch and my brain buzzed with pain. After all, they've already trained for a year under the cultivation of Central State University, and the weakest of their strength is a peak level 3 martial artist. It's already good that we weren't crippled. How can we move for real? It's just the introductory test. I also don't know how those few on the leaderboard robbed the seniors. Yi Luyun is a real pervert. I personally saw him chasing a group of older students by himself. Just blow it off. Those few even said that Lu Yuan, by himself, beat up the freshmen in the front of the rankings. How can this be? Too exaggerated. Unlike the other freshmen, Su Lai was very low-key, keeping his head down, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. After all, just now in the grove, he had threatened so many powerful freshmen as Lu Yuan's accomplice. Su Lai didn't want to be attacked by these people in a group. However, Su Lai's size was just too striking. With a height of 2 meters and 2 meters, coupled with this tendon flesh, he could be seen at a glance in the crowd. Those freshmen who had been beaten up by Lu Yuan in the grove, their gazes constantly swept over the three. Being watched by so many people at the same time, Gentle also became more nervous. Among the trio, only Lu Yuan was more calm. He didn't care at all about the gazes of these people. Lu Yuan also never thought that all the people he had threatened would obediently join a class. It would be good to have half of them. Just then, a head reflecting the sun's light squeezed out from the crowd. Amitabha Buddha. 2 monks. Long time no see. A small monk folded his hands and bent over slightly. Sacred Heart. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He had searched for a long time in the grove before, but he hadn't realized where this little monk was. He actually bumped into it here. Lu Yuan had wanted Sacred Heart's ability a long time ago. After all, the A+ grade Dharma Phase Golden Body was able to stack chi and blood and spiritual power. If he could have this special ability, Lu Yuan would have one more card that could fight across levels. Sacred Heart. Which class are you going to join? We come from the same place. How about joining Mr. Zhao Wuji's class together, so we can take care of each other? Although Sacred Heart was very strong. But in the end, it was only a 12-year-old young monk with a simple mind. Hearing Lu Yuan's suggestion, his naked little head nodded several times. Yes, but there are conditions if you want to join the class of the 4 strongest instructors. What conditions? Lu Yuan didn't really know. Sacred Heart continued, every month, you must complete enough tasks to earn at least 30 credits. Otherwise, you will be kicked out. If you want to earn credits in Central State University, you have to complete various missions, the vast majority of which are out of the city hunting ferocious beasts, and an ordinary mission will only earn you 10 credits. Put it this way, 30 credits was indeed a lot of pressure for the vast majority of ordinary students. This was because it meant that for a long time every month, they would have to fight ferocious beasts outside of the city. Lu Yuan nodded. He really didn't know before that Central State University had this kind of requirement. But just hunting some ferocious beasts was nothing to him. Sulai, however, was confused. He had all been gathering information on the new students before and hadn't really noticed that Central State University had this kind of hard requirement. Didn't this mean that no matter what, there was no way to avoid fighting? FCK. Sulai had already decided long ago. In order not to die socially, in order not to lose his spousal rights during college, he absolutely couldn't have a fight in front of anyone, and this was completely ed up. Gentle but the complete opposite of the crumbling Sulai. This little girl who had been following behind Lu Yuan and had no sense of existence, had an exquisite light flashing in her eyes. Fierce beast. During high school, every time she wanted to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, she needed to apply, which was very troublesome. Now, finally, she could realize the freedom of ferocious beasts. The little monk did not notice the change in these two. He had been paying attention to the battle power rankings. Before the martial exam, Sacred Heart had always had the reputation of being the strongest high school student in Luo City. However, he was crushed by Lu Yuan and Gentle in the high school exam and only finished third. However, Sacred Heart was not discouraged. This was because he knew very well that he wasn't weak. It was only because of the explosive talent that consumed too much mental energy for a short period of time. Couldn't be maintained for a long period of time in combat. Therefore, in the matter of slaughtering ferocious beasts, it couldn't be compared to a spiritual numinous master. Not to mention the 4th-level spiritual numinous master Lu Yuan, even Gentle was much stronger than Sacred Heart in terms of slaughtering ferocious beasts. But if it was a battle, Sacred Heart was confident that he wouldn't lose, at least not to Gentle. What's more, now that he had advanced to a 4th-level martial artist, utilizing the Dharma Phase Golden Body, he could even explode into a rank 5 battle power. Originally, Sacred Heart was still somewhat complacent, wanting to make a splash in the Central State University entrance examination. However, he did not expect it. He had only ranked 19th amongst the freshmen when he had utilized his Dharma Phase Golden Body and exploded his strongest battle power. Sure enough, the principal was right. Those who can enter Central State University are all monsters, all geniuses. After coming here, many of the students that Sacred Heart had met were gifted martial artists. There were even several with the rare spiritual talent. Of course, the most terrifying was still that person. The strongest person who pressed down on everyone's head, making it impossible to breathe. Level 7 martial artist Yi Luyun. The Sacred Heart's gaze in the Battle Power Index ranking traced through the rankings in order from top to bottom. In the end, it saw Lu Yuan, who was ranked in 10th place. The Sacred Heart became even more emotional. This cultivator Lu, who had created an impossible score in the battlefield of the college entrance exam, was only ranked in 10th place. Among so many geniuses, unexpectedly, Lu Yuan had become ordinary as well. A bold idea popped up in the Sacred Heart's mind. In Central State University, perhaps he could surpass Lu Yuan. Just then, a girl with smoky makeup and a double ponytail walked over. She's the 2nd place female caster. Sacred Heart was a bit confused. Lei Ting went around him and stood in front of Lu Yuan. You guy, you're really reckless. It's said that the vast majority of the powerhouses ranked in the top 30 were beaten up by you in the grove. Even Yi Luyun, you dared to threaten. So, do you still dare to come? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course. Lei Ting did not have any hesitation. As a 2nd-generation martial artist, she had been subjected to the strictest discipline since she was a child. Now that she was finally free after arriving at the university, she loved this feeling of breaking the rules. Together, we will dominate the entire Central State University. Lei Ting's voice was not loud. However, the originally noisy martial arts arena instantly fell silent. Everyone froze in place, one by one gradually opening their mouths wide. Sacred Heart, who was standing next to Lu Yuan, had an even more exaggerated expression. It was even horrified, beating up all the freshmen at the top of the row, and threatened Yi Luyun, and to claim the entire Central State University. Crazy. Sacred Heart sighed. Sure enough, this was that Lu Yuan. This was the Lu Yuan who had slaughtered the battlefield of the college entrance exam and killed over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Just now, he was so whimsical as to think that he could surpass Lu Yuan. The Sacred Heart silently recited the Buddha's name. As fast as he could, he cleared his mind of all the unrealistic fantasies, one by one. It's about to start. Lu Yuan looked towards the high stage of the martial arts arena. More than 20 martial artists with long, lingering breaths walked up one after another. The new student instructors were here. Chapter 33 Quality oxen and horses were already in place. Teachers and school leaders, one after another, went up to the stage. One of them, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and thinning hair, turned over the speech in his hand. He was the principal of Central State University, Wang Dezhu. Although he was a bit ugly, he was extremely strong, and was rumored to have been a Zhongshe level powerhouse long ago. This kind of strength was already at the top in the city. Wang Dezhu cleared his throat. First of all, welcome to Zhongshe University. Everyone performed very well in the introductory examination. All of you are very good. During your 4 years at Central State University, you still have a lot to learn and familiarize yourselves with, and you need to take your time to understand. After 10 minutes, Wang Dezhu finally finished reading the speech in his hands. I won't say any more nonsense. Next is the class separation ceremony. The freshmen who are in the top 50 on the Battle Power Index ranking have the qualification to actively choose their class. The words fell. Everyone's gazes swept over the teacher. Even if they were only freshman instructors, they were all rank 9 martial artists. There were more than 20 instructors, and each instructor had different personalities and fighting styles. Some teachers had sinister and venomous fighting styles, while others were courageous and unrivaled. This led to the mentors, all having their own areas of specialization and ineptitude. Therefore, choosing the right mentor for you was also very important. I want to join Teacher Bai Ji's class. I also want to become a royal beast master. But Teacher Bai's requirements are also the highest. It's said that she only accepts 10 students. Teacher Bai is impacting the sovereign realm and doesn't have much time to take students. I'd better listen to Lu Yuan's advice and go to Teacher Zhao Wuji. A student slurred. The student next to him was using an ice pack to cold compress his red and swollen eyes. You guys were also beaten by Lu Yuan. Advice. Yeah, actually, Lu Yuan's suggestion is really a good choice. Teacher Zhao Wuji is very strong and the most experienced teacher. Although he is a major in boxing, he has dabbled in all swords, guns, swords, and halberds. In case Lu Yuan can really do it, we'll also be able to acquire more resources for the ones he promised. In the grove, Lu Yuan's suggestion was serious. He was promising from the bottom of his heart to lead the class to acquire the best resources in every resource allocation battle. After all, as long as they were willing to join the same class, Lu Yuan truly wanted them to become stronger. Just that. Inside the grove, when they first heard Lu Yuan's words, they didn't really recognize them. After all, who wasn't a genius and who didn't have some pride? Why should they listen to Lu Yuan? Then they realized why. Lu Yuan's fists were indeed hard. This guy, worthy of being an existence that had set a record for the martial examination, was very strong. If they could really gather so many powerful freshmen in one class under his leadership, they might really be able to dominate the best resources of the entire year. The students were observing the teachers. The mentors were naturally observing these freshmen as well. Although in the monitoring, they had all roughly understood the basic situation of this freshman class. But seeing it with their own eyes was another matter. Among the new students in this class, the one who received the most attention from the teachers was not Yi Luyun. Rather, it was Lu Yuan. This kid, he's not really going to pick me, is he? Zhao Wuji kept muttering. He was really afraid that Lu Yuan would make another whole mess. Lu Yuan's strength is still very good, but this temperament is really a bit odd. Such a prickly student. It's not easy to teach, old Zhao. Let him come to my class. This kind of prick is better for me to come. I can lower it. These freshman tutors, they were all talking about Lu Yuan's shortcomings before, but when it came time to divide the classes. Yet, they started to grab again, because every one of them knew very well that Lu Yuan was very, very strong. He could definitely rank in the top 3 in terms of battle power amongst all the freshmen. Who wouldn't want such a student? Even the beautiful tutor, Bai Ji, wanted Lu Yuan. I was also quite hoping that he would join my class. Unfortunately, the little guy prefers Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wuji ignored the other teachers, but only fawned very much on Bai Ji. Teacher Bai, you can also come to our class to teach, and I can even put you in charge of Lu Yuan's cultivation in spiritual power. Teacher Zhao is quite the calculator. So simple that he wants to ask our Teacher Bai to teach in your class for free? The other teachers were immediately unwilling. That's right, whether Lu Yuan goes to your class or not is another story. After all, Teacher Baiji was the only imperial beastmaster among the freshman tutors. Who wouldn't want to whore out this beautiful tutor's class? While the teachers were arguing, the top 50 ranked students had already made their decisions and started choosing their classes. Lu Yuan patted Su Lai's arm, which was thicker than his thigh, and let him go first. As long as he didn't let this guy fight, everything else was fine. Su Lai got up and walked straight towards Zhao Wuji's direction. Teacher Zhao, I want to join your class. In the next 4 years, please teach me more. Su Lai was very polite. Zhao Wuji nodded with satisfaction, then jumped up and patted Su Lai's shoulder. Very good. This body is too sturdy. Among all the freshmen, Zhao Wuji's favorite was Su Lai. This guy possessed an A+ grade talent, and his physical condition was also very good, very suitable for learning his wide-open fighting style. It was just a bit of a shame that Su Lai didn't have much to play with in the introductory test. Su Lai was 2 meters too big and stood behind Zhao Wuji. The already short and stout Zhao Wuji appeared even shorter. Surprisingly, he was only half as tall as Su Lai. This picture was too comical. The crowd below was bursting into laughter. The top 50 students came on stage one after another. Those dozen or so freshmen who were in the grove and accepted Lu Yuan's advice, the vast majority of them chose teacher Zhao Wuji. Lu Yuan, I hope it's really as you said, so that we can get more resources. One of them, a wheat-colored skinned youth, finished speaking and went up to the stage. Resources were the most important thing for martial artists. It was even more important than qualifications. With enough resources, even a fool could become strong. Lu Yuan's promise was too tempting. The key: Lu Yuan wasn't bragging, he was really strong. The ordinary freshmen at the bottom of the rankings might not understand, but the top-ranked students, had basically tasted Lu Yuan's fists. This guy was too strong. Moreover, Lu Yuan had brains. It was definitely a good thing to have someone like this willing to lead them. One by one, more and more students walked up to the high platform. When Ro hesitated for a moment and prepared to go up to the stage as well. However, she had just taken 2 steps forward when she was stopped by Lu Yuan. Pick Baiji. Lu Yuan's voice came in her ear. When Ro froze for a moment, don't you want us to enter a class and compete for resources? A question mark slowly surfaced in her watery eyes. You're different. Lu Yuan shook his head. When Ro had already been his classmate for a long time, there was no need to take up another spot. After all, Zhao Wuji's class, too, only took in 30 students, and of course the more crucial thing was that Baiji was more suitable for Wenro. Gentle's body froze in place. The hairs on her arms instantly stood up. This was her reaction when she was extremely nervous. After she gave a soft "oh" sound, she lowered her head and jogged all the way to the front of Ms. Baiji. Ms. Baiji touched the white tiger in her arms, and then touched the gentle head. It seemed like she was comparing the feel of her hands. Among Baiji's most wanted students, Gentle was ranked second. This little girl was gifted. The first was of course Lu Yuan. Whether it was qi and blood or nian power, Lu Yuan's natural talent was excellent. It fits perfectly with Baiji's criteria for selecting people. Moreover, Baiji isn't just looking for a student for herself. She's also looking for a disciple for her master. But this little guy seems to have his own ideas. It's a pity. There were fewer and fewer people on the stage, but the ones that remained were all relatively strong. Lei Ting glanced at Lu Yuan. She didn't say anything and directly walked towards Mr. Zhao Wuji's class. This Lu Yuan was too capable of getting into trouble and seemed much more interesting than Yi Luyun. Suddenly, she was somewhat looking forward to it. Yi Luyun also stood behind teacher Zhao Wuji. The corners of Zhao Wuji's mouth had long been suppressed. 3 special enrollment students. There were actually 3 special enrollment students in his class at the same time, and they were also the 3 with the strongest strength. Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, Lu Yuan. The first 2 were undoubtedly already hanging on the battle power index list. Lu Yuan's true strength was also understood by everyone. The reason why the battle power ranking was ranked 10th was simply because in the freshman examination, Lu Yuan hadn't been serious. He kept messing around. But Zhao Wuji still very much recognized Lu Yuan's strength. This kid might not have the qualifications to touch Yi Luyun, but it was definitely not weaker than Lei Ting. In the group behind Zhao Wuji, apart from the special enrollment, there were many stronger freshmen. Half of the top 30 on the rankings were actually with him. Zhao Wuji forced down the corners of his mouth. He was so excited that he was about to jump. There were so many outstanding students. The way Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Yuan was a lot smoother. This kid didn't seem too bad. The class separation ceremony had come to an end, and Zhao Wuji's class also welcomed the last student. Sacred Heart. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Lu, please teach me more in the future. The young monk's eyes were filled with wariness as he looked towards Lu Yuan, leaving the unrealistic fantasies in his mind behind. The Sacred Heart had already made a decision. The biggest goal for the 4 years of college was Lu Yuan. Hopefully, the gap between him and him would become smaller and smaller. Chapter 34. One Step Up. 8th Level Martial Artist. When the other teachers saw Zhao Wuji here, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. I seriously doubt you, old Zhao, to be honest. Did you plan ahead with Lu Yuan? It's too much. There are surprisingly a dozen of you in a class that are all ranked in the top 30. That's even if it's not enough. The first and second place are both in your class, as well as Lu Yuan. Zhao Wuji was very proud, raising his head like a big proud rooster. With a huge team, he returned to his class. Freshman Class 3. The class was abuzz with excitement. Everyone was very excited. This was because the vast majority of the people here were invited by Lu Yuan. Although they had just finished dividing their classes, they already had a unanimous goal, and that was what Lu Yuan had told them. Win every resource battle, crush the entire grade, or even to dominate the entire school. Why hasn't teacher come yet? I can't wait to go back to practicing. I'm so excited right now. I just want to hurry back to cultivate and then abuse the other classes in the resource scramble battle. The resource scramble battle was a specialty of Central State University. In Central State University, the school would provide collective resources once a month. But to obtain more and better resources, one needed to achieve a higher ranking in the resource scramble battle. And the resource scramble was a collective competition. Everyone in the class has to be on it. Normally, the stronger freshmen would avoid each other and not join the same class. But this year, with Lu Yuan's disruption, the third-year class had an absolute advantage after the division of the first-year class. Amidst the boiling, Zhao Wuji calmly walked onto the podium. He didn't speak, but directly wrote 2 big words on the blackboard: resources. Zhao Wuji's face was serious. All of you have already reached adulthood, and you're all official martial artists as well. Therefore, I won't treat you all as children. With me, you are warriors who are always ready to go into battle. Without further ado, the next most important thing for you guys is the resource battle. You guys have been practicing martial arts for at least 10 years. I believe that you all know better than anyone else how important resources are to a martial artist. For a martial artist, one can have poor qualifications, but one cannot be without resources. Now, I need you all to tell me what your goals are in the battle for resources. Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered with refined light. He was also excited because he had never taught so many geniuses before. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, the freshmen of the 3rd freshman class didn't rush to answer. Instead, they turned their heads back and looked at the youth sitting in the last row. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly as he slowly extended his index finger out. First, there was no doubt about it. His goal all along was first place. Lu Yuan's bottom line was not these students who had the reputation of being geniuses. His bottom line was himself. Even if he was alone, even if he was asked to lead the weakest class, he had the confidence to compete for first place. After Lu Yuan made his statement, the 3rd class of freshman year was as if a pot had exploded, with the students howling loudly one after another. First place. All we want is first place. Looking at the freshmen who were like madmen, Zhao Wuji not only didn't stop them, but instead laughed happily. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Since you want to practice martial arts, you have to have the courage to look up to the top. If you don't even have the courage, how can you fight with others? And how can you fight and kill ferocious beasts? Young people, it was all about being recklessly wild. Very good. Zhao Wuji's qi and blood power tumbled around his body. You guys possessing this kind of thinking makes me very pleased. Next, you guys have a week to prepare, and a week later, the resource competition for the entire year will begin. I hope you guys won't be proud. Make good use of your credits in these few days. Exchange some resources, and don't be overtaken by others. There were many freshmen that would see explosive growth after entering the university. It was because they made full use of the credits. The credits of the Central State University could be exchanged for many resources, pills, precious medicines, spiritual objects. There were also cultivation towers, gravity chambers, and so on, some places that could aid in cultivation. In Central State University, as long as you have enough credits. Any resources regarding cultivation can be exchanged. Could be said that whoever can skillfully use credits at the fastest speed will be able to grow at the fastest speed. In today's lesson, Zhao Wuji didn't talk about knowledge about martial artists, but instead, he kept introducing the Central State University. Central State University was too big, and there were too many rules to pay attention to. The bell rang for the end of class. The vast majority of the students, at Zhao Wuji's suggestion, went directly to the resource exchange office. Some others were heading to the cultivation tower. Only Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory. The dormitory for the special enrollment was a small duplex of more than 60 square feet. The decoration was clean and tidy, giving people a very comfortable feeling. The first floor had some simple training equipment, as well as a place to meditate and cultivate. The second floor was the bedroom. Very convenient. Lu Yuan rested for a while after familiarizing himself with the various parts of the room. It was finally 10 o'clock at night. Opened the system panel. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood. 1905 Level 5 Martial Artist. Spiritual Power. 817 4th Level Spiritual Numinous Master. Talent. Numinous Awakening A+. Power Increase B. Overclocking C. Martial Arts Devil Sealing Chop Perfect. Technique. 8th Breathing Technique Perfect. Numinous Force Perception Proficient. System. Start settling. Lu Yuan had long been impatient. First settlement of Freshman Class 3. Additional rewards obtained. Yi Lu Yun. S+. Level 7 Martial Artist. Power of Qi and Blood. 6,532. Lei Ting. S. 4th Level Martial Artist. Qi and Blood Power. 1,431. Su Lai. A+. Level 4 Martial Artist. Liu Lei. The first settlement, the extra rewards brought about a huge increase, and the familiar feeling came back. The power of Qi and Blood skyrocketed. It came directly to 19,305 points. Late 8th level. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. With such ease, he had actually gained a late level 8 Qi and Blood power. Although it wasn't the first time he had experienced this kind of thing, but suddenly becoming a late rank 8 martial artist, Lu Yuan still felt a bit dreamy. How to put it, this was after all different from other people, not something that came from a little bit of hard work and cultivation. Lu Yuan's strength came too easily. There was a sense of unreality. However, the changes in his body made Lu Yuan but was reminding Lu Yuan that everything was really happening. 3 levels were broken through one after another. The majestic power of Qi and Blood was crazily washing his internal organs, roots, bones, and sinews. This time, although Lu Yuan had control in advance and didn't let the Qi and Blood power be released recklessly. However, steeply obtaining such a terrifying power still revealed a trace of Qi. The entire dormitory building was enveloped by the power of Qi and Blood. Many people sensed something strange. Although this Qi and Blood power was just a flash, the power contained within it was frightening. This shouldn't be a student, right? It's probably some big shot passing through here. Too terrifying. Just a trace of Qi and Blood power made me almost wet my pants. Am I TMD that wimpy? The vast majority of students didn't have sharp enough senses. Therefore, they all thought that it was some big brother or a school teacher emanating Qi and Blood power. However, Lu Yuan's next door. With a boom sound, Yi Lu Yun rushed out, and the blandness on that face had been completely destroyed. He was very frightened and looked towards the closed door of the room next door. Lu Yuan. Can't be. According to the information, he's only a 5th level martial artist. How could he burst out with such a terrifying Qi and Blood power? Well, it should just be an illusion. I'm the strongest of this batch of freshmen, bar none. Yi Lu Yun took a deep breath, closed the door to his room and left the dormitory. After all, to Yi Lu Yun, even if Lu Yuan hid some of his strength, he could not pose a threat to him. Because of his natural ability, it was too strong. In Yi Lu Yun's hand, an invisible power constantly fluctuated. This was his ability. Hegemonic Qi. S+ grade hegemonic Qi. It was able to form a terrifying pressure with himself as the center. The range of suppression, around 15 meters. For opponents weaker than Yi Lu Yun, the pressure of the hegemonic aura was an insurmountable mountain that could instantly destroy their will. Even a single look from Yi Lu Yun could directly scare a low-level ferocious beast to death. Even those warriors who had been through hundreds of battles and had superior willpower were unable to resist the pressure of hegemonic qi. His qualification in qi and blood cultivation was only the tip of the iceberg that Yi Luyun revealed on the outside. His true bottom line was the hegemony. An S+ level natural ability was enough to crush the entire school. Chapter 35 Talented Ability. Strengthened. Spiritual energy was also skyrocketing. It was only a matter of a few breaths. Lu Yuan's spiritual power had doubled several times. From 817 points, it directly skyrocketed to 3,603. Unfortunately, there were relatively few people who could cultivate spiritual power. For ordinary martial artists, spiritual power would only increase a little along with every level up. In the third class of freshman year, the vast majority were third-level martial artists. The spiritual power was around 100 points. Therefore, Lu Yuan's spiritual power had only broken through to over 3,000 points. Not much. It barely allowed Lu Yuan's spiritual power to break through to the 6th level. Along with the increase in mental power, Lu Yuan conservatively estimated that the combat range of the numinous manipulation weapon should be able to skyrocket to more than 60 meters. It had roughly doubled from before. At the same time, there was a row of natural abilities that appeared in Lu Yuan's system panel. Talented abilities, which represented powerful explosive power, could be used as an undercard for fighting across levels. Swiftness B, Qi and Blood Increase B, Spiritual Explosion B. There were actually 6 B levels. One must know that there were only 30 students in total in the third class of freshman year, but there were actually 6 gifted martial artists. Moreover, they were all B ranked. From this, it could be seen that the quality of the freshmen at Central State University was terrifying. And that wasn't all. On top of that, there were 4 even more powerful ones. Su Lai, Unstoppable A+. Sacred Heart, Dharma Phase Golden Body A+. Lei Tang, Ultimate Explosive Flash S. Yi Luyun, Overwhelming Qi S+. This time, Lu Yuan obtained 10 natural abilities. Moreover, the weakest ones were all B rank. Good. Lu Yuan immediately felt that his efforts in the grove were not in vain. However, the only function of the natural ability was to increase combat power, but having so many abilities at the same time made it difficult to utilize them in combat. It was more or less a waste. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that he would be bothered by having too many natural abilities. Just as Lu Yuan Versailles, a special prompt appeared in the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has obtained more than 10 talent abilities, opening a new function talent fusion. 3 talents of the same level can be fused into a higher level talent. Lu Yuan's eyes went wide. Fusing talents. This system could be thoughtful enough. Lu Yuan was still troubled just now that the number of talents was too many and would not play well in battle. The system just appeared with a new function. Not bad. Lu Yuan looked at the 3 major A+ grade talents in the system panel. Numinous Awakening, Unstoppable Force, and Dharma Golden Body. Among them, numinous power was an important part of Lu Yuan's battle power and was definitely the highest priority. Lu Yuan fused 6 B rank talents to obtain 2 more ordinary A rank talents. Then, once again, he used the Numinous Awakening talent as the basis to fuse the 3 A rank talents. When fusing, both A+ and A belong to the grade A and can be directly fused. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the S rank Numinous Force Awakening. Lu Yuan's eyes, the fluctuation of Nian Li flickered. Everything in the room simultaneously rose into the air, then gently fell to the ground again. The S-ranked Numinous Force Awakening had a stronger impact, and the Numinous Force control was also more precise. The most crucial thing was that the number of controlled weapons was boosted, and nowadays Lu Yuan should be able to manipulate 18 weapons in his extreme state. After slightly familiarizing himself with it, Lu Yuan gazed at the new ability. Unstoppable. Dharma Phase Golden Body. Ultra Limit Explosive Flash. Hegemonic Aura. Even if the natural abilities were of the same level, there was still a big gap between the strong and the weak. Lu Yuan wasn't sure how effective these new abilities were.
Go test it.
Lu Yuan simply packed up and left the dormitory. Although Zhongzhou University was huge, the battle force testing building was located very close to the dormitory. In just 10 minutes, Lu Yuan found it. Battle Force Testing Building. The pretty receptionist sister was looking at the doorway and was dumbfounded when suddenly, a youth with a slender and robust figure walked in. The front desk young lady's eyes lit up, then looked at that excessively handsome face with infatuation. Hello, I would like to test the battle power index. A warm and moist voice came out. Only then did the receptionist's sister return to her senses. Her cheeks flushed a little. Hello! After reading Lu Yuan's message, a hint of surprise flashed in the young lady's eyes. So it's a new schoolmate. You only enrolled today? Your personal information hasn't been uploaded to the school system yet. But it's just a test of the battle power index. It doesn't matter. Just testing the battle power index, not to mention being new students, even if they wanted to cause damage, they wouldn't have the ability to break the machines here. The battle strength test building was very sturdy, able to withstand the strength of at least one extreme level 9 martial artist. The young lady personally led the way to the third floor with Lu Yuan, and the young lady was very considerate and kept introducing the use of the battle power testing instrument. The third floor of the battle force testing building. Thanks a lot, senior sister. Under the front desk young lady's fond gaze, Lu Yuan entered the closed room and closed the door. The room was not big, around 100 square feet. But in the entire room, there was only a huge battle force detection device, making it seem very empty. The way to detect battle power was simple and rough. One only needed to attack the instrument. Lu Yuan's breath sank. Unstoppable. A plus-grade natural ability. The muscles on Lu Yuan's body instantly swelled up, and the clothes on his upper body were almost burst. The power has increased by at least double. Lu Yuan slightly felt the changes in his body. Then, there was a boom. With the posture of an iron mountain leaning against him, he ruthlessly crashed into the battle power index testing instrument. It was like a train traveling at breakneck speeds crashing into a mountain. Rumble. The entire building shook violently. In the other rooms, the students who were testing their own data looked at the chandelier that was constantly shaking above their heads. All froze in place. Crap, what's happening? How do I feel that the entire building is shaking? It should be known that the battle strength inspection building was reinforced with a special alloy and was very sturdy. It was said to be able to withstand the attacks of a level 9 martial artist. Those students whose strength reached level 9 were not allowed to test here. This indicated that there were geniuses with strong battle power who unleashed attacks close to the power of the 9th level. And from the intensity of the shaking, the strike should have already reached rank 9 power. How is this possible? The young lady at the front desk of the battle force detection building was confused. She was already a senior and had often worked in the battle force detection building over the past 4 years. There had never been a single wobble here. She hadn't let any rank 9 martial artists in either. What was going on here? Room. Lu Yuan also saw the battle power index left behind after this strike. 40,020. Crap? 40,000 battle power index. Lu Yuan himself was shocked. Normally speaking, the standard of increase for a rank talent skills was at 50% 100%. The increase of S-grade talent was at 100% 200%. During the entrance examination, Yi Luyun was relying on his S+ talent to explode twice his battle power. However, inside Lu Yuan's body what flowed was the class's skills and insights on how to use power. In his hands, the A+ ranked unstoppable strength would be able to burst out with 2 times the battle power. Of course, it was also true that unstoppable was more explosive than an unusual A+ grade natural skill. However, the drawbacks were also obvious. First, the unstoppable duration was too short. It was only 5 seconds. It wasn't long-lasting enough. Moreover, the stronger the power that was erupted, the greater the load on the body, and even after the eruption ended, it would enter a short period of weakness. Just one attack was performed. Lu Yuan felt that all the tendons and bones in his body were a bit sore. This ability, although extremely powerful, had too many side effects. It was not suitable for him. Su Lai was the most suitable person for unstoppable. In Lu Yuan's mind, Su Lai's appearance appeared. With a height of 2 meters 2, an exaggerated amount of tendon meat, plus the thousands of kilograms of alloy pillar behind him. If he were to push his unstoppable momentum at full power, in 5 seconds, he should be able to mash any opponent into mush. Moreover, Su Lai's body was strong and could easily withstand such explosive force. The second ability, Dharma Phase Golden Body. Spiritual energy coalesced, and a silhouette of a human figure outlined in golden light enveloped Lu Yuan's circumference. Even the thick strands of hair emitted a dazzling light as if they were cast in gold. It was as if a layer of gold special effects had been added to his entire body. Handsome. Moreover, it was also very strong. In Lu Yuan's eyes, golden light flashed. His arms were like pythons, constantly leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. and those golden fists, dense as rain, landed on the detection device. Boom, boom, boom. A single terrifying number floated out. 33,510, 34,321, 35,511. The battle power index of each strike was above 30,000. This value was already very exaggerated. Although there was a huge gap between it and Unstoppable, the Dharma Phase Golden Body won because it was more durable. Moreover, it could also enhance the defenses of the physical body and spirit. Lu Yuan's spiritual power was strong enough and the consumption was still acceptable. Lasting for 10 minutes was not a problem. The most crucial thing was that there were no side effects. The only drawback, after releasing it, was a bit too conspicuous. If in the wild, releasing the Dharma Phase Golden Body could definitely become the brightest pup in the room. In an instant, it would attract the ferocious beasts over. Not bad, not bad. Dharma Phase Golden Body. It's worthy of being a talent that has long been in his sights. Compared to Unstoppable, Lu Yuan preferred the Dharma Phase Golden Body. He took the Dharma Phase Golden Body back into his body, and the golden light around his body dissipated. Lu Yuan's eyes landed on the last two talents. Ultra Limit Explosive Flash S. Overwhelming Aura S+. Chapter 36, the first day of enrollment. Almost demolished the building. I'll be getting off work soon, so don't let any more moths appear. The front desk lady downstairs in the Battle Strength Inspection building constantly prayed in her heart, because just now, she felt several more slight vibrations, although it couldn't be compared to the previous ones. Anything that could possibly trigger a tremor in the Battle Force Inspection building was definitely not a small matter. At least a power close to level 9 would be able to trigger this kind of slight vibration. She had just looked through the records again. She was pretty sure that the strongest person tested today was only a senior year rank 8 martial artist. Could it be that he's really a genius? An 8th level martial artist that exploded with 9th level power. Didn't seem to make sense. This is unscientific. Moreover, she was experienced. Every time she would deliberately place the lower grade schoolmates upstairs. The strong senior schoolmates had to be tested on the first floor. What the hell is going on? The front desk young lady crumpled and rubbed her hair. But that guy should have noticed it as well, and these few attacks, although they still triggered a slight vibration, have been tempered. There shouldn't be any more problems. In her heart, the young lady silently prayed. She was about to get off work, so don't have any more problems. In a certain room on the 3rd floor, in Lu Yuan's palm, a golden lightning arc flashed. Ultra Limit Explosive Flash. S-Class Lightning Attribute Natural Skill. Lu Yuan didn't have any knowledge about this ability. However, he was clear about one thing. Lightning was never synonymous with destructive power. However, Ultra Limit Explosive Flash could provide a great increase in speed while possessing great explosive power. For the martial artist stage, speed increase could be very difficult. Zzz. Accompanied by a burst of thunder, countless golden lightning arcs surged out from Lu Yuan's body before jumping continuously on his body surface. His entire body transformed into a golden ball of thunder. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, endless golden thunder arcs completely exploded with Lu Yuan at the center. It instantly engulfed the entire room. Crackling. The sound of thunder was unceasing, and the golden lightning arcs flashed continuously. On the Battle Power Index detection device, a crack appeared on the black metal, only to return to normal after a dozen seconds. It was cast from a special alloy, and as long as it didn't completely destroy the structure in it, it could be restored to its original form. With this blow, it was clear that the limits of the Battle Force detection device had been reached. But the surrounding walls were just ordinary alloy. There was no recovery function. After the furious bombardment of the golden lightning arc, the surrounding walls of the room were all scorched black. On the ground, it was even more terrifying. With Lu Yuan as the center, the entire floor of the room was covered with cracks like spiderwebs. This seems to be playing a bit big. At first, the extra reward after the first settlement. It led to Lu Yuan tearing down his home. This time, he had already been very cautious and purposely came to the Battle Force Inspection building. But he didn't expect that he had still caused a mess. Luckily, didn't test in the dormitory building. However, the power was still very terrifying. 65,871. It actually directly erupted with a battle power index of more than 60,000. Terrifying. Too terrifying. As for how to end this place after destroying it like this, Lu Yuan didn't know. However, it's all here. No matter what, it's time to test the strongest of this, the S+ level natural ability. Bullying from Yi Luyun. One last time. Just one more click. At the front desk on the first floor, the young lady was already crying. Not again. If this building is torn down, am I going to be saddled with sky-high debts before I even graduate from college? At this moment, her heart was desperate. It was clearly just a simple duty assignment, and she was just doing it for a little credit. How could it be so unlucky? One must know that she had been at Central State University for 4 years and had never heard that the Battle Force test building would shake so violently. The young lady left the front desk, starting to patrol the doorways of several rooms on the first floor. She wanted to see who was so powerful. As for the upstairs, there were only a few freshmen who came upstairs to test today. How could a freshman be so strong? The entire building shook so violently. The other seniors and sisters who were testing their data naturally had senses as well. If it was just once or twice, it would be just that. But today, there were big and small shaking coming from one after another, and it had already been more than a dozen times. Therefore, everyone else walked out of the room one after another. Today is really evil. Why does this building keep shaking? Could it be that there's a problem with the Battle Force test building? Who knows? Let's go. It can't be man-made anyway. Everyone knew the tolerance limit of the Battle Power test building. 9th level martial artists. Only those who had reached the 9th level of might could have an effect on the Battle Force testing building. And the Battle Force testing building itself was not allowed to be used by rank 9 martial artists. Therefore, it couldn't be man-made. As the people who were testing left one after another, the front desk young lady's eyes stared like copper bells as she scanned over each and every one of them very carefully. However, there was nothing to be found. And there was nothing unusual in these people's rooms either. All left. No, there's that elementary school brother. The front desk young lady's mind conjured up that tall and robust elementary school brother, shaking her head slightly. But he's just a freshman, ugh. No matter what, it can't be him. Could it be that something is really wrong with this building? No, I have to report this matter to the teacher. If it was just once or twice, it wouldn't matter. But it had been so many times. Moreover, the rooms she had checked and there was no abnormality. Then it could only be a problem with the building. In the room on the 3rd floor, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. An invisible aura coalesced around him. Hegemony was a power condensed by one's own chi, blood, spirit, and will. It was a combination of essence and spirit. It was a very comprehensive ability. Not only was it able to intimidate others by way of a mighty pressure, could also enhance one's own attack and defense. It was quite suitable for Lu Yuan's fighting style. Lu Yuan slightly closed his eyes and lifted his chi to concentrate. The invisible power that constantly lingered in both fists, at the moment when his essence was condensed to the extreme. Boom! An ordinary punch. On the battle power detection device, the huge black sphere was directly smashed flat. The entire building also shook once again. And it was the strongest one. It gave people the feeling like the entire building was about to collapse. Lu Yuan had expected this, so he didn't care. He directly looked at the display on the battle power detection device. 9. However, he didn't expect that just as 2 numbers popped up, the battle power detection device directly exploded. It should be above 90,000. The 9th level limit battle power was at 100,000 points, and a power close to this value was known as the 9th level limit power. Obviously, this strike had reached this level. In other words, Lu Yuan had not only received Yi Luyun's natural ability, it had also surpassed Yi Luyun in terms of control. Crap? However, looking at the smoking device, Lu Yuan was a bit confused. Wasn't this thing sturdy? And it was said to withstand the extreme power of a 9th level martial artist. It broke so easily? Lu Yuan gently tapped the battle power detection device. Ka-ching, a sound. The huge black spherical device directly rolled down. There was still a huge dent on the front side. It's over. It's really over. How much money do we have to lose? Lu Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Just then, with a creak, someone outside pushed open the door of the room. The receptionist, Miss Xiaoyu. Looking at the scene in the room, the whole person is completely messed up. If I say I didn't do it on purpose, will you believe it? Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed. The corner of the front desk Miss Si twitched violently. She gritted her teeth, and one word after another popped out of her mouth. Do you think I will believe it? The ground was completely shattered. The walls around them were also covered in cracks. Even the battle power detection device was broken. Now you're telling me that you didn't do it on purpose? Luckily, she brought her teacher along. Otherwise, even if she was given 10,000 mouths, she would not be able to talk about this matter. And her teacher, also completely frozen in place. This TMD, what is the situation? This room, how with the ferocious beast destroyed the same. Chapter 37 Genius is can do whatever you want. Hello classmate, can you tell me what exactly happened? This teacher in charge of the battle force detection building was very gentle. Of course, the key reason for this was because he didn't think he was Lu Yuan's opponent. The battle force detection device had directly blown up, and that last strike just now had caused the entire building to shake violently. The destructive power was too amazing. This is definitely a 9th level limit power, and has even reached the threshold of the Sect Master realm. Encountering this kind of genius, no, absolute genius, he must be careful to deal with it. As for the damaged machine, it doesn't matter, in front of this kind of genius, nothing matters. Lu Yuan was still embarrassed. That one, accidentally, too much force. I also didn't expect that the power was so strong. It's fine. It's all a small problem. This teacher didn't know how to deal with it for a while. How about this, you come with me, we'll go talk to the principal. Half an hour later, in the core area of Central State University in the conference room, it was already filled with people. It included the 4 strongest freshman mentors, as well as the director of admissions, Gao Weiguang, and several school leaders. The most crucial thing was that there were also 6 Zhongshi level powerhouses. The 4 freshman mentors were all a bit bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. What's the situation? Did a freshman from any class get into trouble? Zhao Wuji lowered his voice. What are you thinking? How much trouble can a freshman cause? Can they still tear down the building? It must be that the leaders have something to arrange. We'll just follow orders. Aha. Don't worry. It's definitely not a big problem to be able to call us 4 freshman tutors over. Li Bei, one of the strongest freshman mentors, said. He. Maybe it's a promotion and pay raise for us. You're thinking about fart eating. The other 3 freshman tutors were making all sorts of guesses. Only teacher Bai Ji, who had been quietly stroking the little white tiger in her arms, suddenly stopped her hand movements and looked in the direction of the conference room door. Just then, the principal, who had thinning hair, pushed open the door and walked in with a youth. Lu Yuan? After seeing the youth's appearance clearly, the 4 freshman instructors, all of them were startled violently. Then the other 3 all looked pitifully at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's words before were exactly right. It was impossible for an ordinary freshman to poke big blunders. Only Lu Yuan had this level. On the first day of enrollment, he had attracted most of the leaders of the entire school, plus a few sect master powerhouses, to a meeting together. Only Lu Yuan could pull off something like this. Zhao Wuji's face was stiff. He kept giving Lu Yuan glances, wanting to know what was going on. Lu Yuan directly ignored it. From the moment he entered the door, he stood behind the principal honestly with his eyes and nose. Although he wouldn't be punished, his attitude still had to be put out. The teacher in charge of the battle force testing building briefly introduced things. Awakened S+ talent? 8th level chi and blood? 9th level extreme battle power? Almost blowing up the battle force testing building? Everyone present? It was hard for them to imagine how to relate these words to a freshman who had been enrolled for a day. Lu Yuan had only just arrived. Even if he was a graduate, he could do one of these few things. It would already be considered outstanding. However, Lu Yuan had only been enrolled for less than a day. Has this world gone mad? Everyone in the conference room froze in place, including the few sect master powerhouses. This can't be right. Principal isn't making a mistake. Zhao Wuji's voice was suppressed extremely low. The Zong masters have all sent out 6 of them. It must be true. This is too exaggerated. Everyone stared dead center at the very honest-looking Lu Yuan. This fellow, it was really impossible to cultivate honestly. Second awakening? Bai Ji, who had been silent, said with some uncertainty. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, this fit the signs of a second awakening very well. A secondary awakening was when a martial artist underwent another awakening under certain special stimuli. Generally, geniuses who experienced a second awakening would obtain new innate abilities, and their chi and blood power and spiritual power would all grow explosively. In that case, it would seem to be completely in line with the condition that Lu Yuan had shown. It's just that, would this be a bit too exaggerated? Principal Wang Dezhu nodded, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes. Teacher Baiji is worthy of being a supreme genius who has experienced a second awakening. This is the second awakening. Wang Dezhu's voice was not loud, but it was conveying a message to the crowd. No matter what exactly caused it, Lu Yuan, this was the second awakening. This matter, it had already been capped. Central State University was doing this guarantee for Lu Yuan. Wang Dezhu patted Lu Yuan's shoulder and smiled happily. Student Lu Yuan, you did a great job. Don't worry. The school will give you an extra reward. At these words, Lu Yuan directly froze in place. He had destroyed the school's special device. That thing was at least tens of millions of dollars. Not only did he not have to pay for it, but there was also a reward. At this moment, Lu Yuan completely realized. It turned out that geniuses could really do whatever they wanted. From the beginning to the end, no one asked him what his second talent was. This was also to protect him. Wang Dezhu was like a face change. The smile on his face instantly disappeared when he turned his head. All right, you all know the matter already. Sign the confidentiality agreement all. Before the start of the college league, no one is allowed to give me a hint of news. Otherwise, you'll be fined 1 year's salary. Lu Yuan has also worked hard for you. During this period of time, try not to burst out your full battle power when you're not in danger. This is also a form of protection for you. Facing Lu Yuan, Wang Dezhu changed into a very intimate expression again. Thinking of the images of those old guys being scared at the collegiate league, Wang Dezhu could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth. Such a genius could not be easily exposed. Lu Yuan struck out. It was the time when Zhongzhou University would completely trample the other top 10 universities under its feet. Of course, all of this was secondary. The main thing was that this was a way to protect Lu Yuan. The 4 freshman tutors also gradually reacted. There was ecstasy in their eyes. Even Baiji was likewise the same. She had just graduated when she was injured and had stayed in school to teach while recuperating from her injuries. She hadn't really met a genius who had experienced a second awakening like her. The most excited person was, of course, Zhao Wuji. He kept breaking into pieces like he was crazy. Invincible. This is truly invincible. Our class, this really had to suppress the entire Central State University. Even those few sect masters and the school leaders were excited. Geniuses with second awakening were very rare when looking around the world. Previously, Zhongzhou University had produced a Baiji, but he didn't expect another one to appear just this year. Wang Dezhu lightly coughed twice and said, Ms. Baiji, you are both second awakening supreme geniuses, so you can communicate more in the future. You can also teach Lu Yuan some experience on how to balance the 2 abilities. Teacher uncle is right. Baiji nodded. Then she sent a friend request to Lu Yuan. Baiji's master, who was Wang Dezhu's senior brother, was a powerful grandmaster. Looking at Lu Yuan, Baiji thought of last summer. As a second awakening supreme genius, after graduating, Baiji naturally possessed great ambitions, wanting to go to the battlefield and kill ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, when she had just graduated, she had suffered a rank 10 ferocious beast in the wild, but unlike what the outside world had rumored, she had encountered 5 rank 10 ferocious beasts besieging her. Baiji exploded all of her cards and fought to the death before she was able to kill her way out of the ferocious beasts. Although she had saved her life, her spirit had been severely damaged. Even after a year had passed, she had not recovered. You 6. I didn't ask you to come here to watch the show. Wang Dezhu looked at the 6 grandmasters who were also a bit confused. All of you leave a contact for Lu Yuan. No matter what he needs, you must step in. Lu Yuan's eyes glowed. This was the delivery of 6 patriarch-level underpinnings. Lu Yuan silently gave the principal a nod in his heart. Then, he directly activated the bracelet, lit up the QR code, and looked at the 6 patriarchs. The 6 were very self-conscious and lined up one by one to scan the code and add their friends. Lu Yuan didn't expect it either. When he saw the principal during the day today, he still thought that the patriarch powerhouses were far away from him. Unexpectedly, at night, there were 6 patriarch powerhouses, lining up to add his friends. It seemed that patriarchs, too, were average. Moreover, if everyone cultivated hard, he should be able to advance to Zone Master this semester. While agreeing to the 6 patriarchs' friend requests, Lu Yuan's mind had already flown elsewhere. After the meeting ended, The 6 patriarchs were all very cordial and bid farewell to Lu Yuan one by one. After all, everyone knew very well how terrifying Lu Yuan's upper limit was. If this teenager could grow up, his strength would definitely be much more powerful than them. Befriending this kind of teenage genius in advance was a heavenly good thing for everyone. The 4 freshman tutors, standing outside the conference room, were silent as they watched the 6 great patriarchs say goodbye to Lu Yuan. How is this? Zhao Wuji suddenly remembered the image of them bragging about Yi Luyun during the day. Hopefully, Yi Luyun, who we bragged about for a day, was just left far, far behind by Lu. All the freshman tutors who had blown Yi Luyun up today all thought that Yi Luyun could suppress this freshman class. But it's only been a few hours and it's not even dark yet. Yi Luyun had become a dick. Moreover, looking at this situation, it was estimated that he would never have the qualifications to overtake Lu Yuan. No more chatting, hurry back. We still have to organize the student information at night and plan for the training afterwards. Yes, after the new students enter the school, there will be several tests, and may even start a multi-school league, so we'll be busy lately. Chapter 38 Lu Yuan. Effort is the greatest talent. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Yuan was also ready to go back to his dormitory, but before he could walk far, a silhouette stopped in front of him. It was a woman wearing a white shirt. She twisted her soft waist and walked in a graceful manner with soft curves. Teacher Bai Ji. Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. Teacher Bai Ji, the goddess in the hearts of many, had been waiting for him here. Let's take a walk together and talk about my research on Second Awakening. Teacher Bai Ji's footsteps were light. It was because the little white tiger in her arms was leaning against her bosom, asleep. The perfectly full shape of her chest was all pressed down by the little white tiger, and a depression appeared. Thank you, Ms. Bai Ji. Lu Yuan was still very polite. At the same time, in the bottom of his heart, he fiercely envied this little white tiger. Go! Bai Ji's voice was calm. In the early stages of aura recovery, the only talents that people awakened were the ability to increase. For example, strength increase, blood chi increase, and so on. But nowadays, after only 100 years, various more mysterious talent abilities have appeared one after another, such as the elemental talent that allows one to control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. And as the energy in the heavens and the earth becomes more dense, more powerful talents appear. Moreover, the offspring of gifted people would also be more likely to obtain the talent. Therefore, human beings themselves are also evolving along with the world. The Second Awakening is the process of accelerated evolution. Teacher Bai Ji spoke a lot, although Lu Yuan was not a Second Awakening. But he also had a lot to gain. At the very least, he understood the nature of talents better. In my opinion, natural skill is more like a power that tends to be instinctive, but without skill. Martial arts, on the other hand, are formed by absolute skill. If one can combine a natural ability with martial arts, it will explode with unimaginable power. Back then, it was with my still immature fusion technique that I was able to kill my way out of the siege of 10th level ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan pondered. Fusion. Teacher Bai Ji nodded slightly. However, she seemed to recall the tragedy of that battle. Those beautiful eyes flickered with a ghostly light. Actually, I didn't come here to wait for you to say this. I came here today to caution you. I hope that when there is no life and death crisis, please don't expose your Second Awakening ability in front of anyone, or even a ferocious beast. In Lu Yuan's astonished gaze, Bai Ji faded away. In the darkness, Lu Yuan didn't know what kind of demeanor teacher Bai Ji had. However, there was an awe-inspiring killing intent surging in the air. I suspect that those 10th level ferocious beasts rounded up back then because I exposed the Second Awakening. Looking at teacher Bai Ji's back, Lu Yuan stood in place and was silent for a long time. Fierce beasts too had intelligence. And the more powerful the ferocious beast, the more so. When fighting that old white ape, Lu Yuan knew this. But in this world, in the hearts of most people, ferocious beasts are also just powerful beasts. However, Lu Yuan did not fear. As long as there was strength, there was no need for fear. Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory. He then laid down on his bed and began to take stock of his strength. After settling the results of the entire class, in addition to chi and blood power, spiritual power, and natural abilities, there were also some martial arts. However, the martial arts practiced in high school were the most basic uninitiated martial arts, and everyone came from different schools and practiced different martial arts, so the proficiency could not be stacked. Lu Yuan directly ignored it. The perfect grade demon ceiling slash was enough for the time being, and the class would follow up by uniformly learning the sovereign grade martial arts. However, to Lu Yuan's surprise, there was already a second-rank martial art in the martial art panel. That is, a Zhongshi level martial art. 10,000 Thunder lead. It was that punk girl named Lei Ting, and Lu Yuan's mind conjured up that feisty, fragrant-mouthed female classmate. The 10,000 Thunder leader and the ultra-limit explosive flash fit very well together. Moreover, Lei Ting had already started trying to fuse her talent with this martial art in her cultivation. Having patriarchal parents as an underpinning was just not the same. On Lei Ting, there would definitely be more good things in the future. As for the martial arts before the patriarch realm, everyone practiced the 8th set of breathing techniques. Lu Yuan opened the system panel. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and Blood. 193058 8th level martial artist. Spiritual power. 3603 grade 6 spiritual numinous master. Talents. Hegemony S+, Numinous Awakening S, Ultra Limit Explosive Flash S, Dharma Phase Golden Body A+, Unstoppable A+. Martial Arts. 10,000 Thunder Lead Introductory. Demon Ceiling Chop Perfect. Technique. 8th Breathing Method Perfect. Nian Li Perception Perfect. Looking at the luxurious attribute panel, Lu Yuan was violently in a bit of a trance. One should know that today was only the 9th day that he had crossed over to this world. Unexpectedly, in just less than 10 days, he was able to go all the way back from a 10-point Qi and blood value martial arts loser. First, he had won the first prize in martial arts in Central State Province, creating a record that could not be surpassed. Now, he was even a powerful rank 8 martial artist and rank 6 mental nymphologist. There were also 4 top talents as a base card. Lu Yuan's battle power nowadays, when facing a strong sect master, it might not be easy to say, but within the 9th level, he was absolutely invincible. And some of this was the efforts of his classmates. However, there were too many strong people in this world, and Lu Yuan's strength was still not worth mentioning. It was time to wave, and it was time to stabilize. At the very least, before there was absolute strength, one couldn't make a big jump in class or something like that. In case it attracted beast kings and beast emperors to surround and kill them, it would be over. With Lu Yuan's talent, he didn't need to make any particularly out-of-the-ordinary moves and would be invited to some special training camps or something like that. He just needed to stabilize, take it one step at a time, and wait for his classmates to develop. The high school group was very lively. Spear dipped in. At Lu Yuan, I heard that the scholar god made the top 10 in the entrance examination of the Central State University. It's really bullish. Awesome. +1. The gap is too big. After entering the university, the people I met were all very strong. I feel pressurized. Indeed, only the god of the road can be stress-free. Lu Yuan smiled and slowly typed out a line of chicken soup. My success is all due to hard work and cultivation. Hard work is the greatest talent. After Lu Yuan bubbled in the group, everyone in the senior class was excited. And it also drove everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation once again. Today's Lu Yuan was too far away for them. This was a special enrollment from Central State University, an existence that would surely become a Zhongshi martial artist in the future after winning the top 10 in the introductory examination. Such an outstanding person hadn't even forgotten about them. This group of little caramels. Everyone in the senior class of Luochang First Middle School was very excited. At the same time, in the conference room at the core area of Central State University, another meeting unfolded. In the conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat low. Principal Wang Dazhu stroked the thinning hair on top of his head and opened the battle report. Just got the news. On the Starry Sky battlefield, 2 more great masters have died. Inside the conference room, everyone squeezed their palms together to make popping sounds. They were all originally fighting on the front line, and it was only because they were severely injured that they had to retreat to the city to train fresh blood for the front line. Grand Master. How many resources had to be used and how much effort had to be expended in order to cultivate a great patriarch. A great patriarch, although it was still far from being considered the strongest of the human race. But in the war between the human race and the ferocious beasts, it was also a mainstay existence. If a Grand Master were to ascend to the Starry Sky battlefield, he would only become cannon fodder and would be wiped out at any time. The Starry Sky battlefield was the space where the Earth and the insect race's ferocious beast armies killed each other. It was also the most cruel place, like a merciless meat grinder. No matter what level of powerhouse one was, once they were trapped in, it was much harder to get out again. This is the cruelty of race war. However, there were precisely those human ancestors who were not afraid to die. They had spilled their blood and used their lives to defend the dignity of the human race in their battles with the ferocious beasts, in order to ensure a relatively peaceful life for the ordinary people in the rear. It was only then that the school was able to train martial artists for the human race here. The pressure on the starry sky battlefield is getting heavier and heavier. Therefore, the Martial Artist Alliance has decided to send more blood to the starry sky battlefield. This time, the Collegiate League will start the reserve mode. Not only 4th graders have to participate. Every grade has to participate. At the same time, the school will also take out more resources. We have to go all out to produce more powerful martial artists for the human race. I've already discussed this with the top 10 colleges in the Central State Province, and next we're going to open a joint examination for new students. To prepare for the opening of the elite training camp. Teachers, all of you have worked hard. All the teachers nodded solemnly. Strong people above the level of Zhongshu were basically fighting on the front lines or in the major war zones, and most of them had retired to the city because they couldn't fight anymore. They had to cultivate more strong people. All of them left the conference room with great speed. For them, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 39. The Extreme Martial Hegemony Imperial Fist Patriarchal Chapter practiced by the whole class together. Shocking! Grandmaster Ma fought against the Insect Beast King for 3 days in the Starry Sky battlefield, and died of exhaustion at 8 o'clock yesterday night. Crisis for all of humanity. The ferocious beasts in the oceans are rioting, and the seaside regions are all in a state of readiness. It is reported that in the early hours of this morning, a group of terrifying mutated minotaur ferocious beasts swept through the entire Sakura Island, and 3 hours ago, Sakura Island declared its extinction. Freshman 3rd class. Early in the morning, the entire class converged in the classroom and watched the images in the projection. Watching the news broadcast in the classroom for the first time, everyone was a bit bewildered. However, when they saw the battlefield, the brazen martial artists in the siege of the ferocious beasts, these teenagers who hadn't seen real bloodshed were all very moved. Grand Master Ma actually died in battle? Damn bug ferocious beasts are just bugs that can't be killed. I really don't know what good things are on the earth to make them so life-threatening. 100 years ago, the aura recovery, the earth increased tens of times, the ferocious beasts mutated. At the same time, there are many mutations. Above the stars, there was a race called the insect race, and they set their sights on the earth, which was full of aura. The insect race ferocious beasts are powerful and endless in number, but fortunately, there are people who are the first strongest person in the human race leading many martial artists to stop the insect race on the starry sky battlefield. Otherwise, the human race had already perished. But at the same time, the starry sky battlefield had also become the most dangerous place. Nowadays, the vast majority of the human race's powerhouses above the Grand Master level were guarding the starry sky battlefield. Damn it! Isn't the starry sky battlefield guarded by the number 1 powerhouse? How could this happen? The insect race has even more powerhouses. Our human race is already at an all-around disadvantage. I really want to immediately go to the battlefield and kill all these ferocious beasts. Golden lightning arcs flickered within Lei Ting's eyes. There will be such a day. Right now what we need is to cultivate hard. Within Yi Liuyun's eyes, a ghostly light flickered. In this world, who didn't have a few loved ones and friends who were killed by ferocious beasts? The fierce beasts were the mortal enemies of all mankind. In addition to the insectoid fierce beasts on the stars, the oceans had also become a huge threat. The ocean had always been very mysterious to humans, and the deep sea area that humans had been unable to venture into 100 years ago was now a forbidden place for life. The endless ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea, every time a beast wave was triggered, many people would die, and many countries even disappeared as a result. But Sakura Island was destroyed. The crowd of the freshman 3rd class, not only did they not feel sad, they were excited instead. Good death! I can only say that it's all retribution. Su Lai was excited and slapped the table. This news also washed away the heavy atmosphere in the classroom. Just then, Zhao Wuji walked in. He didn't talk nonsense, and he came in and directly started the lesson. Today's first class was supposed to teach you all boxing techniques. But before that, I need to understand everyone's foundation in martial arts. It will be up to me to personally spar with everyone individually. After the sparring session, I will impart a fist technique to everyone. A Grandmaster level fist technique. Zhao Wuji finished speaking and turned around to leave. Huh? We're going to go 1v1 with Teacher Zhao? Isn't this just trying to abuse us? Teacher Zhao is a peak level 9 martial artist. 10 minutes later, the martial arts arena. Everyone changed into their battle clothes and took their weapons. Lu Yuan also picked out a Tang horizontal sword with a translucent green light from the standardized weapons in the martial arts arena, which was about 80 centimeters in length and weighed 50 kilograms. Lu Yuan held the long blade and swiped it twice in a seemingly random manner. Swish! A sharp whistle that broke through the air immediately resounded from the tip of the straight blade. It made everyone else in the class side-eye frequently. In their hearts, they all exclaimed in astonishment. So strong! According to rumors, Lu Yuan can make a hand of perfect grade demon ceiling chop. Today we can see it. Not. The moment this guy picked up his sword, why does it give me a feeling of facing my father? Lei Ting was somewhat puzzled. Her father was a sect master level powerhouse. How could Lu Yuan possess an aura close to the patriarch level? It should just be an illusion. Yi Lu Yun also snapped his head back and stared dead at the sharpness in Lu Yuan's eyes. Lu Yuan. This person really had a problem. Everyone else also looked towards Lu Yuan. It was really because Lu Yuan was giving them too much pressure. Especially Su Lai, who stood beside Lu Yuan. In his eyes, Lu Yuan didn't seem to be quite the same. Previously, during the introductory examination, Su Lai knew that Lu Yuan was very strong. But it was still within his tolerance. Now it was an existence that could not be looked up to. The aura that Lu Yuan unconsciously exuded around him caused Su Lai's body to, instinctively, tremble. In just one night's time, Lu Yuan had changed so much? After the crowd was fully loaded and ready to go, Zhao Wuji was dressed in a battle suit and stood on the ring. Only the corner of his eyes twitched a little when he looked at Lu Yuan. This kid is too perverted. No way. Have to send him a message. Zhao Wuji turned back and sent a message to Lu Yuan as fast as he could. When you cut, pressurize your chi blood to level 6. Don't dampen your classmates' enthusiasm for cultivation. Lu Yuan looked at the message on his bracelet and was somewhat helpless. Being too strong also had the trouble of being too strong. However, he was not prepared to expose his true strength in the first place. He wasn't ready to be surrounded and killed by 10th level ferocious beasts. Next, I will suppress my chi and blood to the same level as you guys for a real battle test, so I hope everyone will take it seriously. First, Su Lai. Zhao Wuji looked towards the guy standing behind Lu Yuan, who was 2 meters tall and had an extremely strong body like a bear. Su Lai's eyes widened violently. He hadn't finished building his psyche yet, but if it was just a cut, he should be able to control it and not let himself get too excited. Su Lai swallowed hard. Boss Lu, I'm on. Go! Lu Yuan smiled and patted Su Lai's arm. He also wanted to see how this guy's true battle strength was. That little girl, Wenro, didn't like fighting because she had a psychological shadow since she was a child. Plus, she was rather introverted. But why was Su Lai? Calm down. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Don't get excited. I'll be able to do it. Su Lai's mouth kept muttering. It seemed as if he was afraid that something bad would happen. Zhao Wuji gently tapped the bracelet, and the basic information of the two men was immediately displayed above the martial arts arena. Su Lai, Chi and Blood Power, 1530 level 4 martial artist. Combat Index, 3011. Zhao Wuji, Chi and Blood Power, 49,300 peak of 9th level. Battle Index, 66,600. The limit Chi and Blood Power of the 9th level should be 51,200. Crap. Mr. Zhao's chi and blood will soon break through to the sovereign realm. Su Lai is also very strong. Kind of looking forward to it. How many moves do you guys think Su Lai can last in Teacher Zhao's hands? Su Lai is still very strong. If the power of chi and blood is the same, he can at least fight for a dozen rounds. Under Zhao Wuji's control, his chi and blood gradually dropped and soon became exactly the same as Su Lai. Su Lai held his breath after mounting the ring. However, Zhao Wuji stood in place seemingly casually, but he gave off a feeling of being unable to do anything. Su Lai walked around Zhao Wuji in circle after circle. Large beads of sweat coalesced on his forehead. He simply didn't know which direction to attack. What's the point of grinding, strike? Zhao Wuji shouted coldly. It was now. The instant Zhao Wuji made a sound, a brilliant light appeared in Su Lai's eyes. Tapping the alloy pillar behind him with his palm, he slung it over his shoulder, and the entire person was like a dump truck, swooping toward the front. The distance of more than 10 meters instantly arrived. The alloy column from top to bottom ruthlessly smashed down. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Zhao Wuji not only didn't avoid it, but instead, he blasted it with his fist. Boom! There was a loud bang. The alloy pillar of thousands of kilograms was directly blown away, smashing a huge crater in the martial arts arena. Crap! This punch is too handsome. Su Lai was seconded this way. The power of qi and blood is the same. It's a pity that Su Lai didn't perform his natural ability. Otherwise, he should have been able to force back Mr. Zhao. But no matter what, Zhao Wuji's punch was strong. It was also very handsome. Everyone had some expectations. Was this the fist technique that teacher Zhao was going to teach? It really was bullish. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice, "This is the fist technique I'm going to impart to you today." Many people may wonder why they need to practice boxing when they can fight with weapons. Using weapons can certainly increase your fighting power, but if your weapons are damaged or you are shot down by a ferocious beast, are you going to just admit defeat and wait for death? That's why practicing a fist technique is also crucial. This fist technique is called Extreme Martial Hegemony Emperor Fist. It was created by the #1 powerhouse of the Xia Kingdom and the #1 powerhouse of the human race, the Stopper. Chapter 40 Elite Training Camp. Stop Go. Hearing the name Stopper, everyone's faces were stunned. This name was like thunder in the entire human race. It was because it was he who had stopped countless ferocious beasts outside of the cities of the human race with his own strength in that most desperate of times. It was he who led the human martial artists to fight against the ferocious beasts for hundreds of years. To this day, he was still holding down the starry sky battlefield. It was also because of Martial Saint Stopper's deterrence that the insect race didn't dare to attack Earth in a big way without fear. Boom! A punch sent another person flying out. Zhao Wuji stood in the ring and sent a dozen opponents flying one after another. And from start to finish, he didn't even move his feet. Moreover, every single one of them was sent flying with a single punch. There were no exceptions whatsoever. Such a gap caused all of these geniuses to feel tremendous pressure. To know, teacher Zhao Wuji had suppressed his own qi and blood, and it was the same as the people who challenged him on stage. In this situation, they unexpectedly couldn't even receive a single punch. Too strong. Teacher Zhao's control of power is too strong, and there's also the Extreme Martial Hegemony Imperial Fist. Even if the power of qi and blood is the same, it's not even on the same level. The key is still this patriarch-level fist. It's too strong. Yeah, with every punch blast, teacher Zhao can explode around 1.5 times his battle power index. Too perverse. Just by controlling this fist technique, one can be among the threshold of geniuses. Soon, the entire class was defeated, only remaining the recognized strongest trio. Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, and Lu Yuan. Everyone gathered their gazes here. These three people were not only the strongest in the freshman third class, but they could also represent the strongest battle force of this freshman class. I wonder how many moves these three perverts can last in the hands of teacher Zhao? Yi Luyun should be okay. The other two are unknown. Lei Ting had a grumpy personality and glanced at the other two men. This young lady will come first. The punk girl leaped onto the ring. Teacher Zhao, be careful. After Lei Ting got on the stage, she slightly arched her hand and was about to start the battle. Zzz. The sound of thunder was unceasing. Under Lei Ting's control, the golden lightning arcs did not directly explode. Instead, they continued to linger around her. Ultra-limit explosive flash. Not only could it only explode with terrifying aggressiveness, it could also increase one's speed. With her natural ability, Lei Ting's speed exceeded the limits of a rank 4 martial artist. Even rank 5 martial artists couldn't burst out with this terrifying speed. Swish! Golden lightning flashed in the ring one after another. Zhao Wuji had already suppressed his qi and blood power to rank 4, so naturally, he couldn't keep up with Lei Ting's speed. However, those iron fists were always able to strike first afterward. Lei Ting was like a golden rat in the ring, and could only keep fleeing. Every attempt to attack was ineffective. Lei Ting let out a low gulp and charged forward, exploding all the golden thunder arcs. Then he was sent flying with a punch. Standing on the stage, Lei Ting gasped for air, very upset. FCK. The next one to take the stage was Yi Luyun. Boom! Yi Luyun was not polite either. After going on stage, he exploded into the move from the entrance examination in an attempt to force Zhao Wuji back. However, Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, "Your natural ability is ineffective against me." Then with one punch he sent Yi Luyun flying. Zhao Wuji slowly shook his head, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. "Yi Luyun, your martial arts foundation is too poor. Just with natural skills and qi and blood, you will never be able to become a sect master powerhouse." Embarrassed in public, Yi Luyun's face was a bit ugly. Such a result caused everyone to be shocked. So Yi Luyun only knows that one move? One move is all you need, haven't you heard of it? If we weren't facing an irresistible existence like Mr. Zhao, Yi Luyun's one move would be enough. That's true. But this guy also relies too much on his natural ability. Talented ability doesn't work, directly won't, laughs me to death. Next, it's time for Lu Yuan. The main event is on. This guy didn't play seriously in the previous introductory assessment. Today let me see how strong the perfect grade demon ceiling chop is. In the sight of the crowd, Lu Yuan held his long sword and slowly ascended the stage. The detection device above instantly appeared the data of the two. Lu Yuan, blood value, 3,300. Combat index, 4,000. Everyone below instantly boiled. I dunno, how is this guy a rank 6 martial artist? Didn't he just enter rank 5 when he took the entrance exam? What kind of elevation speed is this? It's too exaggerated. How come his chi and blood power and battle power index are both integers? Is it by chance? While everyone was discussing intensely, the battle had already started on the stage. Lu Yuan arched his hand. "Teacher Zhao, be careful." Immediately, his body flashed and violently swept over a dozen meters, appearing in front of Zhao Wuji. The long blade slashed at Zhao Wuji with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. A brilliant light flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Good timing. Boom! The long, narrow blade and Zhao Wuji's fist clashed together, and a sound of clashing golden geos actually erupted. Boom! 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 Tang Hengdao constantly collided with Zhao Wuji's iron fist. Neither one of them retreated by half a step. So strong. Lu Yuan's blade is too perverted. It actually fought against Mr. Zhao. Most of the students couldn't even see the movements of Lu Yuan's sword swing clearly. The knife technique was very simple, with chopping and slashing as the main focus, and teasing, chopping, and picking moves as supplements. All blade techniques evolved from these few moves. Although the demon ceiling chop was only the simplest of the blade techniques, it was also direct and perfectly suited to the intent of the blade technique. With strength, speed, in Lu Yuan's hands, these simplest moves exerted a terrifying power. For a time, Lu Yuan had actually put up an equal fight against Zhao Wuji. This was simply too terrifying. The sword was like a fierce tiger, and the sword was like a swimming dragon. The Tang horizontal blade in Lu Yuan's hands truly allowed the crowd to realize these words. Fierce. Too fierce. After seizing the slightest opportunity, Lu Yuan was like a madman. The Tang blade in his hand slashed over one after another. In the midst of such an offense, Zhao Wuji felt tremendous pressure. He couldn't pretend to be a pussy anymore and didn't move a muscle. After being chopped by Lu Yuan for a few times, Zhao Wuji couldn't take it anymore. He began to dodge continuously, wanting to get away from Lu Yuan's pestering. However, Lu Yuan was like a maggot attached to the bone, chasing after Zhao Wuji and chopping. Boom! In the end, with no choice, Zhao Wuji unleashed a stronger attack. The two of them put their best foot forward, and after clashing, they were shaken back several meters. They actually fell under the ring together. Students! Everyone was dumbstruck. The time that Lu Yuan and Zhao Wuji exchanged blows was short, but it was exceptionally shocking. Now that was combat. Lu Yuan was actually able to spar with Zhao Wuji to this extent. A draw. Lu Yuan actually drew with teacher Zhao. Is this still human? So it seems that Lu Yuan is the strongest in our class. Yi Luyun clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with incredulity. How is it possible? My S+ talent didn't even work, and with one of the most trashy blade techniques, he actually exerted such a terrifying fighting power. Stupid. Lei Ting hated this kind of pretender the most and raised her middle finger at Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun? Lei Ting was a little disdainful. What are you looking at? It's you who are being scolded. Yi Luyun. UTMD. Lei Ting. In a hurry. Lei Ting, who had rich experience in cursing, was calm and collected. Yi Luyun, however, completely broke his defense and wanted to duel with Lei Ting, but he received another scolding. Your demon ceiling slash is indeed very strong, Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. In the engagement just now, I already used my full strength. Zhao Wuji looked very calm on the surface, but his heart was already cursing. Pervert. Really TMD pervert. In Zhao Wuji's opinion, the most terrifying thing about Lu Yuan was that near-instinctive battle IQ. Everyone else, when facing Zhao Wuji, was afraid and only wanted to defend. Only Lu Yuan was different. As soon as he came up, he attacked strongly, not taking a step back. After Lu Yuan grabbed the opportunity, he didn't have any hesitation either, and was directly about to split the winners and losers. It really wasn't dragging its feet at all. Terrifying, too terrifying. In the beginning, he had wanted to play it cool and fight with Lu Yuan without moving a muscle, and as a result, he was caught by Lu Yuan. If Zhao Wuji's combat experience wasn't as rich and he had adjusted his strategy in time, a wave would have been crushed by Lu Yuan. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's heart was incomparably fortunate that he had allowed Lu Yuan to suppress his qi and blood in advance. Otherwise, he would have definitely lost his face today. This kid is a demon. All right, everyone return to your positions. Next, I will teach you the extreme martial hegemony imperial fist. As you guys have seen before, this fist is all about domineering and unrivaled. As Zhao Wuji imparted, everyone began to learn this fist. Throughout the morning, everyone was fully concentrated and their mental energy was highly focused. Although they were all tired, the effect of learning was remarkable. It was near the end of the class. Zhao Wuji, however, did not leave the martial arts arena. Next, there are 3 big events to announce. This is a heavenly opportunity for you all, and a goal for you to strive for in the future. Zhao Wuji's fists were clenched and his face was grim. As you've all seen through the news, the ferocious beasts have been getting more and more rampant lately, and there's a lot of pressure on the front line. Students should have heard that the vast majority of martial artists above the sovereign level are in the major war zones, fighting against the ferocious beasts. Under today's circumstances, the school has decided to provide more resources to train you all as soon as possible to become a warrior and enter the battlefield. The moment these words came out, the class instantly boiled over. It's finally time to go to the battlefield. I'm going to kill all the ferocious beasts. Brothers, without saying much, I'll kill at least 500 of them a day when I go up, and I'll be promoted to second lieutenant in a month. Don't blow it off. I'm embarrassed for you even listening to it on my horse. Next, a month later we'll open the Central State Province Martial Arts Academy's freshman competition. 3 months later, the College League has also added a reserve competition, which you will also have the opportunity to participate in. Before the Collegiate League, a group of elites will be selected to participate in the elite training camp for closed training. Central State Province Freshman Competition, Elite Training Camp, National Collegiate League. Chapter 41 SS Rating, Demon King Lu Yuan. Central State Province Freshman Competition. The whole class was excited. This competition wasn't it just for them to pretend. Being reasonable, our Central State University should be able to crush the freshmen from other universities at will. It's hard to say. I've heard that there's a genius that came out in Longhu University that's at least a rank 6 martial artist. Indeed, this year the ferocious beasts are getting more and more rampant, but the number of geniuses is also much higher. It's only level 6. We have Yi Luyun and Lu Yuan. There were many geniuses in the freshman 3rd class. It was hard to say about the others, but they were bound to shine in the Central State Province freshman competition. Unlike the others, Lu Yuan's eyes, however, only saw 5 words. Elite Training Camp. This would be the place where the entire year's elite of Central State University would be gathered. This training camp he had to attend. Zhao Wuji continued to release more good news. All right, everyone be quiet for a moment. In order for everyone to grow quickly in the upcoming time, the school has decided to release some resources in advance. 10 credits per person. Everyone instantly became excited. 10 credits. That was 100,000 Just like that, everyone had given away $100,000. After yesterday's research, they had all been clear about the importance of credits. First of all, there was a discount for exchanging credits for resources. For example, the Qi Blood Dan that was sold for 10,000 yuan apiece at the Treasure Pavilion only required 0.8 credits when exchanged with credits. Not only the Qi blood elixir but most of the elixirs were discounted by 20%. Moreover, the discount would change based on each person's rating. The ratings issued by the school before joining Central State University were also useful when exchanging resources. Su Lai's rating was an A+ grade, which gave him a 30% discount when redeeming resources. Lei Ting's S rating was a 6.5% discount. Yi Liuyun's S+ was a 60% discount. It was said that the SS rank was a direct 50% discount. This was the most direct reason why top martial arts university was so popular. It's rich and powerful. If a martial artist wants to achieve something, their qualifications can be lacking, but the resources must be sufficient. Zhongzhou University had already achieved the ultimate in this point. Zhao Wuji signaled the crowd to be quiet. The rewards for the special enrollment are also distributed in advance, so the 4 of you come and collect them. Lei Ting. Zhao Wuji activated his bracelet and took out a golden chip. It had the logo of Central State University printed on it, as well as a golden S, and behind it was the word Lei Ting in a dragon's flight. Once the bracelet updates the information within the chip, 500 credits will be added to your account, and the S rank rating will also be officially activated. Receiving the chip, Lei Ting revealed a smiling face. With her patriarchal parents as her backbone, she had never lacked money, much less resources, since she was a child. This $5 million would naturally not be in her eyes. However, this was the first time Lei Ting had earned her own money, alas. Happy. Lei Ting squinted her eyes and sat back in her seat in a happy manner. This chip, not only was it 500 credits, but most importantly, it was a symbol of identity. It represented that Lei Ting was an S-rated genius in Central State University and could obtain 48 hours of free cultivation hours in the cultivation tower every month with this status. Having an S rating allows you to enter the cultivation tower for free. The energy in there is very dense, but it costs 1 credit point per hour. I circled around outside yesterday and didn't dare to go in at all. 48 hours, that's 48 credits. Which is the school giving out rewards, it's just using money to hit people. I also like to be hit by money. When will the school leaders fulfill this wish of mine? The second one was Su Lai's, 200 credits, and an A+ rating. This guy was also very excited. After all, not everyone could be compared to a martial second generation like Lei Ting. Next was Yi Liuyun's. As an S+ rated genius, Yi Liuyun's reward was naturally a bit more than Lei Ting's. S+ rating chip. 800 credits reward. There was also a rank 6 weapon. The information on your bracelet has been updated, so you can go to the weapons building to pick one. Yi Liyun stretched out his hands and received the golden chip very respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. His family's situation could only be described as average, and these credits could help him out a lot. Finally, it was Lu Yuan's turn. Zhao Wuji flicked on his bracelet and a dark golden chip appeared in his hand. Dark gold color. Everyone held their breath, because this dark golden chip was more than just a difference in color. There was also SS rating engraved on the front. How did this SS Lu Yuan rating go up? On what grounds? Today I was able to draw with teacher Zhao, who suppressed his qi and blood. I recognize that Lu Yuan has the qualifications for an S+ rating, but how did his rating go up again? SS rating, but being able to use the cultivation tower indefinitely, that's not fair. Many people in the class had doubts. They really couldn't understand that everyone entered the school yesterday, so how come they hadn't seen each other for a night? Lu Yuan's rating had inexplicably increased. One must know that Zhongzhou University's rating was very difficult to raise, and the benefits that came with every level raised were unimaginable. The Sacred Heart little monk was sitting in the first row, and he was completely confused. Yesterday, he had just set a goal to surpass Lu Yuan. Today, Lu Yuan had a big outburst, not only in the actual combat test, displaying horrifying strength. Unexpectedly, Central State University had even raised Lu Yuan's rating. SS rating. Historically, there weren't even a few who were able to obtain this rating, and every genius who was able to obtain an SS rating ended up with amazing achievements. Amit Ba Buddha. Meditation. Meditation. Sacred Heart closed his eyes and recited the meditation mantra. This is still more than a hammer. Amit Ba Buddha. Lu Yuan was very excited, and even the fact that the others received credits made him happier than giving him credits. At the same time, he did a simple calculation in his mind. 10 points for each person in the class was 300 points, plus Lei Ting's 500 points, Yi Liyun's 800 points, and Lu Yuan's own 1,000 points, 2,600 points. This wave of rewards, just their class rewarded close to 30 million. Central State University, it really was rich. The most crucial thing was that most of the credits from their classmates were used to exchange for resources or to cultivate. This was equivalent to the fact that the vast majority of these 2,600 points of credits would act on Lu Yuan's body. It was too cool. However, Lu Yuan's reward was more than that. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat and said loudly, Lu Yuan also has a rank 9 weapon, a Grandmaster grade martial art, as well as the qualification to enter the S-class Ice Dragon Ruins. In the freshman 3rd class, everyone was dumbfounded. Raising the rating to SS grade and adding 1,000 credits reward was already terrifying. You're telling me that this is only the most ordinary part of the reward. There were also 9th grade weapons worth $90 million. There was even an Ice Dragon Ruins quota that couldn't be measured in money. How did this make them accept it? Lu Yuan was also a bit confused. When Gao Weiguang promised a 5th grade weapon, teacher, isn't it a mistake? Lu Yuan asked. Zhao Wuji, however, shook his head. Because of what happened yesterday, this is a special reward approved by the principal. Lu Yuan silently said in his heart. Bullish. This Central State University's admissions director and principal, they both like to hit people with money. Other students? Zhao Wuji's words made them even more confused. Wasn't the introductory examination yesterday? But it's not right. Isn't the first place in the introductory examination Yi Luyun? How did the reward go to Lu Yuan? What's the situation? There won't be any shady practices, right? Teacher Zhao looks thick-browed and big-eyed. He shouldn't be able to do this kind of thing. To say the most unconvinced, naturally Yi Luyun. Teacher. Freshman assessment. I'm the first one. Yi Luyun clenched his fists and glared angrily. The high and cold persona that he had been building had long ago become untenable. Yi Luyun really couldn't accept it. What was Lu Yuan's basis? What exactly was his basis? Lu Yun, I know your strength. You are also very powerful. Zhao Wuji gently sighed, then patted Yi Luyun's shoulder. But, alas, in short, listen to teacher, don't ever compete with him. Cultivate well and don't let other things affect your state of mind. Yi Luyun had the talent to become a strong person. It was also because of this that Zhao Wuji was more worried about Yi Luyun. If Yi Luyun was determined to compete with Lu Yuan, he would later learn the truth and have his martial heart shattered. It wasn't like this kind of thing hadn't happened before. That was the case in Zhao Wuji's term back then, and under the Great Demon King's blow, several high-minded geniuses fell apart. Forget it. Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Yuan. What kind of bull Great Demon King? This is the real Great Demon King. Chapter 42 Exaggerated Learning Speed. Old Zhao was confused. After class, under Zhao Wuji's leadership, the two of them arrived all the way in front of a building. Arms building. Right in front of the building, a row of 10-meter-high metal swords were stuck in the ground, very conspicuous. Inside the arms building, it was quiet. There were only some staff members busy caring for the weapons. Passing the identity verification, Zhao Wuji took Lu Yuan to the elevator and pressed the 9th floor button. The arms building, there were only 10 floors in total. On the 9th floor, all of them were level 9 weapons. Lu Yuan stepped out of the elevator, and in front of him were rows and rows of rank 9 weapons. The eyes were going to be spent. Most of the weapons here were swords and guns, and not many others. It wasn't just because these two were handsome enough. Knives and guns were also the most suitable for warriors to use, and the vast majority of people would choose one of these two. Zhao Wuji briefly introduced them. In the weapons building, they are all level 5 or above. Those who are qualified to enter the 9th floor are those who have made special contributions. Contributions. Lu Yuan really didn't know what contributions he had made to the school. Perhaps it was the school's investment in him being a second awakener, but a 9th level weapon wasn't that a bit too much. Although weapons in the martial realm were only cast through alloys and didn't have too many other abilities. But even so, the cheapest level 9 weapon would cost tens of millions of dollars on the market, and a slightly better one would cost hundreds of millions. The one provided by Central State University naturally wouldn't be a fine product, which meant that this thing would cost at least 20,000 credits. This was a heavenly price. Zhao Wuji was silent for a long time before he suddenly said, "You, yourself, are the biggest contribution." He had been on the battlefield. Therefore, Zhao Wuji was well aware of how dangerous humanity's situation was today. In this special period where all of humanity was in a state of high pressure, the appearance of any genius was a great contribution. Not to mention, Lu Yuan was so outstanding. Of course, geniuses who knew how to hide their sharp edges were more likely to grow up. Zhao Wuji had seen too many geniuses who fell halfway. However, he thought that Lu Yuan would definitely be able to grow up, because there was an essential difference between this kid and a genius like Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun had that common problem of geniuses, being high-minded and arrogant, looking down on others. But Lu Yuan was different. In his eyes, everyone was equal. At least he didn't look down on any of his classmates. After Lu Yuan entered the 9th floor of the arms building, the first thing he looked at was a long sword, a 9th-level battle knife. The name of the blade, Black Shadow. Moreover, it was Lu Yuan's favorite style of Tang horizontal blade, with a straight and narrow blade that was most suitable for inserting into the heart of a ferocious beast. Only the blade was a bit long. It was 89 centimeters. However, with Lu Yuan's 185 height, it was just right. I'll take him. Lu Yuan held the Black Shadow blade in his hand and felt it carefully. It was so sharp. Zhao Wuji, on the other hand, was filled with envy. Back then, he had fought to the death and made a lot of contributions before he was able to exchange it for a grade 9 finger tiger. Lu Yuan had just enrolled in school and he had it. Zhao Wuji sighed and said, "The principal said that he isn't qualified to directly gift you a rank 9 weapon. So this weapon is considered to be rented to you. 100,000 yuan per month." Dormitory. Lu Yuan was casually in the room, waving the battle sword in his hand, feeling the sharpness of this rank 9 weapon. So strong. This blade, as if it could even cut through the air, had a very special feeling when swung. As expected, a product from Central State University would be a masterpiece. Charging 100,000 in rent per month for such a grade 9 battle knife seemed no different from giving it away for nothing. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and put the battle knife into the bracelet space. Then he rested while opening the class group to see if anyone was not practicing hard. Freshman 3rd class group. FCK. How come the battle force testing building is blocked? I wanted to go with the battle power test to cultivate my fists. I don't know. It seems like it was sealed last night. I heard that the building seems to have problems. It kept shaking last night and almost even collapsed. A lot of people speculate that it might have been caused by a senior student exploding too much power inside. Alas! The battle strength detection building was more than just being able to detect battle strength. When practicing a new martial art through the battle power detection device, one could also make various attempts to generate power. Through the changes in data, one could clearly perceive the changes in power of different moves and different angles. Many seniors would practice in this way. Therefore, after learning a new fist technique today, many people in the 3rd class of freshman year wanted to go and try how this way of practicing was like. However, after realizing that the battle strength test building was sealed, the people of the freshman class 3 went to practice elsewhere. Lu Yuan wasn't idle either. After practicing the extreme martial hegemony fist twice alone in the dormitory, he began to lie down flat. Continued until late at night, performing daily settlements. In order to practice the extreme martial hegemony fist patriarch chapter, everyone in freshman class 3 has worked very hard. Yi Luyun practiced boxing for 10 hours, took Qi and Blood Pill 5, gained a lot, Qi and Blood Power +4, Spiritual Power +1. Lei Ting took the 2nd Order Essence Pill 1, practiced boxing for 5 hours, cultivated 10,000 Thunder Guides for 3 hours, Qi and Blood Power +4. Su Lai practicing hard on boxing. The whole class is practicing boxing hard. Gentle meditation for 3 hours. Practicing patriarchal nihilistic martial arts, quartet, for 6 hours. Spiritual power +3. Lu Yuan looked at the settlement panel and then shifted his eyes to his own panel. The power of Qi and blood had increased by 40. Spiritual strength had increased by 25. The most crucial thing was that the extreme martial hegemony fist, which he had only practiced twice, had already been initiated. This was a grandmaster-level fist technique. Even the few geniuses in the class who practiced martial arts would need 2 or 3 days to get started, right? Moreover, in the gentle class, the Zhongshi grade martial arts were also taught. It was still a very precious Zhongshi grade Nian Li martial art. Teacher Bai Ji, this is not a private stash at all. Thinking like this, Lu Yuan entered dreamland. The students, however, were all still working hard. The next day, the martial arts arena. In the 3rd class of freshman year, everyone was excited. I practiced for 18 hours, only squinting when it was almost dawn. and now I'm close to being initiated. I also have some comprehension. In terms of practicing martial arts, I'm by no means inferior to Yi Luyun. Zhao Wuji looked at the excited students and was very satisfied. This group of students were definitely the hardest working and most talented students he had ever brought up. Not only in terms of qi and blood power, but also in terms of cultivating martial arts as well as diligence. In just one night, everyone had gained a deep understanding of the extreme martial hegemony fist. After working hard for a day, they might be able to get started. Not bad. Everyone has performed very well. Next, pick a student to come up to the stage and spar with me using the extreme martial hegemony fist, and I'll give you all a demonstration as well. Zhao Wuji swept his gaze and finally locked on to Lu Yuan. Yesterday, Lu Yuan had executed the perfect ceiling demon slash, and with equal qi and blood power, he was actually suppressed by Lu Yuan. Today, he would take him to practice. After stepping onto the stage, the two of them arched each other's hands and directly began to fight fist to fist. Boom! 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 Each of Lu Yuan's punches was wrapped in a very domineering power, very much in line with the true meaning of the extreme martial hegemony fist. The extreme martial hegemony fist, which was only taught yesterday, was actually very structured in his hands. Every move and every stance displayed extraordinary power. Although there was still a huge gap between Zhao Wuji's extreme martial hegemony fist, this was only the result of one night. How is it possible? I've been cultivating for a night, but I'm not as skillful as Lu Yuan. He can't have already started, right? Could it be that Lu Yuan also cultivated for a night? It's impossible. I even saw him playing League of Glory at 1 a.m. yesterday. I also looked at Lu Yuan's historical battle results. He's continuously Super Ghosted 5. He's been playing for at least 3 or 4 hours. No. What kind of game are you playing if you're not practicing hard? Lu Yuan played it too. Lu Yuan's extreme martial hegemony fist has even gotten started. It wasn't just the students who were confused. After 3 punches were thrown against each other, Zhao Wuji's eyes were glazed over. Stop, stop, stop fighting. Zhao Wuji stared at Lu Yuan in some disbelief. You've gotten started in boxing? Extra rules. 200 free swag. 1 extra chapter. Haha, thank you for every Hikikomori's support. 90-degree bow. Chapter 43. My classmates worked hard for 7 days to help me achieve great success in boxing. Zhao Wuji's worldview had collapsed. Lu Yuan's very existence surpassed the limits of his perception. Back then, when he was still on the frontline battlefield and hadn't retired from the army with injuries, he was considered a small genius. But when he was learning the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist, he also used more than a week to raise his proficiency to introductory. As a result, Lu Yuan only used 1 day. Inaccurately, it was a night. The gap between people, was it that big? Originally, Zhao Wuji wanted to take the opportunity to let everyone know just how fierce this teacher of his was. However, 3 punches went down. This teacher of his was deeply struck. Zhao Wuji was silent. Everyone in the class was silent. Su Lai sucked in a breath of cool air. This Lu Yuan is simply not human. Although Su Lai didn't dare to fight in front of people due to his own physiological defects, his martial arts qualifications were nothing to write home about. Especially in terms of talent in martial arts, he could rank in the top 3 in the entire year. But it was only 1 night, and he could only touch the threshold of initiation, and if he wanted to truly cultivate the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist to the level of initiation, it would take at least 3 days. Moreover, the prerequisite was still having Mr. Zhao to guide him. Lu Yuan was good. He had practiced on his own for 1 night and was initiated. After this 1 week, wouldn't he reach the 2nd realm of proficiency? Zhao Wuji calmed down and continued his lesson. Actually, he wasn't very panicked. At least his extreme martial hegemonic fist proficiency was at the proficient realm. No matter how perverse it was, in a few months, Lu Yuan would definitely not be able to surpass him. Zhao Wuji continued to teach the fist technique. Everyone had doubts about their cultivation and were discussing it intensely. Only Lu Yuan did not ask any cultivation questions related to the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist from start to finish. After the class bell rang, Lu Yuan turned around and was about to leave. Zhao Wuji asked with some uncertainty, "That, Lu Yuan, do you have any doubts while practicing the extreme martial hegemony Imperial Fist?" Lu Yuan, "No. Teacher, I still have things to do." "There's nothing to do. I'm going to leave first." The entire class and Zhao Wuji all stared at Lu Yuan's back in death. This guy, too arrogant. On this day, Not a single person from the third class of freshman year left the martial arts arena except for Lu Yuan. Even at their request, even Zhao Wuji was left in the martial arts arena to help them cultivate their boxing skills. Lu Yuan is just too arrogant. No, I'm going to cultivate harder. I don't believe that I can't surpass Lu Yuan. Tramp. I won't sleep tonight. Teacher Zhao, you have to help us. We're going to cultivate hard and at least surpass Lu Yuan's progress in the cultivation of the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist. I'm going to hit him hard in the face. The second day of cultivating the extreme martial hegemony fist. Everyone in freshman class 3 worked even harder. Moreover, with yesterday's practice, they were already more familiar with this fist technique, and they became more and more comfortable in practicing it. Lu Yuan certainly didn't rest either. After harvesting the insights of the others, he also had a lot of insights and practiced the extreme martial hegemony fist 5 times today, although there wasn't much to gain. However, after the evening, he once again opened the daily settlement panel. Day 3. Everyone was dead set on Lu Yuan, and it seemed like they were all treating Lu Yuan as a target. Lei Ting. After practicing all night again last night, I'm about to reach the introductory realm, so I'll be able to catch up with Lu Yuan tomorrow. With Teacher Zhao solving my problems, my extreme martial hegemony fist has also become a lot more skillful. Sacred Heart was also excited. Sacred Heart was a genius who was 12 years old and took the martial arts exams, and even so, he was a rank 4 martial artist. It was enough to show his talent. However, what many people could not have imagined was that Su Lai's progress was the greatest. After 3 days and 3 nights of no sleep, I've also gotten started with my extreme martial hegemonic imperial fist, and I've finally caught up with Lu Yuan. The next step is to surpass Lu Yuan. Su Lai looked towards Lu Yuan, secretly cheering himself up in his heart. Finally being able to get some distance closer to this demon gave Su Lai a great sense of accomplishment. Yiliun snorted coldly, very condescending. I've also entered. The bell rang for class. Zhao Wuji stepped into the classroom. In this class, Mr. Zhao first sampled the results of everyone's practice of the extreme martial hegemony fist. He was very satisfied. This class of students, they had good talent and also worked hard. There was really nothing to say. It wasn't until the bell rang for the end of class that Zhao Wuji came to Lu Yuan's side, cleared his throat, and lowered his voice to ask, Lu Yuan, how was your cultivation yesterday? Did you gain any new insights? Almost at the proficiency realm. Lu Yuan simply packed up his equipment, then went to the locker room to change. Before leaving, he also waved his fist at the others very sincerely. It's going to be the resource battle soon. Everyone cheer together. I'll lead you to victory over all the classes. However, this very sincere action turned into sarcasm in the eyes of the crowd. I'll fight you. Today it's either the extreme martial hegemony fist initiation or my death. I don't believe that I can't shorten the gap between me and Lu Yuan after working so hard. Lu Yuan doesn't even practice every day. We practice to death every day. Why is the gap getting bigger? I'm not convinced. Practice, as long as we don't die from practicing, we'll practice to the death. That's who's not a genius. The third class of freshman year once again erupted in a wave. Everyone was riveted to practice harder with Lu Yuan as their target. And there was no need for Lu Yuan to remind them. They had already started exchanging elixirs and spirits to aid in their cultivation, and even when practicing boxing, they could not afford to affect the speed of their chi and blood enhancement. There were even a few students who had their credits snatched away during the introductory examination who had started taking side effect pills because they didn't have any credits. Of course, they were all elixirs that wouldn't damage the foundation. What blood-dissolving elixir, essence-damaging elixir. All kinds of strange pills were eaten. After all, everyone was a genius in their original school, and no one wanted to just be stepped on by the others. The pride of a genius, that's all. On the 4th day, in the 3rd class of freshman year, the 4 martial arts geniuses, stimulated by Lu Yuan, successively cultivated the extreme martial hegemony fist to the introductory level. At the time of class, all eyes looked towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's expression was flat, proficient. Everyone in freshman class 3 collapsed, but then instantly transformed into a vigor-filled stance and began to continue cultivating hard. After these few days of daily settlements, Lu Yuan understood one thing. No wonder those bullish companies in the previous life would only go to awesome big schools to recruit. Other things might not be easy to say, but the biggest characteristic of these geniuses was hard work. Good Lord, it turned out that the ones that were screened out were really quality bulls and horses. The difference was too big. Luo Cheng's senior class, one by one, although their mouths were hard-working, but after practicing for a while, they started to spit in the group. Moving around, the mentality collapsed. Don't want to work hard. Want to see Miss Sister rubbing video now? There were too many temptations in the outside world, plus cultivation was really boring. They simply couldn't hold on for too long. However, this group of geniuses in the third class of freshman year was different. After setting a goal, these guys immediately began to cultivate. Moreover, they were very focused during their cultivation, and their efficiency was extremely high. The extremely difficult patriarchal fist technique. Under their efforts, it was surprising that 4 of them were initiated in 3 days. It was simply outrageous. These geniuses, not only did they not need to be urged by others, they would also whip themselves and practice extra every night. They were really working too hard. According to this progress, Lu Yuan's extreme martial hegemony imperial fist should still be able to improve. Before the resource scramble battle, it would not be a big problem to raise the proficiency to proficient. On the 5th day, 10 people reached the introductory realm. With the joint efforts of the entire class, Lu Yuan's perception of the extreme martial hegemony fist had also increased tremendously. Sleeping for 2 hours a day had become the norm for the entire class of freshman class 3. On the 6th day, a few more people had increased their proficiency in the extreme martial hegemony fist to introductory. Su Lai had completely exploded under the stimulation and had already reached the proficiency realm. On top of that, there were 5 more people who touched the edge of the proficiency realm. Lu Yuan provided 10 credits of sponsorship for those few students who had fewer credits but had worked exceptionally hard. On this day, Lu Yuan once again started practicing the extreme martial hegemony emperor fist. The senses of the 30 geniuses in the class, for 6 days and nights, were organized, taking the best and removing the dross. Lu Yuan's cultivation of the extreme martial hegemony emperor fist senses had qualitatively improved. On the 7th day, as usual, Zhao Wuji conducted a classroom sample test. Lu Yuan, today, you will be the one to spar with me, so that everyone can observe and learn. However, having suffered losses at this kid's hands one after another, this time, Zhao Wuji kept an eye out and asked in advance before the fight started. The proficiency of the extreme martial hegemony fist, has it improved in the past few days? This was also the question that everyone in the class was most concerned about. 30 pairs of eyes, staring dead on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's double fists, extremely domineering power coalesced. Proficient. Chapter 44 Proficient in extremely hegemonic fist. Power battle against Mr. Zhao. Upon hearing these 2 words, the hearts of all the teachers and students of the 3rd freshman class that were hanging in the air finally died. What the hell? This isn't human. Livestock. Lu Yuan is definitely livestock. Just 7 days. He went to find that cute-looking girl to play every day. We desperately cultivate every day. What's the result? The gap is getting bigger and bigger. That said, is Mr. Zhao's comprehension of the extreme martial hegemony fist as high as Lu Yuan's? It should be about the same. Teacher Zhao seems to be proficient as well. Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Yuan on the opposite side of the room, with that leaping look as if he was about to strike at any moment, and his back couldn't help but ooze out a bean-sized bead of sweat. Patriarchal fist technique extreme martial hegemony emperor fist. 7 days? Practicing to proficiency? Are you kidding me? He himself had been practicing for 3 years and had only just reached proficiency. Technique proficiency. Introductory, skilled, proficient, and perfect. The first 3 of these realms were something that the vast majority of people could achieve with a lot of practice. However, it had only been 7 days since it was imparted. Come on. Zhao Wuji felt pressurized. Lu Yuan arched his hand. Be careful, teacher. The 2 of them had the same chi and blood power, the same fists, and the same moves. Like sparks hitting the earth, they began to collide with each other. Boom! Boom! The fists fell like rain, and both of them suppressed their chi and blood power within the category of a rank 6 martial artist. However, the device that detected the battle power index had flashed red. This meant that both of them had erupted a battle power index that exceeded the power of chi and blood by more than 2 times. Even the ring shook under the terrifying power duels. Lu Yuan and Zhao Wuji blasted against each other for a full minute. Neither one of them took a step back. The sound battle infected the entire class. The crowd below had their mouths wide open. Crap! Lu Yuan came for real. Su Lai was greatly shocked. Sacred Heart folded his hands, his small, naked head reflecting dazzling light. Amitabha Buddha, Thanks to sect Master Lu and teacher Zhao, the young monk has gained a lot of insight. The corner of Yi Liyun's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had indeed comprehended quite a lot about the cultivation of the extreme martial hegemonic imperial fist from Lu Yuan. However, Yi Liyun's face remained high and cold. Lei Ting glanced at this fellow with contempt. What's the point of pretending? Sooner or later I'm going to beat this guy up. Then he continued to start watching the battle on the stage. The true meaning of the extreme martial hegemony imperial fist was perfectly manifested in the hard-fought battle between Lu Yuan and Zhao Wuji. The most important core of the extreme martial hegemony fist was not hegemony, but extreme. This was a set of fist techniques that pursued the extreme, and the moves in it, if utilized perfectly, were all capable of erupting into the most extreme power of one's own. If one could perfectly control this characteristic, they would display a frighteningly oppressive power in battle. In the end, Zhao Wuji took the initiative to call a halt to the battle. He took a few steps back, gasping for air, and the palms of his hands behind his back were shaking violently. He had been struck by Lu Yuan countless times. Yet, every time, Lu Yuan managed to surprise him more. Such a demon was too terrifying. So Zhao Wuji must polish Lu Yuan before sending him to the battlefield. Lu Yuan's extreme martial hegemony fist is already not weaker than mine. So let him teach everyone to fight today. Looking at Lu Yuan in the ring, all the people in the third class of freshman year were a bit confused. It was said that they would surpass Lu Yuan. How come halfway through their efforts, Lu Yuan became their teacher? Zhao Wuji returned to the office as fast as he could, peeled open his shirt, revealing a wound that ran through the entire upper body, and around the wound, black power infested all over. Pouring a few bottles and jars on it, only then did he feel quite comfortable. Damn it, it's really impossible not to obey old age. For those of them, if they hadn't suffered a heavy wound, how could they have left the battlefield? I only hope that these little guys will grow up quickly. Zhao Wuji was a bit despondent. Those who hadn't stepped into the battlefield weren't even aware of what this world was facing. After today's few lessons, everyone in the third freshman class admired Lu Yuan so much that the only trace of disbelief they had in their hearts completely disappeared. Only admiration remained, because Lu Yuan's understanding of the extreme martial hegemony fist was really too deep, instantly understanding each and every one of their problems. Moreover, in the process of teaching them, Lu Yuan had no personal favorites. This led to the students of the third class of freshman year to become even more energized. Only, now their goal was no longer to surpass Lu Yuan, but to follow in his footsteps. Cafeteria. Lu Yuan and Gentle were sitting together, and in the bracelet projection, a center-parted head was constantly bouncing around. Couldn't figure out what exactly it was doing. Chao Kuan, stop jumping. It's too hot for my eyes. Lu Yuan's rice almost spewed out. Singing, dancing, this kind of thing. Sure enough, there was still a threshold. It wasn't like having similar names, clothes, or hairstyles could have the same effect. At least Chao Kuan couldn't. Chao Kuan leaned against the wall with some disillusionment. The two little friends he once had, both became geniuses at Central State University. But he, however, was still standing still. I'm not convinced, I must succeed. Then Chao Kuan, who was in the video, started working on his dance again. Lu Yuan and Gentle tacitly stopped looking at the screen and ate as fast as they could. Ah Yuan, are you really not practicing this martial art? Leaving the cafeteria, when Ro lowered his voice and said, Lu Yuan cried and laughed a little. In the past few days, after Gentle cultivated the Nianli martial art quartet, taught by teacher Bai Ji, she had been trying to teach him privately. He could understand Gentle's good intentions. However, this thing couldn't be like this. Lu Yuan could learn it on his own, but it had to not be taught by Gentle. Just cultivate well and don't mind me. Wait, I'll take you to a good place. After dinner, Lu Yuan then took Gentle and went to the core area of Central State University. Cultivation Tower. It was a 7-fold tower-style building. The Cultivation Tower was also one of the most important buildings in Central State University. It could greatly accelerate the speed of cultivation, and whether it was the power of qi and blood or spiritual power, there could be some increase. Want to go in? Lu Yuan pointed at the Cultivation Tower. Gentle nodded, then immediately shook her head again. Cultivation Tower, of course she wanted to go in. However, it was too expensive to cultivate here. She couldn't afford to consume it. Then let's go. Lu Yuan directly forcefully pulled Gentle inside. At the entrance of the Cultivation Tower, A man in a black trench coat with an ice-cold face stood at the entrance. All the students who entered and exited had their heads lowered and quickened their steps, not daring to stay here for a second longer. Patriarch Shin-yi, why did he personally come to the cultivation tower today? Who knows? Patriarch Shin-yi is the coldest. I've never seen him smile. In the next second, these few students froze in place. Because in their mouths, that cold, never-smiling Patriarch Shin-yi took the initiative to reveal a cordial smile. Little friend Lu Yuan. Senior Shen-yi. Lu Yuan slightly arched his hand. Under Principal Wang's arrangement, the 6 patriarchs of Central State University had all added Lu Yuan's friends. Shen-yi was responsible for guarding the cultivation tower in the school. Both of you, please come in. Lu Yuan briefly introduced the two to each other. With outsiders around, Gentle didn't struggle anymore, but went into a state of social terror and cowered behind Lu Yuan. Only poking out a little bit of her head, she slightly nodded at the other party like a kitten. Since it's little friend Lu's friend, it's my Shun-yi's friend. Shun-yi acted very cordially, making people completely unable to feel that this was a Zhongshe powerhouse. Shin-yi guided the two of them and walked into the first floor of the cultivation tower. At the front desk on the first floor, the price list was very eye-catching. The prices of the cultivation tower are as follows without credit. First floor, 10% increase in aura, 1 credit per hour. Second floor, 20% increase in aura. 7th floor, aura increase by 100%. Blood essence cultivation formation 1, 10 credits per hour. This price, it was indeed expensive. However, Lu Yuan still decided to let Gentle cultivate here. This was because, even with the genius of the 3rd class of freshman year, Gentle was still the strongest in terms of spiritual cultivation. What's more, Gentleness was also Lu Yuan's hairdresser. Lu Yuan thought briefly. She's going in to cultivate, so I don't need to. Just go to the 3rd floor. After saying that, he was ready to brush his credits. Did Lu Yuan's student forget that you have the SS rating privilege to permanently use the cultivation tower for free? Shin-yi reminded. Lu Yuan froze for a moment. But it's her who wants to cultivate. It's all the same in my opinion. The principal has already explained that he will provide all the facilities for Lu Yuan. Shin-yi said with a straight face. Even now, he was only a retired soldier. But Principal Wang's words were still orders that had to be obeyed in Shin-yi's eyes. Subsequently, Gentle was then locked into the 7th floor of the cultivation tower, in the small dark room. Shin-yi's expression was serious, but the words in his mouth were very unserious. Good vision. This little girl has good qualifications and is quite cute. We're just friends, hairdressers and classmates. A few black lines hung on Lu Yuan's forehead. Chapter 45 Resource Battle. Scared the opponent to tears. Dormitory. Lu Yuan was exercising when suddenly a slight vibration came from his bracelet. It was Wu Xian. Little auntie finally has news. Lu Yuan smiled. Ever since Wu Xian joined that secretive program, there hadn't been any news. It was a voice with an electric current. Wu Xian. Aya. This relic is really strange inside. There's no signal at all, causing me to have no way to contact you. It's really urgent. Inside the ruins, what's all there? Lu Yuan was still a bit curious. After all, he still had a qualification to enter the Ice Dragon ruins. Wu Xian. Well, it's really not very descriptive. In short, it just gives people a very scary feeling. Well, there are dragon corpses all over the place, and there are also some, which should be traces left behind by the insect race. It looks as if this world was once heavily infested by the bug race. Perhaps it's hard for you to imagine that the bugs were able to eat the giant dragons. Lu Yuan frowned. A bug race? Everyone knew that the bug race was stopped within the Starry Sky battlefield and could not invade Earth. However, there was no information about the bug race that could be searched on the internet at all, and it was not known if Lu Yuan did not have enough permissions or if the information about the bug race was blocked. Being able to contact his sister-in-law, Lu Yuan was finally relieved. After drinking a bottle of qi and blood solution, Lu Yuan started practicing boxing. The reason why he was able to cultivate the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist to the proficient realm in 7 days was not all due to the bulls and horses practicing day and night. Lu Yuan had also taken everyone's insights and organized them. That was why it was possible to achieve such a terrifying advancement. 5 hours later, Lu Yuan wiped his wet hair and opened the daily settlement panel. Yi Luyun practiced the extreme martial hegemony fist for 6 hours. Deeper understanding of the fist technique, Qi blood +8. Wu Huntian swallowed the tyrannical brother Dan 1, power of Qi and blood +5. Gentle in the cultivation tower. Cultivated for 10 hours, Qi and blood power +10. Spiritual power +6. Su Lai. Gentle is the hardest working today, providing the host with a large amount of Qi and blood power and spiritual power. Looking at today's harvest, Lu Yuan was very satisfied, especially the enhancement of gentleness with the cultivation tower's enchantment. The cultivation speed could really be raised by a step. Most of the other senior class, most of them had already laid flat. The whole class combined would only provide Lu Yuan with about 3 points of Qi and blood power every day. It was not even comparable to a single person from the third class of freshman year. However, over these 7 days, the combined harvest was still very good. The Qi and blood power had increased by 358 points, and the spiritual power had also increased by 130 points. Lu Yuan looked at the attribute panel. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and blood. 19,768 grade 8 martial artist. Spiritual power. 3755 grade 6 spiritual numinous master. Talents. Hegemony S+. Nianli Awakening S. Ultra Limit Explosive Flash S. Dharma Phase Golden Body A+, Unstoppable A+. Martial Arts. Extreme Martial Hegemony Imperial Fist Proficient. Quartet Introductory. 10,000 Thunder Leads Introductory. Demon Sealing Chop Perfect. Technique. 8th Breathing Method Perfect. Nian Li Perception Perfect. But the rate of improvement was fast though. Lu Yuan was yet to be satisfied. This was because at this rate of promotion, it would take at least 3 months for Lu Yuan to be promoted to a 9th level martial artist. This didn't meet his expectations. Other than the gentle accident with the cultivation tower boost, the other students' cultivation speed was still slow, and the reason for this was still because of the lack of resources. When a martial artist cultivated, resources came first, followed by talent. When the school distributes more resources afterward and opens up more permissions to new students, everyone's cultivation speed will get faster and faster. The good thing was, the battle for resources was going to start tomorrow. Lu Yuan was going to win it all and help the tools fight for more resources to speed up their cultivation speed. The next day, early in the morning in the freshman year of Central State University, all the students converged at the martial arts field. Everyone was very excited. This was because today would start the resource scramble battle, deciding which class would obtain the most resources in the coming month. What do you guys say? Which class will win this resource scramble battle? A classmate asked with great excitement, then realized that the others looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Which class could it be? Freshman class 3. That pervert Lu Yuan, when he threatened so many strong people to join the freshman class 3 during the introductory examination, wasn't it just to compete for resources? There's one thing to be said. Freshman class 3 is indeed strong. Yi Luyun, Lei Ting plus Lu Yuan, who can beat these 3? Xiao Yan our class Xiao Yan's Qi and blood power has exploded and grown in the past few days. It's definitely not weaker than these 3 people. Hee hee, the draw is out. Your class is the first to play against freshman class 3. Crap. Really, come on. On the ring of Central State University, the school leaders and all the freshman mentors were standing on the stage. The results of the draw had already come out. The first match was the main event. Freshman class 3 versus freshman class 6. The strongest person in freshman class 6 was Xiao Yan. The strength was still very strong, but compared to class 3, there was still a gap. Everyone was scrutinizing the rules of the resource battle. Matchmaking method. Battle of the classes. 2 classes play 1v1 matches. The class with the most wins achieves the final victory. Reward. A stacking approach. For every class that wins, the whole class will be rewarded with 10 extra credits. For the top 3 classes, there is also a special mystery prize. At this moment, on both sides of the first ring, it was already full of people. Everyone in class 3 and class 6 had already put on their battlesuits and taken their weapons. Only the crowd of class 6, before they even got into the ring, wimped out. FCK, we're too unlucky. Class 3 has all been cultivating like crazy lately, and it's rumored that more than a dozen people have already cultivated the extreme martial hegemony fist to the introductory level. This is simply not even human. What's even more terrifying is Lu Yuan. His extreme martial hegemony fist is already at proficiency. Don't ever let me meet him. The draw is over. Match 1. Li Xini versus Lu Yuan. The girl named Li Xini's face instantly turned white, but despite her fear, she still mounted the ring. Lu Yuan had long been standing in the ring. The black battle suit, which perfectly outlined his tall and robust physique, every muscle in his body was filled with a sense of power and full of impact. Although he didn't bring a weapon. However, the whole school was now spreading like crazy that Lu Yuan's proficiency in extreme martial hegemonic fist had been raised to proficient. This is preparing to hammer me to death, ah. The girl named Licini forcefully pressed down the fear in her heart and drank in a delicate voice. Dare to have a duel with me? A duel that belongs to a spiritual nihilist? Behind her small savage waist, 5 flying daggers shot out like arrows. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee teacher retreated to the edge of the ring and said in a deep voice, "The match begins." Lu Yuan's eyes were slightly closed, and the fluctuation of his Nian Li was faintly visible. Buzz. Licini similarly viewed Lu Yuan through her spiritual energy. However, the moment her spiritual energy came into contact with Lu Yuan's spiritual energy, Licini's spiritual energy was startled, and like an invisible tentacle, it rapidly retracted back into her body. This was an instinctive reaction, like a frightened ostrich that buries its head into the earth when it senses danger. Licini collapsed to the ground. Her heart was beating violently, and tears even surfaced in her eyes. At this moment, in Licini's heart, there was only one thought that kept echoing in her mind. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Before the referee teacher's heels even landed on the ground, he rushed up and carried the girl out, handing it over to the physician. Then, the referee looked at Lu Yuan on the stage with a bit of shock and uncertainty. What a terrifying numinous power. This is a 6th level spiritual Nian master. How is it possible? At this moment, the referee teacher stood dumbfounded as if he had been nudged. Without a doubt, this time Lu Yuan won. And the way it was won was frightening. He didn't even make a move and the girl collapsed, even making people cry. However, the other students of the freshman class 6 were relieved. At least, we don't have to face Lu Yuan anymore. At the same time, everyone was more curious about Lu Yuan's strength. Although Licini isn't considered very strong, she's still a 2nd-grade spiritual numinous master, but she even crumbled just by touching Lu Yuan's spiritual power. The 3 strongest freshman mentors who had come here to watch the match, however, had already known about it. Of those present, only the 3 of them and the principal knew the real reason was because of Lu Yuan's 2nd awakening, which caused the power of qi and blood and spiritual power to skyrocket. The 3 mentors were thrilled. However, they had all signed a confidentiality agreement in advance and could not say anything, so the 3 of them could only express their feelings to each other through their eyes. The other freshman tutors, on the other hand, were directly confused. This kid. This is a 6th level spirit reciter, crikey, 6th level. At this pace, wouldn't it be that next semester he'll have a battle power not weaker than us mentors? I take back my previous assessment of Lu Yuan. He's a very low-key student. Low-key indeed. If I had the strength of a rank 6 spiritual numinous master when I enrolled, I could tear down the teaching building. The draw continued. Match 2. Su Lai vs. Xiao Yan. Chapter 46. Belligerent Su Lai's roar of utter madness. Me. Su Lai stood in front of Lu Yuan very aggrieved, like a child of over 300 pounds. Boss Lu, can I admit defeat? It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight, but he was unwilling to expose his physical defects in front of so many people. Lu Yuan decisively rejected Su Lai's request. During the entrance examination, he had promised the class that he would help them fight for the best quality resources. Now, in the first battle for resources, there must not be any accidents. He would never allow that his fellow Gong students Juren would not be able to progress due to the lack of cultivation resources. Fight well. Lu Yuan patted Su Lai's shoulder, and there was no threatening intent in his words. However, his expression was very serious. Under Lu Yuan's gaze, Su Lai walked towards the ring lifelessly. I knew that it was definitely impossible during college to never, ever fight in front of people. In the ring, Su Lai looked towards Xiao Yan in the ring and sighed with an alas of lovelessness. It would have been fine if it was a different person, but it was still this guy. At the time of the entrance examination, Xiao Yan was a tough guy who had a hard time with Lu Yuan, but of course nowadays it seemed that it was Lu Yuan who had let the water out. However, Su Lai is not as perverted as Lu Yuan. The students below were still cheering and cheering. Go for it, Su Lai. Make sure to win and beat the momentum of our class. Su Lai clenched his fists and jumped onto the ring. Come on. I'll give it all I've got. Big deal, I won't look for a girlfriend, so I'll leave the task of passing on the family name to my younger brother. Come and fight. Su Lai's body was bathed in very terrifying power, and for the first time, battle intent surged out from his body. Moreover, this battle intent revealed the intent of madness. Everyone was looking forward to it. If I remember correctly, this should be Su Lai's first serious battle. Yeah, this guy is so powerful looking, his chi and blood power is strong, and he has a plus level abilities to add to it, and I don't know why, but he has always been afraid to fight with people. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was also somewhat looking forward to it, and more importantly, he wanted to see why this guy, Su Lai, was unwilling to fight. Lu Yuan could sense that Su Lai had a heart for battle. It was just that there seemed to be some sort of scruples. It made him not dare to fight. In the ring, Su Lai, let me see what your true strength really is. In Xiao Yan's palm, a crimson fire lotus coalesced. This special flame ability of his was even more powerful compared to the entrance examination. However, Su Lai, did not wimp out in the slightest. Since he decided to fight, then he would go out and have a good fight. Cut the crap. Let's see the real thing under the hands. The huge alloy pillar was like a toy in Su Lai's hands. His weapon, named Siege Hammer, a special weapon used in ancient times to break down city gates, usually tied to a chariot and then pushed by many people together to maneuver. However, now this Siege Hammer, which was completely cast from alloy and weighed thousands of kilograms, was like a toy in Su Lai's hands. Before the words fell, Su Lai dragged the huge Siege Hammer with both hands and smashed it over. Boom! The entire ground shook violently as the Siege Hammer smashed into the ring. Xiao Yan's figure flickered as he looked at the deep pit in the ring with some fear. Crap? So powerful? Su Lai's chi and blood power could only be at the peak of level 4. It was actually able to erupt with such a terrifying power. Not only Xiao Yan, the students and teachers under the stage were also extremely shocked. While executing the attack, Su Lai's battle power index instantly increased by 70%. The next moment, Su Lai erupted with an even stronger battle power index. Unstoppable! Su Lai, who was already 2 meters and 300 pounds, under the unstoppable enchantment. His entire body swelled up once again, and even his skin glowed with a black light, just like a ferocious beast. The breath was horrifying. Ah! However, the next moment, Su Lai then began to let out a loud cry, tears flowing endlessly down his face. A strong man of more than 300 pounds, but at this moment he was in tears. But the movement of the attack did not stop. He was like a madman, and the siege hammer in his hand kept frantically smashing everything around him. Xiao Yan was startled. While dodging back and forth, he looked at Su Lai in surprise. What's the situation with you stepping on a horse? You chased me and fought for half a day. I didn't even fight back. What are you crying about? Su Lai, however, didn't care and let out a loud cry while attacking Xiao Yan. For a while, the Xiao Yan was in an incomparable mess. With Su Lai attacking like a madman, he could only keep fleeing. The fire lotus in his hand kept smashing out. But it was simply unable to break through Su Lai's siege hammer, and that weapon of thousands of kilograms, in Su Lai's hands, had been swung out of the stump. Completely crazy. Su Lai really went completely crazy. Students on stage? Teacher? Lu Yuan? Everyone didn't understand why Su Lai suddenly let out a loud cry, and also cried so miserably. It was hard for you to imagine a 2-meter-tall embracing, tendon-fleshed, 300-plus-pound strong man, a handful of snot and tears, in front of so many people to cry loudly. The key when he was crying, he was still chasing after Xiao Yan to fight. This picture too bizarre. Not. What is this situation? What is Su Lai crying for? And why do I feel that the more he cries, the harder he hits? As Su Lai's teacher, Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched violently. What the heck? What the heck? He could have always had high hopes for Su Lai. Su Lai was tall and had peak level 4 chi blood, plus a powerful talent, as well as his comprehension of martial arts. Placed in ancient times, he was definitely a fierce general. Who knew how this had just started fighting and was crying so miserably? The other freshman mentor standing next to Zhao Wuji also had a wonderful expression on his face. Old Zhao, I remembered something. I've heard before that Su Lai has a very special physique, the tear incontinence physique. It's a physiological defect. But at that time, I thought it was fake and didn't care at all. Who knew that it was really true? Tear incontinence? Zhao Wuji's eyebrows were twisted into twists. There was still this kind of physique. This was really hard to evaluate. That teacher continued to explain. This kind of physique will cause. When Su Lai is more emotional or excited, he won't be able to control himself and let out a loud cry. Ha! Zhao Wuji's mouth opened wide. His eyes filled with disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of them. After this teacher explained, everyone erupted into a heated discussion. Tear incontinence. This crying is indeed powerful. Su Lai wouldn't be trying to douse Xiao Yan's fire. But Su Lai is so fierce. The battle power index has already tripled. Crap. 5,000 battle power index. Fierce ah. Su Lai is too fierce. Have you guys noticed that the harder Su Lai cries, the stronger he is? Could it be that this what tear incontinence physique can really increase battle power? The girls around the ring looked at Su Lai with eyes full of disgust. So scary ah. Before, I always thought that Su Lai's kind was stronger and had a sense of security, but now it seems that this is too scary. Beating people while crying, is he mentally ill? After hearing the teacher's explanation, a trace of guilt appeared in Lu Yuan's heart. However, the guilt was smoothed out in the next moment. For Lu Yuan and the people of Class 3, winning was the most important thing. Moreover, Lu Yuan had also discovered that Su Lai's outburst time had been extended. How can Su Lai erupt for so long? Chapter 47 Xiao Yan's Undercard. Super powerful martial arts above Zhongshi, plus more. Unstoppable. Lu Yuan had also tested it and had gained Su Lai's experience and insights in using it. Therefore, Lu Yuan's control over Unstoppable was exactly the same as Su Lai's. Moreover, Lu Yuan's qi and blood levels were higher. If he used Unstoppable momentum to explode at full power, he could only last for 5 seconds. However, with his peak level 4 qi and blood power, Su Lai had continued to erupt for more than 10 seconds. And he was still continuing. Lu Yuan gazed above. Could it be that it's related to this so-called tear incontinence physique? In the ring. Ah! Su Lai let out a ghostly cry while smashing the siege hammer in his hand towards Xiao Yan. Under the unstoppable outburst, the muscles all around his body were permeated with a dark reddish-black texture, and there was even hot air escaping, and a vein, which was like a meatworm, was constantly pulsing. Kill! With a roar, Su Lai wiped the tears on his face and whacked up again. Lu Yuan's guess was not wrong. The tear incontinence physique was a huge physical defect for the vast majority of people. However, in Su Lai's body, this defect had a chemical reaction with the natural ability. When casting Unstoppable, it would create a tremendous load on the body, causing it to only last for a short period of time. However, a steady stream of tears could reduce the pressure on the body and mind, prolonging the outburst period. The Su Lai in this state was the strongest state. In a sustained outburst, Su Lai was even able to suppress Xiao Yan, who had also broken through to the 5th level. Although both of them had broken through to the 5th level in terms of qi and blood value after joining Central State University. However, Xiao Yan's strength was recognized as powerful. Even without looking at the battle power index in actual combat, Xiao Yan was an existence that could be ranked in the top 4 of the freshmen at Central State University. Other than Lu Yuan, Lei Ting, and Yi Luyun, no one dared to say that they had enough strength to defeat Xiao Yan. However, Su Lai, who had always been coy, did it, and at this moment he was like a madman, forcing Xiao Yan to the brink of extinction. Although this move of Su Lai's is a bit hot, it's too fierce. Not only did it explode with a battle power index that exceeded Qi blood by several times, it also lasted for such a long time. If only I had such strong explosive power. I don't want it anyway. Explosions of battle power index were usually instantaneous. Especially with this kind of explosive wound type natural ability, it usually only had the power of a single blow. To be able to sustain it for a few seconds was already very good. But this guy, Su Lai, had actually sustained his outburst for such a long time. It had already been more than 20 seconds. Xiao Yan was even suppressed, amongst the freshmen. He's definitely a strong person that can be ranked in the top 4. Xiao Yan is going to lose. As the battle on the stage became more and more white-hot, many people became more and more nervous. There were even many who thought that Su Lai was going to win. However, Lu Yuan did not think so. This was because he knew that within Xiao Yan's body, there was still an even more powerful force that hadn't erupted. It was a power that made even Lu Yuan a little afraid. Once it was unleashed, Su Lai would definitely lose. On the ring, Xiao Yan was unable to dodge and was smashed into his chest by the siege hammer. He directly flew backwards a dozen meters before stopping. It hurts like hell. Xiao Yan crawled up from the ground in a sorry state, and there was a slight depression at his chest. Su Lai's strength was too great for him to break through head-on. Since this was the case, the only way was to perform that move. Su Lai, this move was originally something I was going to reserve for Lu Yuan, but I didn't expect that I would let you force it out. By performing this move, you will definitely lose. Su Lai simply ignored Xiao Yan. While crying, he plowed the ground with the siege hammer in his hand, and the entire ring had been smashed once. It seemed as if Xiao Yan was the scum who had cheated him of his feelings and his body. Endless fire feather. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body emitted a slightly reddish sizzling light around him. A stream of fire condensed behind him to form crimson flame wings. Accompanied by the swinging of the wings, a feather that was scorched with flames descended from the sky. The flames were extremely terrifying and could not even be extinguished. Hoo. Endless flaming feathers, like a torrential downpour, continuously drifted down. Su Lai waved his siege hammer, trying to resist. But under the burning of the fire feathers, the siege hammer was quickly burned into a reddish color, and the 1,000-pound siege hammer came out of his hand and smashed to the ground. The sea of fire had enveloped the entire ring, and Su Lai had nowhere to hide. You lose. Xiao Yan's flaming wings swung behind him, and his entire body actually rose up in the air. Everyone under the stage had their mouths wide open. Flying? He can fly. This is a third-rank martial art. Third-rank martial arts or grandmaster-level martial arts. These types of martial arts possessed a characteristic that could materialize energy and shoot it out. I told you, how come the flame lotus that Xiao Yan condensed before was so strong? So it's a third-order martial art. Xiao Yan didn't expect this kid to be so terrifying, this mysterious third-rank martial art. He has cultivated it to at least the proficient realm. The difficulty of a third-rank martial art is not something that can be compared to a sovereign martial art. To have such proficiency at such a young age, the future is promising. I didn't expect that this little guy was hiding so deeply. Unlike the other teachers, the 3 strongest freshman tutors were not that surprised. After all, they knew that the most perverse among the freshmen was Lu Yuan. It was indeed quite impressive that Xiao Yan was able to learn a third-order martial art, but compared to Lu Yuan, he was still too far behind. However, the one who was most excited was of course still Lu Yuan. Xiao Yan's target had always been him as well. The two of them looked at each other across the air, and there seemed to be invisible sparks erupting in the air. Lu Yuan smiled. Xiao Yan, I hope you cultivate well, and when the elite training camp opens, I hope we can have the chance to become classmates. Xiao Yan nodded breathlessly. Good. I'm also looking forward to it. We'll have a good fight then. Unleashing a third-rank martial art was extremely consuming. In just a few seconds, Xiao Yan's internal strength was depleted. However, this was not a problem with the martial arts, this was a problem with Xiao Yan. Lu Yuan was really looking forward to it. He had looked at the fire attribute ability that Xiao Yan had released during the entrance examination. Unexpectedly, this was actually a third-order martial art, and Xiao Yan's attainment in this martial art was extremely high. The proficiency level had at least reached mastery. Hopefully, Xiao Yan would be able to successfully enter the elite training camp, and as for that, what if Xiao Yan didn't qualify? Then it would mean that someone stronger had qualified. This was a good thing, and Lu Yuan definitely didn't lose out. Su Lai also trembled as he jumped down from the ring. Although the tear incontinence physique could alleviate the unstoppable side effect to a certain extent. But after sustaining an outburst for such a long time, his body was still a bit overwhelmed. The girls who were originally surrounding the ring, seeing Su Lai, they immediately retreated a dozen meters or so in great disgust, leaving a large empty space. Su Lai wanted to cry without tears. He was really trying to find a date to give the old Su family a branch. This time, he was completely out of luck. Lu Yuan patted Su Lai's shoulder and comforted. It's fine. At least after this matter spreads, there is no need to hide it in the future. Su Lai revealed a smile that was worse than tears. There was no doubt that the video of Su Lai's fight had spread like crazy throughout the entire school. It wasn't just the freshmen. Even those older siblings had seen it. Su Lai became famous in one battle. Even the reputation was louder than even Lu Yuan. After his battle video was spread, let alone getting married and having children, he was afraid that he would have to be a single dog for the rest of his life. The gazes of the other people in the 3rd class of freshman year, looking at Su Lai, were also very complicated. There was sympathy. There was fear. In short, everyone kept a certain distance from Su Lai. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was thankful in his heart that the daily settlement system, fortunately, didn't treat Su Lai's tear incontinence physique as a way to increase his battle power. Otherwise, he would have been finished. The battle continued. Freshman Class 3 easily crushed Freshman Class 6. Final score, 27-3. This was definitely a big win, but it was also expected by everyone. After all, Freshman Class 3, the overall strength was just too strong. Next was the second battle. Freshman Class 3 versus Freshman Class 5. It's Teacher Baiji's class. Teacher Baiji, surprisingly, didn't come today. Such a crucial moment, the tutor was absent. There are only 10 people in Freshman Class 5 and none of them are weak. If Freshman Class 3 is unlucky and draws out the weaker ones, it's really not a certainty that they can win. Just as the crowd was talking, on the big screen, the opposing man and woman were revealed. Match 1. Lu Yuan versus Gentle. Chapter 48. Sweeping the entire grade. First, Lu Yuan and Gentle. These two are battling against each other. This is interesting. What do you guys say? Will Lu Yuan show mercy and be merciful? It's hard to say. This guy's behavior is always unexpected. The people of Freshman Class 5 looked at Lu Yuan on the stage and all felt great pressure. What do we do? Everyone looked at Gentle. Gentle was Teacher Baiji's favorite student, and in Freshman Class 5, she was also the strongest. Now that Teacher Baiji wasn't here, it was natural to let Gentle make the decision. Gentle was very uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. Her body was very uncomfortable and her eyes kept fluttering. Teacher Bai is going to find a way to heal her injuries. We can't let Teacher Bai worry at a time like this. Well, there's no chance for us to win the battle with the third class of freshman year. Let's admit defeat. Save our strength, we might be able to defeat the other classes. When Ro was also a bit uncertain, usually when dealing with this kind of thing, it was Lu Yuan who made the call. But now, Lu Yuan stood opposite her. Admit defeat? The people in the Freshman Class 5 were all a bit bewildered, but they looked at Lu Yuan and Su Lai behind Lu Yuan. They suddenly agreed with Gentle's decision. Admit defeat. I don't want to be hammered by Su Lai while crying. I also agree to admit defeat. The 10 people from Freshman Class 5 decided so happily. In the crowd's astonished gazes, the 10 people directly walked towards the referee. Referee teacher, we admit defeat. Freshman Class 5 directly conceded defeat, but there was no one to satirize them, because they were facing Freshman Class 3. This was the strongest of the 20 classes of freshmen, bar none. Facing Freshman Class 3, there was no shame in admitting defeat. The second battle of Freshman Class 5. Gentle finally ascended the ring. However, after getting on the stage and being watched by the gazes of so many people, when Ro's entire body was nervous to the extreme. Even her palms were shaking slightly. However, before going up to the stage, Lu Yuan gave Gentle a small piece of advice. If other people's gazes will make you feel uncomfortable, just close your eyes, and you don't need to release your spiritual power to detect it. Just control a few more flying daggers and slash randomly. In the past, her father had also let her practice with her eyes blindfolded, but at that time, he did not think of the point of shielding spiritual force detection. After Lu Yuan's reminder, Gentle slowly closed her eyes. The world was completely plunged into darkness. Nothing could be perceived, only an aura belonging to the enemy, directly in front. Such a feeling made Gentle relieve a lot of pressure. Be careful. Gentle's voice resounded in the ring. In the next moment, 5 flying daggers then steeply chopped out. The flying daggers continuously traced weird arcs in the air, and under Gentle's control, they slashed indiscriminately in the ring. This is the feeling. Gentle was incomparably focused, and even gradually became excited as she found the feeling she had when chopping ferocious beasts. Quartet. The Zhongshi level Nian Li martial art that she had just learned was executed almost instinctively. The attack of the flying daggers became more and more terrifying. Under the quadruple quartet's enhancement, the flying daggers were like a tidal wave, one wave following another endlessly. The Gentle opponent instantly panicked. In the face of this frantic attack, he could only be in the ring, holding his head and running away. A third-grade spirit Numenera, blindfolded, manipulating wobbling flying daggers, slashing randomly in the ring. Who wouldn't be scared of this? This was killing people. Gentleness? But your name is Gentleness. This wasn't gentleness. This was a madman even more terrifying than Su Lai. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Gentle opened her eyes with great joy. Yuan's method. It really works. Freshman Class 5, after when Ro had the power to fight, also erupted with great strength. It defeated several classes one after another. At the same time, Lu Yuan led the Freshman Class 3 and began to bare his fangs, crushing the other classes. Freshman Class 3 versus Freshman Class 1. 30:0. Freshman Class 3 versus Freshman Class 10. 25:5. One class after another fell at the feet of Freshman Class 3, and in the back, all the classes that faced Freshman Class 3 would voluntarily admit defeat. The gap was really too big. Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, Sacred Heart, and Su Lai, these were all existences that could crush the vast majority of freshmen. The most terrifying thing was that the extreme martial hegemony fist practiced by the third class of freshmen, there were actually a dozen or so of them that had entered the introductory realm. Just by using this set of sovereign fists, it made many opponents unable to cope. In this resource battle, the crowd realized that it was still Lu Yuan who was truly terrifying. Every opponent that faced Lu Yuan would be crushed by the terrifying Yan Li and would directly lose their fighting strength. From the beginning to the end, Lu Yuan had only stood in place after ascending the stage, releasing his Yan Li attacks. However, whether it was a relatively ordinary student or a genius in the top 10 of the battle power rankings, no one was able to withstand Lu Yuan's Yan force suppression. It was simply too terrifying. This was something that Yi Luyun's S+ level of dominance couldn't even do. Just like this, Freshman Class 3 easily achieved 19 consecutive victories. Without a doubt, this was the first place. The second place was Gentle's Freshman Class 5. When Ro hid in the crowd and waved her hand at Lu Yuan with a smile, thanks to Lu Yuan's advice, she was able to defeat so many opponents, and was able to contribute to her class in the battle for resources. Moreover, she had also searched for her own fighting style. In the future, when facing other people, all she needed to do was to close her eyes and use her Nian Li to manipulate multiple weapons, coupled with a wave of the quadruple quartet's winning attack. It was enough to deal with the others. At this moment, the rewards began to be handed out. First place, Freshman Class 3, everyone receives 190 credits, as well as 48 hours of use of the Cultivation Tower. Second place, Freshman Class 5, everyone receives 130 credits, as well as 10 hours of Cultivation Tower usage time. Third place, Freshman Class 6. Freshman Class 3, everyone was very excited. 190 credits. This was the equivalent of receiving over $2 million in monetary rewards. Just one resource battle and they had acquired so many rewards. Not to mention, there were also the free hours of the Cultivation Tower. It was simply too good to be true. At this moment, Lu Yuan was already a god-like existence in the eyes of everyone else in the third-year class. After all, he had made everyone receive a full reward. Lu Yuan really did it. At first, I didn't expect to earn so many credits. This is 190 credits. With this accumulation, the next resource battle, our class's overall strength will only be stronger, and will inevitably still be able to take first place. Having received an unexpected reward, everyone was excited to the extreme. Zhao Wuji was also excited. In the future, Freshman Class 3 will become one of the strongest classes in Central State University. One by one, the rewards for the other classes were handed out. Principal Wang Deju once again walked onto the stage and cleared his throat. Everyone be quiet for a moment. I will announce something. Next, you will all be starting a more exciting life, and will also be facing greater challenges. The mission hall will be open to all new students. Starting from today, you will be able to pick up quests, travel to the wilderness, and fight against ferocious beasts. The moment these words came out, the entire group boiled over. The new students were all originally young men with a fresh bloodline, just the age when they wanted to seek excitement. To these young people, the most important thing about becoming a martial artist was to fight ferocious beasts. Chapter 49. Geniuses are rolled out. Night 1 in the morning. On the exclusive martial arts arena of the third class of freshman year, a burst of sounds of punches and kicks breaking through the air echoed. Ha! Hey! Ha! A dozen or so freshmen dressed in practice clothes were actually still tirelessly practicing at 1 in the morning. The leader was none other than Su Lai, who had been defeated today. Before this, he only wanted to hide, not daring to train in front of people, much less fight. However, now it wouldn't matter. The current Su Lai only had the word martial arts in his heart. Today, in front of everyone, showing that kind of embarrassment, at first he still felt very humiliated. However, Lu Yuan had been comforting him, and even asked him a question. What is the martial way? Su Lai's head was unable to figure it out, but Lu Yuan had already told him the answer. Lu Yuan said, Wu Dao is not about how vicious the sword is, how strong the fist is, or how high the rank is. Wu Dao is about making the determination to put all of one's future energy and time into Wu Dao cultivation. Day after day, year after year, 10 years, 100 years. Su Lai blasted out a heavy fist and said in a deep voice, Martial Dao, there is only one word: practice. As long as you can't die from practicing, practice to death. At this moment, Su Lai's entire person completed a metamorphosis from the inside out. The entire person's temperament changed into a very domineering one. The secret hidden in his heart was already known by everyone. It didn't matter then. For the first time, Su Lai faced everything about himself squarely. Nowadays, in his eyes, even the unpleasant tear incontinence physique was no longer a drawback. Instead, it had become an important part of his battle power. Xiao Yan, next time, I won't lose again. Punch after punch, Su Lai's comprehension of the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist became deeper and deeper. As for these students behind him, they were all the ones who had been defeated after fighting other classes today. They were consciously practicing extra hard. It was until the east turned fish belly white. In the third class of freshman year, a dozen or so people only sat down on the ground and began to meditate and cultivate their gong methods. The eighth set of breathing techniques was a merit technique practiced by all people. Not only could it enhance the power of qi and blood, it could also cause the body to fall into a deep sleep state, quickly restoring the physical body and spirit to its peak state. The higher the level of the martial artist, the faster the recovery speed. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that a slender silhouette retreated away from the martial arts arena. Yilun looked at the dozen or so people sitting on the ground, somewhat surprised. You guys came so early? Right at this moment, Su Lai violently opened his eyes. Boom! A terrifying power of qi and blood awakened from him. Advancement. Su Lai became a rank 5 martial artist. Picking up the siege hammer, Su Lai's eyes flashed red. Extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist. He actually swung the siege hammer with the operation of the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist. This was something that could only be done with proficiency level proficiency. The thousands of kilograms of siege hammer, even if it just smashed into the air-breaking sound that it triggered was still whistling. Although he was exhausted after practicing all night, Su Lai was very excited. He had succeeded. So strong. A gaze appeared in Yi Liuyun's eyes. On this day, the vast majority of the dozen or so students in the third class of freshman year stayed in the martial arts arena for a day and a night. Apart from eating and meditating, they were training. No matter how hard and tired they were, there was no one who was lazy. All of them didn't stop training until they couldn't hold on any longer, and then after recovering their physical strength, they immediately plunged into the next set of training. The sun and the moon rotated, and in the blink of an eye, it was night again. Lu Yuan opened the daily settlement panel. Su Lai swallowed qi and blood pill 3, practiced extreme martial hegemonic fist for 18 hours, and meditated for 2 hours. He has broken through to level 5 martial artist and is proficient in the extreme martial hegemony fist. Yi Luyun cultivates the extreme martial fist for 5 hours and polishes his body for 3 hours. His qi and blood power is +9. Wang Meng cultivates extreme martial fist for 10 hours. Gentle cultivates in the cultivation tower for 10 hours. Su Lai has been practicing in addition to eating, and is the hardest working cow horse today. So voluminous? Lu Yuan was a bit confused. Today was break time. It was surprising that all the people in the third class of freshman year were all rolled up. Su Lai had been cultivating for a full 20 hours, which meant that he had only rested briefly for a few hours in addition to eating. Other than that, it was cultivation all day and night. It's true that true geniuses are the ones who work the hardest. Unless he was open. The most crucial thing was that Su Lai had cultivated the extreme martial hegemonic imperial fist to the proficient realm. This meant Lu Yuan's extreme martial hegemony fist would soon reach the perfection realm. A perfect level proficiency of the sovereign martial art, he was looking forward to it. It had been more than a week at school. The power of qi and blood had been rising and his strength had been growing. It was time to move his muscles. Lu Yuan decided. Tomorrow, he would collect the quest and go to the real wilderness to see the true face of this world. At this moment, in a single courtyard villa, Bai Ji's face was pale, curled up and leaning on the sofa. This kid should be able to reach the teacher's standard. In front of her, what was replaying was the battle footage of Lu Yuan in the resource scramble. From the day she enrolled in school, Bai Ji had been paying attention to Lu Yuan, especially after Lu Yuan's second awakening. As the school's strongest freshman tutor, Bai Ji even accessed Lu Yuan's training records. In her constant observation, Bai Ji discovered Lu Yuan's terrifying talent. This guy basically didn't practice much. However, chi and blood power, spiritual power, martial arts, everything related to strength, he was progressing very rapidly. Terrifying. Too terrifying. In her eyes, although Lu Yuan was very talented, he might not be able to meet his teacher's standards, and there was still some consideration to be done. So at least see for yourself how Lu Yuan's combat prowess was. Bai Ji activated her bracelet and the projection screen switched. A middle-aged man with thinning hair appeared in the screen. It was Wang Dezhu, the president of Central State University. Senior uncle. Wang Dezhu smiled. Bai Ji, what is it about this late? Is it about a problem regarding your injury? If needed, I can send the school's patriarch to accompany you into the wilderness to look for spiritual objects. Bai Ji shook her head. There's no need for a patriarch. I want Lu Yuan to accompany me. Wang Dezhu was a bit puzzled. Bai Ji continued. Teacher Dongfang Yu wants to take in new disciples. Lu Yuan is perfect for teacher's needs. Wang Dezhu nodded, then stood up violently, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. It seemed as if he had thought of something extraordinary. It's certainly a good thing that senior brother wants to accept Lu Yuan as a disciple. But why is it so urgent? Could it be that it is there to be opened again? Bai Ji's teacher, Wang Dezhu's senior brother, was named Dongfang Yu, a solid grandmaster powerhouse. Even nowadays, he was already striking a higher realm. But Dongfang Yu's natural talent wasn't considered high, and he was able to achieve what he did today all because of that relic in his hands. It was said that it was a relic of a god's inheritance. That relic was located in the starry sky battlefield, and inside it possessed a true god's inheritance. But in order to pass the god's test, natural talent was first and foremost. It was for this inheritance that Dongfang Yu spent years killing in the starry sky battlefield. At the same time, every disciple that Dongfang Yu took in was for the purpose of impacting the relic test. The vast majority of his disciples had fallen in the relics. The ones that might have come out alive gained great benefits and became supreme geniuses. All over the world, it was unknown how many people coveted this relic in Dongfang Yu's hands. Now, this relic was opened once again. Of course, this so-called divine relic was only a legend, and Dongfang Yu had never admitted this matter in public. Even if Wang Dezhu and Dongfang Yu were master and brother, he was not sure if it was true or not. Chapter 50. Teacher Bai Ji, you don't want to. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan then began to check the information about the tasks released by the school through the bracelet. The bracelet projected a blue screen of light in mid-air. Lu Yuan quickly flipped through the general type of mission. Level 1 mission. Unlimited collection of the red pupil tiger's 5th limb. Note: confidentiality. Reward: 1 credit for 1 limb. Note: red pupil tiger gathering place, Fierce Beast Town, Red Ridge. Level 2 quest. Assist in the investigation of the Stray Cat Level 2 Fierce Beast Group theft case. Reward: 30 credits. Level 4 quest. East China Sea War Zone requires a level 5 or higher martial artist. Reward: 100 credits. Special task. School Sisters housekeeping task. Requirement: male. Time: evening. These were all released by the Mission Hall of Central State University, and there were all types of missions, some of which were even very strange. Most of the students, they relied on completing tasks to obtain credits. Nowadays, the task hall was open to this class of freshmen. In order to accelerate the growth of the new students, a large number of Level 1 and Level 2 tasks were released. These were specifically for the new students to receive. However, unlike most freshmen, Lu Yuan wanted to pick up challenging tasks. At least the quests that could be seen on the quest list were all a bit boring and not very suitable for Lu Yuan. Just when Lu Yuan was feeling a bit bored, 2 slight vibrations came from his bracelet. It's Ms. Bai Ji? Bai Ji, I want to commission you to enter the wilderness with me to look for a special spirit, but it might be deep into the wilderness and there is some danger. Are you coming? This was followed by a quest link. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and opened the mission link to check the details. Special mission. Teacher Bai Ji's commission. Need to protect teacher by Ji. Go deep into the wilderness and search for the Essence Wall Jade Stone. Note: this mission will come into contact with a large number of ferocious beasts that are above level 6, so please act according to your strength. Reward: 300 credits. Lu Yuan was looking for challenging quests, and after a little thought, he agreed, replying with a "Good, Bai Ji. Thank you. I'll see you in front of the school at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We might have to stay in the wilderness for a longer period of time, so you can prepare in advance." Closing the chat interface. Lu Yuan had never really been to the real wilderness and didn't know what to prepare, so he opened a group chat called 6 Great Masters. It was a group chat that only had Lu Yuan and the 6 sect masters from Central State University. Lu Yuan: "Seniors, I want to go to the wilderness. Is there anything I need to prepare? Before going out, you definitely have to go along with some benefits. There were so many wilderness strategies and whatnot on the internet, there was no need to ask these 6 sect master seniors specifically." A few seconds later, a message popped up in the group. Landsword Immortal Shen E. "The wilderness is dangerous for other freshmen, but you're the exception. As long as you don't go too deep, you can sweep through." Lu Yuan: "I just want to go deeper into the wilderness." Landsword Immortal Shen E. Landsword Immortal Shen E. Observe 3 principles. First, don't mess with rats. The number of rats in the depths of the wilderness is endless. When you see one, there may already be hundreds of thousands of them deep in the ground. Second, don't enter the relics easily. You don't have the experience to judge whether there are dangers within the relics or not. Third, most importantly, run if you can't beat them. Lu Yuan was a bit speechless. Why did this guy just talk empty words? He would just beep. Why don't you be practical? Iron Beater Lu Tai: "Come to the weapons building before you leave. I fought a few sets of equipment 2 days ago. You take it and use it first." Lu Tai, the most powerful forging master in Central State University. His teacher is said to be the legendary Grand Master Ma. Lu Yuan's Jade Ruin was from Grand Master Ma's hand. It's crunchy and good. Patriarch Jia: "I have a trinket here too." Then Patriarch Jia sent another location which was in the core area of the school. This Jia Zongshi is mysterious. It was said that he used to do maintenance work at the front line and had some good stuff. Closing the chat interface. Lu Yuan directly got up, picked up the Black Shadow Battle Blade, and pushed the door out. Arms building. A white-haired teenager with an ice-cold face walked in. "Hello. I'm new student Yi Luyun, and I want to exchange a weapon." Yi Luyun seemed to be afraid that others wouldn't recognize him. Obviously, he had swiped his bracelet and verified his identity information, but he still had to say it out loud. However, the 2 school sisters at the front desk were still excited to see Yi Luyun. "Wow. Isn't this the genius of this freshman class? It's rumored that the school rating has an S+. Then this Yi Luyun should be the number 1 of this freshman class." Another young lady asked casually. "That's not true, but it should rank 2nd. The first one is named Lu Yuan, rumored to be handsome and strong in battle." Listening to the words of the 2 young ladies at the front desk, the corners of Yi Luyun's mouth twitched slightly. It's Lu Yuan again. Next time, make sure to win against him. He was still somewhat unconvinced about Lu Yuan's existence after all. Thinking of the rank 9 weapon that Lu Yuan had obtained, Yi Luyun pursed his lips. "I'm going to exchange it for a rank 7 weapon." The rewards he had obtained could only be exchanged for a level 6 weapon, and to upgrade to a level 7 weapon, 500 credits were needed. Expensive, yes, but with a good weapon, one could kill more ferocious beasts. Nowadays, freshmen can also receive quests to earn credits. One must take this opportunity to work hard and try to surpass Lu Yuan as soon as possible. However, Yi Luyun realized that both of the young ladies at the front desk actually ignored him. Instead, they both looked towards the door. Yi Luyun looked back, only to see that a youth with a slender and robust figure walked in. "Lu Yuan? How is it that every time he wants to act tough, this guy has to come out and mess up?" Yi Luyun was about to explode with anger. At the front desk, the 2 young ladies' eyes glowed after reading the identity information. SS-rated genius. Still a freshman and so handsome. The only person who could fulfill these conditions at the same time in Central State University was the legendary strongest freshman Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had made a big splash in the resource battle, and now his reputation was very loud. Beside him stood a burly old man with a big back hair. "Patriarch Lu, what brings you here?" The 2 young ladies at the front desk looked serious and immediately bowed and saluted. Lu Tai waved his hand and told them to do what they should do. then led Lu Yuan inside. Lu Yuan kid, old man just fought 2 sets of grade 8 weapons. Come and take a look. If you think it's smooth, take it and use it. It's not appropriate, is it? Self-owned stuff, what's inappropriate? Watching the 2 of them walk into the elevator, the receptionist lady and Yi Luyun both froze in place. An 8th grade weapon? This was the most stingy patriarch Lu Tai. He was actually going to send Lu Yuan an 8th grade weapon. Yi Luyun looked at the slowly closing elevator door. The gap between people, is it really that big? Yi Luyun was also a genius. 8th floor. Lu Tai took out a huge glass case from inside. 36 flying blades, lying inside. Each flying blade was very textured, showing a dark golden color, and there were 3 hideous blood grooves on the surface. Numinous equipment. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. This is for me? These 36 flying blades, although they were all only about 30 centimeters, each one of them had the strength of a rank 8 weapon. This added up to at least 4 to 5 times more materials than other rank 8 weapons. In other words, this weapon was even more expensive than an unusual rank 9 weapon. If it was put up for auction outside, it would cost at least hundreds of millions. It was just given to him like this. Patriarch Lu Tai surprisingly so generous. However, on top of that, Lu Tai took out another set of dark red battlesuit made of alloy. Grade 8 battlesuit, try it on. Chapter 51 New Brainwashing Process. Freshman Class 3 goes completely crazy. Central State University, the entrance to the school. Many people gathered here and looked at the chariot parked outside the school gate. That chariot, like a steel beast, not only had an exaggerated shape, but also had hideous spikes in front of it. However, what really attracted the crowd's attention was the woman leaning on the chariot. Bai Ji was wearing tight jeans, her marvelous body and the hideous steel chariot, forming a great contrast. Too beautiful. I'm a girl who wants to stick it with Teacher Bai Ji. Teacher Bai Ji is going to the wilderness? It's said that Teacher Bai Ji hasn't left Zhongzhou City for a year. Maybe the injuries haven't healed yet. You guys forgot that last year. Teacher Bai Ji broke out from a group of 10th level ferocious beasts, resulting in serious injuries to herself. It's said that over the past year, Teacher Bai Ji has been searching for a spiritual substance to cure her injuries. There should be news to leave the city with the other teachers. Just as the crowd's discussion grew more and more intense, a tall and robust youth wearing a dark red battlesuit walked over. Beside Lu Yuan, there was a bright silver-colored metal mechanical dog. This was the gadget that Patriarch Jia had given him, a small pet with a simple intelligence. Don't look at this guy's appearance, but there really wasn't much strength. Although the mechanical dog possessed simple intelligence and its body was built with high-strength alloy, it could only help dismember ferocious beasts. It was also because of this function. It was because of this function that Grandmaster Jia gave the mechanical dog to Lu Yuan. This time, Lu Yuan's harvest was not small. Just by casually saying a few words in the group chat of the 6 patriarchs, he had obtained a set of grade 8 battlesuit, a set of grade 8 flying blades. There was also an intelligent mechanical dog. Simply earned a lot. Bai Ji's gaze was on Lu Yuan's body, scanning around, nodding slightly as if she was satisfied with his state. Then she opened the car door and jumped on. Get in. Like a steel beast, the chariot let out a roar, and under the powerful horsepower, it directly rushed out, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Crap. If I'm not mistaken, that's Lu Yuan, right? Teacher Bai Ji is actually waiting for Lu Yuan? And it's just the 2 of them. On the steel chariot. We need to go to the fierce beast town first, where a squad of adventurers knows information about a spirit I need. Bai Ji was very focused on driving the car, while explaining the goal of this time to Lu Yuan. In my current condition, using the power within my body is not conducive to recovery. So if there is a need for combat, it's all up to you. Of course, during the mission, you can choose to withdraw at any time. For this message, Bai Ji had already waited for a year. No matter what, she was going to check it out this time. Moreover, there was another important goal this time, which was to see for her teacher how strong Lu Yuan truly was. Since I promised you, I naturally won't back down. Lu Yuan shrugged. He chose to accept this mission from Teacher Bai Ji, originally because he wanted to seek a bit of a challenge. The engine whirred. The street scenes on both sides frantically backed up, looking at Teacher Bai Ji's perfect side face. Lu Yuan secretly smacked his lips. Worthy of being a national goddess, Teacher Bai Ji was indeed beautiful. However, he sat in Teacher Bai Ji's car, and this matter had already spread throughout the school. In the group of the third freshman class, it had exploded. Crap! I saw Lu Yuan get into Ms. Baiji's car. Envy and jealousy. A sword opens the sky Yilun. He, not practicing hard, but following a beautiful teacher out to play, wasting his talent. Lei Ting. Stupid. She had been forced by her family since she was young to establish the image of a good girl, so she had always just vented her true emotions on the internet. What Lei Ting couldn't stand to see on the internet was this kind of love of pretending. Seeing one and cursing the other. One sword opens the sky Yiluyun.
Baba Sulai, hahaha.
One sword opens heaven Yiluyun. At Lei Ting. Why are you always scolding me? Lei Tang. Can't read? Idiot. One sword opens heaven Yiluyun. Where are you? I'll let you try my extreme martial hegemony fist. Yiluyun was really angry because this was not the first time he was scolded. Last time, Lei Ting was also inexplicable and called him a fool. Yiluyun remembered it clearly. Lei Ting. In a hurry. Slightly. A sword opens the sky Yiluyun. I'm in a hurry. Fuming. The cursing war triggered by the two people made the class group unusually chaotic, and more people began to water the group, watching everyone get hot and bothered. Lu Yuan, however, only felt heartache. Nyo ma. No, it's the dear classmates who still need to be a bit more conscious. You all don't cultivate? Then it seems that when teacher Baiji and I come back, you guys will still only be stepped on by me as well. Lu Yuan's provocation caused the class group to instantly quiet down. After a long time, only then did Su Lai reply, FCK. One sword opens heaven Yiluyun. Lu Yuan, don't be arrogant. When you come back, I'm going to challenge you. Lei Ting. At Lu Yuan. One move to kill this pretender. Cultivate. Anyone in a group. I'm going out of town to practice. When Lu Yuan comes back, I'll challenge him too. Lu Yuan and Rob Baiji. Looking at the group of excited students, Lu Yuan revealed a happy smile, then slowly typed out the last line. Rubbish. I'll beat a bunch of you by myself. Then directly closed the chat group. Those who were qualified to enter Central State University were all geniuses from their original schools, who weren't high-minded and proud. It was just that, after entering Central State University, they were struck down by the demons that appeared one after another. More or less, they slacked off a bit. However, the arrogance in their hearts still existed. Dealing with these high-minded geniuses was the easiest. The agitation method was the best. The exclusive martial arts arena of the third class of freshman year. With Su Lai as the leader, the 12 people had basically not left this place since the resource battle. At this moment, everyone's face contained anger. Can we be stepped on by Lu Yuan? Can't. Kill Lu Yuan and snatch back Angelica. That's even more impossible to do. Isn't it? The group, while punching, wailed. One of the most important abilities to be able to become a genius was the right way to cultivate. The reason why they didn't go out to do missions and instead stayed in school to cultivate was because they were gifted in martial arts. They all thought that they could quickly increase their extreme martial hegemony fist proficiency level. The rest of the freshman class 3, none of them were idle either. Even those who hadn't gone on quests were cultivating elsewhere. Everyone in the entire class was completely mad. Walking on the road, they were all a bit faster than the others. Lu Yuan, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was not aware of this. Lu Yuan silently opened the chat window with Chao Kuan. Your goddess is so beautiful. Chao Kuan replied back in a second. Crap, did you see my goddess? Quickly take a picture for me. Lu Yuan smiled and replied. More than seeing. Your goddess is now about to take me out to play alone. Chao Kuan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chao Kuan. Get back to me, really? Lu Yuan. Smug. Right at this moment, Baiji violently hit the steering wheel in a circle, and with her right hand, she pulled the handbrake directly to death at an extremely fast speed. Accompanied by an ear-splitting friction sound, the steel behemoth came to an extremely exaggerated drift. Going out of the city. Get ready. Chapter 52 Fierce Beast Town. Weak meat and strong flesh. Outside of Zhongzhou City. Walking out of the gates of Central State City, there was a strong smell of blood pounding on the face. Below the city wall, there stood a row of military martial artists holding battle swords, each with a serious face. At the city gates, it was still relatively clean. But further out, One could see dark red bloodstains all over the ground, as well as the skeletons of ferocious beasts. Most of the martial artists who came and went had long breaths, and they were all clearly blessed with uncommon chi and blood power. Some of the martial artists were dragging huge corpses of ferocious beasts, walking towards the city with great excitement. Some had wilted breaths and suffered heavy injuries. There were even a few whose breath was slightly squinted and who were carried back. One of them had 3 bone-penetrating scratches on his chest, and his heart could be seen beating through the wounds. The other had a broken arm. Both of them were covered in bandages. Crap. What's going on, brother? This is an encounter with a powerful, ferocious beast? Alas, it's too tragic. We encountered a beast siege in Fierce Beast Town. Recently, there are some abnormalities in the Fierce Beast Town. The fierce beasts have all become extraordinarily manic. In short, everyone had better not go to that place. Just at this time, a loud buzzing sound came, and the black steel behemoth rushed out from the entrance of the town. Giggle, accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing against the ground. The alloy chariot swung around and stopped just in front of the military martial artist, responsible for verifying the information. Bai Ji took out a black ID from the car and handed it to the military martial artist. That military martial artist glanced at it and immediately saluted with great excitement. "I wish you a safe journey." Then very respectfully, he handed the document to Bai Ji. Bai Ji nodded slightly. The jade foot pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, and the alloy chariot let out a hiss like a wild beast and rushed out, only leaving behind the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. The adventurous squad that had been heavily injured by the ferocious beast looked at the alloy chariot that quickly disappeared from view. Alas, it would be good if there was a chariot. If you can't beat it, you can at least run. This chariot, all made of alloy, must be at least $100 million. You can't even afford to buy it even if you sell it. Ow! Roar, howl. This was a real wilderness, not a cleared martial examination battlefield. Ferocious beasts could be found everywhere, and there was no pattern to the high-level ferocious beasts, either. At this moment, in the jungle ahead, there was a large group of beast pupils with an oily green glow, staring at the alloy chariot that had suddenly appeared. Silver moon wolves. Grade 2. Pack-dwelling ferocious beasts. There was also a rank 4 silver moon wolf leader. However, Bai Ji's face did not change when she saw more than 20 ferocious beasts in front of her. Not only did she not slow down, but she also directly pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. Boom! The alloy chariot rammed a silver moon wolf straight into the ground. The spikes on the side, with the vehicle running at high speed, turned into merciless blades. It churned several approaching ferocious wolves into mincemeat, continuously crashing into ferocious beasts or trees and rocks. The body shook violently. However, Bai Ji still didn't slow down. FCK. Lu Yuan looked at teacher Bai Ji, who did not change her face, and decisively buckled her seatbelt on, then pulled the upper handle with a deadly grip. It wasn't until the ferocious beast's corpse jammed the wheels completely. Only then was the alloy chariot forced to stop. Bai Ji turned her head. "Get off!" Lu Yuan's head was filled with black lines, and he was already cursing in his heart. Female drivers. Even in this world, it was the most terrifying existence. So many ferocious beasts. Can't they just go around a bit? You have to crash into them. However, spitting was spitting. When it came to killing beasts, Lu Yuan was never soft. Pulling out his black shadow battle blade, wavy black patterns ran across the narrow and straight blade. Swish! The blade light flashed, and rough power was added. A silver moon wolf was directly split in half. Worthy of being a rank 9 battle knife, it's really sharp. Lu Yuan didn't even feel too much hindrance as the black shadow battle blade slashed through the silver moon wolf's body. Swish, swish. The ink-colored blade light flashed one after another. The remaining 13 silver moon wolves were killed one by one before they could react. Even the 4th-level silver moon wolf leader ended up the same way. Dog work. After killing the ferocious beasts cleanly, Lu Yuan greeted the mechanical dog and started working. The mechanical dog jumped down from the vehicle, and under Lu Yuan's command, it came to the corpse of the silver moon wolf leader. Swish, swish. From each of its 2 front limbs, it ejected 3 narrow blades. Then, it began to cut the silver moon wolf's corpse, and its chip, which had a lot of ferocious beast information, would pick the valuable parts and cut them down. While the mechanical dog was working, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji were also cleaning the remnants of the ferocious beasts from the alloy chariot. After a few minutes, the two continued their journey. 6 hours later. Along the way, the two killed and stopped, not knowing how many ferocious beasts they had decimated. In short, the alloy chariot had been dyed red with beast blood, and the interior of the vehicle was filled with the smell of blood. Lu Yuan and Bai Ji's bodies were also stained with many blood flowers. Of course, this was all the blood of the ferocious beasts, because within the war zone, there were many strong people stationed there, so powerful fierce beasts would not appear within 1,000 miles of the base city. Ahead is the fierce beast town. Bai Ji's slightly icy voice came out. Lu Yuan looked up, and through the dim night sky, he could barely see the simple city wall cast in alloy. Finally arrived. It was only more than 300 kilometers from Zhongzhou City to the fierce beast town, but the two of them had spent 6 or 7 hours on the road. Accompanied by the sound of brakes, the blood-stained alloy chariot stopped outside the gate of the fierce beast town. Bai Ji once again took out the identity proof of her mentor from Central State University. Without any hindrance, it was directly released. This place was originally just a remnant left behind by a small town. However, from a decade or so ago, by chance, someone had found many valuable spiritual plants and spiritual objects around here. This town was then quickly armed. Today, it had become a gathering place for adventurers. The gathering place outside the wilderness is a gray area. There are no rules here. There was only the law of the jungle, so it was very chaotic. Inside the fierce beast town, on the contrary, it was filled with laughter, and a martial artist dressed in battle clothes was drinking and gulping down ferocious beast meat. Many people would come to the fierce beast town to take a short break after hunting fierce beasts, celebrating that they had survived another day. And the attendants coming and going in the crowd were dressed in cool clothes, either maids in black silk or short skirts and suspenders, a pair of long and white thighs that shook one's eyes, although there was the Martial Artist Alliance and major organizations stationed here. However, without strength, one should never do business here, as they would be targeted if they were not careful. Parking the chariot at the designated location, Bai Ji and Lu Yuan then walked towards the middle of the fierce beast town one after another. Bai Ji was dressed in a casual regular outfit that was stained with blood, but it emphasized a different kind of beauty. Her clothes, and her overly delicate appearance, were out of place in the beast town. As for Lu Yuan, although he was wearing a dark red alloy battle suit, there was still quite a bit of killing aura on his body. But he was too young. For the old oilman here, one glance could tell that he was setting foot in the wilderness for the first time. The most crucial thing was that this car was worth a lot of money. So, as soon as the two of them got out of the car, they were stared at by many people. Just at that moment, a squad of 10 people squeezed out from the crowd, all of them wearing sturdy, standardized battlesuits. There were both men and women in the team, but without exception, their breath was very fierce, and their temperament was completely different from the others, so it seemed that they were a team of professional adventurers. The scarred face at the head was the first to walk over. "Hello, Ms. Bai. We are the Su Family Adventure Squad that has an appointment with you." Chapter 53, Meeting Su Mei Again. A World of Difference. Inside the tavern, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji were sitting on the main seat, and most of the members of the Su Family Squad were standing on the opposite side. Only Scarface was sitting on a small chair. Scarface handed over a photo. The picture in the photo was of a blood-colored jade with light escaping around it. Blood Jade Essence Wall. This is the information that we brought out from the relics only after 9 deaths. We died several of our brothers for this information. Ms. Bai, you should understand what I mean, right? Scarface seemed to be trying his best to squeeze out a kind smile, but that face was getting more and more terrifying. Bai Ji had expected this to happen, and her eyes flickered with mental power fluctuations. As long as you bring us to the Blood Jade Essence Wall, what you were promised will definitely not be less. Hehehe. Scarface rubbed his head and laughed. That's what it means. Old sword, I'm a rough man. There's no malice, don't be afraid, guys. So what, we'll leave tomorrow morning. Then both sides began to communicate some details, such as what time to leave, how far to go. Just then, a man and a woman pushed the door in. Lu Yuan. Surprisingly, it was Su Mei and Wu Hunting Sky. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly, so this so-called Su Family Adventurer Squad was actually this Su family. The Su family was in the elixir business, so there were regular adventurer squads formed to search for herbs and spirits in the wilderness all year round. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He was able to run into Su Mei here. When he was in the city, he couldn't kill Su Mei directly, but now she even took the initiative to send her door. There was even an unconcealable hatred surging in Sumei's eyes. Surprisingly, it's you? How did you dare? How did you dare to treat me like that? In the beginning, she had given enough face to Lu Yuan and was even willing to take the initiative to come to the door to apologize. Lu Yuan had the audacity to directly throw her down the stairs and threw her into the trash can. Her tailbone was broken from the fall. Scarface's face was cold. You guys know each other? Old uncle, help me kill him. Must help me kill him. Su Mei's face was livid. The rest of the Su family squad immediately stood up, their palms on their weapons. The swords were drawn, as if they were about to strike at any moment. However, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji were still sitting calmly on the sofa. It seemed that they did not perceive the throbbing killing intent at all. Lu Yuan took a sip of ice cola and slowly raised his eyelids. In the dim light, it was faintly visible. Silver light flickered in those black and white eyes. Buzz. Soundless, intangible, and without substance. The spiritual thoughts were nevertheless like a Tarzan crushing down on Su Mei's head. Su Mei's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Extreme fear caused her to keep struggling, but she couldn't stand up no matter what. Under the spiritual pressure, the other members of the Su clan squad, without realizing it, also wet their backs with sweat. The horizontal flesh on Scarface's face trembled as he looked towards Lu Yuan in great horror. Spiritual numinous master. Him is actually a spiritual numinous master. The Su family's crowd was already confused. How could they not have thought that this young man who looked like a son of a noble family was actually a spiritual numinous master? And the grade was definitely not low. It was at least level 5. Otherwise, how could he suppress so many of them at the same time? Scarface raised his head and looked up at Lu Yuan. This young man, what a pervert. Su Mei and Wu Huntingtian were also baffled. Lu Yuan wasn't this powerful during the martial arts exam. Your strength? How is this possible? Your spiritual power? Even in such a short period of time, another breakthrough. Su Mei stared with wide eyes, unable to believe it. The gap was too great. It made her feel nothing but despair. Lu Yuan stood tall, his eyes flickering with a silver light of unknown meaning. One hand was slightly raised. In the room, the sofa, coffee table, drinks, beer, all slowly rose into the air. Tomorrow morning, leave on time. This was not a discussion, but an order. After saying this, he left with Bai Ji. Just the moment he stepped 1 foot out of this private room. In the room, the things that were floating in mid-air began to smash onto the ground one after another. The Su family's crowd, looking at the mess all over the floor, the fear in their hearts was once again infinitely amplified. Between Su Mei's legs, there was even yellow liquid flowing. The pungent odor raged in the room before the others gradually came to their senses. Scarface's eyes flashed with killing intent. Mayor, who exactly are they? From Su Mei's mouth, the Su family squad learned of Lu Yuan's identity. Very well. That woman, if I'm not mistaken, should be teacher Bai Ji from Central State University. It's said that she's been seriously injured. She's never made a move in the past year, and now she's searching for the Blood Jade Essence Wall. So it seems that the mental damage is serious. A severely injured teacher, plus a talented college student. A ghastly smile appeared on Scarface's face. Tomorrow, as originally planned, take them to find the relics. At those words, the others froze in place. Brother Sword, we don't know the exact location of that relic. Scarface was a bit speechless. Are you brain dead? Tomorrow we... Scarface didn't say it explicitly, but one hand slowly gestured on his neck. The others had grinned, revealing oozing smiles. This team of theirs was originally doing this kind of blackmail business all year round. Even the information about that Blood Jade Essence Wall was obtained this way. Even though Lu Yuan was powerful, even though Bai Ji was a tutor from Central State University. But in the wilderness, there were 10,000 ways they could kill 2 inexperienced newcomers. After killing them, the corpses were fed to the ferocious beasts, so who knows what happened. In Su Mei's room, hunting Sky, do you think old uncle and the others can kill Lu Yuan? Su Mei's face was white. Lu Yuan had humiliated him so many times. Today, he even scared her to the point of peeing her pants in public. He had to be killed. But after calming down, Su Mei had more fear and regret in her heart. First, no matter what, she could not imagine. After breaking up, Lu Yuan unexpectedly soared to the sky, and now just half a month apart, seeing him again is already a world of difference. Su Mei was very clear about Lu Yuan's strength. He was a rank 5 martial artist. He is also a 4th level spiritual master. Old Uncle is only a level 6 martial artist, although they often mix in the wilderness more means. But Su Mei was still a little unsure in her heart. Wu Hunting Sky, however, was very confident. Don't worry, Su Mei. I didn't eat so many Bloodstorm pills for nothing. I'm already in the late 3rd level, and my latest improved elixir is much more effective, and I can eat more at once. Even if I can't kill him this time, I'll surpass him sooner or later. His voice turned very feminine. Wu Hunting Sky looked at the entire bottle of tyrannical brother Dan in his hand, and infinite hope surged in his heart. This was the latest version of the violent brother pill that had been produced after he had improved the formula. The medicinal effect was more violent. Of course, the side effects were also greater. Recently, Wu Hunting Tian had stopped growing a beard and his voice had become thinner. Watching Wu Hunting Sky swallow 2 tyrannical brother Dan in a row, Su Mei's eye corners twitched violently a few times. It was reasonable to see the same thing every day. She should have gotten used to it long ago. However, Su Mei had never seen that a man would be so cruel to himself. Wu Hunting Heaven was simply not human. However, he was indeed talented in this area. The potency of the Dan formula that had been improved by Wu Huntian had been increased by 10%. It was also for this reason that Su Mei recommended Wu Hunting Sky to the family. On the other side, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji also found an in. You have a grudge against that girl? Bai Ji said suspiciously. It's fine, not tomorrow. Lu Yuan nodded. I will kill her myself. But don't worry, Teacher Bai Ji, it won't affect your mission. Bai Ji shook her head. That wasn't what she was worried about. Anyway, it's better to be careful. These adventurer squads that often mix in the wilderness may not be too strong, but they are very experienced. We're naturally not afraid of hard knocks, but we still have to be careful of their underhanded tricks. Lu Yuan nodded. Then the two of them returned to their rooms separately. The inns in the Fierce Beast Town were in poor condition. They were all just simple alloy plate-built houses, and there was nothing in the room, only a bed. Even so, staying for a day would require tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Yuan lay on the bed and opened the system panel. Daily settlement. Su Lai swallowed Qi and Blood Dan 3, cultivated extreme martial hegemonic fist for 15 hours, meditated for 2 hours, Qi and blood value plus 8. Gentle cultivation tower closure. Swallowed Nian Dan 1, cultivated in the cultivation tower for 24 hours. Spiritual power entered a period of high-speed growth. Spiritual power plus 12. Yiliun swallowed Qi Blood Dan 3, fought for 7 hours, killed ferocious beasts 103. Qi blood value plus 15. Wu Hunting Sky swallowed tyrannical brother Dan 2, Qi blood value plus 12. Gentle is still practicing when he eats and sleeps, and is the hardest working ox bu horse sure today. Hiss. Seeing today's settlement information, Lu Yuan directly sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this Wu Huntian crazy? Eating tyrannical brother Dan every day. This guy wouldn't have found the trick to eating tyrannical brother Dan. Is he really a genius? Unfortunately, this world didn't have the evil shedding sword technique, or else Wu Hunting Heaven might really be able to soar to the heavens. No matter what, this guy shocked Lu Yuan greatly every time. However, this should be the last time. Lu Yuan was prepared to give these two a final ride tomorrow. In addition to Wu Hunting Sky, there were quite a few surprises on today's settlement panel. Previously, the days when they had just enrolled in school. Most of the students in the 3rd class of freshman year were familiarizing themselves with the school environment and the new training methods. Moreover, as freshmen, none of them had too many credits. With the end of the resource battle, the class had gained 190 credits, and the school had opened up more privileges to the freshmen. The 3rd class of freshmen had an explosive growth. The 3 with the best talent were basically able to grow their blood value by about 10 points every day. The efficiency of gentle cultivation was also greatly increased, and their spiritual power could also increase by about 10 points every day. This kind of efficiency was terrifying. With the efforts of the entire class, Lu Yuan had actually increased his Qi and blood value by 123 points today. Spiritual power also increased by 53 points. Name Lu Yuan. Power of Qi and blood. 19,981 grade 8 martial artist. Spiritual power. 3865 grade 6 spiritual numinous master. Talents. Hegemony S+, Nianli Awakening S, Ultra Limit Explosive Flash S, Dharma Phase Golden Body A+, Unstoppable A+. Martial Arts, Extreme Martial Hegemony Imperial Fist Proficient. Quartet Introductory. 10,000 Thunder Leads Introductory. Demon Sealing Chop Perfect. Technique. 8th Breathing Technique Perfect. Nyen Li Perception Perfect. 25,600 points of Qi and blood value would make him a rank 9 martial artist, and Lu Yuan was getting closer and closer to this day. Such a speed of advancement far exceeded his original expectations. Moreover, Lu Yuan did not think that this was the limit of his classmates. They could still work harder. Chapter 54 First Time Killing. Not a single one left behind. Plus more. Roar. Ouch. Early in the morning the next day, the Su family's crowd was honestly waiting outside the main gate of the Fierce Beast town. Su Mei and Wu Huntian were also there. Seeing Lu Yuan and Bai Ji, the few people nodded their heads. A very honest look. Lead the way. An icy voice came out from the car. Okay. Scarface's face was as fawning as it could be. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. My patience is very limited, so you guys need to hold on tight. It wasn't like these people were his deer cow and horse classmates. Lu Yuan had no patience when facing them. Under the leadership of the Su family's people, the caravan quickly set off. For the Su family's adventurer squad, there were 5 motorcycles and 1 large off-road vehicle. The few people cooperated quite well. Pathfinding and risk avoidance. It had been several hours since they came out of the Fierce Beast town, and none of them had encountered any fierce beast attacks. Whenever there were ferocious beasts around, the 5 motorcycle riding members would drive the ferocious beasts elsewhere. Bai Ji. An experienced group of adventurers indeed. Lu Yuan nodded. Soon, they arrived at a town ruin. The buildings of the past had long since collapsed, and on the vaguely visible roads, many vehicles crashed into each other. It seemed to be a series of rear-end collisions triggered by panic when people were fleeing for their lives when the ferocious beasts invaded this place a few decades ago. However, nowadays, these cars had long rusted, and there were no drivers left inside, only mutilated skeletons and poisonous insects that traveled inside the skulls. We were also running for our lives at the time, so we only remember the approximate range, right here in the middle of the ruins. Scarface rolled open the car window and poked his head out. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Lead the way. After entering the ruins of the town, the 5 motorcycles directly disappeared. Scarface, on the other hand, led them through the county town, circling around in circles. It seemed like he was really looking for the entrance to the ruins in general. But Lu Yuan and Bai Ji were both spiritual luminaries. The two had sharp senses. The sound of more and more ferocious beasts running in the distance was getting louder and closer. Giggle. Right at this moment, the Su family adventure squad's off-road vehicle stopped in place with a sharp brake. The remaining 5 motorcycles, however, had somehow arrived behind Lu Yuan and the others. Moreover, behind these motorcycles, there were dozens of ferocious beasts chasing after them. Among them, most of the ferocious beasts were above level 4. The Su family adventurer squad was, indeed, dishonest. They wanted to surround them with the help of the ferocious beasts. The method was good, but they picked the wrong person. Lu Yuan looked at Bai Ji. I'll do it. It just so happens that there is a bit of a personal grudge between me and them. Teacher Bai Ji, don't worry. Before I kill them, I will ask for the information about the relics. Bai Ji nodded her head, signaling that she would not disturb Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes. Silver light flickered. The huge box materialized from the bracelet in Lu Yuan's hands. Opening the box, 36 blades glowing with purple light were neatly arranged. This was before entering the wilderness. Lu Tai, one of the school's 6 great masters, had given Lu Yuan an 8th level Nianli weapon. Poison Dragon. The 36 poison dragon blades were all glowing with purple light. All of them were quenched with intense poison. One could only say that Patriarch Lu Tai's ability to quench poison in his weapons had been truly transmitted. Within Lu Yuan's eyes, silver light flashed. The 12 poison dragon knives flew out in sequence. Scarface had just poked his head out before he could start pretending. He saw a purple point of light that was constantly enlarging in his pupils. PFFT. 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 12 poison dragon blades. Each one accurately hit a person. Lu Yuan did not attack the vitals. Instead, he chopped at their legs. Everyone was in pain and screaming. Ah, my leg! This knife is poisonous, poisonous. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. They could no longer think about why Lu Yuan was so strong, because they had already felt the scent of death. The 5 people in the back were the worst. They were supposed to be luring the ferocious beasts, and after falling off the motorcycle, they directly fell into the ferocious beast's rations. Ah! At this time, Lu Yuan had already arrived next to the Su family's SUV. A slight movement of his mind. 7 people in the vehicle were directly beheaded. The Su family's adventurer squad, 9 of the 12 had died. Only Scarface, Su Mei, and Wu Hunting Sky were left. Su Mei was lying on the ground. Her face was pleasing. Lu Yuan, please, don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. Please. Our Su family, there is also a Zhongshi powerhouse. Don't kill me well. Before Su Mei could finish her sentence, the short purple blade pierced her neck. She covered the wound at her neck and her entire body collapsed into death. The next moment, she completely lost her breath. Only those eyes were still wide open. The Su family did have a patriarch, but it had nothing to do with Su Mei. Their family was just a side branch of a side branch who would care. On the side, on each of Wu Hunting Sky's legs, there was a huge bloody hole. However, he was still relying on his hands to crawl towards the distance. At the same time, he was also stuffing blood-red irregular pills into his mouth. Along with each pill that he swallowed, Wu Hunting Sky's breath skyrocketed. Lu Yuan, in turn, was in no hurry. He just stood in place and quietly watched Wu Hunting Sky eat the pills. However, soon enough, he couldn't. The entire person began to twitch continuously, and there was a blood-colored liquid continuously flowing between his legs. Crap! Looking at the blood-colored pill. This can't be the tyrannical brother Dan. Right? How deep is this guy's obsession with this thing? Surprisingly, he ate himself to death alive. Although Lu Yuan did not understand, he was greatly shocked. With his own eyes, he watched these 2 people completely lose their breath, and then made up for it after 2 more cuts. Looking at the corpses of the 2. When Lu Yuan was in Luo City, he wanted to kill these 2 people, especially Su Mei, and will revenge. But nowadays, there wasn't much feeling. Could it be that he had become too strong and killing such weak people was too easy? So there was no feeling? Afterwards, Lu Yuan turned back to look at Scarface. Numinous manipulation. Forcing 2 tyrannical brother Dan, he stuffed them into Scarface's mouth. Ah! Scarface let out a painful hiss before covering his crotch and rolling around on the ground continuously. It's shattered. It's almost shattered. Pain. Too much pain. The clothes on Scarface's body were soaked with sweat. Lu Yuan's mouth was hanging with killing intent. Tell me the location of the ruins, or else the rest of this kind of elixir will all be yours to eat. Scarface barely raised his head and looked at the blood-red pill in Lu Yuan's hand. This was a violent brother Dan. Eating 2 of them, he almost shattered. That kind of pain was something that no man other than Wu Hunting Tian could endure. I'll say. This, they obtained it from the relics. It can sense the location of the entrance to the relics. Receiving the jade in Scarface's hand, Lu Yuan directly turned his head back. Purple blade had pierced into Scarface's neck. Looking at Wu Hunting Sky's corpse. Lu Yuan, however, was a little curious. Wu Hunting Sky had eaten at least 20 tyrannical brother pills. It was also unknown how much blood value it could provide. However, accompanied by the roar of the alloy chariot, the 2 quickly left the place. The ferocious beasts that wandered in the distance only dared to pounce on them. The corpses were quickly devoured. Killing people in the wilderness would not leave any traces. Chapter 55. Wilderness slaughter in the name of killing. As night fell, the north and south of the fierce beast town. Crackling. A campfire outside a camp tent was flickering. Beside the campfire, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji sat opposite each other. Bai Ji sat in front of the campfire, skillfully roasting the meat, constantly rotating the roasted meat in her hands to ensure that every direction was evenly heated. This was the hunted Red Bull ferocious beast. The meat was delicious and tender. It looked appetizing. Moreover, I didn't expect that a goddess like Teacher Bai Ji would be able to cook. The mechanical dog was lying on the ground. The little white tiger was lying on the mechanical dog's head, its mouth watering, as if it couldn't wait any longer. All right. A very calm voice came. Lu Yuan had just watered the group for a while when he saw the roasted meat handed over by Ms. Bai Ji. But, can this be eaten? Looking at the pitch-black roasted meat, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. It was rare to see a hint of embarrassment in Teacher Bai Ji's eyes. Lu Yuan shook his head and resolutely chose to do it himself anyway. With a handful of classic cumin roasted meat, Lu Yuan successfully conquered teacher Bai Ji's stomach. Of course, there was also the little white tiger. It was lying on a piece of a cow's leg that was even bigger than its size, eating meat in a big way. It was soon 10 o'clock, and Lu Yuan opened the system panel. Daily settlement. Yi Luyun and the level 7 fierce beast had a good fight, blood value +9. Su Lai went crazy and went all out to wreak havoc on the wilderness, killing 88 ferocious beasts with a crazier demeanor than the ferocious beasts, blood value +10. Gentle. Wu Huntian took 28 tyrannical brother Dan, chi and blood value +66. Su Mei had a good fight and was eventually killed. Wu Hunting Sky took a large number of side effect pills in order to raise his chi and blood values until he burst into flames. He is the hardest working bull horse today. I hope to keep up the good work. Watching a message cross over, Lu Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Today, his chi and blood value had grown by a full 195 points. A martial artist's cultivation was most resource-heavy. It was only with the massive pile of resources from Central State University that the advantages of talent could be displayed. Today, in the third class of freshman year, the growth rate of chi and blood values were clearly categorized into 3 ranks. The first rank was Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, Su Lai, and Sacred Heart. The 4 of them had cultivation talents that were exaggerated. Now that they had a certain amount of resources, the 4's cultivation speed directly went up a notch. Almost every day, they were able to maintain a dozen points. It would even occasionally break through 20 points. This speed was already very fast. However, Lu Yuan knew very well that this was not their limit. In the second echelon, the growth in chi and blood value could be maintained at around 8 points per day. The third echelon was not so good. This part of the students might have been geniuses at one time, but nowadays it was difficult for them to continue to improve. Even with equal resources under resources, their rate of improvement was relatively slow. They could only grow by 3-5 points per day. Of course, for many people, being able to grow 3 points of chi blood value was already very good. Lu Yuan's high school classmates, the entire class combined, did not necessarily have 3 points of chi and blood value growth per day. However, today, Wu Hunting Heaven was the bull and horse that contributed the most. Unfortunately, this is Wu Huntian's last dance. I'm afraid that there is no one else who can inherit Wu Hunting Sky's path of tyrannical brother Dan. Bai Ji looked aside. After these 2 days together, Bai Ji was still very satisfied with Lu Yuan, especially today the killing decisiveness he had shown. Lu Yuan, this kid, not only is his talent amazing, his heart is also extremely good. It's just that this little guy doesn't seem to like cultivation very much. In short, Bai Ji has almost never seen Lu Yuan cultivate. However, this is not important. Some geniuses just like to sneak around and cultivate. Bai Ji has a fellow senior brother who is like this. This type of person was the most detestable. And this type of person also had a common problem, which was that they would put out smoke bombs before each exam. Tell others that they are not prepared, too nervous to play out of order, and so on. But after the test results come out, you will find that his grades not only did not decline but higher. Early the next morning, after eating, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji, according to the discussion, split action. Bai Ji went to the north. The terrain was relatively flat in this direction, and she could explore a farther area by driving the alloy chariot. However, before leaving, the little white tiger was very reluctant. It was on the verge of crying. Lu Yuan took the mechanical dog and started walking in the direction south of the fierce beast town. The mountain roads here were rugged and all kinds of ferocious beasts were entrenched. It was very dangerous. Roar! Roar! A hissing roar of a ferocious beast echoed in the mountains. Lu Yuan did not dodge or avoid. Directly facing the ferocious beast, he rushed over, with the mechanical dog following close behind. A level 5 red pupil tiger had just revealed its head when Lu Yuan chopped its neck off with a single slash. From the beginning to the end, this level 5 red pupil tiger didn't even look at Lu Yuan's appearance clearly. Blood flowed from the black shadowed battle knife. Lu Yuan continued to walk forward. The mechanical dog, on the other hand, was very understanding and directly began to dismember the red pupil tiger's corpse. How does the red pupil tiger feel so familiar? Lu Yuan suddenly stood in place and stuck the black shadow battle blade on the ground. Activating his bracelet, he checked the mission information of Central State University. Level 1 mission. Unlimited collection of the red pupil tiger's 5th limb. Note: confidentiality. Reward: 1 credit for 1 limb. Note: Red Pupil Tiger Gathering Place, Fierce Beast Town, Red Ridge. This should be information released by a certain teacher. If it's $10,000 a stick? Lu Yuan raised his head to look at the top of the mountain. The battle just now was short, but the smell of blood had already escaped. There were at least dozens of red pupil tigers poking their heads out. Just this mountain, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Little Black, the new target for inclusion has been passed on to you. The resources that needed to be included were passed to the mechanical dog. Lu Yuan then directly started charging over to the mountain. The mechanical dog, on the other hand, would collect all the needed parts and then pack them away. Lu Yuan's speed was very fast. It was almost as if he was going to leave residual shadows behind him. Every time he decelerated, it would be accompanied by a dark blade flash, as well as a flash of blood red, with his level 8 blood value and the level 9 black shadow battle blade in his hand. In just 10 minutes, the entire mountain of red pupil tigers were decimated. The mechanical dog, on the other hand, was at the back, doing its job, breaking down the ferocious beast's body, all the parts that could be exchanged for money. Just like that, Lu Yuan, 1 person, 1 sword and 1 dog, began to slaughter the ferocious beasts towards the south of the ferocious beast town, until it was dark. At night, the fierce beast town. As usual, the vast majority of the martial artists would return here at night. The teams that had gained something, even if they were very tired, their eyes would shine and they were very proud. There were also many teams of adventurers who carried their teammates and rushed in, apparently encountering powerful ferocious beasts that they could not withstand. FCK, it's really bad luck these days. The ferocious beasts in this vicinity all seem like they've gone crazy and are extremely aggressive. 2 days ago, Old Zhao's team, didn't they also take a heavy hit and have already returned to the city? Alas, I don't feel right. Let's take a look tomorrow. If not, our brothers and sisters will also go back to rest for a few days. However, all the pain and unhappiness was outside. Having returned to the fierce beast town, all they needed to do was to vent to their heart's content and enjoy the wonderful nightlife. The temporary branch of the Martial Artist Alliance in Fierce Beast Town would provide a large amount of fierce beast meat every night. Of course, there was also music and alcohol, whether there was a harvest or not. After returning, it was still fine to eat and drink and enjoy the dancing of the girls in cool clothes. There were even a lot of martial artists that were swaying along with the flashing lights and moving to the rhythm of the music. Just when the fierce beast town was very lively, a huge black package slowly moved over from the distance. It was a mechanical dog. Next to it was also a tall and robust youth. Chapter 56 Madman, Peak Level 8. At the entrance of the fierce beast town, the several martial artists in charge of vigilance immediately stopped swaying their bodies to the music and looked into the distance with wide eyes. Crap! This guy brought back so many things. Bull ah! How many ferocious beasts can one kill to bring back so many valuable ferocious beast materials? Go take a look. After Lu Yuan returned, he did not directly enter the inn. Instead, he chose to come to the most central location of the fierce beast town, the Martial Artist Alliance. Basically, in every wilderness gathering place, there would be people from the Martial Artist Alliance sitting in the center. They would provide a certain level of protection for all the martial artists who were killing in the wilderness. The key was that one could sell all sorts of ferocious beast materials, spiritual plants, and spiritual objects to the Martial Artist Alliance. It was also possible to purchase some needed materials here. Walking into the hall of the Martial Artist Alliance, Lu Yuan directly threw the backpack dragged by the mechanical dog onto the empty space in front of the counter. Hello, sir. Do you need help with your inventory? At the counter, the woman in a black hip-hugging professional outfit was very respectful. Lu Yuan nodded. Then the woman directly unzipped the zipper on the black package. Clattering, the ferocious beast materials that were almost about to burst the parcel directly scattered all over the place. The woman in professional attire looked at the materials all over the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Moreover, unlike the others, what Lu Yuan brought back were some of the more precious, small-sized ferocious beast materials. Beast pupils, tiger claws, tiger teeth, tiger... Come on! A few of you, come together and help this guest take inventory. The professionally dressed woman immediately greeted several other companions. In the hall, the other martial artists also gathered their gazes here, especially when they looked at Lu Yuan. The eyes were filled with admiration. This young man, he's also too fierce to bring back so many ferocious beast materials all by himself. Doesn't look very old, but the chi and blood in his body is very thick. He should be a genius from a top university. It's probably a 3rd or 4th year of Central State University. I've met one before, only a 4th year is a 9th-level martial artist. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, an old man in a Zhongshan suit with white hair walked out. He was very enthusiastic and extended his hand to Lu Yuan. Hello, hello. I am the head of the Martial Artist Alliance here. There was even a man in a straight suit who walked out. If you have any materials in the future, you can come directly to me. I am the person in charge here. Lu Yuan nodded. That old man led Lu Yuan to the side. Seeing that you should still be a student, you have such a strong strength at such a young age, you will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Although the Martial Artist Alliance was a powerful force established by the official Xia state, it had high authority and had branches all over the place. However, they attached great importance to geniuses, especially young geniuses like Lu Yuan, who hadn't joined the power yet. After all, any power needed fresh blood. Soon, all the ferocious beast materials were counted and the prices were accounted for. The professionally dressed woman directly handed over a list. Grade 4 red pupil tiger paws, 193 tiger teeth, totaling $980,000. Level 5 shadow hunting cat, claws, totaling 1.6 million. Grade 6 berserker beast claws, total 9.32 million. Seeing this number, everyone in the hall of the Martial Artist Alliance sucked in a breath of cool air. It was important to know that very few martial artists would choose to spend the night in the wilderness, which meant that there was a high probability that this was a ferocious beast that had been killed in a single day. Although martial artists had a strong ability to make money, that also depended on strength. To make over $9 million in one day, this was a figure that the vast majority of martial artists would not even dare to think about. The steward of the Martial Artist Alliance was also very excited. Do you have an account with our Martial Artist Alliance? If so, I will transfer it directly to your account. Lu Yuan nodded his head. After the entrance exam, the Martial Artist Alliance had also given him a premium membership card. Seeing the golden card that Lu Yuan took out, the steward froze for a moment and then looked at Lu Yuan with some disbelief. You are still a premium VIP of our Martial Artist Alliance. But after thinking about it for a moment, this was normal. Such a talented martial artist would inevitably have long been discovered by the top echelons of the Martial Artist Alliance. This was followed by another round of bragging. Lu Yuan managed to get out of the hall of the Martial Artist Alliance with great difficulty. The Martial Artist Alliance Fierce Beast Town has transferred $10 million to you. Looking at the transfer information on his account, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. The steward, it was a bit interesting. Surprisingly, he also gave him a whole number. 2 weeks later, Lu Yuan was once again bathed in beast blood and dragged a huge package into the Fierce Beast Town. Everyone in the Fierce Beast Town stood up with great admiration and applauded. This young man, so fierce. What a madman. Never have I seen a student from Central State University that can be so ruthless. The madman is back. My God, in these 2 weeks, he must have brought back hundreds of kilograms of ferocious beast materials every day. Too ruthless. I feel that the number of ferocious beasts around has dropped significantly in the past few days. This guy isn't going to kill the ferocious beasts here to extinction. For these 2 weeks, Lu Yuan had been killing in the wild. He himself didn't even know how many ferocious beasts he had killed. Anyway, the balance on the Martial Artist Alliance account was already 35 million. Together with this harvest, it should be able to exceed 40 million. Through killing over and over again, Lu Yuan had also become a celebrity in the Fierce Beast Town. Basically, all the old people here knew him, and there were even people who thought he was crazy. As usual, he entered the hall of the Martial Artist Alliance and dealt with the batch of fierce beast materials. Unsurprisingly, the balance in the card became $42,300,000. Lu Yuan was just about to return to the hotel to rest. However, he received a message from Bai Ji. Tavern. Bai Ji looked at Lu Yuan, who was sitting across from her, and was satisfied. During this period of time, even she was a bit intimidated by Lu Yuan yet. This guy was really strong and scary. If he killed so many beasts in one day, it might not be a big deal. It's been like this every day for the past 2 weeks. At least a few $1 million of fierce beast materials would be brought back. You've hidden a lot of strength. Lu Yuan shrugged. It wasn't thanks to teacher Bai Ji's reminder. Bai Ji nodded slightly. She was looking forward to the day when Lu Yuan would become a fellow master. But in her heart, she thought that her master, Dongfang Yu, was not qualified to be Lu Yuan's teacher at all. Bai Ji took a sip of wine. We should go back tomorrow when we finally go out again. Lu Yuan froze slightly. It is indeed time to go back. But we haven't found that relic entrance yet. Lu Yuan was somewhat helpless. In these 2 weeks, he had almost emptied the area around the fierce beast town. Bai Ji had also taken that broken stone and had circled around the perimeter several times. However, there was still no discovery, any information. Instead, Bai Ji shook her head. I've already sensed the approximate location of the ruins through the jade today. We'll make one last trip tomorrow, and if we can't find it, we'll go straight back to the city. It can't affect your participation in the freshman competition. Lu Yuan nodded his head. Indeed, the freshman competition of the major colleges in the Central State Province would soon begin. This competition itself didn't mean anything to Lu Yuan, but participating in the freshman grand competition was the only way to enter the elite training camp. For the sake of the elite training camp, he was bound to participate. Returning to the room, Lu Yuan opened the system panel. Settlement panel. Yi Luyun fought, cultivated, and meditated for a total of 22 hours. Extreme Hegemony Fist advanced to the proficiency realm, Qi and blood value plus 22. Lei Ting used the assistance of a second-order spirit and cultivated for a day under the teachings of 2 patriarchs, Qi blood plus 25. Sacred Heart, with the aid of the cultivation tower, meditates for 24 hours, Qi and blood value plus 20. Su Lai has a deeper understanding of the Extreme Hegemony Fist. Perhaps one day he will be able to take the Extreme Martial Hegemony Fist and practice it to the perfect rank. Gentle. Today, Lei Ting is the hardest working oxen and horses. Looking at the results of each student's efforts, Lu Yuan was very moved. In these 2 weeks, not only was he himself working hard, his Oxbu horse-sure classmates, too, had rolled hard, and everyone was entering an explosive period of qi and blood growth. Immediately, they would push Lu Yuan to the 9th level. Moreover, through the constant settlements, Lu Yuan discovered many interesting things. Everyone had something they were good at and something they weren't. For example, Su Lai was good at cultivating martial arts. Gentle was good at cultivating spiritual power. Yi Luyun and Sacred Heart were good at cultivating feats that raised their qi and blood values faster. The other students, too, each had their own strengths and weaknesses, but with their joint efforts, all the strengths, they were all Lu Yuan's. Qi and blood value. 20,153 8th level martial artist. Spiritual strength. 3996th level spiritual nihilist. Now, both the qi and blood values and spiritual power had made great breakthroughs. Even the extreme martial hegemony fist, a sect martial art that was extremely difficult to cultivate, had entered the perfect rank. Chapter 57. Deep into the wilderness, demon rats. North of the fierce beast town, the primordial forest. This was an area that was already thousands of kilometers away from Zhongzhou City and was known as the forbidden area of life. Even those adventurer squads that wanted money but not life were unwilling to easily set foot here. However, today, there was something different in this forest, and there were no insect chirps, bird calls, or hissing sounds of ferocious beasts coming out. In the past, more than 10 kilometers away, can hear the hissing of the beasts. But today, this place was silent. 5 heavily armed men and women walked in one after another. The Iron Bear Adventure Squad. 4 of them were rank 7 martial artists, and the burly woman was even a rank 8 martial artist. Even though they were strong, they were still cautious. The 5 people's eyes constantly flowed around, not sparing every shadowy corner. But as they observed, the expressions of several people became more and more gloomy. What's going on? Not a single ferocious beast? Normally you can hear ferocious beasts hissing all the way across the distance. But today there isn't even a single one. Big sister, should we retreat? They all knew very well that there were only 2 possibilities that the wilderness would be so quiet. The first, there were powerful ferocious beasts entrenched here, and the other ferocious beasts didn't dare to make a sound. The second, the ferocious beasts here have been killed cleanly. Shoo! The burly woman signaled the crowd to be quiet. In the distance, the blood-drenched corpse of a huge ferocious beast lay on the ground. Although it's impossible to tell the species, just by looking at the strength of the bones, it should be a class 8 or above ferocious beast. Several people's faces were grave. The surroundings were full of traces of fighting. This place seemed to have experienced a fierce battle. Big sister. You guys look forward. Corpse skeletons. It was all corpses. The ground was filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts, and those ancient trees in the distance were also stained with foul-smelling blood. So many corpses of ferocious beasts. All the creatures in the forest had been killed and gnawed on. Demon rats. Only a tide of demon rats can leave such horrifying traces. Thinking of this possibility, all 5 people couldn't help but hold their breath, not daring to make a single sound. Retreat. The 5 didn't have any communication, but very tacitly retreated backward together. Ka-ching. But right at this moment, one of them actually stepped on a dry branch. It was reasonable that this kind of sound would not be too obvious in the wilderness, but it was too quiet here, and this slight sound was very sudden. Roar! A wild boar with a fiery red body directly pounced over. This boar's body was unusually huge, like a dump truck, and its bristles, which were like steel needles, flashed with red light. 9th level ferocious beast. Red flame demon boar. Seeing this ferocious beast, the 5 people were very decisive, turning around and starting to run wildly. Whoever ran slowly would have to die. But what made them feel even weirder was that just as they turned around, they saw a man and a woman walking over. Duwali yelled, "Run away! There's a Class 9 fierce beast behind us." But the 2 men were as if they hadn't heard. Baiji stopped and slowly stroked the small pet in her arms, as if she had come for an outing. "Don't worry, he's strong." Baiji's voice was very calm and convincing. It seemed as if she was not saying this to prove that Lu Yuan was strong, but merely stating a fact. Lu Yuan did not pull out the black shadow battle blade behind his back. He just raised a pair of fists and charged straight towards the level 9 red flame demon pig. Until this moment, it was only then that the people of the Iron Bear Squad felt the terrifying aura of Lu Yuan's body. The 5 people stared with wide eyes. Although this youth was young, he had a strong aura around him, and his alloy battle suit was stained with blood. It seemed as if he had been killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of corpses. Du Weili frowned. These 2 people, they were both experts. Swish! Lu Yuan instantly rushed out. He and the red flame demon pig's huge size were in stark contrast. Boom! There was a loud sound. Fists and claws collided. The red flame demon pig's claws enveloped Lu Yuan's entire body. However, the power was inversely proportional to the size. One punch. Lu Yuan actually blasted the 9th level red flame demon pig away. Extreme martial hegemonic fist. Perfect grade proficiency. Powerful, powerful and incomparable. Boom! 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 The exchange between Lu Yuan and the red flame demon pig continued. Punch after punch, the red flame demon pig could only retreat. Humph! The ferocity of the red flame demon pig was completely galvanized, and accompanied by a hiss, it violently charged over. Like a dump truck, it crashed over madly. But what was even crazier was that Lu Yuan actually felt that he could knock this mud truck out. The next moment, a crimson light surged out of Lu Yuan's eyes. It was unstoppable. Boom! A fist blasted out, and the entire land shook slightly. The head of the red flame demon pig, like a watermelon, directly exploded and completely collapsed to the ground. Lu Yuan had already disappeared in place. The crowd of the Iron Bear Squad could not believe it even after seeing it with their own eyes. This young man actually punched and knocked down the red flame demon pig? Not to mention them. Even Baiji was very surprised, because she knew what Lu Yuan's punch meant. Extreme martial hegemonic fist. Proficiency perfect rank. This was a grandmaster martial art. Zhao Wuji had put so much effort into this martial art and practiced it for so long, but it was only at the proficient realm. But Lu Yuan had only practiced this fist for 3 weeks full. Surprisingly, he had perfected it. It was horrible. After just a brief moment of surprise, Baiji came back to her senses. The piece of jade that could sense the location of the relics had finally reacted. Unsurprisingly, the entrance to the relic was in this mountain forest. "Let's go," Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. The crowd of the Iron Bear Squad watched as the 2 of them prepared to walk deeper into the mountain forest. Immediately, they spoke out to remind them. Du Weili said in a deep voice, "This mountain forest is occupied by demon rats. I know you guys are strong, but as a professional adventure team, I need to remind you. Demon rats are the most unchallengeable beasts in the wild. Demon rats were the weakest beasts, However, the demon rat colony was indeed the most terrifying ferocious beast frenzy, and even if a patriarch was strong enough to get caught in a demon rat encirclement, he would not necessarily be able to kill his way out alive. Each demon rat colony consisted of at least 1,000,000 demon rats. It is simply impossible to kill them all. However, Lu Yuan was eager to try. I still want to try. Demon rats, indeed, were huge in number, and ordinary sect masters did not dare to mess with them. But spiritual numinous masters, they were not afraid of siege. The most crucial thing was that it was about to leave the wilderness. Lu Yuan also wanted to see where his limits were. Bai Ji's willow leaf brows gently frowned, a little worried. The demon rat colony is indeed difficult to deal with, but my physical condition, following me over would be dragging you down. Little White and I, let's meet you here. Be careful. Although you're a spiritual numinous master, you can't get tough with the demonic rats. If things don't work out, come back immediately. It was too dangerous to let Lu Yuan face the demon rats alone. However, Bai Ji was seriously injured. If she forced herself to follow her, not only would she not be able to help Lu Yuan, she might even become a liability. The most sensible choice was to receive Lu Yuan here. Lu Yuan, however, was very decisive. Taking the jade in Bai Ji's hand, he turned around and walked in the direction of the demon rat clan. Very quickly, it disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Chapter 58. Crazy Killing, the Power of S+ Hegemony. Lu Yuan stepped on the corpses and blood of the ferocious beasts along the way. He ran wildly towards the depths of the mountain forest. Looking at the corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground, even he was somewhat appalled. Moreover, the meat on these ferocious beasts had all been gnawed very cleanly. Even the bones were left with dense scratches. The vast majority of them had died from gnawing. The weakest of the ferocious beasts had managed to kill so many powerful ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan was secretly shocked. The demon rat clans, at the very least, numbered in the millions. Some even had tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. A few hours later, the trees gradually thinned out, and a ray of sunlight passed through the gaps in the leaves, leaving a splotch on the damp ground. Clearly visible, a large number of holes began to appear on the ground. These holes were so large that a mechanical dog could fit right into them. Lu Yuan's spiritual thoughts explored inside the pits but found nothing. There seemed to be nothing inside. Looking up, the densely packed holes almost covered the entire mountain. One must know that the mountain rocks were very sturdy. Even if it was a ferocious beast, it would not be easy to leave so many pits. If they were all left behind by demonic rats, then the number was truly astonishing. Lu Yuan, however, didn't care so much. Following the jade's guidance, he charged straight towards the top of the mountain. On this mountain, the aura was a little too rich. Even the mountain that had been gnawed by the devil rats. There were quite a few spiritual plants present, and Lu Yuan did not waste them, letting the mechanical dog pack them all away. On top of the mountain, the 2-meter-tall gray rat was absorbing the energy from the golden boulder in front of it. It was the king of this magic rat colony. And being able to directly absorb energy, it was obvious that the level of this rat king was at least level 10. That is, an existence equivalent to a Zhongshi realm martial artist. A Zhongshi realm martial artist, or a ferocious beast above level 10, was able to control a special kind of energy just like a Zhongshi powerhouse, in order to explode with greater power. Suddenly, Demon Mouse King raised its head vigilantly and sniffed its nose. It sensed danger. Squeak! Squeak! But right at this moment, a purple blade shot from under the mountain. Swish! The blade was extremely fast and instantly inserted itself into the claws of the Demon Mouse King. However, the Mouse King's defense was very strong, and the poisonous dragon only scratched through the skin before being ejected. Swish, swish, swish. Terrifying spiritual thoughts erupted. 24 purple blades, converging into a circle, slowly rotated in the air, chopping one after another, blasting down on the Demon Mouse King. Squeak! Squeak! The Demon Mouse King let out an oozing shrill whistling sound, and the hair on his body, which was even harder than an alloy, was tightly adhered to his skin, resisting the poison dragon's attacks. Even so, the Demon Rat King was also left with hundreds of wounds on his body. It was already dripping with blood in the blink of an eye. As the Demon Mouse King hissed, one by one, the demon mice poked their heads out of their burrows. The pattering sound constantly echoed in the mountain stream. Afterwards, a youth with a tall and robust figure, holding a black-shadowed battle sword, slowly stepped onto the mountaintop. The golden lightning arcs around his body were constantly jumping, just like a thunder god descending to the world. 10th level Demon Mouse King. Worthy of being an existence comparable to the Grandmaster realm, without releasing any abilities, he was able to block my poison dragon. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the Demon Rat King in a bland manner. This 10th level Demon Rat King looked drenched in blood, but it was all superficial wounds. The poison dragon had not pierced the Demon Rat King's skin at all. Then try this move again. Ultra Limit Explosive Flash. Crackling. The sound of thunder resounded, and golden lightning arcs instantly exploded at the top of the mountain. A golden thunder field with a diameter of more than 30 meters was formed. Those devil rats that poked their heads out turned into charcoal the instant they came into contact with the golden thunder arc. Even the Demon Rat King was covered in charcoal from the constant bombardment of the golden thunder arcs. The entire mountain had been crowded with devil rats. Although the strongest of these devil rats were only second grade, there were too many of them. Thousands of demon rats were not afraid to die. After one died, 10 or 100 more rushed up. They stepped on the corpses of their companions and continuously pounced into the golden lightning field. In the blink of an eye, the ground was already covered with charred corpses of devil rats. At this rate, Lu Yuan's power would soon be exhausted. The golden lightning arc dissipated. Within Lu Yuan's eyes, silver light flickered. Under the manipulation of his spiritual thoughts, the 24 poison dragons transformed into an absolute domain. Any devil rats that dared to approach within 10 meters of Lu Yuan were killed. It's no use. Devil rats can't be killed. The Devil Rat King's eyes flashed with a scarlet light as he continuously let out shrill whistles. More and more devil rats surged out from within the mountain. The entire mountain was like a black wave surging, wave after wave, constantly impacting Lu Yuan. Capture the thief first. Lu Yuan swung his black shadow battle blade and directly rushed towards the Demon Rat King. Boom! With a slash, the Demon Rat King was directly chopped away. Although he had slashed his target, Lu Yuan did not feel relaxed. This was because his all-out slash did not even break through the demon rat's defense. A layer of gray energy enveloped the demon rat's body. This was a power that surpassed the value of qi and blood. However, after the demon rat was repelled, Lu Yuan saw the scene behind the demon rat. Inside the mountain, it was surprising that it had been hollowed out by the demon rat, with a pair of oily green eyes that emanated a ferocious aura. All of them were densely packed with devil rats. Looking at such a number of devil rats, even Lu Yuan had some numbness in his scalp. Moreover, inside the mountain, he saw a diamond-shaped black arcane stone floating in mid-air. In the middle of the stone, there was also a twisted spatial passage. This is the entrance to the relic. Lu Yuan frowned. Unexpectedly, the relic entrance was actually inside the mountain. Lu Yuan couldn't just jump in directly. Facing such a number of demonic rats would kill him. The number of demonic rats that rushed out from the interior of the mountain was increasing. The mechanical dogs were jumping into the trees. At this rate, even Lu Yuan couldn't escape. The Dharma Golden Body. Unstoppable. 2A+ level natural abilities were superimposed. Golden light emanated from Lu Yuan's body, and the entire person was like a layer of golden light. Lu Yuan simultaneously activated the extreme martial hegemonic imperial fist, and the golden fist blasted at the Demon Rat King. It directly smashed the Demon Rat King by dozens of meters. The 10th level Demon Rat King, a powerful beast comparable to a Grandmaster realm, was powerless in Lu Yuan's hands. The thin layer of energy mist around the demon mouse was able to resist most of the damage. Like the Sovereign Master powerhouses, 10th level ferocious beasts would also control higher level energies. Before entering the Sovereign Master realm, human martial artists could only have the possibility of controlling energy by virtue of their special talents. Otherwise, they could only rely on the power of qi and blood to fight with one punch and one kick. Once they stepped into the Sovereign Master realm, they would be able to control energy. That was the true martial artist. However, even without controlling energy attacks, Lu Yuan was still able to suppress the Demon Mouse King. With the two talents, Lu Yuan's power was too strong. Even while fighting the Demon Rat King, he was still distractedly controlling the flying daggers. The 24 poison dragons constantly traveled through the demon rat community, tearing apart the bodies of each and every demon rat. Wherever the poison dragon knives passed, there was only blood and demon rat corpses. This battle, Lu Yuan fought painfully. He did not know how many demon rats he had killed. Anyway, the corpses of the demonic rats had piled up into a small mountain 5 or 6 meters high, and blood was sliding down the mountain. It's time to withdraw. Although he had an absolute advantage, Lu Yuan was very conscious. The number of demon rats was too many. It was impossible for him to kill them all nowadays. The Demon Rat King was also very oily, and with his energy defense, it was hard for Lu Yuan to break through the defense. Moreover, after being beaten up for such a long time, the Demon Rat King had also learned to be smart and did not collide with Lu Yuan head-on at all. In this situation, Lu Yuan couldn't force his way into the relics either. But he found a good thing. There were dozens of demon rats that were sneakily trying to move a huge golden stone away. When Lu Yuan first came up, the Demon Rat King seemed to be absorbing the energy from that stone as well. Having come here, even if he couldn't enter the relics, he couldn't return empty-handed. What's more, something that was valued so much by the Demon Mouse King. It must be something good. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with essence. Overbearing chi. Soundless, yet straight to the depths of the soul, power surged from within Lu Yuan's body. Within 100 meters of his surroundings, thousands of demon rats, all froze in place. Then their bodies went limp and slowly fell to the ground. They were actually directly shocked and killed. S+ level hegemony. It was enough to kill these level 1 and level 2 demon rats in seconds. Even the Demon Rat King was similarly trembling. The devil rats at the back, too, did not dare to come any closer. Lu Yuan's mind moved. Spiritual thoughts were catalyzed. The golden boulder that was highly valued by the Demon Rat King tumbled and landed in Lu Yuan's hands. He held the mechanical dog in one hand and the golden boulder in the other. Then he rushed towards the mountain. Behind him, there were magic rats that looked like boundless waves. Lu Yuan activated the bracelet with his spiritual thoughts and sent a message to Bai Ji. Come quickly. Chapter 59 Devil Rat's Frenzy. Bottom card. Adding more for Etertiers, Big Brother, Central State City. An urgent news story was being broadcast on all the big screens on the streets. It is reported that to the north of Zhongzhou City, a demon rat frenzy has occurred. Tens of millions of demon rats have begun to sweep through the wilderness. Although we don't know what triggered the tide of devil rats, the number of devil rats this time is at least tens of millions. And if they storm Zhongzhou City, it will cause Zhongzhou to suffer serious losses. Near Zhongzhou City, the major military garrisons have already dispatched powerful martial artists and warplanes to suppress the ferocious beasts. On the screen, it was boundless, like a black tidal wave that swept over the earth. Wherever the black waves passed, not an inch of grass remained. Thousands of devil rats, flashing scarlet bloodthirsty eyes and revealing hideous teeth. Any existence that possessed vitality would be gnawed away by the devil rats, whether it was powerful beasts or withered grass and trees. Under the demon rat's frenzy, all of them were turned into smithereens. The military will definitely be able to stop the tide of demon rats. But when will they arrive? If the military powerhouses came one step too late and let this terrifying tide of devil rats sweep into the gathering place outside the wilderness, there was no telling how many people would die. Ah Yuan. Gentle was obedient and had been working hard on her cultivation. But she had just come out of the cultivation tower when she saw this news. Her palms gripped the corners of her coat in a death grip, and there were even flashes of spiritual power fluctuations in her eyes. You must not be okay. On the alloy chariot, Bai Ji had long since stepped on the gas to the end. However, she was still unable to get rid of the overwhelming swarm of demon rats behind her, although Lu Yuan had been operating the poison dragon and killing the demon rats. But the number of demon rats was just too much. At the top of the mountain, he could still rely on the terrain advantage, blocking most of the demon rats at the periphery, and he could still cope. But now it was even more troublesome. These devil rats were like ocean waves sweeping in, and no existence could resist such a wave. Of course, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji, if they were just running for their lives, there would definitely be no problem. However, with such a large number of demon rats, if they invaded the gathering place of humans in the wilderness, they would be in big trouble. It was even possible that the wave of devil rats would hit Zhongzhou City. The devil rats must be repelled. Lu Yuan's face was serious. Then he directly rolled over and jumped through the car window, onto the roof of the car. System. Fuse 3S rank talents. This was Lu Yuan's last card. 3S rank talents could be synthesized into SS rank talents. Hegemony, Nian Force Awakening, and Ultra Limit Explosive Flash. These three talents all belong to super powerful abilities, and after any one of them was raised to SS rank, it would bring a great deal of help to Lu Yuan's battle power increase. But to repel a wave of demon rats of this scale, it was definitely impossible to kill them cleanly. So there was only one option. Lu Yuan decisively said, "Overwhelm." At the same time, he urged his Nian Li for the last time. Manipulating the 24 poison dragons, they entered the space of the bracelet in turn. Lost. Hegemony S+, Nian Power Awakening S, Ultra Limit Explosive Flash S. Gained. SS Grade Hegemony. Looking towards the hideous Rat King that was surrounded by millions of demonic rats, Lu Yuan slowly raised a hand. Roll. Buzz. A formless and qualitative aura surged from Lu Yuan's body, but all the demon rats felt an irresistible aura. It seemed that what was in front of them was not a human. Instead, it was a huge dragon that was strong enough to destroy the sky and the earth. The aura was too powerful and even affected something substantial. With Lu Yuan as the starting point, a fan-shaped aura oppression was presented in front of them. It spread for thousands of meters. Under the invisible pressure, the trees, mountains, and rocks exploded as much as they could, and the ground was slightly sunken. It was unknown how many devil rats lost their lives under the intimidation of this aura. Even the huge-sized demon rat king lost his will to fight under this strike. With his tail between his legs, he began to flee back without saying a word. As the rat king fled, the other magic rats naturally turned around and fled as well. One by one, they started running back as if they had gone crazy. Under the intimidation of the hegemonic aura, in the eyes of the devil rats, Lu Yuan was the thing they feared the most. This was actually the mental damage caused after the overbearing cheese deterrence, which could cause the weak to fear and even die. This was also the strongest part of the hegemony chi. Lu Yuan rolled over and sat on the co-pilot seat of the alloy chariot. Bai Ji, however, froze. This was the first time that Lu Yuan saw an expression of dismay on teacher Bai Ji's face. "Is this your second awakening ability?" Bai Ji was a bit confused, because this wasn't the kind of power that an S-rank talent could cause. This was an SS rank talent ability. Bai Ji never expected that the ability obtained by Lu Yuan's second awakening would be SS grade. One must know that it was very difficult to awaken an SS rank talent on Earth. Moreover, what Lu Yuan had performed was a very special ability that could actually cross the level to intimidate the 10th level Demon Rat King. The Demon Rat King seemed to have been scared out of its wits. Without the control of the Demon Rat King, this 10 million level rat tide naturally retreated. Bai Ji simply couldn't imagine it. What kind of ability was this? Luck. Lu Yuan was also a bit surprised. However, what he was surprised about was the power of the SS ranked hegemony. It was fully dozens of times that of the S+ rank. Under the intimidation, even that 10th level Demon Rat King was scared out of his wits. Lu Yuan turned back and watched that black wave recede. Wait until you're strong enough. Then come back to clean up this demon rat colony. When that time comes, we must see what's in that relic. One day later, an alloy chariot, with a loud engine roar, rushed into the gates of Zhongzhou City. The alloy chariot was already dyed red with blood. The body of the vehicle was also covered in scratches, as if it had experienced an extremely grueling battle. Everyone converged their gazes on this battle-damaged version of the alloy chariot. Hard work. The martial artists guarding the city saluted with great respect. All the martial artists who fought with ferocious beasts to the death in the wilderness deserved to be honored, because they were all heroes who saved humanity. Lu Yuan also straightened his face and nodded slightly. After this trip to the wilderness, he realized the ferocity of fighting with ferocious beasts. After returning to school, Lu Yuan simply washed up and changed his clothes before arriving at the classroom of the 3rd freshman class. After walking into the 3rd class of freshman year, Lu Yuan realized that after these 2 weeks, all the students had changed. All of them had less of a silk student aura and more of a killing aura. They had all turned into a warrior. Lu Yuan was already sitting in his seat, and no one had noticed him yet, because everyone was watching the big screen. Wilderness Live. It is reported that a mysterious strong man has struck out and killed tens of thousands of demon rats in one strike, frightening back the demon rat frenzy and saving the lives of countless people. In the picture, it was the very area that Lu Yuan had destroyed by releasing his hegemonic energy. Within a range of thousands of meters, all the trees and rocks were destroyed. The entire class, with their mouths wide open, was extremely shocked. Wow! Is this the killing power that can be inflicted by a human? It's simply too terrifying. So strong, and did you guys pay attention? On the corpses of these demon rats, there were no injuries, so this should be a spiritual attack. Could it be a spiritual numinous master? I don't know. Seniors with this kind of existence have far surpassed our cognition. Yi Luyun also stared wide-eyed as he sensed the power in his hand and muttered, I'm afraid that my hegemony would have to be enhanced hundreds of times to achieve this level. Yi Luyun was a very arrogant person, but at this moment, in the face of such a terrifyingly powerful attack, he could only look up. Lu Yuan, you're back. Su Lai walked in with a big grin. After recognizing his own flaws, he became very confident. The entire person's temperament had changed tremendously. However, after approaching Lu Yuan, Su Lai couldn't help but shiver. Lu Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. It seemed that this was not Lu Yuan, but a ferocious beast in human skin. Half a month gone, even more perverted. Su Lai honestly sat on his seat and beeped in a small voice, after realizing that Lu Yuan had returned. The whole class was excited. Boss, you're finally back. The Great Demon King is back. This time in the Central State Province Freshman Competition, our class will absolutely lead the whole school and crush the province. With Lu Yuan here, other schools won't be able to compete for first place. It's rumored that after this freshman competition, the elite training camp will be opened directly. That's an elite training camp, It's rumored that there will also be top geniuses from all the major clans participating. Adding more for, Etertiers, Big Brother. Thank you to Big Brother for sending the Great God Certification 360-degree bow. Also thank you for every single one of your comments and gifts. Thank you all. Love you. I'll continue to refuel my yards. Chapter 60. Freshman Competition. True Second Awakening. During this period of time, I'm sure everyone has experienced enough killing. Zhao Wuji walked into the classroom with a serious expression. Congratulations, classmates. From being a student, you have become a warrior. In the future, the vast majority of your time will be spent facing the world's most vicious and powerful creatures, the ferocious beasts. Everyone in freshman class 3 clenched their fists. Although it was only half a month, they had all changed a great deal from fighting the fierce beasts. They had personally seen many people fall in the fight against the fierce beasts. Looking at the boiling students, Zhao Wuji sighed and signaled everyone to be quiet. For the freshmen of Central State University, the final examination was the frontline battlefield where they fought against ferocious beasts. We've all become martial artists, but when we face the ferocious beasts, we're still at a disadvantage in the end. Whether it's the number or quality of martial artists, we can't fight the ferocious beasts head-on. It's a good thing that most of the ferocious beasts are not intelligent. They will only kill by instinct, and will even kill each other. In this case, humans are able to check and balance from this and maintain this delicate balance. Therefore, most of the Patriarch and Grand Patriarch battle forces are subdued in the major war zones. Stronger powerhouses above the Martial King realm are holding down the Linhai region, and when you guys join the war, you might have the chance to look up to such an existence. The crowd of the third class of freshman year was also hearing these things for the first time. Although Lu Yuan was also in the same boat, he could probably guess some of it. It was just like in the previous life, even if you went to a military school, you couldn't know where the real army and powerful weapons were deployed. Not to mention, this was in the era of war. The truly strong human beings were fighting with ferocious beasts on the frontline battlefields at all times. Zhao Wuji's expression was a bit dazed. Back then, when he was in the war zone, Zhao Wuji had had the honor of seeing a Martial King realm powerhouse who was able to kill 6 third-order ferocious beasts with his hands. That kind of strength left no one watching in awe. It is said that above the stars, Marshal Saint Stopper has also established a Starry Sky University, so I hope that you guys will have the chance to go and see for me in the future what kind of demons are inside. Of course, these are all beside the point. The main thing today is the freshman competition. In a week's time, the freshman competition will be opened, and at the same time, this is also our Central State University's resource competition, and the winner will receive a double reward. Everyone should prepare carefully. The Central State Province Freshman Grand Competition takes the form of a ring battle. The special enrollment students of Central State University will be the ring keepers, and the more challengers they defeat, the more points they obtain. After these words were said, the crowd of the third class of freshmen completely boiled over. This mode is a bit interesting, which means that each of us has the possibility to become a guardian, and as long as the guardian can block the others from breaking through, he or she will be rewarded. But how come it feels like this mode, to some perverts, will become toys? Crap. Don't ever let me draw Lu Yuan and Su Lai. And gentle. Yi Luyun glanced at Lu Yuan with his afterglow and got up violently. Teacher, I don't want to be the ring keeper. He had long wanted to challenge Lu Yuan. This freshman competition was a perfect opportunity. Zhao Wuji didn't ask much and directly agreed. Every student had their own considerations, and he didn't need to interfere too much. Besides Yi Luyun, Lei Ting also refused. Even, she directly refrained from participating in this freshman competition. It was said that her parents had arranged special training. After Lu Yuan left the classroom, he directly went to the arms building. Old iron. I have a treasure for you to look at. Lu Yuan took out the golden-colored boulder that he had taken from the demon Rat King. It was because of this stone that Rat King summoned all his descendants and chased after Lu Yuan. It must be something good. When Patriarch Lu Tai saw the stone, he directly jumped up. Crap! Third-rank gold crystal stone. This is a good material for building weapons. Where did you get it? Lu Tai's eyes were glowing, as if he had seen a beautiful woman without a piece of clothing. Gold crystal stone was a good material for building weapons, and it has a very good inclusiveness and can be fused with other materials at will. Brother Lu, how about giving a chance to let my old brother build you a weapon with my own hands? Seeing such a precious material, Lu Tai didn't have a trace of a patriarch's appearance and was close to directly kneeling on the ground and begging Lu Yuan. Give me your Black Shadow Battle Blade. I'll directly help you upgrade it. If you rebuild a second-rank weapon, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. If you upgrade it, it's estimated to be 10 days or so. Lu Tai loved it, unceasingly stroking the third-rank gold crystal stone. Someone was helping him forge iron for free. Of course, Lu Yuan wouldn't refuse, and after leaving the Black Shadow Battle Blade behind, he turned around and left. Then, he went to Patriarch Jia's place to repair the mechanical dog. During the battle with the demonic rat tide, the mechanical dog had one of its legs ripped off. The mechanical dog could decompose the corpses of ferocious beasts and quickly take out valuable ferocious beast materials. It was still very useful. Played a big role in this wilderness operation. Other than that, Lu Yuan did not complete Teacher Bai Ji's mission though. At first, Teacher Bai Ji still settled 300 credits for him. The two of them agreed that they would have the opportunity to explore the small relic again in the future. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Yuan realized that there were many people in the water group. As the strongest person in the class, Lu Yuan thought it was necessary for him to urge his classmates to cultivate hard at this time. Lu Yuan, classmates? How does it feel to have plenty of resources in these 2 weeks? Is it cool to cultivate? Baba Sulai, cool. Too cool. Lu Yuan, still want more. Spider-Man Wulei, want it. Lu Yuan, then take action. Baba Sulai, strive hard and refuel your cultivation. Spider-Man Wulei, as long as you cultivate hard, you will have inexhaustible resources. This world doesn't have good things like pies falling from the sky, but the freshman competition directly drops lasagna. This time, there are both rewards from the freshman grand competition and the Central State University Resource Battle. Students, just taking a bite of this will give everyone another month's worth of cultivation resources. Central State University kept the rewards of each resource scramble battle to a very subtle level. It ensured that everyone could cultivate well for a period of time after obtaining the rewards, but at most 1 month, they would be depleted. Therefore, if you wanted to compete for more resources, you had to cultivate harder and win more resources. In the previous battle for resources, the freshman class 3 had won a full amount of rewards, but it was only enough for them to use for more than a month. Even many of the students who had consumed too much too quickly had almost run out of credits. It was hard to go from luxury to frugality. Of course, they wanted more resources. A week later, the freshman class 3 martial arts field. Today was the day before the freshman competition, but the entire freshman class 3 still didn't relax in the slightest. They had to cultivate desperately to get a higher ranking in this freshman competition. Among them, Sulai not only practiced on his own, but also shouted slogans and led the others to work together. As long as you can't die from practicing, practice to death. Eat the bitterness. Only then will you be a man. I practiced for 18 hours yesterday. I practiced for 20 hours. The students of the 3rd class of freshman year had rolled to a terrifying degree and were even famous throughout the entire school. At this moment, outside the martial arts arena, it was surrounded by people. These guys cultivate for almost 20 hours every day. Crazy. Too damn outrageous. What kind of people are in this freshman class 3? Have you ever seen the sun at 3 o'clock in the morning? It's said that everyone in freshman class 3 sees it every day. Cowboy. Lu Yuan was also practicing in the martial arts arena. In order to quickly ascend to the 9th level, he hadn't slacked off this week. Good thing it finally worked. Name Lu Yuan. Blood value 25609 9th level martial artist. Psychic power 4363 grade 6 psychic nemesis. Talent Hegemony SS. Dharma phase golden body A+, unstoppable A+. Martial arts extreme martial hegemony imperial fist perfect. Quadruple quartet skillful. 10,000 thunder lead skillful. Demon ceiling chop perfect. Technique patriarchal breathing method introductory. 8th set of breathing method perfect. Nyen Li perception perfect. System tip. There is an unawakened super strong talent in your body. A chi and blood value of 25,600 was that of a 9th level martial artist. Moreover, during this period of time, Lu Yuan also practiced the Sovereign Master technique, getting ready to break through to the Sovereign Realm. After all, he would be attending the elite training camp soon, and Lu Yuan didn't know what kind of realm his new classmates would raise him to. It might just come in handy. The most crucial thing was that after breaking through to a 9th level martial artist, a hint appeared in Lu Yuan's system panel. System tip. Unawakened super powerful talent in body. He was really going to have a second awakening this time. Through Bai Ji's introduction earlier, Lu Yuan also had some understanding of secondary awakening. In this world, everyone awakens their chi, blood, and talent at the age of 10. But there are some people that have too much buried power in their bodies or are too powerful. It was all revealed only after some kind of stimulation or a special opportunity. This was also known as secondary awakening, although the system didn't prompt on how to awaken. However, having it was a good thing, although there wasn't any clue at the moment. However, the system rated it as a superb talent. There was really something to look forward to. Chapter 61 Road Boss. You guys go together. The next day, Central State Province Freshman Competition. The competition was naturally held in Central State City, where most of the freshmen from all over the province converged. The freshmen of the province added up to millions of people, and those who were qualified to participate in the freshman grand competition were more than 100,000. Together with the teachers and leaders from each school, hundreds of thousands of people all flocked into Zhongzhou City. Every teenager was very excited. After all, many of them had never been to Central State City before. This time we, the new city martial arts university, must make a splash. Over Zhongzhou, over Zhongzhou. We, Sioux City University, must also cheer. Before the match began, every school was cheering themselves on. Just then, Lu Yuan, Gentle, and Su Lai walked over together. Since Gentle was also going to be the gatekeeper, therefore Lu Yuan was still worried about Gentle. As long as you are blindfolded, what's in front of you isn't human anymore. All of them are ferocious beasts. Just like those devil rats, a huge swarm of them, you don't need to see which direction they are in. Just cut all the places once. When one, on the other hand, was like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding her head non-stop. She had already tested it last time. This trick worked well. As long as she couldn't see or sense them, she wouldn't be too nervous. I can do it. Su Lai, who was on the side, had the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Although there were 10,000 slots in his heart that he wanted to spit out, he didn't dare to say anything. Sure enough, this kind of ferocious trick was taught by Lu Yuan. When Ro was originally such a lovely, innocent sister, but under Lu Yuan's guidance, she had already become the top 3 freshmen at Zhongzhou University that could not be messed with. As for who the other two were, of course it was Su Lai and Lu Yuan. Soon, the game of guarding and breaking through began. The principals of the major schools in Central State Province were all sitting on the stands. But in the very center was an old man with white hair. Although his figure was thin, his aura was extremely terrifying, and he had a heavy killing aura. The principal of Central State University got up and introduced, "Hello, students and teachers from all over Central State Province. This Central State Province freshman competition is witnessed by the principals of the schools in Central State Province, as well as Instructor Su from the elite training camp, who will personally adjudicate." The old man with gray hair came forward and said in a deep voice, "Hello everyone. I am Su Chichi from the South Sea War Zone, and the instructor of this elite training camp. I will be selecting 10 spots to participate in the elite training camp from the Central State Province freshman competition. The rules of this competition are simple, The more people you defeat in the ring, the higher the ranking. Here are the 10 students from Central State University to take the stage and become the initial keepers. Under the gazes of the crowd, the 10 people ascended the stage one after another. Central State University originally possessed 12 special enrollment students, but Yi Luyun and Lei Ting actively chose to give up being gatekeepers. Lei Ting was because of the special training arranged by her family. Yi Luyun. The guy simply wanted to challenge Lu Yuan. The freshmen from the other schools were observing the 10 people on the stage. Since they had come to participate in this freshman competition, the other schools had naturally investigated the strength of the freshmen of Central State University. Lu Yuan had undoubtedly become the most scrutinized existence this time around. This is Lu Yuan, isn't it? He's so handsome. I like him so much. Sparrow eating cricket. If only I could be assigned to this ring. Don't bother. Lu Yuan is too strong. I don't want to give away points. I hope I get drawn by this pretty little sister. Gentle. You listen to this name, and you look at this lovely appearance. I bet she will be merciful. Indeed, heaven forbid. I must let this gentle little sister draw me. Unlike the freshmen from other schools, the people from Central State University all stayed away from these three rings. This was because Lu Yuan, Su Lai and Gentle were known as the Devil Trio at Central State University. Lu Yuan was too strong. The gap was too big. No one wanted to find this kind of excitement. Su Lai is too scary, he will cry while chasing you to beat you up, which is damn easy to have a psychological shadow. Gentle is indeed too gentle, and will be killed by her if you are not careful. In short, the freshmen of Central State University, there is no one who wants to fight against them. The drawing of lots is over. Please go to the designated ring to fight according to the number on your cell phone. Zhongzhou University's president, Wang Dezhu, waved his hand, signaling that everyone could begin their challenge. The challengers below immediately boiled over when they saw their numbers. Some people rejoiced and others were worried. Done and done. How did I draw the great demon king Lu Yuan? Good lord. I'm in the gentle group. Su Lai is so strong, he won't punch me to death. Right? I think Lu Yuan and I will be just 3-7. He 3 punches, I can head 7. I'm not as good as you. I'm only 9-1. One punch will make me go down to the 9 springs. It's too unlucky. How come we drew Lu Yuan? This is the existence of invincible in the Central State University. Luckily, I drew the gentle girl. I'm Su Lai. This stupid big guy looks thick-browed and big-eyed. He should show mercy to a girl like me. Lu Yuan swept through the crowd. The other schools didn't have 2 strong freshmen, but this was also deserved. The freshmen of Central State University were supposed to be of the highest quality, as well as having the best resources. It deserved to kill the other school's freshmen. What satisfied Lu Yuan the most was naturally the 2 hard-working geniuses that he had carefully trained. Gentle, Su Lai. This guy, Su Lai, seemed to have flipped a special switch since he had faced up to his own flaws, and didn't consider it a shameful thing at all anymore. From the moment he started against the first person, Su Lai had already started crying. Ah! Watching Su Lai let out a loud cry while whacking one of the challengers out with a single punch, the mental shadow area of the other people below could no longer be calculated. What the TMD is this? He's chasing after others and punching them out. And he's punching one, what's he crying about? So scary, crikey. It feels like this is a crazy person, he's not going to kill anyone. Brothers, you guys are lucky enough. Take a look at this ring of ours. The crowd's eyes converged on Gentle, only to see that cute, porcelain doll-like little girl with slightly red cheeks blindfolded with a black cloth. Then she changed into a different person. 10 flying daggers were sweeping madly on the stage. Her opponent, who was directly frightened, cried, "Don't kill me. I admit defeat. Referee, I admit defeat." The crowd below was creeped out. Were the freshmen of Central State University all crazy? How come there wasn't a single sane one? All the other rings were also fighting furiously, and soon Sacred Heart and Xiao Yan were fighting for places with their great strength. All the other rings were fighting furiously. Only the ring where Lu Yuan was located was very quiet. It was because no one dared to go up to the stage to challenge him. The referee had already issued a warning. The countdown is 10 seconds. If you don't go up to the stage to challenge, you will be awarded a loss. Lu Yuan was helpless. Otherwise, you guys can go up together. Chapter 62. Yi Luyun, who was beaten to tears. Under the ring, everyone's eyes that looked at Lu Yuan revealed a look of horror. After getting close to Lu Yuan, They could always feel a special aura. It was impossible to say what this feeling was, but as long as they were close to Lu Yuan, their bodies would feel an instinctive fear. It seemed that Lu Yuan was not a human, but a ferocious beast in human skin. Moreover, Lu Yuan's body had a heavy aura of fury. With the combination of these two auras, the other freshmen didn't dare to go on stage at all. Lu Yuan's strength. Just how strong is it? Together. If we can go together, I think we should be able to win. But are the rules allowed? Many students looked at the referee. The referee teacher was also a bit confused. After so many years of being a referee, it was the first time he encountered such an arrogant student. Surprisingly, he wanted everyone to go on together. How can we say that there are more than 100 people under the stage, 181 people to be exact? Although the vast majority of the strength was a bit lower, the weakest of those qualified to participate in the freshman competition was a grade 1 martial artist. More ants could still bite an elephant. Not to mention, everyone was a martial artist. On the stands, the leaders and teachers of each school had already gotten the news from the referee. Wang Dezhu, the president of Central State University, was old and calm. I think it's fine. Of course, it depends on what instructor Su means. Su Qiqi was also somewhat interested. I have no problem with Principal Wang having such confidence in his own students after all. He had come here to originally pick the student with the most potential. If the student could defeat so many people, he would directly give a place in the elite training camp. Wang Dezhu smiled as he sat in his seat. Then it settled. Everyone, Mr. Lu Yuan is the strongest freshman in our Central State University. So let's come together and see where the limits of geniuses lie. For Lu Yuan, he had absolute confidence. But the teachers and leaders of the other schools all looked at each other. It's just a freshman. Even if he's strong, it's impossible for him to defeat so many martial artists at the same time. Right, although most of them are below level 3, there are still 8 level 5 martial artists and even a level 7 martial artist. Yi Luyun is going to take the initiative to challenge Lu Yuan. To overcome a siege of this level of martial artists, one must have at least 8th level martial artist strength. Just a freshman shouldn't be this strong. Such a thing was somewhat beyond their cognizance. After all, although they were all warriors who had gone to the frontline battlefields, none of their ranks were high after all. There wasn't a too high eye level. In the eyes of these school leaders, it would be very exaggerated for a new student to have level 6 chi blood, and level 7 would already be quite perverse. 8th grade is unlikely. The 4 strongest freshman mentors of Central State University were all stealing joy in their hearts. In their eyes, Lu Yuan underwent a second awakening and was a rank 8 martial artist, as well as a rank 6 spiritual nihilist. With such strength against these students, he could win no matter how they looked at it. Zhao Wuji shook his head. This kid, he's the one who can toss the most every time, but facing so many people surrounding him, this kid has to be serious too. The other 2 freshman tutors also nodded their heads. Bai Ji, however, smiled without saying anything. She had seen Lu Yuan's true strength with her own eyes. These people were not qualified. The referee teacher received the order and took the initiative to retreat to the edge position of the ring before giving his instructions. All students who wish to challenge Lu Yuan may go up to the stage. It really led on. Instead, these people under the stage fell into a weird silence, and no one dared to be a standout. Yi Luyun was a bit speechless and secretly said, "A bunch of goons." Then he took the lead and stepped onto the ring, then brainwashed the crowd below. We are not weak or goons. The fact that we can stand here means that we are all geniuses. Together, we can definitely defeat Lu Yuan. You guys should know that the rewards this time can be very generous. First place is rewarded with Grandmaster grade weapons, techniques, martial arts, a relic badge, plus 50 million in cash. Second place also has a 9th grade weapon, plus 20 million. For third 10th place, it's a 10 million reward. Yi Luyun kept using various temptations to stimulate the students from other schools, trying to get everyone to come out together. Of course, his real purpose was to take the opportunity to defeat Lu Yuan. The reason why Yi Luyun didn't go for the Guardian, it was because he wanted to defeat Lu Yuan, and he wanted to defeat Lu Yuan in front of everyone. He wanted to prove that he, Yi Luyun, was not inferior to Lu Yuan. This speech was very effective. Moreover, with Yi Luyun, who was a rank 7 martial artist, on stage, the others were no longer afraid. 181 challengers, one after another, went on stage. It was a good thing that this was the largest martial arts arena in Central State City, and each ring was almost the size of a soccer field. It was enough for so many people to get on stage at the same time. Lu Yuan was already aiming at the first target. Yi Lu Yun. This guy dared to learn his tricks and brainwash others. Just beat him up first. Lu Yuan took a step forward. His internalized qi and blood power erupted violently, and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already thrown a punch at Yi Liu Yun's stomach. Boom! Then another dozen punches landed on Yi Liu Yun's face. What S plus hegemony talent, what qi and blood values were all floating clouds. Bonking 2 punches, Yi Liu Yun was confused. By the time he reacted, his entire face had already swollen into a pig's head. He slumped to the ground and twisted his body, trying to crawl forward. Escape! Quickly! At this moment, Yi Liu Yun only wanted to escape from here. It was only when he truly faced Lu Yuan that he could feel that crushing strength. The gap was too big. Yi Liu Yun swore that he would never pretend to be a pussy again. Lu Yuan was still fighting. He didn't use a weapon, nor did he use his hegemony. He just kept swinging his fists with his powerful qi and blood. The teachers on the stands, however, were numb. Perfect grade extreme martial hegemonic fist? 9th level qi blood? Holy! What kind of demon is this? For the teachers from the other schools, none of them could imagine how a new student could be so strong. But to say that the one who was the most shocked was still Zhao Wuji. After all, this extreme martial hegemony imperial fist was something that he had personally taught Lu Yuan. In a month's time, not only did he raise his qi and blood to the 9th level, he also practiced a sect-level fist technique to the perfect level. This really was a demon. In Zhao Wuji's perception, it was impossible for a sovereign martial art to be raised to perfect grade proficiency in a short period of time. Why was proficiency called proficiency? Because the more one practiced, the higher the rank. Even if one was a martial arts prodigy, they could only accelerate the cultivation process, not just skip it. It must be at least a year of practicing. Not to mention these teachers. Even Su Qiqi, the instructor from the elite training camp, was very surprised. He had seen many geniuses, but most of them were fast in raising their qi and blood, or efficient in absorbing energy, and were able to raise their rank realm in a very short period of time. But he had never seen one who was able to cultivate a sovereign martial art to a perfect proficiency level at such a young age. This was because it not only required enlightenment and qualifications, but more than that, it was constant practice. Genius. This student is bound to be incredibly gifted as well as extremely hardworking. Su Qiqi's eyes glowed. If there were no surprises, this student he would enroll in the elite training camp. On the stage, the battle continued. Yi Liu Yun was once again caught by Lu Yuan and punched again. Punch after punch. Under Lu Yuan's extreme martial hegemonic imperial fist, no one could take a punch. A large portion of the ring was already lying down, and everyone was wailing. Admit defeat. I admit defeat. Don't fight. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Lu Yuan, I'm wrong. Lu Yuan was so fast that the referee teacher was simply too busy. However, it was over now, because the only one who could stand in the ring was Lu Yuan. The referee teacher kept waving his hand. The fight is over. The fight is over. Under the stage, everyone's eyes converged on Lu Yuan, looking at the youth with his back straight, standing on the ring. In everyone's hearts, they were filled with fear. Devil. This was a devil. My nigga. Lu Yuan's fist is so hard. It's also long-lasting. After fighting for such a long time, I don't even see any fatigue. Lu Yuan is really handsome. My 3 boyfriends together are not as handsome as Lu Yuan. Yi Liu Yun is so miserable. Being stepped on by Lu Yuan again. There are a few girls who are even worse. Their boobs have been smashed flat. Lu Yuan really doesn't know how to be compassionate. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Yuan is very good to his classmates, and he is said to have given credits to his classmates. Everyone has just turned 18. It is the age of flirtation. Once excited, they are all flirtatious. On the bleachers, Instructor Su's eyes flashed with excitement. This student named Lu Yuan, we want it for the elite training camp. Chapter 63 Greatness needs no words, the lure of $50 million. The referee teacher called for a few physicians for support. A few people checked everyone's condition as fast as they could. Fortunately, student Lu Yuan's strength was just right. The riposte doesn't hurt his brain. They are all superficial injuries. Student Yi Liu Yun is also unharmed. He just looks a bit miserable. The 181 challengers lying in the ring were carried down one after another. Even though they were already far away from the ring, these people still didn't dare to look back towards the ring. Their fear of Lu Yuan did not only stem from Lu Yuan's strength. The most crucial thing was the overbearing aura of his body, which had already left a shadow in their minds. The four strongest freshman tutors on the stands glanced at each other, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes, although they had expected it. But none of them had expected Lu Yuan to defeat so many people so easily, without using a weapon, without using spiritual power, and without using a natural ability. It was just with a perfect grade fist technique. Zhao Wuji looked at Yi Liyun, who was being carried away, and shook his head slightly. Alas, letting a good guardian of the past go, he had to find excitement. But he understood the feeling. Back then, the great demon king of their session was also like this, shattering the pride of countless geniuses. The ring that Lu Yuan was in was over though, but the ones in the other rings were still continuing. Because the other special enrollment students of Central State University were not as perverse as Lu Yuan. The key was that apart from Central State University there were 3 other key martial arts academies, and there were quite a few level 3 martial artists and even a few level 4 martial artists among the students of these 3 schools. Of course, the strongest challengers were all from Central State University, and there were a few rank 5 martial artists that caused a great impact on the ring. As the battle progressed, under constant consumption, one after another, they all got off the stage. Even Su Lai and Gentle got off the stage after defeating dozens of people. After all, these two were fighting without conserving their power. Although they had displayed a terrifying, intimidating power, they had also consumed a lot. The most surprising person was Xiao Yan. This fellow had been in the ring the entire time, and he hadn't unleashed his previous 3rd-rank martial arts again, instead conserving his strength as much as possible. In the end, with his own strength, he defeated 85 people before walking out of the ring on his own accord. Without the perverts from Central State University, the battle was instead more intense. The other freshmen were able to put their best foot forward. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 2nd day. Only then did all the battles end. The recorded footage of the rankings and battles were circulated throughout the major cities in the entire Central State Province. First place, Lu Yuan, freshman class 3, Central State University. Points, 181. Second place, Xiao Yan, freshman class 6, Central State University. Points, 85. Third place, Gentle, freshman class 5, Central State University. Points, 46. Fourth place, Su Lai, freshman class 3, Central State University. Points, 43. Fifth. 10th place, freshman class 3, Sacred Heart Central State University. Points, 28. In the Central State Province freshman competition, all of the top 10 finishers came from Central State University, with 5 of them coming from the 3rd class of freshman year. And this was still under the premise that Yi Liyun had committed suicide and Lei Ting had abandoned the race. Otherwise, the 3rd class could even occupy 7 of the top 10 spots. Among them, Xiao Yan and Sacred Heart became the absolute dark horses. Sacred Heart directly stepped on a special enrollment, killing into the top 10. Xiao Yan was second only to Lu Yuan. The students and teachers from the other schools, looking at the names of these 10 people, were somewhat lost. When they came, their goal was to hopefully beat a few students from Central State University. But they didn't expect the gap to be so large. Central State University is still fierce, and the gap is even bigger this year. The key is this freshman class 3. What kind of monsters are they? Many people converged their gazes on Lu Yuan, Su Lai and Gentle. These 3 people, they were too perverted. In many people's hearts, a shadow was left behind. One of the students comforted the girl beside him while spitting. Lu Yuan is really over the top, beating up and crying so many girls. No mercy at all. SB. There are so many licking dogs. How did a brainwashed person like you survive until now? Are you in heat? When fighting with ferocious beasts, do you have to be merciful even when you meet a good-looking one? In this world, the strong were honored. Lu Yuan had displayed absolute strength, so naturally he could be respected by the vast majority of people. Soon after, the principal of Central State University personally handed out rewards to everyone. Lu Yuan received the first-place reward, weapons, techniques, martial arts of the Sovereign Realm, relic badges, as well as a 50 million cash reward. Of these rewards, Lu Yuan was most surprised by the relic badge. This was a good thing that could save one's life while exploring the relics. As long as one activated the relic badge, one could directly teleport from the relics to this world. The rewards of the others were also handed out one after another. Freshman Class 3, Classroom. Everyone in the class was extremely excited, because in this freshman competition, their entire class had rushed into the top 500 in the Central State Province. And 5 of the top 10 were from their class. The gold content was just too high. Lu Yuan was very satisfied. I've seen everyone's efforts over this period of time, although there's still a long way to go if you guys want to surpass me. But as long as you guys don't give up, keep working hard, and persist in your cultivation, sooner or later one day, you will be as strong as me. Lu Yuan's words made the students all kind of moved. Everyone could feel Lu Yuan's sincerity. He truly viewed everyone equally, regardless of whether they were gifted or poorly gifted. In Lu Yuan's eyes, it was all the same. Moreover, this time, everyone felt it extraordinarily truly. The prize money for the first place this time, I've already exchanged it for cultivation resources, and it's stored here with Teacher Zhao. Those who complete their cultivation goals will be able to receive the resources. Lu Yuan said. He had already obtained the qualification to enter the elite training camp in advance, and would receive better and better quality cultivation resources. The money, for him, served no purpose. It might as well be transformed into a toolman's motivation. 50 million in cultivation resources, contributing directly to the entire class, and it could be obtained with hard work. God of the road. Bullish. I declare that from now on, Lu Yuan is my Baba. This is my own father. 50 million, there are only 30 people in our class. On average, that's 1.66 million per person. Boss atmosphere. Brothers, take a look at the goals set by the God of the road for everyone. The one who cultivates the most hours per day will receive a Qi and Blood Elixir 1. Those who increase their Qi and Blood value by more than 10 points per day will receive the Qi and Blood Elixir 1. For those who cultivate for more than 20 hours per day for more than one consecutive week, 1 hour of cultivation time in the cultivation tower. For those who have been practicing for more than 20 hours a day for more than 1 month, 24 hours of practice at the cultivation tower. To be honest, this reward wasn't much. After seeing the pattern of the reward, the image of Lu Yuan in everyone's mind once again rose. Even Yi Liuyun's gaze towards Lu Yuan was filled with admiration. Such a selfless and great existence was truly not something he could compare to. Lu Yuan's greatness needs no introduction. Isn't it just cultivation? I'll move my betting to the martial arts arena tomorrow. My toiletries, I put them in the martial arts field a long time ago, all right? Fine, wanna roll, right? Come on then, who's afraid? Lu Shun, in the future, as long as there's a need, we're willing to give everything for you. You've given more than my father. Let me kowtow to you. Lu Yuan, however, smiled. You guys just need to cultivate hard. As long as you guys can keep cultivating and become stronger, that's the biggest reward for me. Amidst the excitement of the students, Zhao Wuji walked into the class with good news. Seeing Lu Yuan, he also had quite a lot of emotions in his eyes. After retiring from the military and bringing up students for so many years, he had never seen a student like Lu Yuan. Strong talent, hard work, calm mindset, and most crucially, he truly treated his classmates as family. After a slight sigh of relief, Zhao Wuji began to announce the good news. The spots for this elite training camp have been selected. There are 4 in our class. They are Lu Yuan, Su Lai, and Sacred Heart. Chapter 64 Freshman Class 3 Volume 1 King Extra. Freshman Class 3 had obtained 4 spots to enter the elite training camp. These were all handpicked by that instructor Su. Among them, Sacred Heart was the most excited. I already have 4th level Qi blood now, and by obtaining a spot in the elite training camp, I'll be able to become even stronger. Master! One day I will return to the temple and see what really happened back then. The young monk was originally a monk in a temple in the wilderness, but everyone in the temple was slaughtered by a ferocious beast. However, what made everyone's jaws drop was that Yi Luyun was not selected. Yi Luyun clenched his fists. To say that he was convinced it was definitely impossible. After all, his strength was second only to Lu Yuan in the 3rd class of freshman year. Zhao Wuji patted Yi Luyun's shoulder. It's useless to be unconvinced. This is a spot personally selected by that instructor Su, who is a solid grandmaster powerhouse. Moreover, instructor Su came down from the heavens. He's seen the more brutal side of this world, and I believe his judgment is accurate. If you want to prove yourself, work hard to improve your cultivation. Zhao Wuji had a lot of things he didn't say. In the eyes of these little guys, Yi Luyun, who possessed S+ talent and also possessed level 7 chi blood, was certainly very dazzling and was the second most talented genius amongst the new students, second only to the demon Lu Yuan. However, this did not mean that Yi Luyun could successfully advance to the sovereign realm. Even Zhao Wuji had long ago concluded that Yi Luyun's chances of advancing to the sovereign master were not high. It could even be said to be very low. So the fact that the elite training camp didn't choose Yi Luyun was completely expected by Zhao Wuji. The other students didn't feel anything. After all, in their eyes, they had already made a lot of money from this freshman competition. The entire class was staring at Zhao Wuji with excitement as they waited for the resources to be distributed. This was because this freshman competition was also a battle for the resources of Central State University. Having 5 members who had killed their way into the top 10, Freshman Class 3 was, without a doubt, number 1 in the province. Zhao Wuji smiled and said, "In the battle for resources, Freshman Class 3 won first place in the entire year. Reward, 200 credits per person. Plus 24 hours in the cultivation tower, 24 hours in the gravity room, and 24 hours in the real battle simulation room." The whole class boiled. Crap. This time there are even more resources than last time. The school is really bleeding. This also shows that the front line is really tense. We're about to go to war. The final examination of the freshman year was held at the battlefield. Meanwhile, after arriving at the sophomore year, they would be on standby at all times, and as long as there was a need in the major war zones, they would have to fill in immediately. They were to be ready at all times to fight against the tide of ferocious beasts. This was the catalyst for death. Under this pressure, everyone had to raise their strength as much as possible. Only then, when it was their turn, would they have a greater chance of surviving. Therefore, they were desperately cultivating, not only because they wanted a higher social status, but most importantly, in this world, without strength, they couldn't control their destiny. It was also because of this that they were even more grateful to Lu Yuan. "Let's go, brothers. Start cultivating. In order to live up to Lu Yuan, we must cultivate hard." Cultivate. Everyone in the class quickly adjusted their moods and devoted themselves to cultivation. Some headed to the cultivation tower and began to close their doors to the actual battle simulation room and gravity room. Many others chose to go ahead and exchange their cultivation resources. When the school issued new credits, they would all exchange them for cultivation resources at the first opportunity. Yi Luyun, who had been beaten into a pig's head, looked at Lu Yuan's back, his eyes gradually firming up. "Lu Yuan, I will definitely catch up with you." Those students who had obtained a place in the elite training camp worked even harder. Among them, Su Lai played a very positive role. This guy was the first role king of the 3rd class of freshman year. This month, he almost always slept on the martial arts field, and when he said he was sleeping, he was actually just meditating for 2 hours every day. Even Lu Yuan didn't relax, and began to shut down on the top floor of the cultivation tower. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In the luxurious detached villa, Bai Ji was on a video call. "Old man, are you sure you want to form that what's-his-name ruins exploration class?" In the video was a burly old man with a serious face who just looked very proper. He was Bai Ji's teacher, Dongfang Yu. "Girl, that relic I've grasped is about to close. By the time the relic is blocked off, it'll be the year of the monkey when it opens again. I want to form a ruins exploration class and conduct special training for everyone before trying to break through the relic test." It seemed that the screen was very unstable due to the distance or signal fluctuations, and every now and then, Dongfang Yu's screen would lag. FCK. Dongfang Yu tore off the forelimbs of an arthropod with one hand, and green sticky liquid sprayed onto the camera. The image directly muddled into a mess. FCK. This damn bug. After a long time, Dongfang Yu wiped the camera. "I've already found 10 Zhongsher level geniuses. You can also recommend me if you have a suitable candidate." Bai Ji stroked the little white tiger. "You old man. I've been injured for a year. You don't even know to come back to see me. You just know to make me. However, I really do have the most suitable candidate." Dongfang Yu took that hideous bug and stomped it under his foot. "That Lu Yuan you mentioned before? He's already at level 9. Only level 9. Level is a bit low. Didn't you say that relic test, it's more about talent? This little guy's talent is absolutely top-notch." Bai Ji had absolute confidence in Lu Yuan. "Good. Then you help me ask if he agrees first. Right, you also hurry up and recover your injuries. Otherwise I won't give you a spot. No more chit-chat, anyway. I'll complete the kill objective as soon as possible and return to Earth. Drip, drip, drip. Baiji looked at the hung-up screen and helplessly shrugged her shoulders. The longer this old man stayed in the starry sky battlefield, the more irritable he became. However, according to teacher's idea, then I'm not going to become classmates with Lu Yuan. Of course, the prerequisite was that she could recover from her injuries during this period of time. Thinking about Lu Yuan's aura that day when he repelled the tide of demon rats, even Baiji had some palpitations. In the cultivation tower, Lu Yuan was still immersed in cultivation. During this period of time, he had been drilling into the method of breaking through from a martial artist to a grandmaster in the grandmaster's breathing technique. According to the description on this gongfu, the power of qi and blood is only the cornerstone. To achieve patriarch, one must control a stronger energy. Bathing in this power will elevate the level of life and gain great benefits. However, the gongfu doesn't say exactly what kind of power it is and how to incorporate this power into the body. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, somewhat helpless. It seemed that if he wanted to explore the secrets of the sovereign realm, he still had to enter the elite training camp. The elite training camp was the springboard for geniuses, according to Lu Yuan's understanding. The elite training camp was only 3 months long, but 80% of the past graduates would reach the Zone Master realm. Therefore, Lu Yuan believed, as long as he entered the elite training camp, he would be able to achieve the sovereign realm. Moreover, there would be some brand new tool people acquired. Open the attribute panel. Name Lu Yuan. Blood value 26003 9th level martial artist. Spiritual power 4563 grade 6 spiritual power. Talent Hegemony SS. Dharma phase golden body A+, unstoppable A+. Martial arts Extreme Wushu Hegemonic Imperial Fist Perfect. Technique Patriarchal Breathing Method Introductory. System tip: there is an unawakened super strong talent in your body. During these few days, everyone in the 3rd class of freshman year was working hard on their cultivation as if they were crazy. Among them, there was the excitement and motivation given by Lu Yuan. There was also the pressure of having to go to the battlefield to fight against ferocious beasts. In just 3 days, Lu Yuan's qi and blood values had risen by more than 400 points. Spiritual power had also increased by more than 300 points. The speed was already very fast. However, Lu Yuan was still not satisfied. What he wanted was a fellow student from the elite training camp. We're leaving today. Lu Yuan stood up, put on his top, and pushed open the door of the cultivation tower. Elite training camp, here I come. Chapter 65. It is said that this place is full of elites. Before leaving, Lu Yuan first came to the weapons building. The sovereign weapons that he had asked Patriarch Lu Tai to help build, as well as the sovereign weapons that were rewarded by the freshman competition, had yet to be picked up. The front desk young lady's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yuan. Senior Lu Yuan is here. Is he looking for a Zone Master? Lu Yuan nodded his head before following the young lady and going to the operation room at the back. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he entered the operation room at the back, a heat wave hit his face. At the same time, booming sounds that kept coming. There were huge metal instruments all over the place inside, and some of them had even been burned red. These were the special instruments needed to create alloy weapons. Lu Tai was maneuvering the burnt red instruments and hammering the metal blocks on the stage. Seeing Lu Yuan, Lu Tai immediately revealed a smiling face and shouted, "You kid, finally here." Lu Yuan clasped his hands. Patriarch Lu Tai. Lu Tai patted his shoulder before he flipped out 2 textured wooden boxes from a pile of materials. This was forged for you by the old man with a lot of effort. Lu Yuan respectfully received the 2 wooden boxes and opened them in turn. These were 2 battle knives. One was like dark green jade, named Ink Jade. One was like a hot blazing sun, named Flare Sun. Lu Yuan held the hilts of the 2 swords with both hands. He could clearly sense the very different power in these 2 knives. What came from the Ink Jade blade was cold and deep. Obsidian, on the other hand, was very hot. This was a power that 9th level weapons did not possess. Lu Tai raised his eyebrows proudly. There is a fundamental difference between a 1st rank weapon and a 2nd rank weapon. Although 1st order weapons are divided into 9 levels, they are all the same, only the alloy strength is slightly different. All of them are garbage. The only weapons that are created with materials that contain spirituality are those of the Grandmaster realm. They are also known as 2nd order weapons. When talking about the first rank weapons, an expression of disgust flowed out of Lu Tai's mouth. However, when he looked at these two second-order weapons that he had built with his own hands, Lu Tai was somewhat pleased. Obviously, these two battle knives were his masterpieces. Lu Yuan held a battle knife in each hand, slowly waving it in the air. Lu Yuan could clearly feel the very different power in these two knives. However, there seemed to be some sort of connection between them. It was amazing. This was the means of Patriarch Lu Tai. He had made these two weapons with opposite attributes have a hint of resonance through a special way of building them. Bullish. Lu Tai was very proud. Lu Yuan directly gave a thumbs up. Awesome. These two weapons in the second rank weapons can also be called small extreme products. Lu Tai patted Lu Yuan and personally sent him away from the weapons building. In the elite training camp, all kinds of missions with extremely high danger factor will be released. You kid can be smart. Don't move and fight with ferocious beasts. Geniuses like you. Keeping your life is the most important. And if there are any good materials, remember to let me fight weapons for you. Lu Yuan arched his hand. Very respectful. Thanks, Old Iron. Of the 6 great masters of Central State University, Lu Tai was undoubtedly the best to Lu Yuan. First, he gave away a grade 8 battle knife and battle clothes. Then he built weapons for free. Upgrading and remodeling weapons in such a short period of time was very mind-consuming. Lu Yuan could feel that Lu Tai really wanted him to become stronger. In fact, it was not only Lu Tai, the other sect masters in the school were also thinking this way, although there was competition and fighting. But the teachers and leaders in this world do not somehow engage in targeting. Everyone just wanted to cultivate stronger martial artists. Outside the gates of the Central State University, Teacher Bai Ji was dressed in a slimming cheongsam that accentuated her figure very much as she leaned against a brand-new alloy chariot. Upon seeing the tall and robust youth walking out from the school, Teacher Bai Ji immediately revealed a smile. Such a picture also made Lu Yuan feel very familiar. The last time he went to the wilderness with Teacher Bai Ji was also waiting for him here. Teacher Bai Ji. Lu Yuan smiled and arched his hand. Bai Ji did not talk too much nonsense and directly cut to the chase. Today, I came here to invite you on behalf of my teacher, Dongfang Yu, to invite you to join the Relic Exploration class. Relic Exploration class? Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled. Bai Ji nodded her head and said, "This was founded by my teacher, Dongfang Yu. Although this old man is only a grandmaster and his strength is not good, he still has a lot of experience in relics. The main reason for forming this training course is to explore a special relic. If you're willing, you'll be able to join the Relic Exploration class when my teacher returns." Bai Ji did not directly bring up that so-called divine inheritance, as this thing was just a guess. Even Dongfang Yu was not sure. Lu Yuan certainly had no reason to refuse. "That's fine, can I ask? How strong are the others in this class?" Bai Ji pondered slightly. "I'm not too sure about the specifics, but they should all be above Zhong Shi. The strength is definitely all very strong. But you shouldn't be pressured, your talent isn't any worse than theirs. You just need more time. If I can recover from my injuries, I should also join the Relic Exploration class." Bai Ji seemed a bit helpless. Damage in terms of spiritual energy was difficult to treat. Currently, it seemed that she could only wait for Dongfang Yu to come back in order to help her find a suitable spirit. However, if the recovery speed was too slow, Bai Ji might not be able to join the Relic Exploration class. Therefore, Bai Ji didn't want to sit around and wait for her to die. She was going to take this time to explore the wilderness more and look for spirit items. Lu Yuan had absolutely no reason to refuse. What he felt was not pressure, but excitement. A class with a full complement of Zhong masters. Wouldn't that be even more bullish than the elite training camp? And you would also be able to obtain a chance to explore the relics once again. So bullish. Why should it be rejected? The key thing was that Teacher Bai Ji was also going to join this class. Teacher Bai Ji, but she has the gift of the Imperial Beast, which is an even rarer talent than the spiritual luminaries. Lu Yuan had wanted it for a long time. He chatted with Ms. Bai Ji for a while. Only then did Lu Yuan say goodbye to Teacher Bai Ji, and he took the school special car and left Central State University. Of course. Along with him were Su Lai, Sacred Heart, Gentle, and Xiao Yan, as well as a few other students. The 10 people who had obtained the qualification for the elite training camp were all freshmen at Central State University. The journey was very smooth, and soon the 10 people were on the train that went straight to Taihang Mountain. The elite training camp was located on the Taihang Mountain range, which was said to be a very dangerous area, filled with all sorts of powerful and ferocious beasts. On the train, sitting across from Lu Yuan were students who also had the qualifications for the elite training camp. There were 3 men and 2 women, and one of the boys was very excited. Elite training camp. This is an elite training camp. In the entire Central State Province, there are only 10 people who have acquired a place. My parents were so excited that they didn't close their eyes all night when they found out. It's said that 80% of the students who are able to join the elite training camp will be able to break through to the sovereign realm. That is to say, for the 10 of us, at least 8 of us will be able to break through to the sovereign in the future. That boy was very excited, but as his gaze swept over a few others, the expression on his face, visible to the naked eye, became very ugly. This was because he discovered a very serious problem. His late 4th level chi and blood, amongst the 10 people, could only be ranked second to last after all. Only the Sacred Heart, because of its younger age, still had a chi and blood at the early 4th level, while everyone else's chi and blood values were all above the 5th level. Calculating proportionally, he was the unlucky one who couldn't break through to sovereign. This boy, his entire body was confused. The 2 girls sitting beside him, however, weren't even listening to him. The 2 kept stealing glances at Lu Yuan. Compared to the staggering boy, Lu Yuan was so bland and calm. The key was the good looks. The 2 girls, both of them, wanted very much to go up and ask for a contact, but they knew very well. Even if they were also members of the elite training camp, they were not destined to be in the same world. An existence like Lu Yuan. Even in the elite training camp, he would be noticed by everyone. The other party would only use the elite training camp as a springboard to soar into the sky. On the other hand, they will have to work hard through desperation to not be eliminated. A few hours later, the train arrived at the station smoothly. When the crowd got off the train, they saw a boundless mountain range above the plains. The Taihang Mountains, whose highest peak was only 3,000 meters above sea level before the recovery of spiritual qi, were now tens of thousands of meters high. The sea of clouds churned up halfway up the mountain, and the mountains were steep and exposed, mostly cliffs. It was rather spectacular. At the foot of the mountain, there were already more than 30 people converging, and the vast majority of them had an aura that was extremely powerful. Everyone's gazes swept over the 10 people from Central State University, and they all eventually converged on the 3 Lu Yuan people. Sure enough, those who are qualified to come here are all elites. Sulai felt a great deal of pressure. Compared to these geniuses, his qualifications did not have any advantages. Sulai had been cultivating hard for a month, and now, with his current chi and blood values, he was only at level 5. Gentle didn't like the feeling of being watched. She hid behind Lu Yuan and lowered her head, looking at her toes. Lu Yuan, yeah, it's all elites here. Chapter 66. Only civilian players like to form groups. Soon, Instructor Su brought a very valiant woman and walked over. Su Qiqi nodded slightly when he saw Lu Yuan. This was his most selected, the strongest genius. If placed in previous sessions, a strength and talent like Lu Yuan's would be able to rank in the top 3 even in the elite training camp, or even compete for the top spot. However, this year was not quite the same. This year's elite training camp had a few students who came down from the sky. Students, everyone has worked hard all the way here. But this is the elite training camp, and since you've come here, you should all know what it means. In the past, you were all called geniuses, but if you want to stay here, you have to prove that you have the strength and are qualified to use the resources of the elite training camp. Before nightfall, the first 50 people to climb to the top of the mountain will be considered to have passed the introductory test. If you can't make it to the top, go back wherever you came from. By the way, to give you guys a reminder, besides your place in other directions, there are still a lot of competitors, so it's best for you to be faster. After Su Qiqi's words, the crowd instantly exploded. There's still an examination here? Didn't we already have a spot? Many people were unable to accept it. However, these 2 elite training camp instructors had no intention of explaining. Su Qiqi and that female instructor turned around and flew towards Taihang Mountain. It was said to be flying, but it was actually more like a short stagger, and they still needed to step on trees to borrow strength in order to continue flying. But the 2 were surprisingly fast. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Grandmaster! My God! The 2 instructors who casually came out to greet us are actually strong at the Grandmaster level. The students who were able to come here all knew more or less the rules of how this world operated. Strong people above the level of Patriarch were required to station in major war zones for long periods of time, or stand by in frontline cities. Generally speaking, you could still see some strong sect masters in various universities or base cities. However, grand masters were basically impossible. Such a strong person is the mainstay of the front line. They were of great importance to all of humanity. The crowd all began to observe the situation on the mountain. Seeing those huge black shadows that flashed through the mountains and forests, many people's expressions stiffened a bit. A rank 5 ferocious beast. A poison horn rhinoceros? I also saw an 8th level ferocious beast. That should be a cat demon. A 3-headed ferocious dog? There are so many high-level ferocious beasts on this mountain. I'm only at level 5. How can this go up? The other few freshmen from Central State University were also very nervous. Although their strength wasn't weak, there were a large number of ferocious beasts on the mountain, and it was very risky for them. Lu Yuan. Why don't we form a team? On the train, the noisy boy's face was pale. A few days ago, he had been bragging about this matter to everyone, and if he was eliminated before he even entered the gate, he was surely going to become a laughing stock in everyone's mind. The other 1 man and 3 women also converged their gazes on Lu Yuan at the same time. However, Lu Yuan decisively refused. He would help hardworking students obtain more resources. But he was not a nanny. Some things needed to be earned. For example, the introductory qualification for the elite training camp. If one didn't even have that kind of strength, they didn't deserve to be Lu Yuan's classmates. As for the gentle few, they wouldn't even ask for Lu Yuan's help because they were all geniuses as well. True geniuses who weren't high-minded and proud, they would never rely on Lu Yuan's help in such matters. Gentle looked at Lu Yuan and revealed a slightly shy smile. I'm going to act alone. Originally, in Wenro's plan, after joining the Central State University, she would be able to go out of the city often to kill ferocious beasts. However, she was pressed by Lu Yuan to cultivate in the cultivation tower. However, in the cultivation tower, the speed of Gentle's progress was really fast, and after this period of hard cultivation, Gentle's spiritual power was already breaking through to the 4th level. This time, there was finally a chance to kill a ferocious beast. Wenro didn't want to lose this opportunity again. Looking at Wenro's eagerness to try, Lu Yuan slightly shook his head. However, he hadn't seen the images of Wenro fighting with the ferocious beasts. The only thing Lu Yuan was worried about was this little girl. You can't be blindfolded when facing a ferocious beast. You have to be careful. Gentle gently nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice, but her heart was a bit puzzled. Why do you need to be blindfolded when facing a ferocious beast? Just kill it. Su Lai on the side also smashed his siege hammer on the ground. I'll do it myself too. He, Su Lai, was no longer that trash who didn't dare to face his flaws head-on. Today, he was going to bring a wave of shock to the elite training camp that had never been seen before. Sacred Heart folded his hands, his naked head reflecting dazzling light. I'll see you at the top of the mountain. Although he hadn't stepped into the ranks of a rank 5 martial artist yet, he had his own pride. If he couldn't even make it to this level, how could he kill his way back to the temple in the future, and how could he help his master take revenge? Xiao Yan had already gone up the mountain first. While the weaker ones were still discussing how to form a team, the part of the group that was strong and powerful had already gone up the mountain first. After entering Taihang Mountain, the hissing of ferocious beasts was being heard everywhere. Roar! Roar oh! In front of them was none other than a pack of level 5 and 6 green-colored giant wolves. Lu Yuan recalled the information he had read from the book 2 days ago. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the green-front wolves. The green-fronted wolves should belong to the first-order fierce beasts. The so-called first-order ferocious beasts were those of level 1-9, and second-order ferocious beasts were those of level 10-19. The battle power level also corresponded to the martial realm. Lu Yuan had only learned of this division when he watched some books above the sovereign realm. Nowadays, Lu Yuan was already a rank 9 martial artist, and his battle power was extremely strong. Any first-rank beast was just a toy in his hands. Lu Yuan's eyes slightly condensed, and the dazzling golden long sword flew out from his bracelet and was grasped in his hand. At the same time, a huge green-colored wolf pounced in front of him. Eft! The green-colored giant wolf was as if it had actively crashed into the long blade and was directly thrust through. Lu Yuan backhanded another knife, piercing through the neck of the green-colored giant wolf. The light in the oily green pupils of the beast gradually went out. The mission was to climb to the top of the mountain. Lu Yuan did not want to waste time here. After killing the cyan blade wolf, He then started charging towards the top as fast as he could. At the same time, the aura of SS-class hegemony surged from his body. Spiritual intimidation, buzzing and invisible and qualitative spiritual shock swept through. The wolves that were originally preparing to charge over instantly wilted. One by one, they fell prostrate on the ground, and their mouths continued to emit whimpering sounds. They were like frightened children, or slaves begging for mercy on their knees. Lu Yuan's figure had already disappeared in the same place. There were a few geniuses selected from other regions who saw how easily Lu Yuan had rushed over. All of them were shocked. Crap, so easy? This green wolf is a 5th-level ferocious beast, right? So how come after seeing a human, not only did it not attack, but it also directly plopped down on the ground? Could it be that this level is actually testing our courage? Ho Zhengliang had a very excited expression on his face. Right, just now that instructor said that it's important to have enough courage. Ho Zhengliang seemed to suddenly understand something, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. The others, however, were a bit confused. Bunch of idiots. Let's see how this grandpa will pass. Ho Zhengliang stuck his weapon in his waist. Then, with great confidence, he charged towards the mountain. He was extremely fast, and in an instant, he stepped on the ferocious beast's corpse and stepped into the territory of the green blade wolves. Originally, the wolves that were fearful due to the intimidation of their domineering aura revealed a ferocious light. They directly pounced on them. Swish! Ho Zhengliang flew backward at a speed faster than when he went, crashing through several trees before smashing down on a mountain rock. FCK. Only having time to spit out one word, the entire person fainted. Chapter 67-3 Patriarchal Cadets. Breathtaking. Additional work for Dianquan Yu Pengyou. Dalao. At the top of Taihang Mountain. The 3 youths who had long been standing here were now looking down on the others who were still struggling on the mountain, as if they were looking down on a mole cricket. The 3 people looked relatively normal, but in fact they had long since gone crazy. A bunch of trash who make up the numbers. The bald and burly man, like a mad dog, wanted to pounce on whatever he saw that was unpleasant and bite it twice. Old Gong, don't be so grumpy, on the side. A somewhat feminine man, who just didn't look normal, indeed wasn't too normal. FCK. Gong Zhengxiong, eyes on fire, around the body, chi and blood surging. You a dead pervert, Timdian, dare to call me so. Old son, get dead, you believe it or not. Aya. Don't be angry, I'm wrong. Old Palace, calm down, angry hurt body. After being threatened, the feminine man was not only not afraid, but even more excited. Gong Zhengxiong was completely enraged and directly prepared to strike. Stop it. Right at this moment, the man behind him with an aggressive Ing Chi said. 5 fist-sized jade beads were constantly flipping above his palms. Obviously, Chi Knight was the most normal. He held the dominant position amongst the 3, and the moment he opened his mouth, the other 2 honestly shut their mouths. The eyes of the other 2, looking at Chi Knight, were filled with fear. Chi Knight's eyelids lifted lightly, and an indifferent voice came out. Someone is coming up. As soon as his words fell, a youth with a slender and robust figure slowly appeared in the trio's field of vision. The youth exuded a terrifying aura like that of a ferocious beast around him, feeling the intimidating intent within that aura. A special type of talent? Chi Knight gazed at Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, it's just a weakling who just stepped into the 9th level. Chi Knight then closed his eyes once again, as if a rank 9 martial artist was not even worth a second glance. Boss, this is Earth, an 18-year-old rank 9 martial artist is already very strong. Okay. The feminine man would try to look as normal as possible when he spoke to Chi Knight. Unfortunately, it didn't do much good. When he spoke, his entire body couldn't help but make some girly cute moves. These actions would definitely look good on a cute girl. But he was a guy. Disgusting. Seeing these 3 people, Lu Yuan was very surprised. He had to know that he was going at full speed this whole way, without any stops the entire time. In this situation, these 3 people were even faster than him. And looking at this situation, they had arrived long ago. Then there was only one possibility. Patriarch. Unless these 3 people were Zong master powerhouses. Although the 3 did not reveal a single aura on their bodies, Lu Yuan was already certain. This was because at martial artist levels 1-9, while enhancing the power of chi and blood, the main increase was in strength. The increase in speed was not that great. It was only after stepping into the sovereign realm that there was a huge increase in speed. So, these three people, they were definitely sect master realm powerhouses. Geniuses, absolute geniuses. As expected, this place was full of elite bulls and horses. After realizing that these three people had the strength of the sovereign master realm, not only did Lu Yuan not feel any pressure. Instead, he was extremely excited. There was even some impatience. Just then, two more people, one after another, ascended to the top of the mountain. A man and a woman. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded farther away from Lu before he set his eyes on the three people standing in the center. The woman, who looked a bit cold, had an extremely good figure. Not that she had a curvaceous front and back, but her muscles were smooth and tight, like a clean-cut female warrior. She stood calmly in place. Yet, it gave people a very special feeling, as if her entire being was integrated with the environment. However, when her gaze landed on Lu Yuan, the hairs of sweat on her body stood up. Danger! Lu Yuan's aura caused her body to instinctively issue an early warning. Inside the elite training camp, three instructors were looking at the surveillance screens. It was being replayed in one of the screens, and in the picture, three youths were stepping into the air. The three of them arrived at the top of Taihang Mountain at an extremely fast speed. Three sect masters. One of them possesses a SS Numinous Awakening talent, while the other two have an S-rank talent. These three trainees of the Patriarch Realm did not come to the elite training camp through the regular route. Rather, the families behind them through Starry Sky University had taken the initiative to apply. These three guys, who don't even have the strength to enter Starry Sky University's Paragon class, are just there to gild the lily. The very valiant female instructor was somewhat indignant. The Starry Sky University's spectator class was prepared for talented sect masters and grand sect masters, in order to allow these potential martial artists to broaden their horizons in advance and prepare for their future cultivation path. She had worked desperately hard to cultivate for so long in order to enter the Starry Sky University's spectator class, but unfortunately, she still couldn't reach the standard. These guys, by virtue of their family's power, were able to go up there and gild the lily, which naturally made her heart uncomfortable. In any case, to be able to stay in that place for a year, their strength and eyesight have changed drastically. Su Qiqi shook her head. The female instructor said, "It's rumored that these three people had some psychological problems from being struck down at Starry Sky University." Su Qiqi shook her head. "No matter what, these three people are invincible in the elite training camp, especially Qin Knight. Everyone should be well aware of how strong a Grandmaster Realm spiritual nihilist is. However, this kind of children who had the backing of a large family was really enviable. Even if their strength was not enough, they could enter Starry Sky University to gild the lily, and when they came back, they could also participate in the elite training camp, and then with the resources here, they could raise their strength. In the end, they could also compete for the final reward of the elite training camp graduation examination. With a powerful family planning behind them, these three people only needed to cultivate hard. It simply couldn't be too comfortable. In addition to these three clan trainees, there are also two guys with SS talent." Su Qiqi looked at the picture of Lu Yuan, somewhat helpless. SS talent ability doesn't work either. If it wasn't for these three sect masters, the Lu Yuan that I elected could definitely become the first place winner of this year's elite training camp. Unfortunately, he wasn't very lucky this term and just happened to run into these three guys who came from the Starry Sky University's side class. In addition to these few, there are also these few with natural skills above a rank, which are also not bad. The female instructor's gaze landed on the monitor screen of Gentle, Su Lai, and the others. The highest peak of Taihang Mountain. When Ro was very excited to jump up, but after colliding with the gazes of the dozen or so strangers above, she immediately wilted. He hurriedly ran behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shook his head. This little girl is really afraid of people. However, at this moment, Gentle's body was stained with a lot of ferocious beast blood, and she had obviously killed a lot of ferocious beasts. In the young girl's eyes, she was still vaguely revealing excitement, and the corners of her mouth were still covered in smiles. It seemed that fighting with the ferocious beasts made her very happy. Soon, Su Lai and Sacred Heart also came up. Only these two were in a very sorry state. Not only were there quite a few minor wounds on their bodies, their entire breath was also very messy. It seemed like they had experienced quite a few setbacks on their way up the mountain. At this moment, the gazes of many people on the mountain were all watching Su Lai. FCK. This guy has mental problems. He cries while killing ferocious beasts. How dare you believe that? And the more he cries, the more he kills. I wonder if he's repenting after killing a ferocious beast. That little girl is also scary, chasing the ferocious beasts all the way to kill them. And the more she kills, the more excited she gets. A few other freshmen from Central State University came over, their voices trembling. Gentle, if it wasn't for you killing so many ferocious beasts, we wouldn't have been able to get up there at all, or thanks to you. Thanks a lot. These 2 men and 3 women all followed behind Gentle and rushed up. However, even though they were thankful, but the expressions of the 5 people looking at Gentle were filled with fear. This cute-looking little girl was even more terrifying than a ferocious beast in their eyes. As more and more people came to the top of the mountain one after another, the sky darkened until it was completely pitch black. Ho ho ho! The pitch-black summit of Taihang Mountain was suddenly as bright as day. The gate behind the crowd was slowly pushed open from the inside. 3 instructors walked out, 2 men and 1 woman, all revealing a powerful aura. Su Qiqi's gaze swept over the crowd, revealing a satisfied smile. It seemed that this batch of elite training camp students had pleased him greatly. Congratulations to the 38 of you for becoming part of the elite training camp. Follow us in. Inside the elite training camp is actually a special mini relic. For the next 3 months, other than going out to do missions, you guys will basically have to spend your time inside here. The trio led the crowd and walked into the middle of the elite training camp. Su Qiqi continued. The first goal of joining the elite training camp is to achieve the sovereign realm, and those who don't achieve the sovereign realm before graduation are unqualified. Many of you have not been exposed to information related to the sovereign realm. There are 2 types of Zongshi martial artists. New martial artists, ancient martial artists. Raise more for Dianque 女朋友. Dalao. Thank you for Big Brother's Great God certification. Too powerful. Big Brother Hikari Yiffy too powerful. Sent a little too many gifts. So tomorrow there will be additional. I'm not sure if you're the one who's going to be the main character, but I'm the one who's going to be the cow and the horse. People silly. Chapter 68 Decision. New martial arts or ancient martial arts finally came up. Right at this moment, a youth whose body was covered in battle marks and whose clothes were stained with blood rushed up with a long spear in hand. The 3 instructors of the elite training camp turned their heads back, but they were very cold. Sorry, you exceeded the time limit. There was no room for negotiation. Looking at the door that closed with a loud bang, the student completely collapsed and fell to the ground on his knees powerlessly. I'm all up. I'm all up. Inside the elite training camp, there were many buildings that had been reinforced with alloys. There were also several warplanes and a dozen special alloy armored vehicles. 2 rows of soldiers with real guns lined up in order on both sides of the road and gave a standard military salute to the crowd. However, what attracted the crowd's attention even more was that spatial passageway located in the very center position. Following the 3 instructors, many students, in turn, entered the spatial passage. After a moment of heavenly rotation, when Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw an icy scene. Inside the ruins, it was actually a snowy plain. Directly in front of him, there were many Chinese buildings that were quite dated and a few tall towers. Su Qiqi, who had flowery white hair, was introducing this world to everyone. This small relic, at one time this was a complete world, but in the fight with the other races, they lost. The entire world was completely destroyed. A fragment of this world created a connection with the earth, and that's why the small relic space was formed. Most of the small relics were formed like this, just some space fragments, none of which had too many dangers in them, only some remnant civilization imprints. Entering such a small relic with a little bit of luck would result in a good income. Of course, the first one to go in would have a bigger harvest. Those age-old relics had already been explored by an unknown number of people, and all the good things had been taken away by others. Seeing this relic, Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of that relic he had once seen. Unfortunately, there were too many demon rats there. At that time, his strength was not enough to support him to kill through the entire demon rat community. Otherwise, there should have been a considerable harvest. However, absorbing the power of these geniuses should be enough. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the other students of the elite training camp. Among them, the ones that attracted Lu Yuan's gaze the most were of course the 3 patriarchs. Instructor Su was continuing his explanation. The most special thing about this relic is the energy, or aura. The vast majority of you should have little understanding of aura. The so-called aura is just a general term for all kinds of energy, which contains source power, dark energy, cosmic energy, and so on, many powerful energies. The richness of various energies here is 3 to 5 times that of Earth. That is to say, your cultivation speed here can at least double or triple. In a place with this kind of energy abundance, it will also be easier for you guys to advance to the level of a sovereign. Everyone got excited when these words came out. Doubling the speed of cultivation, this is too good to be true. Indeed, after entering this place, I can feel the dense energy. No wonder I heard before that being able to enter the elite training camp is not far from breaking through to the sovereign. So there are so many good things here. The students of the elite training camp were all excited. Lu Yuan followed in the group. He had already practiced the breathing method of the Zong Master Realm. So when he first entered this relic, he felt the very dense energy here. These energies contained the energy needed when breaking through the Sovereign Master Realm. At the same time, there was also a medicinal scent. There were many medicinal fields in this snowy plain, and the spiritual plants and precious medicines within them were emitting a strong aroma. The effects of medicinal herbs cultivated in such places must be very good. Soon, under the instructor's lead, they arrived in a huge room. The room was very empty, with only a row of weapons on one side of the aisle. From now on, this will be the classroom for your lessons. The 3 instructors spoke a lot, mostly about cultivation, or about the goals of the elite training camp. To summarize, there were only 3 things to do in the elite training camp: cultivate, eat, and do tasks. Your most important task is to break through to the sovereign realm. Although the vast majority of people knew the rules of the elite training camp, but hearing it in person was different again. In particular, the vast majority of people here were only rank 5 or 6 martial artists. Although there's abundant energy here, but it's unlikely that one would want to break through to sovereign in a short period of time. Su Lai was a bit uncertain. In high school, his qualifications were considered a genius, and he could only be considered mediocre even in Central State University. In the elite training camp, it was very average, even a bit poor. Su Lai's achievements today were all the result of his hard work and cultivation under the stimulation of Lu Yuan. Otherwise, he should still be a rank 4 martial artist. Sacred Heart was also somewhat lacking in confidence. His talent was excellent, but he was younger, and of the 38 students present, Sacred Heart's rank was the lowest. It was ultimately difficult to achieve the rank of sovereign. When Ro was somewhat confident on the contrary. She had been cultivating in the cultivation tower of Central State University for almost a month. She was well aware of the increase in aura on cultivation. On the top floor of the cultivation tower of Central State University, the aura had only doubled compared to the outside world. Under these circumstances, Gentle's cultivation speed had more than doubled. Nowadays, the aura density here was more than 3 times that of the outside world, if one could keep cultivating here. Whether or not she could break through to a Grandmaster, Gentle wasn't sure, but breaking through to a 9th-level spiritual numinous master shouldn't be much of a problem. At a time when everyone was excited. Only that Qi Knight trio had a disdainful look on their faces. It's only 3 times the amount of spiritual Qi. These bumpkins are so excited. They really haven't seen the world. The 2 jade spherical weapons in Qi Knight's hands were spinning rapidly under the control of his spiritual thoughts. He seemed very impatient. Boss, don't you think the excited looks of these bumpkins are very cute? The feminine youth covered his mouth and laughed lightly. As the crowd's murmurs grew louder and louder, Su Qiqi waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Next, let's introduce to you all what it means to be a grandmaster. For martial artists, there are 2 routes to the sect master. New martial, ancient martial. The so-called ancient martial is to only cultivate qi and blood. This route emphasizes qualifications the most, and if one's qualifications are insufficient, it will be extremely difficult to break through. Su Qiqi activated the holographic projection device. A youth with a slender and robust figure, holding a battle sword, appeared in mid-air. Lu Yuan, 9th-level martial artist. Age, 18 years old. Qi and blood value, 26,003. Talent, Nihility Awakening. In our training camp, we don't have any patriarchs who follow the ancient martial path, so we'll use Lu Yuan as an example. As we all know, the limit of a 9th-level martial artist's qi and blood value is 51,200, and a qi and blood value that exceeds this limit is known as a qi and blood patriarch. Qi and blood sect masters, there is only 1 rank in the entire Grand Realm, and the things that need to be done are still polishing the body and cultivating the qi and blood. When the chi and blood value breaks through 102,400 points, one can break through to the Grandmaster realm. The subsequent realms follow in a similar fashion. The path of chi and blood is a very boring and painful path, and it requires very high qualifications. Not many people choose this path today. Among your batch of trainees, other than Lu Yuan and Su Lai, no one else is qualified to walk this path. When Instructor Su's words fell, many people below opened their mouths wide, especially the few people from Central State University. Even Su Lai and Gentle hadn't expected it. Lu Yuan is actually a 9th level? Crap, he's trampled the geniuses of the entire Central State province under his feet. And he hasn't even exploded his full strength yet. This is too terrifying. Xiao Yan clenched his eyes, and although his eyes were filled with surprise, his heart grew more and more determined. He must surpass Lu Yuan. The elite training camp was his best chance. Instructor Su continued, Xinwu is a very different route from this. After the chi and blood value reaches the limit of the 9th level, guide the spiritual power of heaven and earth to infuse the body. Absorb one of the energies called source power, and infuse the entire body to raise the level of life. The holographic projection screen turned into a feminine man among the 3 patriarchs. Tang Di, Patriarch 1. Aged 19. Source power value, 15. Talent, Chu Renes. Instructor, in that case, isn't it true that Xinwu has more potential? Su Lai asked. Su Qiqi shook his head. With these 2 routes, the battle power and room for development are pretty much the same. Let me explain it to you guys this way. Currently known, the most powerful person of the Xia Kingdom, the first person of the human race, the most powerful person who intimidated the starry sky and deterred the ferocious beasts with his own strength, Ji Gu. With all the power of chi and blood, and the ultimate martial will, Senior Ji Gu has guarded the human race for 100 years. Elder Stopper is strong enough, isn't he? And the route he took was the ancient martial route. Lu Yuan pondered. Source power value, chi and blood value. New martial arts, ancient martial arts. A martial artist at the sovereign realm actually had 2 distinct routes. For ordinary people, no, even a supreme genius could only choose one of these 2. This was because when receiving spiritual power to infuse the body, the chi and blood power in the body would automatically transform into source power. If one wanted to control the power of chi and blood again, they would need to cultivate from scratch. But Lu Yuan would not have this limitation. Ancient martial arts, extremely powerful in combat, but with high requirements for talent and qualifications, it also requires a large amount of resources to be piled up. Basically, it doesn't enhance longevity. After 9th level martial artist, there is only 1 rank per realm, and doubling the chi and blood value will break through a large realm. Grandmaster realm chi and blood value, 51,200 points. Grandmaster chi and blood value, 102,400 points. Martial King realm chi and blood value, 204,800 points. And so on. New martial, high requirement for source power fit. 9 levels per realm. Each time you break through a major realm, you need to compress the source power and channel a stronger source power into your body. Upon advancement, the life level is raised, substantially increasing longevity. New martial value division. Zongshi 1st level source power value, 10. Sovereign Master 2 source power value, 20. Sovereign Master 3rd level source power value, 40. And so on. Chapter 69. Choices? I want them all. The holographic projection shifted again, and the image turned into Qin Knight. Qin Knight, Grandmaster level mentalist. Age 18. Spiritual power, 52100. Talent, Psychic Awakening SS. The ranking of a spiritual Nian master is the same as that of an ancient martial art, and the follow-up is only to continue to raise one's spiritual power. And within each great realm, there is only 1 rank. Everyone's gazes converged on Qin Knight's trio, and one by one, their mouths opened wide. Patriarchs. They're actually all sect master level powerhouses. That bald burly man should also be a Zongshi powerhouse. 3 patriarchs, just entering the camp with patriarch realm strength. Is this the gold content of the elite training camp? Especially Qin Knight, an 18-year-old Zongshi ranked spiritual nihilist. Too terrifying. Our goal is still to advance to Zongmaster. These 3 were already Zongmasters when they joined the camp. The gap between us will only grow wider. No wonder these 3 people have always been high above the rest, so they are truly powerful. In this world, strength was originally honored. 3 strong men of the sovereign realm naturally became a huge mountain pressing down on the heads of the crowd. Even in the eyes of the vast majority of people, these 3 people were an existence that they would never be able to surpass. The other few people from Central State University were even more emotional. I thought that Lu Yuan's 9th level chi blood was already exaggerated enough, but who would have thought that such an existence could only be relegated to 4th place in the elite training camp? The bigger the place, the more geniuses there were. An existence that they once thought was already the apex of geniuses didn't seem to be out of reach. At least here, Lu Yuan couldn't suppress everyone with his own strength. The white-haired Su Chichi coughed lightly twice. All right, everyone has made a brief understanding of the 2 routes of the sect masters. After you all go back, you can choose the route you want to take in the future according to your own actual situation. After roughly speaking about some matters that needed attention, the 3 instructors left the place. They had to use the fastest possible time to formulate, for each student, the most suitable training program. The 3 looked at the information of the 38 students. Elite Training Camp 2135th Session. Total number of students, 38. Spiritual Luminaries, 10. New Martial Arts Source Force, 26 people. Ancient Martial Arts Chi and Blood, 2 people. Note: going the new martial route is better. More than half of the trainees possessed B rank or higher talents, 3S talents, and 3SS talents, due to the fact that it was the cultivation of ancient martial arts that required talent enhancement the most. Therefore, when selecting trainees, talent ability was not an absolute option, it was just a plus point. After all, in the new martial era, talent ability was just a skill that added to combat power. Make a good plan. Let them familiarize themselves with the intensity of the elite training camp first, and then open the endless trial as soon as possible so that they can feel the real pain. Wanting to advance to Zone Master in a short period of time naturally wouldn't be easy. These students, they would have to put in efforts that exceeded normal people by several times. After the 3 instructors left, Su Lai was very excited. I want to choose the path of Chi Blood. This path is indeed more suitable for you. Lu Yuan nodded his head. The upper limit of cultivating Chi Blood was extremely high. The Supreme Powerhouse Stopper was an example. However, there were also flaws. This path was very much dependent on one's qualifications. If one was poorly qualified in terms of Chi and Blood, the room for future advancement would be difficult. Moreover, when a Chi-blooded martial artist breaks through a realm, their life level will not change. That is to say that in the same realm, although Chi-blooded martial artists had strong combat power, their lifespan was shorter. Therefore, as soon as the new martial arts appeared, they became mainstream. After all, no one wanted to be empty of power and turn into a slope of yellow earth early on. Sacred Heart and Xiao Yan both chose new martial. Gentle naturally focused on cultivating her spiritual power, with cultivating her Chi and Blood as a supplement. Her Chi and Blood talent wasn't considered good, and perhaps she wouldn't be able to cultivate her Chi and Blood to the 9th level limit in her entire life. Yuan, what about you? When Ro was also a bit curious. The other 3, too, turned their heads to look at Lu Yuan. In their eyes, Lu Yuan was a spiritual numinous master with S-class talent, and at the same time, his qualifications in Chi and Blood cultivation were also very good, and he was already a rank 9 martial artist. The 3 cultivation directions seemed to be tailor-made for Lu Yuan. However, every martial artist's energy was limited, and one could only specialize in martial arts, let alone the cultivation directions. Ancient martial arts, new martial arts, and spiritual numinous master, any of these directions would need to consume a very large amount of time and energy. Only then could one achieve something. So it was necessary to at least differentiate between primary and secondary. However, Lu Yuan smiled. I still want to try them all. Indeed, there is no rush. We are still a long way from being a sovereign. Su Lai gritted his teeth. But I still want to take the path of ancient martial arts. Lu Yuan patted Su Lai's shoulder. I believe you can definitely do it. He truly believed in Su Lai because this guy really worked hard. Poor qualifications can be made up with resources. Persistent effort is the most difficult to wait for. Su Lai was somewhat moved, because Lu Yuan always believed in him unconditionally. Even if I have to cultivate for 24 hours a day, I won't fail your trust. I'm going to start cultivating. Without saying a word, Su Lai closed the door to his room and started cultivating his Chi and Blood. This place was full of energy and was the most suitable for cultivation. Although he was very tired after a day of fighting, Su Lai was able to ignore all the setbacks for the sake of practicing. Moreover, one wouldn't feel tired after practicing. Looking at this stance of Su Lai, gentle, sacred heart, and Xiao Yan were all a bit confused. To roll like this right after arriving, it's worthy of being Su Lai, who is known as the #1 roll king of Central State University. Xiao Yan was greatly shocked. Sacred Heart and Gentle also entered the room and started cultivating. Lu Yuan silently gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being you, Su Lai. Nowadays, as long as there was a place where Su Lai was present, there was no need for Lu Yuan to make a move at all. Su Lai alone was able to roll up with many people. The 3 sect master trainees, led by Qin Knight, took it all in. Unsuspecting fools. Gong Zhengxiong snorted. These 2 guys, they wouldn't really want to pick ancient martial arts, would they? Then they might not be able to break through in this lifetime. Tang Di laughed chirpily. After all, they're just ordinary people who don't know anything. They're afraid that they don't even know what ancient martial arts means. The corner of Qin Knight's mouth also rose slightly. He had seen many people like Lu Yuan who couldn't recognize themselves. Hearts higher than the sky, lives thinner than paper. Usually they don't end up in a good place. Lu Yuan also pushed open the door and returned to his room. The room was not big, but very neat, with a desk and single bed in the corner. In the center was a 2-meter-long and wide yoga mat. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lu Yuan simply swept through the room and sat down on the yoga mat. He opened the system panel. Name Lu Yuan. Qi and blood value. 26003 grade 9 martial artist. Spiritual power. 4563 grade 6 spiritual power. Talent. Hegemony SS. Dharma phase golden body A+, unstoppable A+. Martial arts. Extreme martial hegemony imperial fist perfect. Quartet skilled. 10,000 thunder lead skilled. Seal demon chop perfect. Technique. Patriarchal breathing method introductory. 8th set of breathing method perfect. Nian Li perception perfect. System tip. There is an unawakened super strong talent in your body. The time was long past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yuan directly opened the settlement. Daily settlement. For the first time, a settlement is made for the elite training camp, and the host will gain the power of everyone in the class. Qin Knight. Awakened SS grade talent, numinous awakening, at the age of 8. Regarded as the family's hope, the family spent a huge price to send to Starry Sky University. Facing the whole school demon, the blow is too great, looks normal but in fact has gone crazy. Miyagi Masao. At the age of 8 awakened the S-class talent, extreme speed burst. Failed to take the ancient martial arts, and then took the new martial arts, known as the Starry Night University garbage, with indirect mania. Tang Di. Due to awakening seductive talent, looks abnormal, but actually really abnormal. Xiao Yan. Failed to awaken at the age of 8. At the age of 16, he awakened the SS plus talent, Red Lotus, and has been practicing hard ever since. Xia Xining. Awakened at the age of 8 SS talent combat instincts. The family does not want her to practice martial arts, but Xia Xining is gifted, in the life of learning, comprehended a variety of killing techniques on their own. With the information of one classmate after another, it crossed from the eyes. 38 classmates, with a tie-breaking qi and blood value of 1,850. Among them, 10 spiritual luminaries, and 3 patriarchs all had a qi and blood value approximately equal to 0, severely pulling down the average value. Boom! Lu Yuan's qi and blood values doubled several times. Spiritual power was also skyrocketing. At the same time, a brand new panel appeared in Lu Yuan's attribute panel. Source power value. Chapter 71 Step into Zhong Shi. Crazy boost. Plus more. The qi and blood value, spiritual power, and source power value, all 3 values grew at the same time. Among them, the qi and blood values rose the most violently. 26,003, 30,000, 40,000, 60,000. In the end, the qi blood value stopped at 88,903 points. Of the 38 people in the class, excluding Lu Yuan and his previous classmates, 34 remained. The efforts of these 34 people for over 10 years had all been superimposed on Lu Yuan at this moment. A full 62,900 points had been added for Lu Yuan, a surge in qi and blood value. Around Lu Yuan's body, the power of qi and blood was constantly vibrating, washing and destroying the meridians, roots and bones of his entire body. Under the baptism of the qi and blood power, Lu Yuan's entire body seemed to have sublimated to a certain extent. The life level also seemed to have changed slightly. However, it was indeed as the instructor had said, even if the chi and blood value broke through to sovereign, the addition to the life level was small. The increase in longevity was less. This was also the main reason why no one took the ancient martial route today. Although the chi and blood had skyrocketed several times, even breaking through to the late stage of the sovereign realm. However, this time Lu Yuan controlled it. It did not allow the power of chi and blood to run rampant. With the experience from the previous 2 times, he was very skillful in suppressing the restless chi and blood in his body. At the same time, the spiritual thoughts skyrocketed. In the elite training camp, there were 38 students and 10 of them were all spiritual luminaries. However, the ranks of the spiritual luminaries were all on the low side. The average value was only around 500 points. Of course, this was without counting Qinyu. 4,563, 8,000, 10,000, 20. In the end, the spiritual power stayed at 73,163. Among them, the other 33 people in the class provided a total of 16,500 points. Qin Knight alone provided 52,100. Sure enough, it's still necessary to find more geniuses. Lu Yuan sighed a bit. Spiritual power broke through to the sovereign realm. Lu Yuan's entire being turned very lucid. In his perception, the world seemed to have become clearer. Previously, when he closed his eyes and only used his spiritual thoughts to perceive his surroundings, the picture was very blurry, like a highly myopic perspective. Nowadays, he was seeing very clearly. Other than that, the most important thing was of course the source power. This was something that Lu Yuan had never touched before, a brand new energy. Tang Di and Gong Jingxiong, the 2 of them provided 32 points of source power value for Lu Yuan. Although it was only 32 points, however, it caused Lu Yuan's life level to increase tremendously. Source power value can really raise the life level. The source power value directly broke through to the 2nd level of the sovereign. Lu Yuan could clearly perceive the changes in his body. Visible to the naked eye, every muscle became more perfect. The internal structure of the body had also undergone subtle changes. This is source power. In Lu Yuan's hand, a white gas ball loomed. Source power was a kind of power that could penetrate the body and be added to the body or even weapons. This was what made the new martial arts so powerful. At the same time, a single talent appeared in Lu Yuan's panel. A total of 3B rank talents, 12 A rank talents, 2S rank talents, extreme speed burst, and Chu run respectively. On top of that, the most important were the 3 SS ranked abilities. Numinous Awakening, Red Lotus, and Combat Instinct. When he saw these 3 SS rank talents, Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. Worthy of being an elite selected from the 7 base cities of the entire summer country. Sure enough, all of them have a bit of something. After a few days, within Lu Yuan's eyes, a silver-colored light flashed once again. When he was first faced with the rat tide, he certainly didn't want to lose his Numinous Awakening ability. However, now it was all back and it was still a SS-grade Numinous Awakening. Lu Yuan directly started synthesizing, first consuming 5 A-ranked talents, as well as the S-ranked Chu Ren, to fuse the Dharma Phase Golden Body into an SS-ranked talent. Dharma Phase Golden Body was the only talent that Lu Yuan possessed the ability to defend. And it could also defend against mental attacks. This was important. As a Patriarch-level spiritual numinous master, Lu Yuan understood the terror of spiritual numinous masters too well. Then the extreme speed burst talent was upgraded. Even for a Patriarch, the increase in speed was also very difficult. Having an ability that could explode speed was very important. At the same time, there were also many martial arts, not only 2nd rank martial arts, but even 3rd rank, but these martial arts needed to be studied by Lu Yuan later in actual combat. Name Lu Yuan. Blood value 88903 Patriarch level. Spiritual power 73,163 Patriarch level. Source power value 32 Patriarch 2. Talents: Nianli Awakening SS, Red Lotus SS+, Combat Instinct SS, Hegemony SS, Dharma Golden Body SS, Extreme Speed Burst SS. Martial Arts: Extreme Martial Hegemonic Imperial Fist Perfect, Quadruple Quartet Perfect, Bastard Blade Proficient, 10,000 Thunder Lead Skilled, Demon Sealing Chop Perfect, Endless Fire Feather. Technique: Patriarch Level Breathing Method Proficient, 8th Set of Breathing Method Perfect, Nian Li Perception Perfect. System Tip: There is an unawakened superpower talent in your body. When he looked at the attribute panel again, it had undergone a drastic change. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. The power within his body gave him unprecedented confidence. Now, he just wanted to find an evenly matched opponent and have a good fight. Or in the wilderness, a vicious kill. It was only in battle that the students' natural abilities and the true strength of their martial arts could be tested. The next day, early in the morning, everyone was gathered in the cafeteria. Everyone looked very anxious, looking in the direction of the cafeteria window. If it was just an ordinary meal, it certainly wouldn't make them so out of sorts. However, in the elite training camp, even the meals were all customized by professional nutritionists, based on each person's data. What was even more exaggerated was that the ingredients were surprisingly all ferocious beasts of level 6 or above, as well as various spiritual plants and precious medicines planted within this relic. It smells so good. My mouth is watering. Xiao Yan, who had always been calm, couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Yuan also had some cravings. Smelling the smell of this meal, every cell in his body was sending out hunger signals. It seemed like he couldn't wait to absorb the energy in these meals. At the dining table, Gentle ate 3 large bowls in a row before gently patting his stomach. Su Lai frantically poured the several bowls of ferocious beast meat in front of him into his mouth, and he didn't stop until he had eaten 13 bowls. However, Su Lai wasn't the one who ate the most. The one who ate more was Lu Yuan. He had eaten a full 20 bowls. After his breakthrough last night, Lu Yuan felt his entire body fall into a state of extreme hunger. His body needed to be replenished with energy. And these meals made from ferocious beast meat and spiritual plants were themselves meals that were not weaker than pills. For replenishing energy, they were even more effective than pills. This was the reason why Lu Yuan ate so much. In the distance, the trio led by Qin Knight was very disgusted as they watched the others wolf down their food. I'm really a bit fed up with these bumpkins. Gong Zhengxiong rubbed his brow. I don't want to stay here for a day. I'll go to the instructor later to see if I can take a leave of absence, and I'll come back when it's time for the examination. What about you two? Tang Di was radiating femininity all over her body, smiling delicately. You're also too anxious, wanting people to go home with you? Gong Zhengxiong's eyes flashed with a burst of pity, but he came to his senses in a flash and was immediately furious. You dead pervert. Naya, dare to unleash your natural ability on me again. I'll crush you. You're so violent. People love it. In order not to be beaten to death, Tang Di instantly rushed out from the cafeteria and disappeared from the crowd's view. After eating, the crowd left the cafeteria one after another and headed to the classroom. Su Lai looked at Lu Yuan, who was walking in front of him, his brows furrowed in some confusion. Just now, I only focused on eating and didn't feel it. How has the boss changed again? It seems like the skin has changed for the better, the temperament is also different, and the rest is somewhat indescribable. After the breakthrough last night, Lu Yuan's entire person was already very different from the inside out. His aura was no longer as violent and sharp as before. Today's Lu Yuan was more like a supremely good sword that hid its sharpness. Even though it was not sheathed, others could tell at a glance that he was extraordinary, but they could not tell his true strength. Wen Rou also sensed it. Yuan, you've gotten stronger? Lu Yuan smiled. A little bit. Looking at all the gods in this relic, Lu Yuan's mind had drifted away. After his strength had skyrocketed, he wanted to battle without fear. As for the target, of course, it was the tide of demon rats that had chased and killed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was very vindictive. When he was chased by the Rat King for dozens of kilometers, how could he forget this kind of revenge? What's more, that rat tide was guarding a small, unexplored relic. It was full of goodies. After this idea was born in his mind, it was out of control. Lu Yuan looked in the direction where the 3 instructors were. Can I take a vacation from the elite training camp? Thank you to Pleasant Patrick Big Brother for his explosive shift spreading flowers. Thank you, Big Brother. Thanks to the other Big Brother's gifts as well. Chapter 71 Sleeping also requires qualifications. The 3 instructors gathered together. They were discussing the stage-by-stage examination of the elite training camp. How about that second-order ferocious beast behind the Taihang mountain range as the first assessment target? Instructor Su was thoughtful. Yes, as far as the first assessment target is concerned, that second-order ferocious beast is very suitable. Jiang Shui, Lock the location of that ferocious beast at all times, and 1 week later, directly open the examination. Su Qiqi issued an order. The very valiant short-haired girl nodded her head. As for the second target, let's set it at the Luo City ruins. Jiang Shui slightly raised her eyebrows. The Luo City ruins were filled with powerful, vicious, and cunning ferocious beasts. It was known as the nest of ferocious beasts. Even a powerhouse of the sovereign realm would have to be very cautious when entering the ruins of Luoqing. These newcomers, could they really survive? Jiang Shui maintained a skeptical attitude though, but she didn't ask more questions. As a subordinate, she only needed to follow orders. After Jiang Shui recorded it, she asked, "What about the final examination?" The light in Su Qiqi's eyes flickered as she pointed her finger on the map, an archipelago located on the ocean. Sakura Islands. Upon hearing this, the other two instructors, both of their faces changed. This was because, recently, there had been a great deal of news about the Sakura Islands. It was said that most of the ferocious beasts that landed on the Sakura Islands had undergone unknown mutations. However, in this era of self-care, there wasn't any country that cared about such. There was only the summer country. The strongest country on Earth at the moment only had the strength to cross the seas and deal with crises in other regions. This is a mission given by the Martial Alliance, and when the time comes, there will be a strong Martial King realm leader. They will take all the powerful ferocious beasts and deal with them. We are responsible for dealing with the first and second rank ferocious beasts, and sharpening these little ones in the meantime. As they chatted, the three instructors suddenly turned back. A youth with a tall and robust figure walked over. "Instructor, I would like to take a vacation." "Instructors?" Looking at Lu Yuan's serious appearance, the three instructors were speechless. Su Qiqi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Nonsense. Just join the camp. What kind of leave is it?" "I'm serious, instructor." "Su Qiqi. Want to take a vacation, right? Well, I'll give you this chance today." Obviously, for Lu Yuan to act like this, all three instructors were extremely angry. However, it wasn't like the elite training camp couldn't take time off. Here, trainees could do anything provided that they had the qualifications. And strength was the qualification. In the classroom, the three instructors had cold faces. Certain students, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a high talent skill level and a high chi and blood value. Talent skills and chi and blood values are not that important. Otherwise, when our elite training camp selects geniuses, why don't we select them according to their talent skill level? If talent truly determines everything, then why didn't Starry Sky University just make special recruitment for you two geniuses with SS talent skills? The chi and blood values that some people take pride in are even more worthless. Let me put it bluntly, as long as there are enough resources, a dog can cultivate to the 9th level limit chi blood. This is the new martial age. Enhancing one's attunement to source power is the most important thing. Of course, Lu Yuan and Su Lai are excluded. If you guys want to take the ancient martial route, come to me alone. Su Qiqi was angry. Lu Yuan was a genius that he highly valued. Such a person should cultivate ruthlessly and quickly improve his fitness for source power. Prepare in advance for the promotion to Zone Master, instead of getting into other messy things. The other trainees all glanced their gazes at Lu Yuan, obviously knowing very well who the instructor was referring to as certain people. Su Lai turned to Lu Yuan and gave him a thumbs up. "Bull. Boss. It was you who did the damage." As an old classmate, Gentle covered her mouth and snickered. She was already somewhat used to these jumpy moves of Lu Yuan. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, frowned slightly. "Lu Yuan, I suggest that you should focus on cultivation. Otherwise, I'm going to catch up with you." Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "Then you have to work hard." Su Qiqi officially began to introduce the rules of the elite training camp. Here, everything requires the consumption of contribution points, and with enough contribution points, you guys can do anything. Without contribution points, you will be unable to do anything. Contribution points could be obtained by completing tasks, tests, and challenges. Everything here also required the consumption of contribution points, whether it was sleeping, eating, or practicing. Without contribution points, one would not even be qualified to sleep. Everyone's mouths opened wide. Contribution points are needed to sleep. This is too outrageous. Yesterday, I was thinking that the elite training camp is also too humanized. I didn't expect that a big wave would come today. Instructor Su was satisfied with everyone's state. We are also very humane. The first 3 days of time will allow you to eat and live for free. Next, open the Source Power Trial Tower. This is your chance to gain contribution points. The instructor led the crowd and left the classroom. Under the 7 heavy ancient tower, Instructor Su pushed open the stone door. This is the Source Energy Trial Tower. After you enter, monsters constructed with source energy will be born inside. Kill the monsters and you'll be able to earn contribution points. At the same time, absorbing the source energy within the monsters will increase your attunement to source energy. Lu Yuan, if you want to take a leave of absence, prove your strength and reach the 2nd level. Rumble. A loud noise came, and the 7 stone gates opened with a bang. The trainees, from different entrances, entered the tower. After stepping into the stone doors, the scene in front of the crowd changed. From the tower building, it turned into a wilderness jungle. What is this situation? Crap, what a real illusion. The trees actually have a real touch when touched. If we didn't experience it personally, we would have thought that we had traveled through. Beside Lu Yuan were several trainees that he didn't recognize. Several people were very curious and were exploring their surroundings. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. The palms of his hands could clearly feel the rough texture of the trees, and he could smell the damp, rotting flavor of the air. This doesn't look like an illusion. Just then, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed in the jungle. A monster with a slender body, a twisted face, and fingernails that looked like blades appeared out of thin air. Deep in the jungle, a pattering sound continuously came from the depths of the jungle. One twisted monster after another appeared out of thin air, and in just a few seconds, the originally empty jungle was crowded with twisted monsters. There were at least hundreds of them. Those few trainees, panic surfaced on their faces. Crap! What kind of monsters are these? On Earth, there aren't any such ferocious beasts, right? These monsters don't have any chi and blood values in their bodies, and they can't sense their specific strength, but they have very strong energy fluctuations. The monsters that appeared in the jungle were each close to 3 meters tall, with long arms and legs, plus sharp blades extending from their fingers. It gave a strong sense of oppression. A few people slowly retreated, but the black press of monsters quickly surrounded them all from all sides. The faces of the several trainees were unsightly. Damn it! There's no way back. There are too many monsters, what should we do? Lu Yuan looked at the monsters that were tens of meters apart and felt a little novel. These monsters, unlike the ferocious beasts on Earth, should be the threat that this civilization faced in the beginning. It was true that they did not have chi and blood values in their bodies, but they did have source power. Only the source power value was very weak. Lu Yuan took the initiative to walk over, wanting to see what these monsters actually were. His action immediately attracted the attention of all the monsters. The other few were fiercely relieved. Lu Yuan is very strong. We can let him test it out. Aha, in this situation, it's better to follow the big guy. A few big men, hanging on to each other, stared deathly at Lu Yuan's back. It was obvious that they were all nervous. Boom! Boom! After Lu Yuan approached, a monster immediately swung its sharp claws and chopped over. But with 2 muffled sounds, Lu Yuan actually grabbed the sharp claw that was flashing with a cold light unharmed. Caught! Caught! The other few people were a bit unbelievable. Such a sharp claw held in his hand like this, Lu Yuan was not even injured. Several people were confused. After all, this was not the same as blocking. Subsequently, Lu Yuan slowly exerted force with both hands. The ear-piercing friction sound caused by the squeezing of the blade came until the sharp claw was completely crushed. Ha! Crushed? How is this possible? Although these monsters don't have chi and blood in their bodies, the energy fluctuations are still not weak. Just like that, it was crushed. Right at this moment, the 2nd floor of the Source Energy Trial Tower. You 3 will try out on the 2nd floor. The source energy monsters here are stronger and more suitable for you. Don't injure the other trainees by mistake. After saying that, the 3 instructors left. The 3 sovereign trainees began to explore in different directions. Chapter 72, Taming Bulls and Horses, so I won't leave my hands behind. The pieces of the claw did not fall to the ground. Instead, it transformed into blue-white light and merged into Lu Yuan's body a little bit. Source power. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. The bodies of these monsters were actually composed of source power. Lu Yuan could clearly sense that the source power in his body had gained a slight increase. Although it was very little, but it did increase. Boom! With a punch, Lu Yuan directly shattered the huge monster. A strand of source power, once again, surged into Lu Yuan's body. It's not much of an increase, but with so many monsters here, there should be some increase after killing them. Lu Yuan's gaze was placed on the other source energy monsters. The few people behind him glanced at each other. There was surprise in all of their eyes. Although Lu Yuan is a rank 9 martial artist, he can blast these monsters with a single punch, so he shouldn't be too strong. Let's go together. A few people directly rushed up, but the monster, with scarlet light flashing in its eyes, instantly pierced their chests with its sharp claws at a terrifying speed they couldn't imagine. Ah! FCK. Several people were covering their stomachs before they realized that they had retreated from the trial. The environment they were in once again became inside the ancient tower. Illusionary realm. Fortunately, it's just an illusion. The monsters in that illusory realm are actually comparable to 9th level ferocious beasts. But what makes Lu Yuan? One punch killed that monster in seconds. Isn't he only a rank 9 as well? Several people were all palpitating. However, the image of Lu Yuan blowing up the monster with a single punch and absorbing the source power couldn't help but appear in their minds. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand it. After Lu Yuan realized that killing monsters could absorb source power, then he started killing the monsters in the source power trial tower in a big way. Boom, 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 boom. A faint blood-colored glow emanated from above Lu Yuan's dual fists. With only his 2 fists, these hundreds of monsters could not even get close. Lu Yuan's fighting instincts became even stronger. It wasn't just the SS talent, but also the combat experience provided by the martial artist named Xia Xining. There was no need to think at all. Every punch that Lu Yuan instinctively threw would land on the monster's weakness. One punch, one. This was the true power of the extreme martial hegemony fist. Whether it was an ancient martial grandmaster or a new martial grandmaster, when they executed a martial art of the 2nd rank or above, they would all condense a vision. Only, ancient martial's vision was blood-colored. The new martial's vision, on the other hand, was bluish-white. After clearing out all the source energy monsters on this level, Lu Yuan began to head towards the 2nd level. Instructor Su had said, as long as he passed the 2nd layer, it would be considered that he had accomplished his goal. Backstage monitoring. Jiang Shui was drinking coffee while looking at the surveillance screen. It was a girl with a very tightly muscled body. The girl's figure was constantly twisting between the 2 monsters, while her fists, elbows, and knees, every part of her body seemed to be her weapon. Her battle scene was very smooth, just like a dance. Soon, she slapped the 2 level 8 monsters to death. Combat instinct. Jiang Shui murmured in a low voice. Such a talent is really like an enlightened existence when it comes to fighting. The male instructor, who had a stout figure, also nodded. Possessing this talent, one did not need to think or judge when fighting. Their body would instinctively react. This teenager is even more terrifying, Jiang Shui exclaimed, turning her gaze to another part of the screen. It was a teenager with a slightly slimmer figure. In the surveillance screen, the teenager was bathed in crimson fire, instantly burning the 5 monsters that had surrounded him into ashes. SS plus level talent. In this elite training camp, his natural ability is the strongest, and his cultivation qualifications are also very good. His future is promising. Jiang Shui sighed a little, although it was said that the higher the rank, the less important the natural ability was. However, the explosive power brought about by high-level talent skills was terrifying. This was especially true for SS plus level explosive talents like Xiao Yan's. Just as the 2 Grand Masters were marveling at Xiao Yan's strength, an alarm suddenly sounded. A piercing red light flashed continuously. Warning, warning. In trial number 3, the mortality rate of source energy monsters is 100%. In trial number 3, battle power fluctuations beyond that of a patriarch have been detected. FCK. Who put the sovereign trainee on the 1st level? Jiang Shui froze for a moment and hurriedly adjusted the monitor screen. Sure enough, not a single source energy monster was left in the screen. Moreover, both the ground and the jungle were covered with traces of the aftermath of the battle. It seemed like some ferocious beast with a size of hundreds of meters had wreaked havoc here. Seeing such a picture, even the 2 Grandmaster-level instructors had to be shocked. Not a single source energy monster is left. FCK. One had to know that these source energy monsters were all created with second-order ferocious beast crystal cores. These hundreds of source energy monsters were supposed to be used for a month. Now, just once they were all cleared, such a loss was too terrifying. Seeing the ground, the blood-colored vision that still remained. The two instructors were wide-eyed and completely confused. A blood-colored vision. They could tell at a glance what it represented. This is Lu Yuan's surveillance footage. He's an ancient martial grandmaster? This is crazy, right? Lu Yuan is actually an ancient martial grandmaster. Wasn't the previously detected data only at the early 9th level? It should be. Hiding his strength. Jiang Shue's body tensed up. Ancient martial arts masters. She hadn't seen one in a long time. After all, the new martial advantage was too great. The advancement speed was fast and the lifespan was still longer, and the only disadvantage was that they couldn't beat an ancient martial artist of the same level. But that was precisely why. No one dared to mess with an ancient martial master. Who dares to mess with this kind of life-threatening? Isn't it looking for death? Not good. Jiang Shui suddenly realized the importance of the problem. Quickly go save the three of them. The male instructor at the back also reacted and directly rushed out. On the second level, but there were still 3 Zhongshe realm trainees. Those 3 were all high-eyed. If they were to come into conflict with Lu Yuan, they would be killed. The second level of the Source Energy Trial Tower. Duh, duh, duh. On the stairs, there was a loud sound. A slender, tall, and robust youth slowly walked up. Gong Zhengxiong frowned and looked in the direction of the stairway. After seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, those eyes were filled with disdain. Lu Yuan? 9th level trash. Roll down by yourself, or get beaten up by me before rolling down. The words had not yet fallen. Gong Zhengxiong then felt a terrifying qi and blood fluctuation emanating from Lu Yuan's body. Within his heart, fear was born and he couldn't help but retreat backward. However, the fist that was glowing with blood-colored visions was in his pupils, constantly enlarging. Boom! A fist broke the bridge of Gong Zhengxiong's nose. His entire body directly flew backwards, but before he could land, he was pulled by Lu Yuan's arm once again. Like throwing trash, he dropped Gong Zhengxiong on the ground. As Lu Yuan looked at the fearful Gong Zhengxiong, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For this kind of bull and horse that didn't work hard, you couldn't keep your hands off. Then there was a succession of heavy punches. Boom, 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 boom. Punch after punch, even the earth shook. Not far away, Xia Xining hid behind the stone door, trying her best to control her breath and calm herself down. Her instincts told her. Behind the stone door, there was an extremely terrifying existence. Is it him? In Xia Xining's mind, that tall and robust youth emerged. Xia Xining took a deep breath, slightly calming her nervousness, slowly pushing open the stone door. Boom! Raising her head, Xia Xining saw a person. A youth riding on top of another person. Punch after punch was slammed down. Blood kept splattering out. Obviously, Xia Xining's gaze was perceived by that youth. He slowly turned his head back, revealing a fair and handsome face. Only on that fair and handsome face, the bright red blood was particularly dazzling. A smile appeared at the corner of that youth's mouth. The bright red blood and the fair face formed a stark contrast. Xia Xining instantly had cold hairs rising all over her body and subconsciously shut the stone door dead center. Boom! Xia Xining's body was tightly leaning on the stone wall, but her soft feet were unable to support her, and her whole body slowly slid down. The full chest, too, was rising and falling violently. It is too scary. That person's breath. Xia Xining will never forget. It was the youth called Lu Yuan. Chapter 73 Genius Patriarch. One hand. Don't. Stop fighting. Wrong. I'm wrong. Gong Zhengxiong was on the verge of being beaten to tears. He couldn't have imagined in any way that a genius sect master would be abused so easily, and he couldn't even fight back. His eyes, which had been swollen to a slit by the beating, blurrily saw the blood-colored vision on Lu Yuan's fist. The fear in Gong Zhengxiong's heart was beyond words. Ancient martial master. At this moment, he lost all thoughts of resistance. He only wanted to live, because he was facing an ancient martial grandmaster. Gong Zhengxiong had once wanted to walk this path, so he was more aware of the terror of ancient martial arts. In fact, it wasn't that Gong Zhengxiong had failed in the beginning. but that he didn't dare to step onto the path of ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts, although the battle power is extremely strong, but the lifespan is no different from a normal person. However, the new martial, could greatly enhance longevity. Even a new martial grandmaster could easily live past the age of 150. A grandmaster could even enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. Faced with such a temptation, how many people would be willing to cultivate ancient martial arts? This is precisely why. There were no martial artists who dared to easily mess with ancient martial artists. Boom! Another punch. Gong Jingxiong's face had swollen into a pig's head. Can you cultivate properly in the future? Through yesterday's settlement, Lu Yuan realized that Gong Jingxiong's talent was very good, even better than Qin Yu. But this guy just didn't cultivate properly. After being irritated by the demon from Starry Sky University, he even directly gave up cultivating. It had been more than 3 months since he had cultivated. Gong Zhengxiong? Gong Zhengxiong was completely confused. He thought that being beaten up so badly was because his behavior was too beaten up. But it was actually because of the lack of effort in cultivation. Gong Zhengxiong was wondering if he was hallucinating from being beaten up. It was true that he did not work hard. Especially after being hit by the perverts from Starry Sky University, he had swung for the fences. But even his father wasn't angry about it. Why was Lu Yuan so angry? Gong Zhengxiong slowly closed his eyes and completely passed out. Before he passed out, his mind was still full of question marks. Just then, there was a sound of light footsteps in the distance. Tang Di very pompously covered his mouth. Old Gong! You even killed the old palace? Looking at the bruised and swollen, motionless Gong Zhengxiong, Tang Di's eyes were filled with fear. Although Gong Jingxiong's strength wasn't good, but it was still a solid sect master. He was killed just like that. Without saying a word, Tang Di directly dropped to both knees. Don't kill me, I can't see anything. But as he spoke, a pink light flickered within Tang Di's eyes. Chu Ren, unleashed. Lu Yuan lightly grunted and instinctively activated his Dharma phase golden body. A golden light surged from within his body. The Dharma phase golden body possessed the ability to resist spiritual attacks. Lu Yuan's spiritual power was too strong. It was at least 10 times that of Tang Di's, and under such a huge gap. Not only did Chu Ren not produce any effect, it also directly caused a spiritual backlash against the releaser himself. Boom! Tang Di saw a pair of eyes emitting red light in the darkness. This was followed by a spiritual impact like a tsunami. He was like a lone boat in a raging storm, instantly smashed to pieces by the waves. Consciousness fell into a blank. Another one fainted. Lu Yuan looked at the paralyzed Tang Di, somewhat helpless. However, after this short battle, he also discovered the power of the battle instinct. This innate skill, the enhancement to Lu Yuan, was beyond imagination. He himself possessed many abilities, talents, martial arts, and even a variety of different fighting styles. Even if all of these things were familiar to him, it was difficult to achieve a blend. However, with the enhancement of the combat instinct, Lu Yuan gradually began to be able to achieve integration. In the monitoring room, this source energy trial tower was a product of an extraterrestrial civilization, and many of its functions had been destroyed during the battle. Even the remaining functions were more or less flawed, could only be said to be functional. The monitoring screen on the second floor was just very blurry. Jiang Shue's face was close to the screen in order not to miss every detail. She watched with her own eyes as Lu Yuan, bathed in blood-colored light, punched and punched, whacked Gong Zhengxiong into unconsciousness. Gong Zhengxiong didn't make any effective attacks at all during the entire process. There was no power to fight back. No matter what, Gong Zhengxiong was still an actual new martial grandmaster. However, Jiang Shui, who was an instructor, thought that this was normal, because he was facing an ancient martial arts master. Although they were both grandmasters, ancient martial arts and new martial arts were two completely different paths. The difference in combat power was also very huge. Ancient martial grandmasters, when faced with new martial grandmasters of the same realm, could easily crush them. Even if one had a spiritual master who could fight at a higher level, one would not necessarily be able to win against an ancient martial arts master of the same realm. After all, ancient martial was a strength that was exchanged for longevity. Ancient martial powerhouses were hexagonal warriors. Regardless of attack, defense, speed, and recovery ability, they were all at the top. The data could best reflect the gap between each other, and the elite special training camps, too, were retrofitted with the Battle Power Index monitoring device that was only used by various universities. Jiang Shui looked towards the upper right corner, the monitoring device with a flashing red dot. Battle Strength Index. Gong Zhengxiong. 130,100. Lu Yuan. 890,000. 89 million. Crazy. Jiang Shui stared with wide eyes. The battle power index of the sovereign realm was in the range of 100,001, 000 million. The battle power that Lu Yuan had erupted was close to the sect master limit battle power. It was obviously not normal. Moreover, Lu Yuan had not erupted his strongest attack. In other words, there was a high probability that Lu Yuan would be able to raise his battle power index to 900,000 or even higher when he erupted at full power. Lu Yuan's extreme battle power can break through 1,000,000? How is this possible? Jiang Shui frowned. There were only two possibilities for this to occur. The first possibility, Lu Yuan wasn't a Zong master who had just broken through. His qi and blood value had already reached the middle or even late Zong master stage. The second possibility, Lu Yuan was hiding a stronger natural ability. Jiang Shui was silent for a long time, because no matter which one it was, it all indicated that Lu Yuan's true strength could rival that of a grandmaster. Can I beat him? Jiang Shui was a little less confident in herself. She didn't even dare to say that she could win against Lu Yuan steadily. One must know that she was an actual grandmaster. Source Energy Trial Tower, second floor entrance. A few military sect master realm powerhouses looked at each other. Instructor Huang, why have you personally come? It's just a source energy trial, it won't be dangerous. Instructor Huang's face was grave as he shook his head. His gaze, dead set on the tightly closed stone door. After all, that was an ancient martial grandmaster. Who wouldn't be scared? He had already received Jiang Shui's message. That trainee's battle power index reached 89 million without bursting at full strength. With a full force outburst, the battle power index would most likely break through 1,000,000. Who would dare to mess with such a ruthless person? Even if he was a grand master, so what? He really wouldn't be able to beat an ancient martial master. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang came from within the tower. Instructor Huang clenched his fists, and even source power came out through his body. Rumble, another loud bang came out. The tightly closed stone door was slowly pushed open from the inside. It was a girl. Her face was exquisite, her body was straight and smooth. Her long black hair was in a ponytail, and her long bare legs were dazzlingly white. Xia Xining. Instructor Huang was impressed with this trainee. After all, she was one of the 3 trainees who possessed the SS natural skill. And it was very strong. Already a rank 7 martial artist. It was a genius that Instructor Huang had managed to snatch from the hands of other elite training camps. However, at this moment, Xia Xining's face was extremely ugly, showing a bloodless whiteness. It seemed as if there was something terrifying chasing after her. When Xia Xining saw the instructor, she immediately walked quickly behind the instructor. Subsequently, a pattering sound came from the dark passageway. It seemed like someone was pulling something. Soon, a slender, tall, and robust youth walked out slowly. However, both of his hands were tugging on ankles that belonged to humans. Lu Yuan. Instructor Huang saw the 2 people being dragged by Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! Lu Yuan casually threw the 2 men out. One was beaten into a pig's head and one lost consciousness. Tang Di. Who's the other one? Chapter 74. Instructor. Put a difficulty on Lu Yuan. The military powerhouses that were originally stationed here were all a bit confused. A few people stared carefully at the face that had been punched into a pig's head. Some were puzzled. Instructor Huang gulped. Gong Zhengxiong. Both of them are Zong Shi level trainees? Who could beat these 2 Zong masters so badly? These military powerhouses didn't get the information from the monitoring background. In their impression, Gong Zhengxiong and Tang Di, they were both towering genius patriarchs. But now, these 2 proud sovereign realm trainees were like dead dogs, casually thrown to the ground by Lu Yuan. So to speak, it was Lu Yuan who defeated these 2. Several military powerhouses converged their gazes on Lu Yuan. Surprise was in their eyes. Just then, Su Qiqi walked over quickly. Boss, you're here too. Su Qiqi nodded his head, but his gaze kept circling over Lu Yuan. His face was as normal, but his heart was already in shock. Unlike the others, Su Qiqi had truly seen the might of an ancient martial artist. This kind of strength that was exchanged for longevity was truly powerful to the point of fear. Back then, in the early stages of aura recovery, humans relied on ancient martial arts in order to survive. However, after the appearance of the new martial arts, the ancient martial arts were directly abandoned. There was no way around it. The ancient martial arts were too difficult, and the new martial arts could also raise the level of life and increase longevity. During the ancient martial age, those who were able to become patriarchs were all amazing and supreme geniuses. Nowadays, with the impetus of the new martial arts, patriarchs and grand patriarchs were only mid-level forces. The new martial was the shortcut for martial artists. One could raise the level of life and control powerful forces by constantly infusing more powerful energies. Ancient martial arts were different. What ancient martial arts required was constantly breaking their own limits. Su Qiqi was somewhat emotional. It's been years since I've seen a young ancient martial artist. Su Qiqi patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Very good. Lu Yuan, you're very good. However, regarding your application for leave, we need to discuss it. Go down and rest first. This source energy trial, you've killed 130 monsters. That's 130 contribution points. You can go and take a look at the training camp first, the various ways to accelerate cultivation. This secret realm. It was originally a mysterious civilization that was used to cultivate talents. It possessed various ways to accelerate cultivation. Su Qiqi patted Lu Yuan's shoulder before turning around and leaving with a few others. In the classroom, many people had already returned and were practicing martial arts in the classroom. Seeing Lu Yuan, Su Lai immediately walked over. After coming out of the source energy trial tower, he immediately started poking around. Boss, I've already poked around. Su Lai pointed at several tall towers outside. These towers, they're all good places to accelerate cultivation. But most of them are still under repair and can't be used. There are only two that we can use at the moment. The Divine Observation Tower and the Devil's Blood Tower. They can increase spiritual power and chi and blood respectively. Although Su Lai looked big and thick, he was very understanding. Sharing the boss's worries was what one who was a junior should do. Lu Yuan nodded. How many contribution points are needed? 10 points a day. Su Lai looked at the scenery around the relic and said, this relic is really a good place. If we can find one, a relic that hasn't been exploited, we'll make a big profit. Lu Yuan nodded his head. He strongly agreed with this matter. However, the top priority now was how to use the contribution points. When sneaked over, I just killed 13 monsters. I went to check. 1 contribution point per monster. I'll give you all the contribution points, you go and cultivate. You should be able to break through to Zhong Shi soon. In gentle size, Lu Yuan should be the strongest. Giving contribution points to Lu Yuan would not be a waste. Moreover, only Lu Yuan could break through to the Sovereign Master realm quickly. Lu Yuan was a little surprised as he looked at Wenro. This little girl, every day, she didn't say anything and did great things. Those monsters were all above level 6. This little girl alone killed a dozen of them. However, it was normal to think about it when Ro was already a level 4 spiritual numinous master. However, compared to cultivation, Lu Yuan was more interested in exploring the ruins. Of course, the contribution points could not be wasted. Lu Yuan pulled Wenro and headed for the ancient tower that emitted white light. Divine Observation Tower. Outside the building, an aged old man with 1 leg and 1 arm was sitting on a chair and swaying. Grandmaster, I want to use the Divine Brightness Observation Tower. Lu Yuan arched his hand. 10 points of contribution value a day. Come for a week. The old master immediately stopped shaking and looked at Lu Yuan with some surprise. Kid, 10 points of contribution a day. A week is 70 points. Old man, I don't give discounts. After pulling back from the front line, he retired here. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 years. It could be said that he knew more about each class of trainees than the instructors. This time, the elite training camp had just started for a day, so he didn't believe that he could earn 70 contribution points in a single day. Lu Yuan nodded his head. Then, on the identity verification machine, he swiped his face. Seeing the 130 contribution points on it, the gatekeeper boss and Gentle were both confused. You kid, there's something. The one-armed, 1-legged old man skillfully operated the machine and deducted 70 contribution points. Lu Yuan patted Gentle's shoulder. Go on, Gentle? A bewildered face. Me? Lu Yuan nodded. Or what? It wasn't like he needed to cultivate. When froze in place and whispered, But I want to kill ferocious beasts. The test will only start in a week, so you should first cultivate well here, and then kill the ferocious beasts when you come out. Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders. Afterwards, it didn't matter if Gentle agreed or not. He directly forcefully pushed him inside. Looking at the tightly closed door of the room, Gentleness was very moved, but also felt a huge pressure. Must become stronger, at least to be able to help Yuan in the future. Next, just cultivate hard. The training camp meeting room. The gazes of all three instructors were fixed on the large screen. On it, the footage of Lu Yuan in the Source Energy Trial Tower was being played. After watching it, all three were silent. Lu Yuan had shown them the unrivaled strength and speed of the ancient martial arts. All the fights were seconds, one punch at a time. There was no monster that could withstand Lu Yuan's punches. Only in the fight with Gong Zhengxiong, Lu Yuan stayed his hand, but Gong Zhengxiong was still powerless to fight back. This guy! What a monster! Whether its fighting skills, strength, speed are all very exaggerated. The battle power index is even more off the charts. 89 million? Wasn't the data detected at the time of initiation only at level 9? Facing Su Qiqi's doubts, Jiang Shui shrugged her shoulders. How do I know you're the boss? Su Qiqi was silent for a moment. That is to say, not only did he hide his Zhongshe cultivation, but he had already broken through the Zhongshe realm a long time ago. The principal of Central State University had, indeed, said that Lu Yuan had hidden some of his strength. But Su Qiqi hadn't thought that it would be hidden so much. This guy definitely didn't just break through the Zhong master. Jiang Shui's gaze, deadpan, stared at the youth in the picture, who was bathed in blood-colored visions. 890,000 battle power index, and that was without a full outburst. For now, it seems that Lu Yuan is indeed too excellent. Perfect grade sword and fist techniques, mental strength, chi and blood values, and will to fight. This is a pervert. Su Qiqi lamented. Such a pervert, sooner or later, he should be sent to heaven. Jiang Shui pursed her lips. She had worked hard for a long time for a place in the Starry Sky University's spectator class. Unfortunately, now it seemed that Lu Yuan was indeed likely to obtain the qualification. Of course, it was only the qualification for the spectator class. To become a member of the real Starry Sky University, the requirements were even higher, where the minimum standard was the Martial King realm. Lu Yuan had the qualifications to become a Martial King, but it would take time. Boss, what do we do with this guy now? Jiang Shui paused for a moment and asked. Su Qiqi directly spread his hands. There's no way to deal with it. This guy's strength has completely exceeded the cultivation scope of the elite training camp. However, we can put him on a difficulty level. For the first assessment, let's start by letting him hunt a second-ranked ferocious beast alone. By the way, let's see how he performs in actual combat before we make a follow-up plan. Jiang Shui quickly recorded all the arrangements before raising her head. What about his vacation? Granted. I owe one shift first, and we'll add more tomorrow. Chapter 75, The Fourth Patriarchal Cadet. Cafeteria. Su Lai smiled happily and directly served a large pot of ferocious beast meat. Boss, today's lunch is an all-meat feast. And it's all grade 9 ferocious beasts. This elite training camp. The food is so good, I don't even want to leave. Lu Yuan also smiled happily. Cultivate hard. And in the future, you'll be guaranteed to have endless amounts of ferocious beast meat. Su Lai sighed, slightly despondent. It doesn't matter if it's meat or not. I'd rather find a girlfriend. It would be good if I were as handsome as you, boss. Saying this, Su Lai picked up a large jar of chili dipping sauce and poured it into the basin. Then the two of them started the hand-grabbing meat mode. The students were talking about the morning's source energy trial. Those monsters are so disgusting looking. They're even scarier than ferocious beasts. This relic is a remnant fragment of a civilization, so that means these monsters should be the same enemies that civilization faced. That is to say, it's very likely that their civilization was destroyed by these monsters. Then what about us? If we lose and lose to the bug race or the ferocious beasts, will our Earth also be completely crushed and become a relic of other planets? The ferocious beasts don't know, but it's said that the insect race will take the occupied planet and completely devour it. Not even the dregs will be left. Just as the crowd was discussing, Qin Knight was alone and walked into the cafeteria. However, it was different from usual. He was very silent today, unlike before, when he always looked at people with his nostrils. Instead, he was in a bit of a trance. It seemed like he had experienced some kind of blow. Qin Knight quickly packed a lunch, turned around and left without a single stop. Many people looked at Qin Knight's back and started discussing intensely. What's going on with Qin Knight? I just heard two sect masters were exploded. Exploded where? The youth who spoke looked at the opposite trainee's ass. Scram, it was blown up. Really? Two sect master trainees were beaten up at the same time? Most people's first reaction to such a rumor was to question it. After all, there were only 3 Zong masters among the trainees of this elite training camp. Couldn't possibly be the 3 of them causing infighting. You really don't say? I've heard about it too. Otherwise, why didn't Gong Zhengxiong and Tang Di come? Qin Knight came to dinner by himself. I also heard a few military powerhouses say that someone killed all the source energy monsters and all 3 instructors came. Don't blow it off, all right? TMD can't even plug your J8 mouths by eating a meal. Lu Yuan, of course, heard his classmates' comments. This morning in the Source Energy Trial Tower, killing was indeed a bit of a blast. It was a pity that inside those source energy monsters, the source energy was thin. The main purpose of the Source Energy Trial Tower was to raise the source energy fit, not to absorb source energy. The higher the source power fit, the easier it would be when experiencing aura infusion. This was also a shortcut for source martial artists. However, Lu Yuan killed 130 monsters and the source power value in his body still grew by 1 point. This was an unexpected pleasure. Su Lai had also heard the other people's rumors. After hearing those rumors, he began to observe Lu Yuan's expression. If those rumors were true, then it was definitely done by this pervert across the street. Because Su Lai often followed Lu Yuan. Therefore, he could often feel the aura that emanated from Lu Yuan. That was like a ferocious beast. It was impossible to describe that feeling in words. In short, every time he felt that aura, Su Lai's legs went weak. Su Lai doubted it. Lu Yuan had never shown his true strength. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, some people turned their gazes to Xia Xining. Didn't Xia Xining also enter the second layer? She should know something, right? Xia Xining was very strong. Whether it was her natural ability or her qi and blood level, she was ranked in the top 10 in the elite training camp. In the trial tower, with her strong natural ability, she easily broke into the second layer. However, this was the thing that Xia Xining regretted the most nowadays. After hearing the crowd's comments, Xia Xining's face was bloodless as she stole a glance at Lu Yuan before turning around and leaving. The footsteps flew fast. It seemed as if there was some terrifying monster that was chasing after her. Look, I told you that a very intense battle must have happened on the second floor, right? Giving Xia Xining's student a psychological shadow, Xiao Yan shook his head and said with great certainty, "Impossible. This matter doesn't hold water at all." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why is it impossible? Even if there really is a 4th Zongshi trainee, he has only just entered the Zongshi realm. How could he defeat 2 Zongshi at the same time? Xiao Yan shrugged. So that's why the rumor doesn't hold water at all. However, although saying this, Xiao Yan's gaze was fixed on Lu Yuan because apart from Xia Xining, there was another person who had possibly entered the second level of the Source Energy Trial Tower. That person was Lu Yuan, because this was a bet between Lu Yuan and the instructor. If Lu Yuan entered the second layer, he definitely knew something. Did you enter the second layer? Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and still asked. Lu Yuan nodded his head. It's normal to not go in, after all, those monsters. Wait. You said you entered the second level? Xiao Yan snapped his eyes wide open. The gazes of the others also converged. Lu Yuan had entered the second level, which meant that he knew what exactly happened in the second level. Everyone wanted to know about the rumored 4th sect master trainee, whether it was real or not. Just then, Jiang Shui stood at the entrance of the cafeteria. Her gaze swept through the crowd before she walked straight in the direction where Lu Yuan was. Lu Yuan, you have completed Instructor Su's mission and can leave the elite training camp at any time. Jiang Shui paused for a moment and continued. If you have the time, before you leave, you can visit fellow student Gong Zhengxiong. The words fell. Instructor Jiang Shui then stepped on her military boots and left the cafeteria. Only a dead silence was left behind. In the cafeteria, everyone's movements were frozen in place, all with their mouths wide open as they looked towards Lu Yuan. Xiao Yan, who was sitting opposite of Lu Yuan. In his eyes, he was filled with incomprehension. So the Rumors are all true. It's true that the two sect master trainees were knocked out, and it's also true that the source energy monsters were killed cleanly. Xiao Yan muttered in a low voice. He simply could not describe his own mood at this moment. The goal that he had been trying to catch up with had actually become a sovereign without even realizing it. It was not likely that Lu Yuan had always been a zone master. It was only that he had never shown his true strength. Su Lai also stared at Lu Yuan with wide eyes, although Su Lai had expected it. However, after really confirming this matter, he was still somewhat unable to believe it. The Sacred Heart silently recited the Buddha's name in his heart. Fortunately, he had long since recognized the reality and extinguished the thought of competing with Lu Yuan in his heart. The Buddha said, "Do not compete with Lu Yuan." Xiao Yan stuttered a little. "So, you're the legendary 4th Zhongshu student." Lu Yuan nodded. "Yes. This kind of thing there was no need to hide. You guys cultivate well. I hope that when I come back, you can all become a little stronger." After Lu Yuan left, a fierce boil erupted in the cafeteria. Lu Yuan is a sect master, and not just any Zhongshu. The fact that he was able to defeat both Gong Zhengxiong and Tang Di means that he has by no means just broken through. At least the 3rd level of a Zhongshu. You guys say that Lu Yuan could be practicing ancient martial arts. Impossible. No one would give up the increase in life levels from new martial arts. In recent years, it has not even been heard of that there is a new ancient martial grandmaster. Although ancient martial arts are powerful, they have already been extinguished by the waves of the times. Today is the new martial age. Chapter 76 Elite Cow Horse Super Evolution. In the ward, Gong Zhengxiong's mind collapsed. Having been beaten up severely, not only did no one pay attention to his injuries, but instead, he had to keep the secret of the person who had injured him. Yes. Just now, Instructor Jiang Shui came to remind him not to let him reveal Lu Yuan's identity as an ancient martial grandmaster. He said that he was afraid that Lu Yuan would be targeted. However, what about him? He's been hit too. Didn't anyone care about him? Gong Zhengxiong? In the hospital room, Qin Knight and Tang Di were also very silent. Just then, a slender, tall, and robust youth walked in. All three of them changed their faces. Lu Yuan. 2 words popped out from Gong Zhengxiong's teeth, and a fiery pain shot through his face at the sight of this person. Don't get me wrong. It's just that the instructor asked me to take a look at you. But I didn't expect you to be so weak. 2 punches made you unable to stand up? Lu Yuan was very disgusted. Gong Zhengxiong's face was cloudy. Are you here to humiliate me? If you're like this, it will only make me think that you, Lu Yuan, are nothing more than that. Lu Yuan shook his head and placed the special nutritional meal in his hand on the table. Cultivate well, if you want to take revenge. Looking at the nutritious meal in front of him, Gong Zhengxiong fell into silence. No matter what, he did not expect that the first person who came to care about him was actually Lu Yuan. Gong Zhengxiong was even a little touched. However, Lu Yuan's next sentence made Gong Zhengxiong's face look even harder. Lu Yuan shrugged. "If I come back and you are still this weak, I will beat you up again in front of everyone." As he said that, his palm left a sunken handprint on the hospital bed, with red visions still lingering on it. Afterward, Lu Yuan turned around and left. "If you work hard on your cultivation, I can give you another chance to prove yourself without using the abilities of an ancient martial grandmaster." After Lu Yuan left the ward, it was only then that Qin Knight breathed a sigh of relief and said viciously, "When he comes back, I'll teach him a lesson for you." Gong Zhengxiong. Tang Di was even more speechless and glanced at Qin Knight. "The people are gone, you're pretending. Just now, when people were here, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart." Unexpectedly, Qin Knight was such a waste. Tang Di looked in the direction that Lu Yuan left and suddenly felt that Lu Yuan was the most suitable candidate to be the boss. After leaving the ward, Lu Yuan then returned to the dormitory and simply packed up some things. For the likes of Gong Zhengxiong, it was still good to train him. He would hit him with a hammer and then give him a sweet date. If that wasn't enough, then a little threat and hope. Such conditions could definitely hit Gong Zhengxiong's fragile heart hard. Who let everyone be classmates? Of course Lu Yuan couldn't watch his dear classmate not cultivate hard, although he always said with his mouth that his classmates were oxen and horses. But in Lu Yuan's mind, every classmate was worthy of respect and everyone was equal. He was willing to lead each and every one of his classmates to work hard and become stronger together. The 3rd class of freshman year, under Lu Yuan's leadership, had gained unimaginable resources. Everyone's rate of improvement was also beyond imagination. The elite training camp, naturally, would be the same. Moreover, Lu Yuan had even greater expectations for them. Especially the three of them, Gong Zhengxiong, Qin Knight, and Tang Di. Like this kind of genius among geniuses, bulls and horses among bulls and horses, they should be cultivated ruthlessly. Of course, if they still didn't seek improvement after the conditioning, then they would also be completely abandoned by Lu Yuan. After all, after losing a genius, he still had more geniuses. There was also the ruins exploration class that teacher Bai Ji was talking about. That was a class formed by a patriarch. It was also Lu Yuan's next main goal. He simply packed up a few sets of clothes and took his relic badge. Lu Yuan then left the elite training camp. The relic badge was a special reward obtained from the freshman competition. It was said that after charging it up, it could instantly teleport out when exploring relics. It was definitely a must-have artifact for going out, traveling at home, and killing people. Lu Yuan didn't waste any time. After descending the mountain, he directly boarded the train and headed to Zhongzhou City. Lying on the seat, the journey was peaceful. But what he didn't know was, after he left, a lot of things happened in the elite training camp. The first was the inner volume storm caused by Su Lai. If you want to practice, first go crazy and charge forward despite everything. Effort is the greatest talent. After eating, Su Lai simply practiced boxing for 2 hours to warm up his body. Then he didn't leave the classroom again. The first ones to follow Su Lai's rhythm. It was a few other people from Central State University. Xiao Yan looked at Su Lai's cultivation stance and was greatly shocked. Worthy of being called the #1 person in the inner scrolls of Central State University, Su Lai has a bit of something. And it's rumored that Su Lai is working so hard under Lu Yuan's influence. Perhaps focusing on cultivation is the fundamental reason why Lu Yuan was able to become a sect master powerhouse. In order to catch up with Lu Yuan, I have to work hard as well. Xiao Yan decisively entered the Demon Blood Tower and quickly cultivated with the more abundant aura fluctuations here. In the classroom, until late at night, Su Lai did not stop cultivating. Originally, there were still many students who were disdainful, but at this moment, they all turned into admiration. After all, not everyone could cultivate for 10 hours with full concentration. Fierce Beast Town. The sky was already dark though. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to go out either, so he simply spent the night here. Opening the system panel. Daily settlement. Su Lai cultivated hard for 12 hours in a spiritually rich area. Qi blood value plus 76. Gong Zhengxiong turned his grief and anger into strength and worked hard to cultivate source power for an afternoon, without any gains. Gentle experienced a good fight and focused on cultivating for 18 hours with the blessing of the Divine Observation Tower. Spiritual power plus 86. Yi Luyun, after being stimulated, his diehard nature is unchanging and even more extreme, giving up the extreme martial hegemony Imperial Fist and concentrating on cultivating Qi and blood. Qi and blood value plus 40. Li Jujia cultivates hard for 18 hours. Qi and blood value plus 6. Gentle beheading 13 source energy monsters and practicing hard for 18 hours is the hardest working fellow cow student horse today. Crap. The increase is so big. Lu Yuan had also anticipated how much of an increase there would be in everyone's cultivation speed in the elite training camp. However, he did not expect the increase to be so huge. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts. The saying was too true. For martial artists, resources were the most important thing. Today, the 38 people in the elite training camp had an average increase of 18 points of Qi and blood value. The class totaled 666 points of Qi and blood value. This was still with many of the students familiarizing themselves with the environment and not cultivating much. When they all had enough contribution points in a few days and were able to enter the tower to cultivate, I'm afraid the speed could be even faster. Good. Elites are different. Lu Yuan was somewhat emotional. The one who made him most satisfied was naturally Su Lai. It could only be said that Su Lai was worthy of being the 3 good students that Lu Yuan had individually coached. Nowadays, Su Lai not only worked hard on his own, but would also drive others together. Lu Yuan decided that he must go back and reward Su Lai properly. Of course, the 3rd class of freshman year wasn't bad either. Under Lu Yuan's efforts for a month, the vast majority of the class had developed the good habit of practicing hard. Every day, they were able to provide Lu Yuan with more than 200 points of Qi and blood value. However, compared to the elite training camp, the gap was still huge. This also made Lu Yuan more and more determined in his idea of joining more powerful classes. What he needed was geniuses. Geniuses among geniuses. Demons amongst demons. Especially the new martial direction. Currently, even in the elite training camp, there were only 2 people who could cultivate source power values. The most crucial thing was that these 2 people weren't even trying hard. That was why Lu Yuan put so much effort into Gong Zhengxiong. There was even a separate reasoning course. 2 days later, above the wilderness, a man with a slender figure was running furiously all the way. Lu Yuan's strength was 10 times stronger than the last time he entered the wilderness. With his strength today, he no longer needed to avoid those powerful beasts. With the memories in his mind, Lu Yuan ran as fast as he could in the direction of that small relic. There was no telling how long it had been. Lu Yuan stopped outside a small forest. A pattering sound was continuously coming out from the grove in front of him. Wilderness? A small forest? There are still people at this late hour? Chapter 77. By virtue of ease nearness to people's schoolmates. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yuan decisively stopped his footsteps, and within his eyes, silver light flashed. Wordlessly, his spiritual power slowly probed into the shadowy grove. More than 1,000 meters away, the limit distance of spiritual detection. Through the color of the moon, Lu Yuan could vaguely see 3 people, who were running wildly under the pursuit of ferocious beasts. In front of them were 2 rank 8 martial artists. Neither of them looked very old. They should both be within 30 years of age. However, Lu Yuan's mental energy only stayed on the 2 for a moment before being attracted to the female martial artist behind them. The woman was dressed in a black slim-fit battle suit, perfectly outlining an exaggerated waist and hip ratio. The most crucial thing was of course in her hand, the huge long blade that was almost as tall as herself. The exaggerated arc of her body as she ran at full speed was very eye-catching. According to Lu Yuan's vision with little experience, it was at least an E, of course. The reason why Lu Yuan was looking at her was still because of her strength. Sovereign-level source martial artist. The wilderness area, which was very large in scope, could easily be a no-man's land for thousands of miles. In such a place, the probability of running into other martial artists was not high. Not to mention, it was a team with a Zhongshi martial artist. Chasing after the trio were 5 second-ranked ferocious beasts, as well as 8 or 9 ninth-ranked ferocious beasts. Generally speaking, when encountering a martial artist being chased by a ferocious beast in the wilderness, the vast majority of people would try to offer help. However, one should not be afraid to guard against people. Lu Yuan did not rush out. He didn't conceal his figure either. He just stood in place and observed the situation on the field. Some fatigue surfaced on Dongfang Prayer's face, and there were multiple tears on her battle suit. However, she couldn't care less and looked at the several 9th-level ferocious beasts that were once again surrounding her. She twisted her body. The huge long blades, driven by her body, slashed one after another at the ferocious beasts that surrounded her. Bang, 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 after forcing back the 3 rank 9 silver moon fierce wolves that approached. Dongfang Prayer was a bit annoyed and looked towards the backs of the other 2 who didn't even turn their heads back. 2 assholes. If her teammates were willing to help her help block these rank 9 ferocious beasts, she was confident that she would be able to decapitate those 5 second-ranked ferocious beasts. But now, these 5 second-ranked ferocious beasts didn't even give her a chance to collide head-on. Instead, they kept ordering the 9th-level beasts to consume her physical strength. If this goes on, she will die. However, Dongfang Prayer was not prepared to sit and wait for death. When she found an opportunity, she rushed towards the pursuing Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Thunder Blade. Dongfang Prayer held the hilt of her blade with both hands, and a blue and white lightning arc began to flash. The long blade was bathed in lightning. Chop! As Dongfang Qian let out a delicate cry. The long blade attached to the lightning arc directly decapitated a rank 9 ferocious beast in front of her. Without any stops, Dongfang Prayer stepped on the ground with both feet and directly stepped into the air. Damn it! I didn't think that what Sister Baiji said was actually true. The ferocious beasts are actually hunting talented martial artists with premeditation. Although Dongfang Prayer was extremely strong in battle and also possessed a powerful lightning attribute talent. But she was also unable to kill those 5 second-ranked ferocious beasts with so many 9th-ranked ferocious beasts harassing her. The key thing was, the bracelet was also broken, unable to call for help, and the nearest war zone from here was still several hundred kilometers away. This time it is difficult to get Dongfang Prey never thought that within 1,000 kilometers from Zhongzhou City, he would be forced into a desperate situation. There's someone in front? Suddenly, Dongfang Prey's gaze pierced through the night and saw the youth holding an ink-colored long sword. Get out of here! There's a second-order ferocious beast behind us. Dongfang Prey voiced a reminder. She didn't want to drag someone she didn't know before she died. The other two rank 8 martial artists, however, couldn't care less. They only wanted to survive. After discovering Lu Yuan, they directly rushed over. Obviously, it was time for Lu Yuan to attract the attention of the ferocious beasts for them. Whether in the wilderness or in the city, maliciously harming a martial artist was a felony. But now that it was a time of life and death, they couldn't care less. Let this kid be the scapegoat. Triangle-eyed man very eager. The airplane head man, a fierce look also appeared on his face. Reaching out, he wanted to grab Lu Yuan. However, the two men only felt a blur before their eyes, and there was no one in front of them. Boom boom! With two muffled sounds in succession, the two were kicked out a dozen meters. The two ferocious beasts directly pounced on them. What followed were the extremely mournful sounds of the two. Lu Yuan watched as the two were swallowed alive by the ferocious beasts afterward. Their bodies disappeared once again. Under the SS Extreme Speed Burst talent, Lu Yuan was able to easily burst out with a speed not weaker than that of a grandmaster. It was already close to being able to break through the sound barrier. It was important to realize that it was very difficult to increase speed, and generally speaking, only a martial king realm powerhouse could surpass the speed of sound. However, to Lu Yuan, who possessed many talents, all common sense was illusory. Swish! When Lu Yuan reappeared, his figure was blurred, and there was only a blade on that flickered with an ethereal light. Swish! 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 However, he struck too quickly, and within a single blade light it actually contained a dozen or so chopping strikes. In an instant, the ferocious beasts that surrounded Dongfang Prey were all decapitated. Lu Yuan's figure flickered in the midst of the ferocious beasts one after another. Every time he appeared, only the light of the blade was visible, not the silhouette of the person. The hegemonic aura was wrapped around the ink jade battle sword. Lu Yuan's chopping power was very strong. Whether it was a 9th-level ferocious beast or a 2nd-level ferocious beast, all of them would only be cut down by a single strike. It was only a few seconds. The heads of 5-second ranked ferocious beasts rolled to the ground. Dongfang Prey was stumped in place, with only her overly flavorful chest, rising and falling rapidly. Lu Yuan didn't even look back. Why don't you leave yet? Why are you frozen? Outside the grove, the crackling sound continuously came from the fiercely burning bonfire. You know Teacher Bai Ji? Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. From Dongfang Prey's mouth, he had also learned the whole story. This sister, who was close by virtue of was also a student of Central State University. She had participated in the elite training camp 3 years ago and was the strongest person in the 4th year of college at Central State University this year. It was also a close friend of Ms. Bai Ji. The most crucial thing was that Dongfang Prey was also Dongfang Yu's daughter, and she was also one of the students in the ruins exploration class. I also came here this time in order to help my sister search for a spiritual substance to cure her spiritual power. Unfortunately, the relics are guarded by the demonic rat clan and cannot be entered. There were 2 jumping flames in Eastern Prey's eyes. Until now, she was still in a bit of a trance. It was somewhat impossible to believe that the somewhat excessively handsome youth in front of her had so easily decimated 9 rank 8 ferocious beasts and 5 rank 2 ferocious beasts. No, to be precise, it was a second kill. Lu Yuan smiled. The goal of my trip is also that relic. Well, Dongfang Prey was a bit surprised. But there are too many demon rats there. The Patriarch realm simply cannot break through this number of demonic rat clans. Dongfang Prey was somewhat helpless. She hadn't even gotten close to that mountain before she was targeted by these 5-second ranked ferocious beasts that had inexplicably appeared. It chased them for a day and a night. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. He was well aware that with the number of this demon rat colony, the Zongshi level was indeed difficult to deal with. However, he was not an ordinary Zongshi. Nowadays, he had a triple power stack sect master status, and he also had 6 SS grade talents. Opening the attribute panel. Name Lu Yuan. Blood value 91,528 Patriarch level. Spiritual power 74,281 Patriarch level. Source power value 34 Patriarch 2nd level. Talent Technique. Nianli Awakening SS. Red Lotus SS+. Combat Instinct SS. Overbearing Aura SS. Dharma Golden Body SS. Extreme Speed Burst SS. Martial Arts. Endless Fire Feather Proficient. Extreme Martial Hegemony Imperial Fist Perfect. Quartet Perfect. Bastard Blade Proficient. 10,000 Thunder Leads Skilled. Demon Sealing Chop Perfect. Feats. System Tip. There is an unawakened super strong talent in your body. Nowadays, Lu Yuan's strength. There was no need to fear the Demon Rat Clan. Moreover, he had the power to be able to clear the Demon Rat Clan. Lu Yuan locked his gaze on the SS Plus talent and the third-rank martial arts provided by Xiaoyan. Red Lotus and Endless Fire Feather. This time, Lu Yuan was going to burn the entire Demon Rat Clan to the ground. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan's bracelet suddenly flashed with a faint red glow. Is this the rescue signal? Dongfang Prayer also came closer. When Lu Yuan activated the rescue message, he saw a three-dimensional map. On the map, there were 2 green light points flashing. However, outside the 2, there were infinite red light dots. Rescue message was one of the simplest ways to ask for help in the wild. Martial artists and teams that encounter danger could try to seek help through this method. The reason why Dongfang Prey was unable to ask for help was because her bracelet was broken. In the map, green light dots represented martial artists. Red light dots representing ferocious beasts. Dongfang Qian didn't say anything and just looked at Lu Yuan. She was a very self-aware person. Now, she herself was saved by Lu Yuan. In this situation, Dongfang Qian would never ask her savior to do anything. Of course, no matter what, Dongfang Prey would go and take a look. It should be the Demon Rat Clan. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan directly got up and held the Ink Jade War Sword in his hand. He had originally come here to kill the demon rats. This one rescue signal just happened to show him the way. Chapter 78, The Patriarch Couple Engulfed by Demon Rats. Can I come with you? Dongfang Prayer pleaded, holding his long blade. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Fine, but I won't be able to protect you. The demon rat colony was too numerous. One more person was more power. Dongfang Prayer's strength was also not bad. The most crucial thing was that in the future, if he really wanted to join the Ruins Exploration class, Dongfang Prey would most likely become his classmate. It was well known that Lu Yuan was a very enthusiastic person who was happy to help his classmates undergo trials and strive to become stronger. Battles could bring the fastest way to grow. I won't drag my feet. The two then ran wildly through the forest. Both of them were Zhongshe powerhouses, and they could also constantly use the branches and trunks in the jungle to rise up in the air. The speed was astonishing. Dongfang Prayer had a lot of words, and her mouth didn't stop along the way, but her voice was so nice that it wouldn't turn people off. Also Zhongzhou University Senior. Dongfang Prayer saw the mark on Lu Yuan's bracelet. Lu Yuan did not deny it, but instead had some bad taste. Good schoolmate. Senior. Which term are you in? Dongfang Qian seemed to feel a little more close, very happy. This term. But I'm a senior in college. I know schoolmate. Dongfang Qian suddenly brightened up, a little excited. I remember Sister Baiji said that there's a young man she's very optimistic about in this freshman class. So it looks like it's you. Oh, I remember. You were the one who came to the wilderness with Sister Baiji some time ago, right? Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. It should be me. Dongfang Prayer somewhat snickered. To be able to travel to the wilderness alone with Sister Baiji, a lot of boys in the school, but they are envious. Well, I heard that there are also many girls who envy Sister Baiji. You are still very popular in school. In the eyes of Oriental Prayer, this powerful youth, too mysterious, directly evoked her curiosity. However, I feel that you are much more powerful than what Sister Baiji said. It's true that my strength has grown a bit recently. Lu Yuan did not deny it. In this world, two things could not be hidden, nor did they need to be hidden. First, strong strength. Second, weak strength. Dongfang Prayer had waist-length hair that flew in the wind, and with that excessive figure, it was obvious that she was a ripe imperial lady. However, when she was beside Lu Yuan, she kept asking questions curiously. Instead, it was like a little fangirl. However, from Dongfang Prayer's mouth, Lu Yuan also got a lot of useful information, especially about Dongfang Yu. An hour later, in the middle of the mountain forest, a middle-aged couple were constantly waving the weapons in their hands. Every strike had a very terrifying source power bursting out, and hundreds of demon rats around them would be reduced to ashes in the attack. However, there were too many devil rats. After killing a few hundred, a few thousand more pounced on them. It was simply impossible to kill them all. Old Lei, we're not going to die here. Looking at the black pressurized magic rats like waves, the young woman with a charming figure was a bit desperate. Don't worry, wife. I'll give up my life. I won't let you die here. The man who looked like a bamboo pole uttered words that were purely manly. Lei Lai. Lei Yuntian roared, and above both fists, an arc of blue-white lightning flashed. Boom! Under the arc of lightning, thousands of demonic rats were turned into pitch-black charcoal. Lei Yuntian's moves were all very powerful. However, to these tens of millions of devil rats, they seemed so insignificant. The two had already despaired. I also don't know if there is anyone who has received the signal for help. Lei Yuntian sighed. The charming young woman on the side also shook her head slightly. Facing such a number of demonic rat clans, even if someone received a call for help, I'm afraid that there was nothing they could do, unless it was a great master. However, the two of them were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out until that time. The couple, by virtue of this short-lived stagnation means, could barely struggle for so long in the surroundings of the demon rats. However, as time passed, the source power within the two of them was almost depleted. Just at this moment, the zzz, a sound of thunder came from the distance. The Lei couple turned around and saw a young girl in a tight black battle suit, holding a tens of meters of thunder blade, descending from the sky. Powerful electric currents accompanied by chirps that sounded like thousands of birds smashed down into the group of demon rats. Boom! The lightning arc faded away. Only a man and a woman remained, two youths standing side by side. What a powerful little girl! Lei Yuntian looked at his palm, lingering with a faint lightning arc. Compared to the tens of meters of lightning, his grade talent was like a taser. Afterwards, Lei's couple saw the man and woman, the two young men, begin to slaughter. The long blade in Dongfang Prayer's hand swung continuously, and every blade that fell was accompanied by a terrifying lightning rampage. It was like a thunder god descending into the world. This little girl, her control over lightning feels much more powerful than Tinger. The charming young woman was somewhat surprised. The cultivation level is also very high. I shouldn't even be her opponent. Lei Yuntian also sked in wonder. Perhaps we are saved. However, in the next second, the gazes of the two converged on another youth. Lu Yuan had obsidian in one hand and Moyu in the other. Both blades chopped in unison. Swish, swish, swish. Each slash was accompanied by a very domineering power. His pace was extremely fast, and the chopping of the dual blades was even faster. With each step, Lu Yuan's figure disappeared in place. Then a dozen meters away, it reappeared again. Subsequently, only then did the blade light chop down, accompanied by dozens of chopping strikes. All the demon rats in his march were turned into minced meat. Lu Yuan was as if he was playing a small game of slicing devil rats. The figure was constantly flickering, the dual swords in his hands constantly chopping down. Soon, a large area was cleared. Those weak devil rats that only relied on their instincts didn't dare to approach the area where he was and instead began to retreat to the back. Lei Yuntian watched in wonder. Crap! This youth is even stronger. As a veteran sect master powerhouse, Lei Yuntian had a poisonous vision. With a single glance, he could see how extraordinary Lu Yuan was. Each of his slashes compressed his power to the extreme. Moreover, his speed was too terrifying. It was even comparable to that of a grandmaster. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to receive this casual strike. Lei Yuntian forced back the surrounding demonic rats with his thunder arc, and his gaze fell on Lu Yuan. When did such a perverted junior patriarch appear in the central state province? However, facing such a number of demonic rats, they still had to retreat in a hurry. Lei Yuntian looked into the distance, tens of meters high. A black wave made up of devil rats, his eyes filled with fear. Thank you both for saving my life. There are more devil rats in the distance. We'd better get out first. The Leis both stepped on the tree, arching their hands and bowing. Although the words were short, they were full of gratitude. Dongfang Prayer did not speak, instead looking towards Lu Yuan. The Lei couple's hearts were clear, knowing that this youth, who was strong and somewhat perverted, was the dominant one. However, This was normal, after all, this world was one where strength was honored. Lu Yuan slowly raised out his arm, the blade pointing towards the outline of the mountain in the distance. My goal is to kill it. His tone was flat, but the other three were very surprised. Although it was dark. But the four of them were all sovereigns, and after their life levels had been elevated, their eyesight far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. They could clearly see the hideous Rat King that stood on top of the mountain. During this period of time, the Rat King seemed to have undergone some sort of mutation. Its size increased dramatically, and it was more than one person tall. The hair on its back was like steel needles and spikes. Just looking at it made one's scalp numb. The most drastically different thing was the 4 pairs of scarlet eyes. Chapter 79 Endless Fire Feather. SS plus grade talent. A second-rank Rat King? Big trouble. In the bottom of Lei Yuntian's eyes, a trace of fear flashed. A ferocious beast like a devil rat, although it was the lowest and weakest ferocious beast, few people would mess with it. Not only was it because of the large number of demon rat clans, the bigger reason lay in the Rat King. The Rat King was the leader of a demon rat colony. The stronger the Rat King was, the more natural abilities it possessed, the more crazy it would make the entire demon rat community. This Rat King's strength was already at the peak of the 2nd stage, and even had hidden signs of crossing over into the 3rd stage. Lei Yuntian and the charming young woman glanced at each other, and in their eyes, there was no longer the excitement of a great disaster. There was only gravity. Their couple was only in the middle stage of Zhongshe. By no means were they a match for this Rat King. Not to mention, there were also countless low-grade demonic rat ferocious beasts. This Rat King has mutated and is strong. We'll hold them off. You guys retreat first. Lei Yuntian's hands were trembling slightly, but in his eyes was determination. Even if he was chewed up by the demonic rats, he must not let the 2 talented martial artists fall here. Lu Yuan heard it. Lu Yuan's eyes were still fixed on the Rat King. A faint hegemonic pressure lingered on his body surface. The Rat King was very sharp and instantly sensed this aura. Roar! Accompanied by the sharp whistle of the Rat King, high in the air, a sound wave, visible to the naked eye, continuously swept. The Rat King's 4 pairs of eyes of different sizes were all emitting bloodthirsty light as the mutant Rat King stared at Lu Yuan. It had long since recognized this human. At first, it was this human who had snatched the gold crystal stone and used his powerful spiritual power to scare it into fleeing. The Mouse King absorbed the power of the relics and made a breakthrough in strength. However, it faced Lu Yuan again and felt that terrifying aura again. The fear in the Rat King's heart still could not be erased. Then let the offspring tear this human apart. Roar! Roar! The Rat King continuously hissed. Inside the mountain, tens of millions of demonic rats, their eyes all emitting scarlet light, surged out from their holes as if they had gone mad. The entire mountain was instantly covered with densely packed devil rats. Surprisingly, they weren't scared away. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly, and a silver-colored light flashed in his eyes. Swish! 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 36 flying blades, glittering with cold light, flew out of the bracelet in turn. Spiritual thoughts swept through. The 36 poisonous dragon blades instantly pulled out a purple residual shadow, churning all the demonic rats within 100 meters of Lu Yuan's circumference. This scene caused the Lei clan master couple and Dongfang prayer to be stunned. A clan master level spiritual numinous master. Lei Yuntian's eyes widened. How old was this youth, but he had actually cultivated his spiritual energy to the Zong master rank. This was too perverse. Lei Yuntian had become a Zhongshe realm powerhouse for about 10 years, but he had never seen such a young demon. Not only was he a Zhongshe realm source martial artist, he had also synchronized his spiritual power to Zhongshe rank as well. One must know that the enhancement of spiritual power could be much more difficult than source power. Moreover, the battle power and characteristics of a spiritual numinous master. Maybe they could survive. It was even possible to force back the demonic rat clan. The one who was even more surprised was naturally Dongfang Prey, because she clearly knew that Lu Yuan had only enrolled as a freshman in Central State University more than a month ago. In other words, Lu Yuan had most likely just turned 18, who was 18 years old and so perverted. An 18-year-old Zhongshe level spiritual numinous master. Sister Bai Ji, that's not what you told me. Dongfang Qian murmured in a low voice. At this moment, all 3 of them were no longer worried about the Demon Mouse clan. because there was a patriarch-level spiritual Nyen master on their side. Even the Rat King in the distance was a bit intimidated. This human was even stronger. However, the Rat King was not ready to give up, because its tens of millions of descendants were truly invincible. Roar! Howl! What the Rat King let out was no longer an ordinary howl, but its natural ability. Rats berserking. This was a kind of only for its own offspring. Only the magic rats that gave birth to this ability had the potential to become Rat Kings. The ability of berserking would become more and more powerful as the level increased, and the price paid by the other demonic rats would also be greater. Tears of blood flowed out of the eyes of the devil rats roaming the mountains. On their bodies, an irregular bump appeared, their muscles twisted and deformed. But the breath was getting crazier and crazier. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, had become the only target of the rat tide's attack. We can't stop the rat tide. Lei Yuntian's face was a little ugly. With his two fists, he continuously blasted out thunder arcs. Although each strike could kill hundreds of low-level devil rats, these berserked devil rats were fearless. Not to mention supporting Lu Yuan, they couldn't protect themselves. Damn! Dongfang Prayer's face changed slightly. A lightning arc lingered around her, and her long blade kept swinging. Instantly, she decimated thousands of demon rats. However, her own breathing became increasingly ragged. Her source power, which had not fully recovered, was now incapable of fighting anymore. Schoolbrother Lu Yuan. Dongfang Prayer chopped out a thunderbolt, although she was already exhausted. But if Lu Yuan still wanted to fight, she would not retreat. Not only did Lu Yuan not retreat, but he directly charged into the rat tide head-on. Come on! Lu Yuan looked at the Rat King that stood on top of the mountain. A ball of crazy flames began to scorch from the palm of his right hand, instantly enveloping his entire person. Red lotus form. A crimson plume of fire coalesced behind Lu Yuan. Who? The crimson feather swung, and Lu Yuan instantly disappeared in place. His speed was so fast that, in the eyes of the three, there was only a crimson residual shadow, as well as the pieces of fire feathers left behind where they passed. These thousands of fire feathers, when they landed on the demon rats, began to burn violently. In an instant, a deathly line of fire of thousands of meters was formed, and any demonic rat that came into contact with it would be tainted with the crimson fire. Hoo! Squeak! Squeak, squeak! The pain of the flames burning made these devil rats look like ants on a hot pan, frantically fleeing. But their behavior only caused more devil rats to be stained by the crimson fire. A few dozen seconds. The foot of the mountain was soon covered in crimson fire. At the same time, there was the intimidating sweep of hegemonic aura. Lu Yuan only revealed a trace of the overbearing intimidation. All the demon rats that felt this aura were directly forced out of their frenzied state and began to frantically flee. The flames, under the fleeing of the devil rats, began to spread up the mountain at a speed comparable to a virus fission. Crap! Lei Yuntian could fit a light bulb in his mouth. His entire body was turned red under the reflection of the spreading sea of fire. This is too much. Lei Yuntian didn't even know what kind of ability this was. Even a Grand Master couldn't display this kind of wide-range killing power, right? It was too crazy. Dongfang Prayer also opened his mouth wide and froze in place. It was at least an SS-grade natural skill. There was also a very fitting and powerful martial art. She had grown up following her father, who was a Grand Master, and had seen a lot. There were also so many genius brothers and sisters of hers, but Dongfang Prey had never seen such a stunning teenager. Father, even if it's you who sees him, you'll be very stunning, right? Lu Yuan stood in the air, stepping on top of the sea of fire, like a god born from the flames. He raised his head to look up at the demonic rat standing on top of the mountain. In an instant, the entire person disappeared in place once again, and then rushed straight towards the top of the mountain in an extremely frantic stance. At the same time, fire feathers drifted down and poisonous dragons wreaked havoc. In the 4 pairs of eyes of the Mouse King, a crimson point of light grew larger and larger. Swish! Lu Yuan's figure cut past the Rat King's body, and on the Rat King's neck, a blood scar slowly emerged. Chapter 80 Female Patriarch, You're better than my man. Pest! A snow-white blade light from the Rat King's neck cut through. Fishy blood sprayed, and the hideously twisted head slowly slid down. The peak second-order Rat King, killed in a second. The sea of fire was still burning fiercely. Countless magic rats were killed under the flames, and more magic rats were stained by the flames. The flames spread as fast as a virus fission. The entire mountain was enveloped in a sea of fire, and although the tens of millions of devil rats were not dead, they had nowhere to escape. Under the reflection of the firelight, that Lei clan patriarch couple was already confused. One must know that this was a tens of millions of demonic rats. By common sense, even if 10 sect master martial artists descended, they might not be able to kill this rat king. Not to mention, killing these tens of millions of demonic rat clans cleanly. Bull! Lei Yun-tian slowly spat out 2 words. The charming young woman on the side was also somewhat mesmerized, murmuring in a low voice, "This youth is even more powerful than my man." Dongfang Prayer was also staring at the sea of fire in a daze. "The first time I go back, I have to recommend Senior Lu Yuan to my father, due to the fact that he had been in contact with more martial artists since he was a child." Therefore, Dongfang Qian was a woman who greatly respected strong men, and at this moment in her heart, Lu Yuan was not only her savior. It was also a martial artist worthy of respect, so her address to Lu Yuan became senior without any obstacles. However, there were more important things to do now. The relics. For this couple to come here and have to break into the demonic rat colony the hard way, it was obvious that their goal was also the relics. The goodies here, of course, should be given to senior. "Gimme!" The long blade cut through the sea of fire. Dongfang Prey slowly took a few steps forward, vaguely taking a stance of stopping in front of the lay couple. "Senior, our lives were saved by you, and with this relic, it's only right that you go in first." That lay's couple, although they also very much wanted to enter the ruins. However, they were also very clear that if it wasn't for these 2 young men, they would have died in the rat tide. The 2 of them slightly arched their hands. It should be. It was good that they had survived. Lu Yuan stood tall and looked down on the 3. This school girl was interesting. After this short hijacking, Lu Yuan was still very satisfied with this reserve cow horse. Talented and aware of the times. If he knows how to work hard to cultivate again, he is a perfect cow horse. Hearing Dongfang Qian's name, Lu Yuan also had some bad taste. Without being polite, he directly said, "When I come out of the ruins, schoolmates can go in." Martial artists who had been mixing in the wilderness for years knew that there were a lot of good things in this kind of small relics. However, only the first person to enter would have the greatest harvest. As the number of people who entered increased, and the number of times they searched, the fewer good things there would be. Therefore, small relics that appeared in the wilderness could easily cause martial artists to compete with each other due to distribution issues. However, this time was a little different. These 3 people's lives were all saved by Lu Yuan. The right to explore this relic should of course be distributed by him. Lu Yuan leaped and stepped on the obsidian sword. He slowly floated down to the entrance of the relic that was suspended in mid-air. Lu Yuan did not rush to enter. Instead, he took out the relic badge first. The originally dull and lightless relic badge had flashed with a dazzling light at some point. There was also a special kind of energy fluctuation that lingered on it. This energy and this relic seemed to have some connection. The relic badge activated. Inside a small relic, there were usually no creatures present, and there was no danger. However, no one could be sure that there would be any unexpected situations within a relic that had never been explored before. Therefore, it was important to be prepared for everything. After determining that the ruins badge would work, Lu Yuan did not hesitate anymore. He directly entered the spatial passage. The sky spun. 3 seconds later, along with the distorted space gradually returning to normal. The scene in front of Lu Yuan's eyes changed and transformed into a narrow cave. The cave was so narrow that Lu Yuan, who was tall, could only barely squeeze through. Soon, he stepped out of the cave, and dazzling light shone. Lu Yuan stretched out a hand to block the blinding light, squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. This was actually a rolling mountain range. It was shrouded in mist, but the shape of the mountain range was like the body of a giant dragon hovering over it. Even the stone wall at the top of the mountain was carved into the shape of a dragon's head. Very beautiful. The blinding light originated from here. In the mouth of that rock-carved dragon's head, there was a huge bead that emitted dazzling light, illuminating this entire relic world. But this world, however, was quiet and somewhat eerie. Not only was there no sound, there wasn't even a hint of breeze. There was a dead silence everywhere. Lu Yuan slowly walked towards the mountain. So many spirit plants. Although he did not know much about spiritual plants, he could smell the medicinal aroma here. Then seeing the dazzling and distinct colors in the weeds, he knew that this was not something mortal. There were also some things that resembled special ores. After the bracelet was scanned, the information of each treasure appeared in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. Second-order spiritual plant, neon flower, glazed lily, third-order spiritual treasure, crystallized marrow, blood jade essence wall, thunder crystal stone. In the outside world, a second-order spiritual plant of this vintage and quality would be worth at least $1 million. It's all good stuff. As for these types of third-order spirit items, they were even more precious. Blood jade essence wall. This was the item that teacher Baiji had been asking for. Lu Yuan touched the blood jade essence wall. It was a bit cold, but very smooth. It was quite comfortable to touch. However, what was on his mind was the price at which he should sell it to teacher Baiji. It's rumored that this thing can sell for hundreds of millions of dollars at the auction house. Teacher Baiji should be quite rich. It should be reasonable for me to increase the price by 50%. Lu Yuan pondered a little. Then he began to study the other spirit items. Crystallized marrow. If the blood jade essence wall was a valuable treasure, then the crystallized marrow was priceless. Not only could this spirit item cause ferocious beasts to mutate, it could also drastically increase a martial artist's chi, blood, and flesh strength. However, the process of absorbing the crystallized marrow was long and painful. Currently, only in a very few relics was there such a spirit item as crystallized bone marrow. It was very rare. This stuff was sold by the gram. Lu Yuan, however, casually picked up a 1-pound piece of crystallized bone marrow. The Rat King should have also absorbed some of the power of the crystallized marrow, and that's why it has mutated. I didn't expect that I had just come in and harvested 2 extremely high-quality spirit items. The rumors from the outside world were truly true. The first explorer to enter the small relics would surely harvest the absolute treasures. Those who came in later would only be able to drink some soup. Putting the crystallized marrow into the space of the bracelet, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head and gazed into the thick fog. Aang! Just then, a deafening dragon roar came from the deep mountains. I am the lord of all spirits. I am a born god. I am a born divine dragon. Mortals, if you see me, why don't you kneel down and worship? Aang! Along with a roar, a huge thing rushed out violently from the misty miasma. Camel head, deer horns, rabbit eyes, ox ears, snake collar, mirage belly, eagle claws. This was actually a divine dragon from the legends of Xia. There were also some ferocious beasts on Earth that became the 4-legged lizard dragons of Western legend after mutation, or various subfamily dragon species ferocious beasts. But this one was a true divine dragon. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. He directly activated the bracelet space, preparing to activate the relic badge and leave this place. Chapter 81: Peeling off the dragon's skin and obtaining a giant dragon egg. However, as the giant dragon circled and he gradually got a clear look at the true appearance of the dragon, Lu Yuan stopped his hands again. So disgusting! Not only was this giant dragon shriveled, but there wasn't a single dragon scale on its body. Instead, it was densely packed with disgusting bumps. It was just like the ones on the mangy lumps. The disgusting giant dragon hovered above the dragon's head at the top of the mountain. The huge eyes reflected Lu Yuan's figure. Mortal! Dare to intrude into my world. Only death can clear your sins. The giant dragon let out a horrifying roar after that. It then hovered over the dragon beast statue at the top of the mountain and stared at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also stood still and stared at the giant dragon. Just like that, both sides stood frozen for a few seconds. This dragon isn't quite real, is it? Lu Yuan whispered to himself. He had been sizing up the giant dragon. This giant dragon, although it looked quite a bit like the posture of the legendary Xia divine dragon. However, the bumps all over its body as well as the shriveled dragon body indicated that there was something wrong with this dragon. The most crucial thing was, although this dragon was quite powerful, it was only threatening Lu Yuan through its words. Not only did it not attack, it didn't even come close. If it was really a dragon with supreme magical powers that could destroy the heavens and the earth, when faced with an intruder, its first reaction should be to attack. The strong faced the weak. There wouldn't be any mercy. Lu Yuan held the relic badge in his hand and slowly took a step forward. That giant dragon, a hint of fear actually flashed in its eyes. It was actually backing up. Lu Yuan continued to move forward and the giant dragon continued to retreat. A retreat and a step forward. The distance between the two sides was closing at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it came within the range of Lu Yuan's spiritual detection. Sure enough, it's a fake. In the spiritual perspective, what Lu Yuan saw was a very weak being. Not only was it not a dragon, it was also very weak. There was no further hesitation. Lu Yuan directly dashed towards the top of the mountain. The 36 poison dragon blades, like arrows off the string, shot out first.
PFFT.
The 36 poison dragon blades pierced through this giant dragon's body without any obstacles. This dragon, which was already somewhat dried up, was like a punctured balloon that directly exploded. Amidst the fragments of dragon skin, what appeared was a hideous giant snake with a back full of spikes. Demon snake! Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was a ferocious beast that was very common in the Euro continent. The demon snake had an extremely high IQ, but was very timid. This type of ferocious beast was good at mimicking humans and various powerful ferocious beasts, and hunted through various very different behaviors. In the Euro continent, they were also known as mimic hunters. Just that, there was something different about this demon snake. The spikes on its back were very similar to the rat king. It should have also mutated after swallowing a large amount of crystallized bone marrow. This was also the reason why the demon snake was able to break through the rank restriction and become a peak second rank ferocious beast. Losing the protection of the dragon's skin, this demon snake looked at Lu Yuan and turned to flee. However, the 36 poisonous dragon blades, which had already transformed into a storm of blades, instantly pierced through the demon snake's body and completely shattered it. Fetid blood water, mixed with white and red entrails, left a bloody color on the dragon head statue at the top of the mountain. Lu Yuan stepped on top of the bloody water, but his gaze was fixed on the object in the mouth of the huge dragon head statue. It was a huge egg. It had an overall greenish color on it, and the surface was vaguely patterned like dragon scales. Just by looking at it from afar, one could feel the life force bursting out from within. This is a dragon egg? Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with light, under the control of his spiritual thoughts. The huge dragon egg hovered in front of Lu Yuan, his palm gently touching it. One could still perceive the sound of beft inside, like a pulse beating. This was actually a dragon egg that was still alive. Although Lu Yuan was unable to judge the type and bloodline, he was sure at a glance. It was still alive. In other words, if it was hatched, Lu Yuan would obtain a dragon. It was well known that, as long as the bloodline contained a hint of dragon attributes, the strength, potential, intelligence, and so on, of the ferocious beasts would receive an extremely large increase. Moreover, there was a real dragon skin here. The world in which this relic was located might have actually had the existence of a divine dragon originally. In other words, it was possible that this was a real dragon, not a four-legged lizard. A priceless treasure. A dragon-like ferocious beast was the dream pet of all Imperial Beastmasters. Any Imperial Beastmaster would be willing to pay all the price for a dragon, even if it meant losing their family's fortune. Lu Yuan spread the news that he possessed a dragon egg that contained a true dragon bloodline. The entire world of Imperial Beastmasters, as well as the forces that possessed the means of Imperial Beasts, would flock to him. He would gain unimaginable wealth. However, Lu Yuan was not prepared to auction it. Although he was not a royal beastmaster nowadays, who could say what would happen afterward? Teacher Baiji's ability was something that Lu Yuan had been coveting for a long time. If he could successfully join that ruins exploration class, Lu Yuan would definitely be able to become an Imperial Beastmaster. No! He would directly become a Dragon Master. Dragon Knight or something. Simply don't be too handsome. Soon Lu Yuan calmed his inner excitement and began to continue exploring. This small relic that had never been reclaimed by anyone did not know how many years it had existed. In the flow of time, the years of spiritual plants here were all very long. Even the corpses of ferocious beasts, and all sorts of minerals and spirit stones would contain a great deal of divine flavor. The next day, late at night, Lu Yuan deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Took him a full day to explore the entire relic. The harvest was naturally huge. In the bracelet, 3 cubic meters of space had been stuffed with all sorts of spirit objects and spirit plants. On top of that, there was a huge package stitched together with several huge beast skins. Inside, aside from that mysterious dragon egg, it similarly possessed many spiritual objects and spiritual plants. Wealthy! Lu Yuan overflowed with a satisfied smile. He began to walk towards the relic's teleportation passage. Outside the small relic, the entire mountain was covered in charred and blackened demon rat corpses, emitting a very unpleasant, sickening smell. Dongfang Prayer, however, ignored the smell. Sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, she meditated and cultivated. During this day, she was not idle, but rather, she was recovering her source power at the fastest speed possible. No one knew what would be in the relics, and what crisis Lu Yuan would encounter as the first explorer. However, as Dongfang Yu's daughter, Dongfang Prayer knew one thing very well. In the relics, there would be heavy treasures. As the first explorer, Lu Yuan's harvest would definitely be great. Therefore, before Lu Yuan came out, Dongfang Prayer had to restore herself to her peak state. Chapter 82 Returning, earning a big wave. Buzz. Along with the spatial channel flickering, the entrance to the relics distorted slightly. The next moment, the slender, tall, and robust youth appeared intact in the trio's line of sight. However, what attracted the eyes of the three was the animal skin package suspended beside Lu Yuan. The package was bulging and was more than one person high. This is loaded with treasures. This is the relics, all the good things are packed away. Dongfang Prayer is okay, just slightly surprised. After all, as Dongfang Yu's daughter, she had come into contact with many ruins. A relic that hadn't been explored by anyone would definitely possess many treasures. Moreover, Dongfang Prayer was very cautious. She had restored her source power as much as possible just to watch out for the lays. After all, this was the wilderness. Couldn't be more normal to grab treasures and whatnot. The lay couple, both of them, had their mouths wide open. The bottom of their eyes were filled with surprise, as well as extreme desire. It was well known that most of the relic spaces had gone through many years. During this period, the spiritual plants and spiritual objects within the relic space would all become more and more effective as the years went by. Therefore, even if it was only a first-rank spirit plant, it was still several hundred years of quality, and the price could even double several times or even 10 times. In other words, the first-order spirit plants in the relics were equivalent to the second-order spirit plants of the Earth's native land. This is nothing. In the relics, what is really valuable is those spiritual plants and spiritual objects that are not found on Earth. They had very precious research value. In other words, Lu Yuan's bag of stuff was priceless. Although it was very tempting, but the two lace couple would never rob their savior. Seeing that there would be no conflict, Dongfang Prayer smiled. "Senior, let's go back to the city." "You're not going in?" Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. Dongfang Qian shook her head. She did not lack resources, not to mention that the ruins here had already been explored once. Lu Yuan nodded and did not say anything else. He only sighed in his heart. Having a father who was a grandmaster was good. Even the treasures in the relics are not worth looking at. Unlike him, if he wanted anything, he could only rely on himself. Envy and jealousy. However, one thing suddenly came to Lu Yuan's mind. If, in the future, he could really become a classmate with Dongfang Prayer, then it would be equivalent to he also had a great patriarch powerhouse providing cultivation resources behind him. The lay couple, hearing that Dongfang Prayer was not entering the ruins anymore, were both surprised and grateful. "Thank you both once again for saving my life. A great favor is not appreciated. From now on, my old lay's life belongs to you. If there's anything, feel free to greet me." The couple arched their hands and said. After leaving their contact information with each other, Lu Yuan and Dongfang Qi left. Looking at their backs, Lay's couple looked at each other and both shook their heads with some sighs. The young people nowadays, their strength is too strong. It's not possible to defy old age. However, it's still thanks to them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we'll be gnawed down to the dregs by these demon rats. The charming young woman couldn't help but have her sweaty hairs stand up as she imagined the image of being crawled all over her body by the devil rats. Yeah, these two are also from Central State University, and I don't know if Tinger recognizes them. Don't think about it so much. Let's enter the ruins first and take a look. The two of them had come here because they wanted to search for the third-order spirit item, Thunder Crystal Stone, which was a very precious spirit item. It could increase the strength of the lightning attribute talent. This was something they had to prepare before sending their daughter to special training. In order to make Lei Ting stronger, the two of them had put their lives on the line. Not only did they find a very strong teacher for Lei Ting and arrange for private special training, they also poured their family's money into preparing many spiritual objects and spiritual plants for Lei Ting. However, after the couple entered the relics one after another, both froze in place, because the entire mountain had been turned over, seemingly ravaged by some large-scale machinery. Only a mess was left behind. Lei Yun Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. That little brother is really something. Not to mention the thunder crystal stones. I'm afraid there aren't even any valuable stones left. However, the couple were also very sensible people, even so. In their hearts, they did not have any bad thoughts towards Lu Yuan, and still only had gratitude as well as admiration. 2 hours later, Central State City Martial Artist Alliance. Lu Yuan did not go back to school directly, but first came to the Central State City branch of the Martial Artist Alliance. Martial artists were all energetic monsters. Even late at night, the hall was filled with martial artists with powerful breaths, most of which were drinking and eating meat and bragging. However, Lu Yuan, who was manipulating a huge package with his spiritual power, immediately attracted everyone's attention when he appeared. Crap! Spiritual numinous master. This huge package. It can't all be ferocious beast resources. It's worth at least a few million. Moreover, he's still so young. Alas, spiritual numinous master killing fierce beasts is just awesome. The vast majority of martial-level adventurers and ferocious beast hunters had a harvest of just a few 100,000 at a time. Only millions if they were lucky. This was a harvest that they had exchanged for despite life and death. Lu Yuan came to the front desk and provided his Martial Artist Alliance premium membership. I need a separate cultivation room, as well as a treasure appraiser. The maid-suited young lady led Lu Yuan into the elevator. Sir, what class of room do you need? The most expensive. How long do you need? Let's book for 3 months first. A trace of joy flashed in the eyes of the maid-suited young lady, and she directly pressed the button in the elevator on the 33rd floor. Top-level cultivation room, 250,000 a day. 3 months. Even with a premium member discount, it would still be around $20 million. This time, one could obtain a good commission. On the top floor of the Martial Artist Alliance, there was only one room and each one was very private. Other than the owner of the room, no one else was even qualified to enter the 33rd floor. The room was very luxurious. The maid-suited young lady, who was very excited, helped Lu Yuan pour tea. Sir, please wait for a moment. The treasure appraiser will be here soon. Lu Yuan waved his hand. You go out first, I want to take a bath. The maid-suited young lady respectfully exited. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a silver light. The huge package then slowly floated into a narrow room. This was the cultivation room, and the spiritual energy was very abundant. Spiritual thoughts were manipulated and the beast skin package automatically opened. The dragon egg, which was almost as tall as a person, was wrapped in dozens of precious spiritual plants. In order to ensure that the dragon egg would not be impacted, Lu Yuan directly used these spiritual plants to wrap around it, forming a most basic protection. Of course, if other people saw him spoiling these spiritual plants worth hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars like this, they would definitely curse, ensuring that the dragon egg did not suffer any damage. Lu Yuan was also relieved. Half an hour later, after cleaning the smell of blood from his body, Lu Yuan slowly opened the door of the cultivation room. Outside the door, apart from the maid-suited young lady, there was also an additional old man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. The two had been waiting for a long time. However, when they saw Lu Yuan, the middle-aged man was very polite. Mr. Lu Yuan, hello? I am the head of the Martial Artist Alliance Central State Branch, Fang Hongsheng. Your many deeds are really like thunder. Obviously, Fang Hongsheng recognized Lu Yuan. After all, after making a splash in the martial examination and the Central State Freshman competition one after another, Lu Yuan was no longer a nobody. Rather, he was a top genius that made many people want to befriend him. As the head of the Central State City branch of the Martial Artist Alliance, Fang Hongsheng was certainly the same. Hello. Lu Yuan simply nodded and invited the two in. I don't know, junior brother Lu. What kind of gains have you made this time? Lu Yuan's mind moved slightly. Dozens of flickering spiritual plants flew out of the bracelet in turn, neatly arranged on the table. This? Fang Hongsheng opened his mouth wide. Neon flower, glazed lily. The worst of them were second-order spirit plants, but they were all in excellent condition. Fang Hongsheng had never seen that one person could take out so many spirit plants. On top of that, there were also a few third-order spirit plants. Could this be a thunder crystal stone? Fang Hongsheng's eyes widened. Little brother Lu, are these to be sold to our martial alliance? Lu Yuan nodded. In fact, this was only a small portion, even the most ordinary portion. The truly good things were all in the space of Lu Yuan's bracelet. Soon, Feng Hongwei made a detailed assessment of all the spiritual plants and spiritual objects, and listed out the table. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the total amount at the bottom of the table. $1.5 billion and $30 million. This was a price that far exceeded Lu Yuan's prediction. Chapter 83 Lei Ting, Call Uncle. At the same time, in Central State University, in a luxurious villa, Bai Ji and Dongfang Jie, wearing very cool pajamas, leaned on the sofa. Sister Bai Ji, I saw that Lu Yuan you always talk about. He can be so much more powerful than what you say in your mouth. When Dongfang Prayer said those words, those large Kazran eyes, they were sparkling. Oh, Bai Ji was a little surprised. This little girl's heart could be very arrogant, and Lu Yuan was able to obtain such a high evaluation from her. It rather made Bai Ji a little curious. He has already advanced to Zhongshi, and his strength is terrifyingly strong. Dongfang Qian's eyes were filled with admiration. However, she had hidden Lu Yuan's dual-sect master status, as well as that strong and terrifying talent and martial arts. Bai Ji also froze. Patriarch. Lu Yuan was definitely going to advance to Zhong Master. It was just that Bai Ji didn't expect that it would be so fast. Then will he still join Master's Ruins exploration class? Want to have such a genius join? The old man will have to come personally to invite it. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Yuan returned to Central State University. However, there was not even a single figure in the classroom of the third freshman class. Where is everyone? Lu Yuan came to the martial arts field, only to realize that everyone was training. So voluminous? Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. Before he left, the students of the third class of freshman year were already very curly though. But they hadn't reached this level. This was a new level of curling. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yuan said that he was satisfied. The students were very excited when they saw Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is back. Didn't he join the elite training camp and have to be closed for 3 months of training? How did he come back so quickly? What are you thinking about? It is estimated that it is to prepare for the college league. College league. Lu Yuan can only be a substitute player this year, right? Yeah, there are a lot of perverts in the 4th year of major colleges and universities, especially those who have joined the elite training camp. Many of them have advanced to the Zhongshi realm. The reason why we don't see these people in school is because they've joined the major war zones and are hunting ferocious beasts. Although Lu Yuan's strength is very strong, he shouldn't have much of a chance in this collegiate league. However, the future is promising. It was just a simple chat. The students then began to continue cultivating hard. They were going to double their efforts and show Lu Yuan that they weren't mucking around. Strive hard and love to fight. Looking at the martial arts arena, there were soon students who entered into cultivation. Lu Yuan expressed that although he didn't understand, he was greatly shocked. Could it be that this is the charm of that 50 million? Lu Yuan looked at the 1 billion balance on the card and fell into silence. Just then, Lei's couple and the 3 of them, Lei Ting, walked in company. Only today's Lei Ting didn't draw any more smoky makeup, and her clothes were normal, so if you didn't know her, you would definitely think that she was a good girl. It's you, Lu Yuan, little friend. A hint of surprise flashed in Lei Yuntian's eyes. Lei Ting, quickly call uncle. This is the person who saved my life and your mom's life. Lei Ting's eyeballs were about to glaze over. I called him uncle. We're in the same class. However, after hearing that it was surprisingly Lu Yuan who saved her parents, Lei Ting still arched her hand very seriously. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Lei Ting was also surprised. Just now, she had been listening to her mom and dad all the way to say how powerful that youth who had saved them was. Moreover, what Lei Ting didn't expect the most was that Lu Yuan was actually a Zhongshi-level martial artist. The Lei couple at the side directly froze in place. Lu Yuan and their daughter were actually in the same class. In other words, Lu Yuan was a freshman. Lu Yuan, however, possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster, and he possessed the grandmaster level in both source power and spiritual power. He was even able to burst out with grandmaster battle power. Such a person was still a freshman. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? The few people chatted for a few moments. Lei Yuntian looked at his daughter, who was standing at the side, not saying a word and being honest, with some emotion. Our family, Lei Ting, is good at everything, just a little too honest and not talkative. However, with a classmate like little friend Lu Yuan as a role model, Lei Ting's motivation to cultivate should be sufficient. The corner of Lu Yuan's eye twitched slightly. Lei Ting. Honest, not talkative? Good lord, the vast majority of the scolding battles in the freshman class 3 class group had Lei Ting involved. This definitely didn't have anything to do with being honest. Hearing this, Lei Ting wanted to burrow into the ground. It was too humiliating. Luckily, the few people didn't chat much. After the Leis received the news from the Martial Artist Alliance. After thanking Lu Yuan once again, they hurriedly left. Soon after, Zhao Wuji, who had gotten the news, also rushed to the martial arts arena. After seeing Lu Yuan, a scorching light erupted in his eyes. "You brat. How did you come back so quickly? The elite training camp should have just started training by now." Zhao Wuji patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "There's a bit of business to take care of. I'll be ready to go back in a couple days." Zhao Wuji nodded. "Just in time. Come, let's spar again and show the classmates the extreme martial hegemony fist." With that, he pulled Lu Yuan and walked to the martial arts arena. "Lu Yuan, still need to suppress your strength? There's no need. Come on. Let everyone see your true strength." Zhao Wuji seemed to be looking forward to it as well. Lu Yuan nodded. "All right." However, he still decided to stay his hand. After all, with Lu Yuan's strength nowadays, if he didn't keep his hands off, I'm afraid that if one punch went down, old Zhao wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. The students were also excited. Not suppressing your strength. To fight at full strength. Mr. Zhao is the peak of the 9th level. How can Lu Yuan fight? I don't know. Didn't a teacher say that Lu Yuan exploded a 9th level chi blood value during the freshman competition? I don't know if it's true or not. It's very possible, this perverted rate of improvement, we all know it best. In the anticipation of the students, the two men mounted the ring. Both Lu Yuan and Zhao Wuji put up the starting stance of the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the two stomped their feet on the ring and rushed towards each other. The same stance. However, the moment their fists collided, Zhao Wuji flew out backwards at a much faster speed. Very wretchedly, he rolled down to the bottom of the ring. The entire class? Crap! Teacher Zhao was seconded? What the hell, no, how is this possible? Lu Yuan is really level 9. More than that, definitely more than just reaching level 9, we still underestimated this pervert's promotion speed. Zhao Wuji climbed up from the ground in a very sorry state and looked at Lu Yuan with disbelief. Grandmaster, you brat, to think that you've broken through to Zhongshi so quickly. Zhao Wuji frowned. Thinking through his head, he couldn't understand. Why was the rate of increase of Lu Yuan's chi and blood values so terrifying? At the same time, the 6 great patriarchs of the Central State University, hurriedly pulling the principal Wang Dezhu, were rushing here. What's wrong? What happened? Wang Dezhu was in a daze. He had just started washing his feet when he was carried away by these old guys. Lu Yuan is back. Patriarch Lu Tai was very excited. There was also an essence light bursting out of his eyes. The other few old sect masters were also excited. They weren't considered strong, but they all had their own things that they were good at. Medicine refining, soldier forging, and high-precision instruments. However, all of these side professions required precious resources. All sorts of high-level spiritual plants, spiritual objects, and ores. The reason they were so excited was because Lu Yuan had posted a photo in the group. The photo was full of 2nd and 3rd rank goodies. Chapter 84, Dragon Blood, being killed by a single punch. Zhao Wuji felt devastated and his entire face collapsed. Remember, the first time he met Lu Yuan was the entrance examination, and at that time Lu Yuan was just a very good genius in Zhao Wuji's mind. But who would have thought that the first time he cut a duel with Lu Yuan, he would be forced to fight to a draw. The second time he cut the extreme martial hegemony Imperial Fist, it was also a draw. Both of these times were when Zhao Wuji suppressed his chi and blood and fought, so he could still accept it. However, the third time, which was this time, it was actually directly killed by a punch. This made Zhao Wuji very emotional. Lu Yuan was too demonic. Right at this moment, 6 old patriarchs from Central State University, carrying the principal Wang Dezhu, rushed into the martial arts arena of the 3rd class of freshman year. Lu Yuan, quickly, show your treasure to our few old guys. A few people's eyes were flashing with a hot light, not giving Lu Yuan a chance to speak at all. They directly pulled him away. The first to go was of course the weapons building. Under Patriarch Lu Tai's trembling gaze, Lu Yuan took out a dozen or so third-order spirits and ores for forging weapons in one breath. Ma! Ma! My ass! Lu Tai's eyes were glowing as he affectionately stroked one rough ore after another. It seemed that in his eyes, these ores were all beautiful women without clothes. Lu Yuan kid, bring the weapon with so many good things. I guarantee that I can upgrade all your weapons to the 3rd rank. Moreover, it's the very best of the 3rd rank weapons. Taking Lu Yuan's 2 long knives and flying blades in his hands, Lu Tai rushed into the backstage of the weapon building with the ores in his arms and started to clank and whack away. Lu Tai was also considered to have received Grandmaster Ma's true skills. A handful of armament forging techniques were also considered to be pure. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. Although he had tools and instruments to assist him, he could only forge 3rd-order weapons at most. In the stupefied gazes of the many patriarchs, Lu Yuan took out another dozen or so 3rd-rank spirit plants, giving all of these to the old patriarch who specialized in pill refining. Lu Yuan boy, do you have any requests? That old sect master was still relatively calm compared to Lu Tai, but there was still some flickering in his eyes. Lu Yuan pondered a little. It's best to refine some potions that more people can use. How about the kidney fixing and rejuvenation pill? Although it's only a 2nd-order pill, it's mild and very effective. Every time you take one capsule, you can make your chi and blood enter a period of rapid increase within 72 hours, and the longer you cultivate during this period, the better the effect. This kind of elixir, the cost-effectiveness was actually very high, but not many people used it. This was because the vast majority of people did not have the perseverance to continuously cultivate for several days. Thus, the kidney fixing and rejuvenation pill also had an alias rolling king pill. Several patriarchs looked at Lu Yuan with great admiration in their hearts. This kid, Lu Yuan, really had a reason for his strength to increase so rapidly. He must have been practicing very hard and spent most of his time every day practicing. The 6 old sect masters, after seeing the goodies, were all very excited, and they promised Lu Yuan that they would send over the things he needed after refining them as fast as possible. Afterwards, they left one after another. Only Zhao Wuji and Wang Dezhu remained. Both of them had the same expression the entire time. Their gazes were dull and their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Crap, Lu Yuan kid, you wouldn't have robbed the Martial League, right? Wang Dezhu was somewhat incredulous. The key thing was that Lu Yuan had taken out too many good things. Surprisingly, he took out more than a dozen 3rd-order spirit plants at once, as well as several extremely precious ores and spirit items. Some of them were not even seen by Wang Dezhu. This kid should have explored an undiscovered relic. Generally speaking, the entrance to a small relic would have very dense energy. Therefore, there would inevitably be ferocious beasts of the 2nd rank or higher entrenched here. If one wanted to explore the relics, they had to have the strength to kill a 2nd-ranked ferocious beast. Obviously, Lu Yuan had already done it. The height that Lu Yuan has reached is beyond our imagination. Zhao Wuji whispered to himself. Wang Dezhu's heart was also shocked. After all, before seeing this scene with their own eyes, who would have thought that a freshman who had just enrolled for a month would be able to achieve such a level? At night, it was past 9 o'clock. Lu Yuan was invited to Teacher Baiji's house. Teacher Baiji, wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, had been sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Teacher Baiji, Lu Yuan shouted. Here you are. Sit down first. I'll pour you a cup of tea. Teacher Baiji got up. Lu Yuan nodded his head. I invited you here this time. It's still about the relic exploration class. Teacher Baiji said as she poured the tea. For Lu Yuan, she had always been satisfied. Good talent, hard work, and high combat IQ, this was almost a perfect warrior. However, Teacher Baiji still didn't expect that Lu Yuan would break through to Zhongshi so quickly. This was a heavenly good thing. After Dongfang prayer came back, he told my master about your breakthrough to Sovereign Master. Baiji smiled. That old man really wants to take you as a student. Wait for him to come and personally invite you. That old man is hiding a lot of good things. However, you don't need to reply in a hurry. It will take some time for him to come back. It is expected that it should be after the Collegiate League. Baiji looked at the youth across from her. Couldn't help but think of one thing. With Lu Yuan's strength participating in the College League, he should be able to give everyone a huge shock. Lu Yuan cried and laughed a little. Every time this old Deng was brought up, Baiji seemed to have some resentment. However, this was quite normal. After all, at the time when Baiji was seriously injured and was in need of this master, He went up to the starry sky battlefield and had not returned after more than a year. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. So it was no surprise that he was going to join this relic exploration class that was formed entirely by sect masters. Teacher Baiji pulled up her long hair around her ears and said with some embarrassment, "I heard that little girl say that you got a piece of blood jade essence wall from the relics. I don't know, is it possible to trade it to me?" Obviously, Teacher Baiji didn't often beg others. Lu Yuan did not make it difficult for Teacher Baiji. After all, we would all be classmates in the future. The finger tapped on the bracelet. A blood-colored jade appeared out of thin air. Blood jade essence wall. This was a spiritual object that she had searched for a year without finding. Baiji took a deep breath and forced herself to calm her excitement. "But I don't have any more money. But I have a drop of dragon blood with 10% purity here, worth at least $2 billion on the market. If you're willing, I can exchange this drop of dragon blood with you." Dragon blood. Looking at Ms. Baiji's hand, in the transparent test tube it was like flame like blood. Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled. Teacher Baiji explained, "This is what I obtained from the ice dragon ruins. Applied to the surface of the body, it can increase the skin and flesh defensibility, and it can also cause the qi and blood to skyrocket. Actually, this is all secondary. The most precious thing about dragon blood is that it can increase the potential of a dragon-type ferocious beast." Lu Yuan thought of that dragon egg and decisively agreed to this deal. It was one step closer to being a dragon knight. Chapter 85 Elimination Mode. Martial Artist Alliance Cultivation Room. Lu Yuan had searched the internet for a lot of information about dragon blood and dragon attribute ferocious beasts. He also knew the rarity of dragon blood. This thing, with a rarity comparable to crystallized bone marrow, was also a product that could only be found in a few special relics. Many studies had clearly stated that dragon blood could enhance the potential of young dragon beasts. Lu Yuan did not hesitate and directly poured the dragon blood on top of the huge dragon egg. The bright red blood, just as it dripped down on top of the eggshell, instantly disappeared. It seemed as if it was completely absorbed. Lu Yuan was able to sense that the aura within the dragon egg had strengthened a touch. He did not know much about fierce beast eggs, but as a spiritual numinous master with keen perception, Lu Yuan had previously sensed that the aura within the dragon egg was weak. It might have been absorbed by that snake's energy. However, in any case, having dragon blood to replenish the energy for this young dragon was a good thing. Leaning on top of the dragon egg, Lu Yuan opened the system. Daily Settlement Panel. Li Zhangyi practiced the Extreme Martial Fist for 23 hours. Shen Ming practiced Extreme Martial Fist for 18 hours. Su Lai practiced for 23 hours and 30 minutes. Blood value plus 66. Gentle Cultivating for 23 hours and 20 minutes. Blood value plus 18. Spiritual Power plus 60. Yi Liyun cultivates hard for 22 hours. Qi and blood value plus 29. The entire freshman class 3, cultivation time has increased dramatically, and the entire class is the best bull and horse today. Lu Yuan looked at the settlement panel and were frozen. The entire class worked hard. This is the first time this kind of evaluation has appeared. However, everyone in freshman class 3 did work hard today. The average cultivation length was over 20 hours. Moreover, after Lu Yuan reaped the fruits of his classmates' efforts, in addition to the growth in qi blood and spiritual power, his comprehension of the extreme martial hegemony fist also reached a whole new level. There's a feeling of a breakthrough. Could it be that, with the efforts of the entire class, the extreme martial hegemony fist could break through perfect proficiency? Lu Yuan felt that it was very possible. Today, he didn't play games anymore either. Instead, he was organizing in his mind all the feelings about the extreme martial hegemony fist. He wrote down a strategy for practicing the extreme martial hegemony imperial fist and posted it in the class group. Lu Yuan. At everyone, the cultivation strategy for the extreme martial hegemony fist. This contains all my comprehension of the extreme martial hegemony fist. Everyone can discuss and learn from each other. Instantly, the class group boiled over. Baba Sulai. Righteous Father, please accept my obeisance. One sword opens the sky, Yi Liyun. Even though I found my own path and decided to stop practicing martial arts, but it can be seen that this cultivation strategy of Lu Yuan's is really something. My milk standing Fan Zhao Zilong. Bullish 666. I am the hardest Zhao Wuji. Awesome, awesome. Lu Yuan's insights on the extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist have reached the extreme. But a lot of it speaks too profoundly. so I suggest that students progress step by step. Baba Sulai. I feel it coming on. No more talking. Start practicing. The big handsome guy who reads novels. Speed shift. Can't sleep at night. The next morning, Fong Hongsheng personally delivered the Sentinel Beast bracelet and third-order storage equipment that Lu Yuan needed. Mr. Lu, this is the equipment that was transferred from the Magic Capital headquarters overnight last night. However, this is only the most elementary Sentinel Beast bracelet. It can only store fierce beast eggs. It cannot store real life forms. Fong Hongsheng handed over the bracelet with a jade pendant hanging from it. A silver light flashed through Lu Yuan's eyes. The Imperial Beast bracelet was indeed good. Inside, there was a great space with an abundance of spiritual qi. However, there seemed to be some sort of power restriction. In short, it gave Lu Yuan the feeling that the Imperial Beast bracelet was not quite the same as a storage device. Other than that, there was also a third-order storage device. It was just an ordinary-looking ring. There was 100 cubic meters of space inside. It was enough for Lu Yuan to spend as much as he wanted. Even if he killed for 10 days in the wilderness, he wouldn't be able to fill up such a large space. Of course, the price of the space equipment was also very expensive. These two together, it needed $130 billion. It was 10 times more than other equipment of the same level. Of course, Lu Yuan couldn't get that much money, but he had spiritual objects. Looking at Lu Yuan's hand, a small piece of crystallized bone marrow that shimmered like jade, Fong Hongsheng was directly confused. His eyes then locked onto the crystallized bone marrow. Elder brother Lu, you actually have such a good thing. This was crystallized marrow. A good thing that could directly increase the value of qi and blood. Although the process of using it would be very painful, there were always some crazy people who were willing to do anything in order to become stronger. The price of crystallized bone marrow was between 9-1 billion per gram every time it was sold. This small piece in Lu Yuan's hand must have at least a dozen grams. Fong Hongsheng's eyes were glowing. This was the first time he had seen crystallized bone marrow in kind. 13 grams of crystallized bone marrow, in exchange for these two spatial equipment. How about it? Lu Yuan smiled. Fong Hongsheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. Then, Fong Hongsheng personally sent Lu Yuan downstairs. Lobby. It was only then that Lu Yuan realized that the spirit plants and spirit items he sold to the Martial Artist Alliance yesterday, almost all of them were placed on display at the lobby counter. It was all being taken out to fill up the doorway. The effect was obviously excellent as well, and the hall of the Martial Artist Alliance was already packed with people. Mr. and Mrs. Lei were a bit anxious. This was because they had counted nearly tens of billions of dollars of savings, all of which had been prepared for Lei Ting's special training this time. There was no money to purchase thunder crystal stones. Seeing Fong Hongsheng, the two walked quickly and begged. Supervisor Fong, can you be accommodating and give us a discount on this thunder crystal stone? We promise to be as fast as we can. Fong Hongsheng waved his hand decisively, interrupting the two. Then very cordially he took Lu Yuan and prepared to leave. Such a coincidence? Lu Yuan looked at the Lei couple. Little brother Lu. Seeing their savior again, the Lei's couple was very excited. After a brief chat, Lu Yuan also knew the whole story. But, before Lu Yuan could say anything, Fong Hongsheng came over, only his attitude was completely reversed. Out of respect, the two of you are actually friends of little brother Lu. That means I am someone's friend. This thunder crystal stone, I'll give it to you for free, as an apology. The Lei couple froze in place. Giving it to us? This thunder crystal stone was a third-order spirit item, worth $150 million. It was just given to them. Moreover, this was the head of the Martial Artist Alliance. Even Grand Masters didn't have this kind of face. Lu Yuan's face was surprisingly worth so much. Lei Ting, who was walking quickly in the distance, also froze in place. Once, in her eyes, Lu Yuan was just a classmate who loved to mess around. Unexpectedly, within such a short period of time, Lu Yuan had already become so powerful that even the head of the Martial Artist Alliance had to give him face. Must cultivate hard. The flame of struggle burned in Lei Ting's eyes. The entrance of Central State University. Everyone in the third class of freshman year gathered here. Starting today, our entire class will be going into elimination mode. Monthly qi and blood value increases of less than 100 will be directly eliminated. Spiritual numinous master increase less than 60. Directly eliminated. Less than 10 hours of cultivation per day, direct elimination. In one sentence of elimination, All of the students in the class let out ghostly protests. They didn't want to be eliminated. The third class of freshman year not only had the experienced teacher Zhao, the key was that there was also Lu Yuan. With Lu Yuan's help, they had already acquired cultivation resources that far exceeded those of other classes. It was hard to go from luxury to frugality. Who would still want to go to other classes? Teacher Zhao, it's too much to ask for at least a 100-point increase in qi and blood every month. There are at least 10 people in the whole class who can't reach this standard. Are we going to eliminate them all? Zhao Wuji had a smile on his lips. Hey, Lu Yuan's classmates have found a good place for everyone to cultivate. It's guaranteed that all of you will be able to reach this standard if you cultivate hard. Relic space, you should have all heard of it. Chapter 86 Wilderness Killing. Bloody means extra. There were many relic spaces that had spiritual energy that was more abundant than Earth. There were even some that were tens of times that of Earth. Hearing that there were such good places, no one protested anymore. Instead, they were all very much looking forward to it. The entire third class of freshman year rushed into the wilderness with great vigor. For this journey of over 1,000 kilometers, they didn't drive, but directly ran wildly all the way. Lu Yuan also followed the team. A faint hegemonic pressure surged within him. The perceptions of the ferocious beasts were very sharp, and no ferocious beasts approached the team along the way. Even under these circumstances, from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening, only then did they reach their destination. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the entire mountain, piled up with the corpses of demon rats, everyone was shocked. One by one, they froze in place, their mouths wide open. Crap! So many demon rat corpses. This is an entire demon rat colony that has been slaughtered. At least 1 million demon rats. Yi Luyun violently shifted his sight to Lu Yuan. Who killed the devil rats? Was it him? His heart was unwilling to believe it. However, another voice in his heart was telling Yi Luyun that it was Lu Yuan. Zhao Wuji was even more shocked. That is to say, these devil rats were all killed by Lu Yuan. It was too terrifying. It seemed that before, he had underestimated his strength. Zhao Wuji could no longer imagine how strong the Lu Yuan of today was. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Someone, his perception was sharp. There was someone else's scent here. Moreover, the mountain was covered with disorganized footprints. There seemed to be quite a few people. At the cave entrance at the top of the mountain, the strong man with a scarred face hid in the shadows and looked down at the crowd below. However, his face was covered in surprise. It was the kind of surprise that one found a treasure and wanted to take it for himself. He dashed into the entrance of the ruins. In the ruins, 7 or 8 men with fierce and burly looks were scouting around. Damn it! One step too late. The relics have been emptied. Nothing left. I don't know which son of a turned this place so clean. Scarface just came out of the spatial passage and shouted. Boss! Someone is coming outside. I've observed, they are all students. There are a dozen or so girls. One more than the other is watery. Hearing this, a few people's faces surfaced with lustful colors and eagerly rushed out. A few people lay on their backs at the entrance of the cave, carefully observing the freshman class 3 crowd. Good, good, good. Kill the men, leave the women. Brothers, relax and unwind. The bald tattooed man had greed in his eyes. It was like a dog that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights and saw a meat bone. Boss, I have a plan. The entrance to this relic is very hidden. We just need to seal this cave entrance. No one will be able to find it. With these people, we can directly be the Earth Emperor in the ruins. These words came out. The remaining few people breathed in sharply. They had been living in the wilderness for so long. Wasn't it because they wanted to find a shelter? With a woman, they would be able to create a race in the ruins. In the eyes of several people, there was a fierce light flashing. Their group, martial artists who were unwilling to go to the front line to fight, roamed the wilderness all year round. Killing people and setting them on fire was a common occurrence. Therefore, when it came to killing, there was not a single fluctuation within. Instead, he was very sophisticated, judging the battle strength of his prey. This should be a university class, the strength is not bad, and the teacher is also a rank 9 martial artist. However, it's considered bad luck for them to meet us. It was determined that there was no danger. The few people then quietly drilled into the spatial passage once again, waiting for their prey to come to their door. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. With his powerful spiritual power and perception, He had sensed something when these few people had just come out of the relic space. However, he did not vocalize it. The crowd entered the relic space one after another under Lu Yuan's leadership. Before the students could start getting excited, they saw 9 fierce-looking burly men. A few people looked at them as if they were looking at prey. This girl, what a great body. Scarface's saliva was about to flow out. The bald tattooed man also had his blood boiling. Brothers, it's been a long time since I've touched a woman. Have a good time today. The 9 people's sights were all on the female students. Many of the boys were very upset. Yi Luyun snorted coldly. Shut your stinking mouths. However, Zhao Wuji immediately stopped in front of the crowd and said in a low voice, I don't know if this is a place with a master. We'll leave now. This group of people were the wilderness people. Wilderness people were for those existences that had no identity within the city and were not recognized by any country. Most of these people had committed crimes and fled, or had abandoned their original identities in order to not go to the frontline battlefields. In short, these savages had no scruples and were dangerous. The most crucial thing was that the bald tattooed man was a Zhongshi, although there was Lu Yuan present. Zhao Wuji believed that he could beat this Zong master. However, he was not confident that he could protect so many students from harm. Want to leave? It's too late. Brothers, slaughter all the men. The corners of several people's mouths were grinning behind their ears as they walked over very arrogantly. Boom! Right at this moment, Lu Yuan instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he blew up a burly man with a single punch. Puffing, scarlet blood, mixed with a mixture of red and white, splattered out. Before the crowd could react, Lu Yuan had already disappeared once again. Swish, 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 swish. At the same time, 7 residual shadows appeared in front of each of the vicious and strong men, and the 7 residual shadows swung their fists at the same time. Only the direction of the attack was slightly different. In the next second, its burly man was exploded into a bloody mist. Lu Yuan, however, returned to his original position in an instant. Not to mention the breath, there wasn't even an extra crease on his clothes. However, the only remaining Zhongshi stout man on the other side was paralyzed with fear. There was fear in his eyes. You are a Zong master. No, with this kind of speed, you are at least a great Zong master. How is it possible? A youth so young was able to burst out with speed at the level of a grandmaster, instantly killing all of his men. Another punch. In that burly man's fearful gaze, Lu Yuan completely blew him away. Ha! This! The students of the 3rd class of freshman year were almost all fixed in place. Their figures were frozen in place, with only their mouths a little bit wide open. The expressions of the few people around Lu Yuan were even more exaggerated to the extreme. Lu Yuan is really a Zhongshi. This is too handsome. Killing 7 people in a single punch. Crap. Just now, I didn't even see what exactly happened before everyone was hammered. In the eyes of the students, Lu Yuan's image was raised once again. The one who was most shocked was also Yi Luyun. It was because he could perceive in Lu Yuan's body the kind of power that was similar to his domineering aura, but stronger. Moreover, Lu Yuan controlled the power and was even more advanced. So, my use of power is so shallow. Yi Luyun looked at the invisible hegemonic power in his hand, and quite a lot of realization was born in his heart. However, this also strengthened Yi Luyun's own course. One day, he would completely fuse his qi, blood, spirit, and hegemonic energy to form a power that was enough to kill everything in seconds. Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Yuan's fist and gulped. In his heart, he was incomparably grateful. Luckily, when Lu Yuan sparred with him, he stayed his hand. Afterwards, the crowd then began to familiarize themselves with the environment, and after feeling the abundant energy here, everyone became excited. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. It's at least 2 or 3 times that of the outside world. Cultivating here is even more efficient than the school's cultivation tower. It's amazing. With the efforts of the entire class, a wooden house soon appeared at the top of the mountain. The aura here was the most abundant. Then, the students began to cultivate. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan closed the game page with some boredom. Not fun. Kryptonite is full if I'm not careful. Lu Yuan opened the system. Settlement panel. Yi Luyun cultivated for 18 hours. Hunted for 2 hours. Blood value plus 87. Wang Meng cultivates. Gong Zhengxiong passes the endless trial game, cultivates the third order martial art, 3 Jedi Chop, for 18 hours, source power value +1. Tang Di cultivates the martial art, 3 Absolute Chop, through the endless trial game. Qin Knight cultivates the third order Nian Li martial art, reverse heavenly broken blade, through the endless trial. Gentle cultivates for 20 hours, blood value +15, mental strength +95. Su Lai cultivates for 1 hour, chi and blood value +3. The eyes scratched through each student's settlement information one by one. Starting 5 days ago, after the freshman class 3 entered the ruins, the speed of cultivation had increased drastically. The effects were all very good as well, and the efficiency of each student's chi and blood enhancement had increased greatly. The least of them were able to increase their chi blood value by 5 points per day. At the same time, on the elite training camp side, a new mode of cultivation was also opened. They were entering a endless trial holographic simulation game through a virtual network pod, cultivating martial arts in this. Through this method, the elite training camp's efficiency in cultivating martial arts was strangely high. Moreover, the martial arts they cultivated were third-order martial arts. The 3 absolute beheadings, the reverse heavenly brutal blade, were the martial arts that the most people in the class practiced, respectively, the blade technique and the spiritual nihility martial arts. At the same time, the growth of chi and blood and spiritual energy, not only did they not decrease, there was a huge increase. Lu Yuan's chi and blood values grew by a total of over 6,000 points. Spiritual power also grew by more than 3,000 points. Name Lu Yuan. Chi and blood value. 97,423 Patriarch level. Spiritual power. 76,103 Sovereign level. Source power value. 35 Patriarch second level. Talent technique. Nianli Awakening SS, Red Lotus SS+, Combat Instinct SS, Hegemony SS, Dharma Golden Body SS, Extreme Speed Burst SS, Martial Arts. Reverse Heavenly Broken Blade proficient. The 3 Absolute Choppers proficient. Technique. System tip. There is an unawakened superpower talent in your body. However, what made Lu Yuan a bit puzzled was the classmate who was most influenced by Lu Yuan, Su Lai, had hardly practiced in these 5 days. It was unknown what had happened. Lu Yuan got up. It's time to go back as well. Thank you all for every little gift. Plus more is presented. Chapter 87. Ox and Horse Concentration Camp. I'm back. Nowadays, freshman class 3 was already on track. With the large amount of spiritual energy within the relics, everyone's cultivation speed had gone up a notch. Moreover, it was able to be maintained for a long period of time. Soon, Lu Yuan was on the train heading to the Taihang Mountains. Bored, Lu Yuan poked his cell phone and sent a question mark to his sister-in-law. Little Aunt Wu Xian. Don't mess around. I've been busy researching lately. Lu Yuan. Researching what? Little Aunt Wu Xian. Talent. We found a special device left behind by the human civilization within this relic, capable of awakening one's talent later in life. If it can be put into use, the probability of human beings awakening their talents will increase drastically. In just 20 years, all of humanity will once again usher in a whole new evolution. At the beginning of the aura recovery, the talent abilities that humans awakened only had the effect of simply increasing their chi and blood values and spiritual power. Only later did the overall evolution of the human life level lead to more and more gifted skills. The natural ability originally was closely related to the human life level. Lu Yuan was a bit excited. Lu Yuan, can I use it? Auntie Wu Xian. Of course. Just wait and see. Soon you'll see your big beautiful sister-in-law on TV. Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll continue working. You should also practice hard. Lu Yuan watched the light on his sister-in-law's avatar gradually go out, but the color of anticipation flashed under his eyes. Artificially controllable acquired awakening. It had been a few days since the system prompted him that he had a super talent that had failed to awaken. Lu Yuan was clueless. There was no way to know what to do to activate the talent, and there was no information on the internet about it. Now, his sister-in-law's words gave him hope. However, what was going on with Su Lai? Not only did he not cultivate, he didn't reply to the messages he sent. Could it be that he had shriveled up? Or was the confession girl struck down? Elite training camp, 5 days ago. Su Lai and Qin Knight Each stood at a corner of the ring. Your master isn't here, so if you don't tuck your tail between your legs, how dare you come and act like a pussy? Qin Knight snorted. Very disdainful. Qin Knight had long looked at Su Lai with displeasure. This guy's strength was so weak, and he still yelled every day that he wanted to lead the rest of the elite training camp to cultivate. You're a 5th level waste, what right do you have? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the elite training camp just because you have Lu Yuan on your back? Who's the idiot cursing? Su Lai spat. The idiot cursed you. Qin Knight went along with it. It wasn't until a burst of laughter came from the stage that he realized he had been tricked by Su Lai. Bastard. I'll get you killed today. Qin Knight's face was ugly. And Lu Yuan, if he dares to come back, you'll see if I get him or not before I'm done. After a year of being a dog for someone at Starry Sky University. When he came to Earth, Qin Yi was the top genius. How could he be overpowered by a dirt dog from a small place? So what if Lu Yuan was a sect master? So what if he's a genius? Qin Knight was also a genius. He became a Grandmaster-level spiritual master at the age of 18. Mentalists are no weaker than ancient martial arts. In a real fight, it's hard to say who would win or lose. Today, let's take it out on this stupid dog first. Qin Knight's face turned cold. His body flashed, and his entire body rose up in the air. 5 huge beads shot out. Facing a patriarch-level spiritual nihilist, Su Lai couldn't react at all as the 5 beads in his pupils grew larger and larger. In an instant, they smashed onto his body. Boom! 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 Su Lai spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. All 4 limbs showed slight distortions. Stop! A bullet bathed in crimson fire, like a bullet bathed in fire, shot from the distance. Xiao Yan stopped in front of Su Lai, his face grim. Sacred Heart was surrounded by a halo of golden light and followed closely behind. At Central State University, the students who weren't in cultivation all rushed over after getting the news. They were all from Central State University, so they couldn't just stand by and watch their classmates being bullied by others. A trace of relief flashed under Qin Knight's eyes when he saw the heavily injured Su Lai. In the elite training camp, the strongest is honored, and since we're in the ring, we'll each be judged on our own merits. I just didn't expect that Su Lai was so weak. If any of you are not convinced, just come to the ring and challenge me. I promise to strike lightly. Qin Knight spoke in a grandiose manner. Xiao Yan hated his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. What Qin Knight said was the truth. The most crucial thing was that none of them were Qin Knight's opponents either. Although this guy was just a bully trash, his strength was indeed very strong. Xiao Yan patted Sacred Heart's shoulder and together, they carried Su Lai and went forward for treatment. Wait for Lu Yuan to come back. Elite training camp. The spatial passageway flashed with a fluctuation, and the tall and robust youth once again stepped into this relic. The warriors guarding the entrance, dressed in battle armor, immediately stood straight when they saw the youth's appearance, waiting until the youth's back disappeared from sight. Only then did a few people whisper, "This is that Lu Yuan, isn't it? The pervert who violently beat up 2 Zhongshe trainees. It has to be. Who else could have this kind of aura? There's a good show to watch this time." Yeah. Qin Knight broke Su Lai's limbs in public. This is a naked provocation. Obviously, this matter had already spread in the elite training camp. Lu Yuan also learned the ins and outs of the matter from Xiao Yan. Su Lai had been beaten up. Lu Yuan's face was a bit icy. Instead of heading to the classroom, he went directly to the infirmary. Ha! Hey! Ha! In the infirmary, the sound of practicing boxing kept coming out. It was Su Lai. He was still insisting on practicing as much as possible even though he was seriously injured. Lu Yuan pushed the door and entered. The bandaged Su Lai sat on the floor in a sweaty, paralyzed state, looking at Lu Yuan in the doorway in a daze. "Old boss, why did you come back?" "Of course it's to find face for you." Lu Yuan helped him to the bed. "I'm fine, boss." Su Lai's eyes were a bit evasive. The Qin family was a large family. With the backing of one of the 3 major martial arts schools in the Summer Kingdom, the Wind and Cloud Martial Arts School, Su Lai didn't want Lu Yuan to create friction with such a big power because of himself. It was also for this reason. Su Lai had never told Lu Yuan about this matter. However, Lu Yuan didn't care at all. He just stared at Su Lai's eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to take revenge with your own hands?" After Su Lai and Lu Yuan stared at each other for a moment, his eyes turned red and he nodded heavily. "Good." Lu Yuan patted Su Lai's shoulder. "Trust me. I will let you surpass Qin Knight." Moreover, this day won't be too far away. Su Lai's eyes also grew firmer. I believe in you, boss. I want to take the path of ancient martial arts. Over the past few days, this thought had been igniting in Su Lai's heart until this moment, when it completely burned. Good. Lu Yuan grinned. He didn't persuade Su Lai. Everyone was responsible for their own choices. Su Lai was one of his best friends. Since Su Lai had made a choice, all Lu Yuan could give was support. A small piece of crystallized bone marrow appeared out of thin air. This is for you. Su Lai was a bit puzzled, obviously not clear on what exactly this was. Lu Yuan briefly explained. Crystallized marrow. It can give a rapid increase in qi and blood value, bone strength and flesh strength, making it the best divine medicine for ancient martial arts cultivators. However, it will also bring great pain to the user. You try it first, can you bear it? If you can't bear it, forget it. I have other spirit items. Su Lai didn't say more words of gratitude, just nodded his head heavily. He, as a person, was the least afraid of pain. If he couldn't bear it, he would cry. As long as he cried out, Su Lai was able to relieve most of his stress, his pain. Lu Yuan pushed the door open, turned back, and said in a deep voice, I'll go and get a little interest for you first. I'll break Qin Knight's limbs and make him lie in bed, watching you get a little stronger. If he recovers from his injuries, I will break his limbs again until your strength surpasses his. Chapter 88. Take it or leave it. Virtual network room. The three instructors walked in one after another and sent a message to everyone. Everyone leave the virtual network first. There is a brand new training program today. Jiang Shui was holding a pen and paper, recording everyone's cultivation data. Giggle, giggle, giggle. After sending the message of the whole group with a cold mechanical sound, the virtual network pods below opened one after another. Every awakened student had an excited glint in their eyes. Even if it wasn't the first time they used it, the exaggerated effect would still surprise them. In the virtual network, they were able to learn martial arts techniques by watching videos of their predecessors. Then, in life and death battles, the training results were verified. The most crucial thing was that, after the battle, they could also review it through the video, disassembling every single action in the battle. In this way, their progress in martial arts cultivation was naturally tremendous. At the same time, after the stimulation of life and death combat, every cell in their entire body was in a state of excitement. Their bodies would draw as much energy as possible, which allowed their cultivation levels, too, to increase tremendously. Therefore, everyone had progressed very quickly in the past few days. Qin Knight looked at this group of bumpkins' excitement with some disdain. In Starry Sky University, the virtual network had long been played out. Qin Knight deliberately said loudly, after winning 2 more games, My segment in endless mode has been raised to bronze 139 points. Immediately, he attracted the envy of many trainees. Crap? Bronze 139? Qin Knight should be the highest segment in the entire class. Cowardly. I'm not even qualified for black iron. Amidst the crowd's boasting, the corners of Qin Knight's mouth pulled to his ears. It wasn't just the segment. Due to his familiarity with the virtual network, the speed at which he practiced martial arts was also the fastest. In 3 days' time, he had already raised the proficiency level of the 3rd-ranked martial art, the Reverse Heaven's Broken Blade, to the proficiency level. Qin Knight looked at the few people from Central State University with lofty eyes. It was true that he was just a piece of trash in Starry Sky University. Not only was he not comparable to anyone, but he also had to serve as a dog to people. But so what? This was Earth. Among his peers, he was the top genius. Anyone who was near or far would only be trampled under his feet. After controlling this 3rd-order martial art, Qin Yu's strength had increased tremendously. Xiao Yan snorted coldly and clenched his fists. Nowadays, he was truly no match for Qin Knight. After the opening of the elite training camp, with the addition of various resources here, Xiao Yan was one of the fastest to progress. In 1 week, the qi and blood values had increased by 1,234 points, but it would take time to catch up to Qin Knight. This day won't be long. Xiao Yan was confident. He had his own reliance. Sacred Heart was completely heartless, even though he was also injured by Qin Knight. However, it hadn't caused a single ripple to his state of mind at all. The young monk had been cultivating very hard. On the side, Gong Zhengxiong and Tang Di, too, came out of the virtual network pod. The two didn't strike up a conversation with Qin Knight. I won another game, and my segment has been raised to Black Iron 105. Gong Jingxiong was a bit excited. Tang Di was a bit sad. I lost, and my points are only 65 Black Iron points left. The two of them were in Starry Sky University, and they had also come into contact with the virtual network. Cultivating martial arts in endless mode was very efficient, and there would be special rewards when the segment level was raised. Raising a small segment level would be rewarded with extra money. Raising a large segment would reward rare resources. Black Iron, 3rd Order Solid Source Pill 1. Silver, 4th Order Pulse Drawing Pill 1. Gold Water of Life 1. Meteoric Star. Secret Technique Essential Kill Technique. It was said that by elevating to the highest segment, the Heaven's Destiny Shura would also be able to receive personal guidance from the number 1 powerhouse, Stopper. There was once someone else who was even accepted as a disciple by the number 1 strongman due to his higher combat talent, making countless people envious and jealous. However, the vast majority of the world's strongest people above the level of sovereign would practice their martial arts through the virtual network. It was very difficult to kill your way out amongst so many strong people. Jiang Shui signaled everyone to be quiet. Today, we're going to start a 1,000-man battle royale. This time, your opponents are the other 4 elite training camps, as well as virtual martial artists and virtual ferocious beasts. This will be treated as a small test before the first examination. I hope you all are in good spirits and don't lose your parts. The crowd below instantly boiled. A 1,000-man battle royale. So exciting. That means there are geniuses from other countries. So what if there are other countries in this era? Our Xia Kingdom is the strongest country, and we are naturally the strongest. That's right. If it wasn't for our Xia country giving birth to so many powerful martial artists, the human race would have long been exterminated by the ferocious beasts. Right at this moment, there was a loud boom. The door of the virtual network room was kicked open. Under the blinding light illumination, the silhouette of a slender, tall, and robust figure walked slowly. Inside the room, everyone froze in place. Lu Yuan. He's back. Lu Yuan slowly walked towards the inside, his gaze sweeping over everyone, one by one. He didn't say a single word the entire time. However, everyone who was gazed upon by him could feel a sense of oppression like that of a flooding beast. Meeting Lu Yuan's line of sight, Gong Zhengxiong trembled and whispered to himself, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. I've been cultivating properly, but I haven't caused any trouble. Don't find me in trouble, asshole." Gong Zhengxiong admitted that he had wimped out. But facing an ancient martial artist, what was wrong with him admitting that he had wimped out? It wasn't humiliating at all, okay. Tang Di was even more egregious and thorough, directly raising his hands. "I didn't hit your man. It was Qin Knight alone. The two of us already have no relationship with Qin Knight." Tang Di directly and clearly drew a line with Qin Knight. Gong Zhengxiong also nodded. Last time, after he and Lu Yuan sparred, Qin Knight's attitude had completely disappointed the two of them. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth crossed with a stern color as a blood-red vision flashed around his body. Boom! The entire person instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he kicked Qin Knight in the chest. Biff! Facing the sudden attack, Qin Knight didn't react at all and smashed into the wall. His chest was sunken and blood was spat out from his mouth. He raised his head in shock and looked at Lu Yuan. You! This kick, what a terrifying power. Qin Knight only felt that his bones were as if they were shattered, and he couldn't even lift a single ounce of strength. Right at this moment, a palm full of calluses landed on Lu Yuan's shoulder, and Su Qiqi's low voice came out. Private fights are not allowed in the elite training camp. Not to mention that Qin Knight couldn't react, it was these 3 great patriarch-level instructors who didn't react. What a terrifying speed, not to mention patriarchs. Even grandmasters were not necessarily as fast as Lu Yuan. The 3 instructors glanced at each other, and they could all see the gravity in each other's eyes. Jiang Shui stopped between the two. "Student Lu Yuan, the elite training camp prohibits private fights. Any conflicts can be resolved in the ring or in the virtual network. Do you want to participate in the next 1,000-man battle royale?" Jiang Shui also looked at Qin Knight with great displeasure. Nowadays, although her identity was an instructor, she was also a pure martial artist. Jiang Shui originally couldn't look at Qin Knight, who had taken the back door and entered Starry Sky University. The key thing was that after this guy was kicked down from Starry Sky University, he still always had a condescending demeanor. It seemed to look down on everyone. Lu Yuan looked straight at instructor Jiang Shui and asked, "Does the virtual network turn on pain perception?" 100% pain. Good. Then come on. Chapter 89. I'm invincible, you guys feel free. The other trainees of the training camp were all staring at Lu Yuan in a daze. The main reason was that Lu Yuan had suddenly risen up and had displayed such a terrifying strength. It really frightened them. At this moment, many people finally understood. Although everyone was an elite training camp participant. However, there was a gap between the elites. Lu Yuan was an existence that they could only look up to. The gap was really too big to know. Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, Qi Knight was already an insurmountable mountain for them. However, Qi Knight was unable to stand up after being kicked by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's existence had shattered their perceptions. A sect master is definitely a sect master, but how many levels of sect master is this? Still a few levels of Zhongshe? Are you blind? Can't you see that the blood-red vision emanating from Lu Yuan's body? See. What kind of powerful technique is that? Or is it a martial art? It's a symbol of ancient martial arts. The path of ancient martial arts burns longevity, bathes in blood light, and shocks and kills all enemies. Although today is the new martial era. But the ancient martial is still the strongest. The ancient martial road is far from being an ancient martial grandmaster. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that someone would really choose the ancient martial. Not only was it easier to go with the new martial arts, it was also easy to raise the level of life and gain a few hundred years of longevity. But what about the ancient martial? Not only was it difficult to raise, the power of qi and blood to raise the life level was almost zero. The only advantage of ancient martial arts is the powerful and incomparable combat power. Ancient martial artists, regardless of strength, speed, defense, recovery, any angle, are the strongest existence of the same level. It is a veritable hexagonal warrior. This was also the reason why the #1 powerhouse stopper was able to hold down the stars for 100 years with his own strength. Lu Yuan, the ancient martial grandmaster, caused the other trainees to feel fear, not daring to face it. Even Xiao Yan, who had a haughty personality, couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Ancient martial. Previously, when he knew that Lu Yuan had advanced to the level of sovereign, Xiao Yan had already felt a huge pressure. What he didn't expect was that Lu Yuan was still an ancient martial grandmaster. How would this allow him to catch up? Even if he caught up with the realm, he still couldn't beat it. Gong Zhengxiong's eyes watched his nose watched his mouth, and his mouth watched his heart. Not a single word dared to be uttered. He understood how Qi Knight felt. That was how Gong Zhengxiong was when he was punched and beaten to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Qi Knight hunched over and hid behind the instructor. Facing the qi and blood power that covered the sky, his entire body was dumbfounded, let alone fighting back. He didn't even have the courage to look straight at Lu Yuan. It was good that the instructor had rounded up the situation. Otherwise, Qin Yu was worried that he would die here. He was now terrified of Lu Yuan to the extreme, and his intuition told him that if he participated, he would definitely be tyrannized by Lu Yuan. But what if he doesn't participate? Lu Yuan will definitely rip his head off. In this situation now, Qi Knight does not dare to leave the instructor's line of sight at all. Participating in this battle royale might be the best choice. Moreover, it is not certain that he will meet Lu Yuan. Qi Knight constantly in his mind comforted himself. The three instructors, more or less, were also a bit scared. Ancient martial combat power was too strong. The qi and blood power around Lu Yuan's body was like a shocking wave churning. This caused the three Grand Master level instructors to feel immense pressure. Student Lu Yuan, if you want to participate in this battle royale test, familiarize yourself with the virtual network first. Instructor Jiang Shui signaled Lu Yuan to enter the virtual network cabin. Lu Yuan nodded his head. When entering the virtual network at first, one needed to use the virtual network pod to assist. This was safer. After familiarizing himself with it, he would be able to enter the virtual network at any time, any place at any time through a simple device. Lu Yuan laid into the virtual network pod. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in a room filled with a sense of technology. Lu Yuan looked around with some novelty. At the same time, he was also feeling this body. The virtual body, surprisingly, gave him the exact same feeling as in reality. It's truly magical. The virtual network was discovered from the remains of an alien civilization. It was a powerful technology that could simulate all the detailed data of every person's chi, blood, flesh, source power, and spirit, but only it could not simulate natural abilities. In other words, it was impossible to use talent in all kinds of battles in the virtual network. However, Lu Yuan was indifferent, because whether it was blood value, spiritual power, martial arts, or talent, any angle, he was an invincible existence. At least at this tier of the elite training camp, he was truly invincible. Right at this moment, a scarlet prompt appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Elite training camp's first battle royale, inviting you to join. Agreed. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. In the next moment, the scene around him turned into a huge arsenal. The walls around him were filled with all sorts of weapons. Please take a code name for yourself and replace the number. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Huntress. Naming successful. Please, Hunter Slayer. Pick the equipment according to your needs. Lu Yuan didn't waste any time and directly picked out a standardized weapon with a similar feel to the obsidian battle blade, as well as 36 flying daggers. There was also a black tight-fitting battle suit. In Battle Royale mode, everything was no different from reality. Weapons wear out, and the battle suit reduces damage. The grouping option was directly ignored. Begin. Lu Yuan's low voice came out. The entire person was then enveloped in white light and disappeared in place. The members of the elite training camp who participated in this pre-examination test did not know. At the same time, they entered the battlefield. On the viewing gallery, many people had also appeared. Moreover, most of them were powerful or in charge of major forces. They either came to select geniuses or to see their own offspring. Our family, Chi Knight, participated in this elite training camp test. Everyone cheer for our family, Chi Knight. A 300-plus pound fat-packed muscular stalwart from the Wind and Cloud Martial School seat said. He, our Gong Zhengxiong isn't bad either. Although he's not as good as Chi Knight, he's still a Zhong Shi level source martial artist. And still, he came down from Starry Sky University and has seen the world. There were 5 elite training camps around the world. There were 3 in Xia, codenamed Taixing Mountain, Magic Capital, and Kyoto. The other 2 were from the Eurocontinent and the Freedom Alliance. However, all the big families in Xia and the training camp instructors, no one cared about the other 2 training camps at all. Because in this era, the summer country was just the strongest when it came to martial artists. Whether it was the top strongest or the new generation of strongest, Xia was ahead of the other countries. And it was a break ahead, under this premise, regardless of any competition or test, as long as Xia country participates. If it doesn't take the top 3, it's considered to have played out of order. This is strength. The 3 instructors of the Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp looked at each other, and they could all see the stolen joy in each other's eyes. Prior to this, they had never revealed to anyone that Lu Yuan was an ancient martial grandmaster. This time, they would let a few of the other training camp veterans know what it meant to be shocked. The venue was a virtual battlefield created by simulating the Earth's wilderness environment, about 500,000 square kilometers. Each team would randomly land within this area. With a flash of white light, before Lu Yuan's eyes, it changed from a brightly lit room to a dimly lit mountain forest. The flowing air blew the tips of his hair, and also brought with it the rotten odor of buzz. Spiritual power surged from within his body. Not a blade of grass, not a blade of wood, not a breeze in his surroundings could escape Lu Yuan's line of sight. Someone, Chapter 90. Everyone is fleeing. Only one is killing. Brother, are we hiding here? A female voice with a clipped throat came out. Next to her, 3 men, covered in mud, hid within the swamp. Jiao Jiao, we've all practiced the turtle breath technique. Hiding here and with the technique, absolutely no one will be able to find us. When we find the right opportunity, we'll rush out to grab points. One of the male cadets said. This battlefield was set up by simulating a real-life wilderness scene. It was very complicated, with snowy mountains, lakes, and mud swamps in various different terrains. Moreover, there were also a very large number of ferocious beasts. There were even third-order Lord-level ferocious beasts, and for the vast majority of trainees, the first priority was survival. The second is to hunt and kill. Therefore, as a qualified Voldemort, the first thing to do was of course to metal up. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao, trust brother. Absolutely no one will be able to find us. We just need to wait for the shrinking circle. The few people were covered in mud and swamp, but they were laughing happily. Buzz. But at some point, a tall youth appeared behind the several people. Crap scared me. Brother, it's over, it's over. What if I'm found out? Brothers, don't be afraid. He's only one person. It's a lone wolf. It's here to give us brothers warmth. In Battle Royale mode, it was possible to team up with 4 people. The vast majority of people would choose to find suitable teammates to team up with. After all, when in reality, whether it was the wilderness or the front line, if you wanted to hunt ferocious beasts, you needed teammates to cooperate. One person. How can you compare to the 4 of us? Brothers, go. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Scarlet visions flashed around his body, and with a loud boom, his legs crushed the ground, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball. Boom, 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 boom. Swinging out 4 punches in succession, each of them blasted the 4 people out. The 4 people had already lost their breath and turned into corpses when they were smashed on the ground. The smiles on their faces hadn't completely declined yet, only that they had lost the light in their eyes. From start to finish, this squad of 4 had not reacted. In the virtual network, it was impossible to use natural abilities, but under the horrifying chi and blood enchantment, Lu Yuan's speed still had a crushing advantage. From the time he made his move to the end, it was less than a second. Looking at the 4 corpses at his feet, Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. There are still corpses. So real. Just then, a prompt appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Killed 4 opponents, points +4. Codename, Huntress. Affiliation, Taxing Mountain Elite Training Camp. Ranking, 1st place. Kill trainees. For current points, 4 points. The Battle Royale mode ranking was based on a combination of points and inventory time. Each trainee killed would earn 1 point. Killing ferocious beasts, on the other hand, was calculated according to the specific strength of the beasts, and the virtual network would follow the rules and give a reasonable amount of points. Survival time, naturally, the longer the better. Lu Yuan scanned the points leaderboard. Other than him, everyone's points were 0. After all, the game had just started. Everyone had just entered the battlefield, and even if some teams ran into each other, they wouldn't start fighting for their lives right away. Much less would they have the kind of killing efficiency that Lu Yuan had. Cool. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. It had been a long time since he had sparred with someone so recklessly. Continuing to kill. Whoosh! His body transformed into a shadow as Lu Yuan began to run wildly towards the front. Like a blood-red stream of light, he rampaged through the mountains and forests, directly blasting into a group of ferocious beasts. From the audience, there were bursts of exclamations. Wow! Crap! Bullish! Hey! This young man too fierce. The power holders of many great families and powers looked at each other in dismay. Before the start, they surprisingly hadn't gotten a single piece of information. Ancient martial grandmaster. Holy cow! This is actually an ancient martial sovereign. Whose ministry is this? But it's a bit fierce. Hurry up. Don't hide it if it's all revealed. If no one comes out, then old man, I'm going to rob someone. In the eyes of these people, this youth codenamed Hunter, with such a strong strength, must have been cultivated by a major power. This was because only major powers could provide enough resources to allow a genius to enter a period of rapid chi and blood growth from a young age. Only then could they break through the sovereign realm in their teens. Only this part of the population was usually cultivated in secret. Will not participate in the elite training camp. The 3 instructors from Taihang Mountain, hiding in the corner, secretly rejoiced. This kid, Lu Yuan, is not going to hide it anymore. Su Qiqi shook his head. This guy was an ancient martial grandmaster. If he went on a killing spree with impunity, the other elite training camp people combined would not be enough for him to kill. Too much strength can't be hidden. Jiang Shui shook her head. Ancient martial arts were too perverted. No! It was this guy who was too perverted. Although they hadn't come into contact with ancient martial artists yet, they had seen videos of ancient martial artists fighting. Where was Lu Yuan so perverted? However, after becoming number 1, you'll be watched by everyone. It will be more difficult to continue hunting again. In Battle Royale mode, the first place would be forced to go red. Everyone could see the location of the first place on the map. It's harder to want to hunt the trainees again. Battle Royale battlefield. Boom! Vajra giant ape. A mid-second stage ferocious beast. Lu Yuan looked at the dozen-meter-tall beast in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement. Boom! The entire person rose up in the air under the impact of his powerful chi and blood, and with a single punch, he blasted at the center of the Vajra giant ape's brow. Rumble! The giant beast directly lost consciousness. One punch killed it in seconds. The surrounding 24 first-rank adamantine great apes, who reacted half a beat slower, were slaughtered. Lu Yuan shook off the blood on his fist with a smile of excitement at the corner of his mouth. This was already the 5th group of ferocious beasts that he had slaughtered. But how come we haven't encountered any other trainees yet? Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled as he opened the map. Only then did he realize that the direction he was in had been replaced with a red marker. And there were also 3 big words, Hunter. Is this being forced to red name? Lu Yuan shook his head. Being too strong was also troublesome. Swish. Lu Yuan directly disappeared and started searching for targets around the mountain forest. As Lu Yuan began to move quickly, the maps of everyone around him began to flash red. Crap! What the hell is a huntress? How did it go red? The one who kills the most trainees will be forced to go red. That means he'll hunt and kill all the cadets. Crap? Then don't run. Looking at the mark that was labeled with the words hunter-killer, everyone fell into fear. They began to flee in all directions further away. There were many people who were also curious to open the points ranking. Code name: Hunter-Killer. Affiliation: Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp. Ranking: First place. Kill trainees. For current points: 94 points. Chapter 91. People give out nicknames 50-50. Don't hide. All rise, run. I-class mother ah. The hunters are coming, quickly go. The speed is also too fast. This is the thing that is spreading oh. Everyone was frantically fleeing out. Even if several different teams bumped into each other, they didn't strike each other, because they really didn't want to face that towering hunter. One must know that the second place now only had 9 points. The first place was 10 times that of the second place. Who in this hell would dare to face such a pervert? Which training camp did this come out of ah? What kind of strength is it? From Taihang Mountain, the strongest one from our training camp, is simply a pervert. A Taihang Mountain elite training camp participant was filled with fear. Hearing that someone knew the hunter-killer, the others who escaped around them all came over. How perverted is it? Let me put it to you this way. There are 3 Zhongshe trainees in our elite training camp. He alone beat up all 3 of them. Several others were confused. Crap! Your elite training camp actually has 3 Zhong masters? Our Magic City elite training camp only has 1. Good heavens, he violently beat up 3 sect master trainees on his own. What strength should this be? It won't be a great sect master, right? At this time, a figure wrapped in red visions swept over the heads of the crowd. It stopped in front of several people. Several people backed up one after another, all bent on protecting each other in front of them. Don't you come over. I'm very powerful ah. I'm telling you. A few black lines appeared on Lu Yuan's forehead. You guys are eliminated. Accompanied by a low voice, around Lu Yuan's body, scarlet light flashed. Boom! A punch whacked the head of the youth who was being protected by the crowd, and several others were blown away one after another just as they turned around. Brother Yuan. Only one youth who looked somewhat familiar was left. He collapsed to the ground and struggled. Brother Yuan, spare me. Everyone comes from the same elite training camp. Just one punch, it doesn't hurt. Lu Yuan's low voice was emotionless. Lu Yuan refused the other party's request and rewarded him with a punch. There was a loud boom. That somewhat familiar face was then completely hammered. Lu Yuan opened the map. Qin Knight, which direction will it be in? Xiao Yan looked at the leaderboard, the name that was high on the list. Helplessly, he shook his head. So, this hunter, it must be Lu Yuan. What a pervert. This guy isn't going to stay back. In the middle of a swamp, Qin Knight looked at the huntress mark on the map. He knew that this was inevitably Lu Yuan. Other than Lu Yuan, no one would be this perverted, although it was still a long distance away. However, in Qin Knight's heart, he still didn't feel any sense of security. He didn't want to be found by Lu Yuan. On the viewing gallery, Lu Yuan's image had long been placed on the big screen. This ornamental is also too bad. It's indeed a bit boring. One punch at a time, it's like a lawn mowing game. I can only tell that he is an ancient martial arts master. I can't even see the martial arts proficiency. Feng Yun Martial School's fat man with fat muscles. Qin Jun patted his belly. This kid's boxing style should be the one created by the stopper martial saint, the extreme martial hegemony fist. Every punch is very smooth. It seems that every move is incorporated into instinct. This kid must have put a lot of effort into the extreme martial hegemony fist. This is at least a proficiency. No, it's most likely a perfect grade of proficiency. Martial arts talent is strong. The three instructors from Taihang Mountain were still snickering. The ones watching the battle around them were all other training camp instructors as well. Laughing. Just know how to laugh. You three. Instead, give us some inside information. What's going on with this guy? You guys are also too fierce to have trained an ancient martial grandmaster. Su Chichi shook his head. Wait until the final test. You guys will naturally know. He originally wanted to wait for the final test, then let Lu Yuan make his appearance. At that time, all the major forces would inevitably throw out olive branches. Lu Yuan would also be able to compare them one by one. However, it didn't matter. With Lu Yuan's strength, he would be able to shine brightly no matter when. The strong men of the Summer Kingdom, they really make us admire them. A few old foreigners with yellow curly hair on top came over, very sincere. We, the Freedom Alliance, still need to learn more from Xia. Su Chichi accepted it as it was. You guys still have a lot to learn. What he said wasn't an exaggeration, but a fact. Martial arts and techniques all originated from the Xia Kingdom, and the level of martial artists in other countries were all far behind. In order to be able to catch up with the Xia Kingdom nowadays, the whole world was learning from the Xia Kingdom. It was at this moment that, in the middle of the battlefield, a strong man close to 2 meters tall, with his upper body exposed, his muscles were like steel poured on steel. In his hands, he was holding a thick shield that was taller than his own height. The muscular strong man was being surrounded by 4 Freedom Alliance trainees. Boom! 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 One of them, a yellow-haired strong man with white skin, was holding a huge hammer that kept smashing down on the young man's shield. A genius from the Summer Kingdom? Just this. So what if you have a 9th level Chi blood? Aren't you still a waste? You shouldn't be called Xuanwu, you should be called Turtle or Bastard. A few people kept laughing playfully, mocking. However, they were oblivious to the fact that none of their attacks could make Xuanwu move a single bit. The several Freedom Alliance trainees, attacking each other recklessly, only felt extraordinarily unrestrained. They had been suppressed by Xia for 100 years, once they were the global hegemony. They didn't expect to catch a lone wolf in a battle royale battlefield. And it was still so wimpy, not daring to fight back. Today, they were going to use this Xia genius to ruthlessly take out their anger. On the viewing gallery, many of the strongest people in the Xia Kingdom frowned. What's the situation? Why doesn't this youth codenamed Xuanwu dare to fight back? His chi and blood value is at the peak of the 9th level. Why didn't he spike those few losers? Crap. It's really pissing me off. On the seat of the Flame Martial Hall, which was also one of the 3 major martial arts halls, a red-haired old man, however, laughed out in triumph. A bunch of old things, what do you know? Xuanwu is a supreme genius who hit the gold segment in endless mode. Using you old things to teach him? The moment these words came out, everyone was confused. 9th level martial artist. Single row gold segment. How is this possible? There wouldn't be 100 such supreme geniuses in the world. This meant that in the same rank, this youth codenamed Xuanwu's battle power could be ranked in the top 100 globally. He had even defeated a grandmaster-level powerhouse. This was very exaggerated. The red-haired old man crossed his legs. My grandson Zhe has been invited by the Martial Artist Alliances. After coming out of the elite training camp, he will directly join the World Martial Hall Genius class. These words came out. The entire room was quiet for a split second. One had to know that although they all came from some big powers, and some of them were even high-level personnel in big powers, but there was still a long distance from the true core layer. There were 3 major martial arts schools in the Xia state. They were the World Martial Hall, the Flame Martial Hall, and the Wind and Cloud Martial Hall. They were created by the 3 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom. Among them, the World Martial Hall was the strongest. It was the place where the #1 powerhouse, Stopper, cultivated the top geniuses of all mankind. One could even view the World Martial Hall as a Starry Sky University reserve. As long as one could join the World Martial Hall, they would have a certain probability of entering Starry Sky University in the future. That was Starry Sky University. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. This youth codenamed Xuanwu was unexpectedly invited to join the World Martial Hall's genius class in advance. Everyone became curious, wanting to see just what kind of leverage Xuanwu had. The few instructors from the Freedom Alliance, however, were exceptionally happy. They didn't care about anything else. As long as they could suppress the genius of the Summer Kingdom, they were happy. Haha! My Freedom Alliance's geniuses aren't vegetarians either. This Xia native codenamed Xuanwu is a peak level 9 martial artist. And he's only 18 years old. Even in Xia, he's a genius among geniuses. Our Freedom Alliance is going to stand up. Several instructors of the Freedom Alliance, the corners of their mouths were pulled to their ears. Right at this moment, the situation in the screen suddenly changed. The burly man codenamed Xuanwu, a white ripple emerged around his body. Shock slam. Buzz. Suddenly, Xuanwu slammed the heavy shield in his hand on the ground, and a very terrifying shockwave erupted around him. The 4 surrounding geniuses of the Freedom Alliance were instantly sent flying out. Killed in seconds, the entire audience was in an uproar. Only that red-haired old man had a calm face. Routine operation. Do not all sit. Although Xuanwu's aggressiveness isn't strong, even those with a higher rank than him can't defeat him. He's also very good at drawing on the opponent's strength for defensive counterattacks. He is nicknamed 50-50 Foot of Taihang Mountain. Even that hunter of yours couldn't break Xuanwu's defense. Jiang Shui's eyes flickered with essence. Really? The hunter-killer has gone. Crap, for real. Chapter 92. If you're a dish, practice more. If you can't afford to play, don't play. The burly man with a heavy shield in his hand slowly got up. Xuanwu opened the leaderboard, his eyes just locking onto the Hunt Slayer that was ranked first. It was obvious that the Hunt Slayer was heading in that direction, moving quickly. However, Xuanwu not only didn't run away. Instead, his battle spirit was high. The Hunt Slayer should also be a Zhongshi level martial artist. However, I've fought over a dozen Zhongshi, and none of them have been able to break my shield yet. Come on, Huntress. Let me see if you can break through my defense. Xuanwu was absolutely confident in his defense. Although in the virtual network it was impossible to use natural abilities. But just by virtue of martial arts, Xuanwu was also absolutely confident that he could block a Clan Master level attack. Looking at the blood-red cursor of the hunter-killer, Xuanwu not only didn't run away, but even took the initiative to walk towards the hunter-killer. Very quickly, Xuanwu saw his target. It was a youth with an indifferent expression, covered in blood. At this moment, Xuanwu felt a huge pressure. As a defensive warrior, the most important thing was the ability to sense danger. When sparring, Xuanwu did not do nothing. He would use his keen perception to look for the weakest part of the opponent's attack and block. However, Xuanwu looked at the opposite youth named Hunter and Slayer, and he was unexpectedly unable to perceive the opponent's weak points. It seemed that, on the other party, there were no flaws at all. Xuanwu's expression was gloomy. Before even exchanging blows, his forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Lu Yuan carried one hand behind his back. You're under a lot of pressure. You are strong, Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Immediately, he clenched his shield with both hands and took a defensive stance. This move of mine is called the Xuanwu body. It is a third-rank superior martial art, and its proficiency is already close to perfection. If you can break my defense, I will simply admit defeat. In the past, Xuanwu had absolute confidence in this move. However, at this moment facing the huntress, yet he somewhat questioned himself. Lu Yuan laughed lightly. He could also feel on his opponent's body that power that was one with the earth. It was a bit interesting, but that was all it was. Boom! Lu Yuan's entire body instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Xuanwu, in the other party's astonished gaze. Pointing his toes on the ground, he twisted his waist. The strength of his entire body was transferred to his right hand in turn. A fist blasted out. Boom! The thick alloy shield was directly shattered, and the fist bathed in blood-light ruthlessly smashed into Xuanwu's body. The shield and the third-rank martial arts protection. The dual defenses were shattered one after another under this fist. The sternum cracked and dented. Blood continued to gush outwards. Xuanwu's body crossed in midair, his face pale. Unbelievable. The defense he was so proud of had been so easily shattered by a single punch. Moreover, this punch also directly killed him. Looking at the hunter's gradually distant back, Xuanwu's body only smashed down to the ground from a high altitude. It also completely lost its breath. The viewing gallery. It was plunged into complete silence. Every single spectator still maintained their previous stance. Some had their mouths wide open while others had wide eyes. None of them could have thought beforehand that Xian Wu, who had been blown up so high by the Flame Marshal Hall's red-haired old man, would be directly killed in seconds. The Flame Marshal Hall's red-haired old man jumped up as if he had gone mad. Crap? Was seconded. My grandson's defense ability, how could he be killed in seconds? He cultivates the Xuanwu body and the proficiency is already close to the perfection realm. It's impossible for an ordinary sect master to break his defense. From the Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp, this trainee of yours, what's going on? Although he is an ancient martial grandmaster, he can't be this strong. One punch killed in seconds. Jiang Shui, who was on the side, laughed lightly. Xuanwu is already very strong, but comparing it to the hunters and killers, it still needs to be practiced. The three instructors from Taihang Mountain looked at each other, and they could all see the laughter in each other's eyes. Only the three of them knew. Lu Yuan was not just entering the sovereign realm. He was at least in the middle stage or even in the late stage of the sovereign master. Moreover, this was an ancient martial arts sect master. Although Xuanwu was very strong, when facing such a Lu Yuan, there was no comparison at all. The difference was too great. That Flame Marshal Hall's red-haired old man, with an ugly face, directly withdrew from the spectator seat. Qin Zhen of the Wind and Cloud Marshal Hall had an ugly face. He wasn't in the mood to see how powerful the others were, and his gaze was always on his grandson. Qin Knight, this bastard. Why does he keep running? It seems like he's hiding from something. Lu Yuan was still moving quickly. He was too fast for any prey he spotted to escape. Whether it was a virtual ferocious beast or other trainees. Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Lu Yuan sensed a familiar aura fluctuation. It was a 4-member squad led by Xiao Yan. All of them were trainees from the Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. It's better to eliminate them earlier and let them go back to their training. Looking at the youth who suddenly appeared in front of him and condescended to him, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth. Come on. Although the gap was huge, although the three teammates had all fallen into fear, but Xiao Yan still wanted to fight. For the first time, Lu Yuan drew the long knife on his back. Xiao Yan was his good classmate, so of course he had to give the other party enough respect. I won't keep my hand, be careful. The voice fell. Lu Yuan's figure had already disappeared in place. Only a dazzling blade light remained, penetrating through the bodies of Xiao Yan's 4 people. A single blade, decapitating 4 people. This was the third-order blade technique martial art that many people in the elite training camp were practicing, the 3 extinction chop. Eliminating a few trainees once again, Lu Yuan's points once again gained an increase. Code name, Hunter-Killer. Affiliation, Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp. Ranking, 1st place. Kill Cadets, 13. Kill Cadets, 13. Current points, 232. Current points, 232 points. Virtual network room. Xiao Yan, who woke up from the virtual cabin, was somewhat autistic. One should know that when he first encountered Lu Yuan, that was during the Central State University's introductory examination. He was still able to spar with Lu Yuan. At that time, although he was suppressed by Lu Yuan, although Lu Yuan had stayed his hand, but at least it was still on a level. Even Xiao Yan was confident. If he exerted his bottom card with his SS plus level talent and that one special fire attribute martial art, he would be able to win. Now what about? He was no longer able to match Lu Yuan at all. The gap was too big. Being directly seconded, how could this be played? Xiao Yan gently touched the bracelet with flame patterns on his hand. That inheritance you mentioned, can it really allow me to surpass this pervert? Alas! At first, when he obtained the special flame inheritance, Xiao Yan thought that he was the son of destiny. However, after meeting Lu Yuan, this thought in his heart began to waver. Alas, don't want to think so much, cultivate properly. In the middle of the battlefield, Lu Yuan once again caught up with a team of 4, and it was still acquaintances from the Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp. There were even 2 classmates from Central State University. Big brother, Spare my life. One of them directly begged for mercy. I've seen Qin Knight before. I'll tell you the direction where he is. Can you spare our lives? Can. Lu Yuan nodded his head. When I met him, he was running wildly towards the very center area. I think he didn't want to be found by you, so he wanted to hide in the center area with that third stage Lord-level ferocious beast. You promised us that you wouldn't eliminate us. Lu Yuan revealed a kind smile. Don't worry. We're all classmates. How could I lay my hands on you? Spinning around, he pensively began to head to the center area. Chapter 93 Boss. I, Lu Yuan, am the boss. On the viewing gallery, Su Qiqi was dumbfounded. This is the triple jade slash, isn't it? Jiang Shui was also a bit confused. And it's an adept level 3 Jedi slash. A few days ago, the elite training camp had uniformly taught several third-rank martial arts. The 3 extreme chop, the reverse heavenly broken blade, and the stormy rain gun technique. The intention was for him to just try to use the virtual network and cultivate martial arts. There were a dozen or so other trainees in the training camp who also practiced the 3 extreme chop. With the virtual network enchantment, the most they could achieve was a proficiency level. Lu Yuan unexpectedly became proficient. Moreover, it was still without the aid of the virtual network. In just 5 days, by virtue of his own ability, he had cultivated a third-rank martial art to the proficient realm. This was truly demonic. In that case, it doesn't seem so hard to accept that he was able to cultivate the Sealing Demon Slash, Extreme Martial Hegemony Imperial Fist Proficiency to perfection. Under such excitement, the 3 instructors were all a bit out of their heads. Demon! In the middle of the battlefield, Qin Knight used his spiritual thoughts to completely erase his own aura and hid in a very safe location. The lair of a Lord-class ferocious beast. As the strongest boss of this battlefield, although the Iron Armored Dragon was only a peak second-ranked ferocious beast, it possessed third-ranked ferocious beast battle power. It was undoubtedly the strongest existence. As long as he hides here, Lu Yuan would definitely not be able to help him. Even before coming here, Qin Knight had deliberately exposed his own course of action. If Lu Yuan really dared to come here, the Iron Armored Dragon would completely tear him apart. You really think that I, Qin Knight, am made of clay? If you dare to come, let you die here. Looking at the map, the scarlet light dot with the words Hunters was getting closer and closer. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Qin Knight's mouth. In the middle of a cliff, the Eurocontinent's strongest 4-man squad, and one of the strongest teams from the Freedom Alliance, converged together. Not only did they not engage in a big fight, instead, they all stared at the direction where the hunters were located. One of them, a blonde-haired youth codenamed Zeus, stroked his hair. We have a team from the Freedom Alliance that has seen the huntress in the distance. He has no teammates, just a lone wolf. The 8 of us definitely have a chance to defeat him. Kill him and do us justice. This is the opportunity for our Freedom Alliance and Europa to rise. Start moving. The youth codenamed Death twisted his neck from side to side, sending a sound like a firecracker like popping of joints. Round up the hunters. There was a new martial grandmaster and 2 rank 9 martial artists among these 8 people. The strength was indeed very strong. If they joined together, they were enough to crush 99% of the teams in this great escape. However, they should never have done it. They shouldn't have hit on the hunters. This was self-seeking death. Lu Yuan suddenly stopped his forward steps. With his keen spiritual thoughts, he sensed the killing intent. Oh, there are quite a few people. Lu Yuan looked at the mountain forest below with interest, although these 8 people were trying their best to hide their aura. But the spiritual thoughts had long seen them. Hunter-killer, your time to die has come. Defeat the genius of the Summer Kingdom, and my name will become the pride of the Freedom Alliance. Listening to the arrogant and broken Xia dialect coming out of the mouths of several people, Lu Yuan slowly drew his long sword. Demon Sealing Slash. Swish, swish, swish. A snowy blade light flashed in the dimly lit mountain forest, accompanied by a dozen or so chopping blows in an instant. Lu Yuan's figure flickered, pulling out long phantoms in the jungle. When he reappeared again, he was already standing behind the 8 people. Clang! The long knife was sheathed. At the same time, a trail of blood surfaced on the chests and skulls of the 8 men.
PFFT.
Blood sprayed. The 8 people slowly fell to the ground. To the point of death, they hadn't seen clearly how exactly Lu Yuan had struck. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the approaching boss territory. Iron Armored Dragon. The fact that there was dragon in the name indicated that the ferocious beast's combat power was very strong. Although this boss was at the peak of the second rank, it possessed third-rank ferocious beast combat power. The Iron Armored Dragon that was qualified to be called a Lord-class fierce beast. Come on, let me see who's the boss. The viewing gallery was filled with cries of astonishment. So fast. This kind of speed, this kind of power. This definitely isn't just breaking through the sovereign realm. Bullish, too bullish. A blade light contains at least a dozen chopping strikes, although it's only the basic martial art, sealing demon chop. However, under the extreme power and speed, it can easily decapitate a sect master powerhouse. Those who had the qualifications to sit on the spectator seats were all the strongest of the major powers with profound martial arts cultivation. There were even many who were grandmasters. Their vision was naturally very venomous. This is the second perfect martial art that Lu Yuan has executed. Perfect grade, basic martial art, sealing demon slash. Perfect grade, second rank martial art. Extreme martial hegemony imperial fist. Proficient grade, third rank martial art. 3 extreme chop. What kind of demon is this? This is a good seedling. Can he have a family or power behind him? The Wind Cloud Martial Hall and the Flame Martial Hall, being the 3 major forces in the Summer Country. They were naturally very thirsty for such a genius. The powerful people from the 2 martial arts schools who had come to watch the battle all converged their gazes on the 3 instructors from Taihang Mountain. Jiang Shui stepped forward and arched her hand. Seniors, the information about the hunters and killers we have long since sent to the 3 major martial arts schools. I believe that after this great escape, the 3 great martial halls will issue an invitation to Lu Yuan. Originally, the 3 of them were prepared to wait until the expiration of the 3-month period and the final examination, then let Lu Yuan be completely exposed to everyone. With the strongest stance, they would crush all the elite training camps, letting both the top echelons of the Martial Artist Alliance and the World Wushu Hall see what kind of a supreme genius this was. This would also be able to fight for more resources for Lu Yuan. I didn't expect to expose Lu Yuan's strength in this small test. However, this was unimportant. The top management of the 3 major martial arts schools, as long as they saw Lu Yuan's battle footage, they would definitely send the invitation over directly. At the same time, there were also several strong Xia Kingdom members who were instructing the instructors from the Freedom Alliance and Eurocontinent. What's going on with your trainees? Even those AI-controlled virtual martial artists know not to mess with the first place. Can't your trainees see clearly the first place's points and the number of people eliminated? In the face of such a strong person who clearly cannot be fought against, why would you take the initiative to go up and give away your heads? You guys go back and seriously educate your trainees. Otherwise, in the battlefield in the future, won't you still have to give rations to the ferocious beasts? By then, there will only be one life. Facing the face of a few powerful people from the Summer Kingdom chopping their heads off and questioning them. The instructors from the Freedom Alliance and the Eurocontinent all lowered their heads in shame. The facts were right here. They were unable to refute it. Instructor Su, please can you be accommodating and give us some exchange slots so that our students can go to your martial arts school and learn? An unusually burly instructor from the Freedom Alliance pleaded in a low voice. Su Chichi waved his hand. I'll help you guys contact them later. Of course. Let's see the quality of your exchange students first. Hiding underneath the Iron Armored Dragon ferocious beast's nest, Qin Knight's tears were smoked out. Iron Armored Dragon excrement, it was too damned punchy. It's hot to the eyes. Qin Knight was on the verge of passing out. However, looking at the map, the mark that belonged to the hunters was getting closer and closer. He became excited again. The Iron Armored Dragon will stomp you hard, Qin Knight said viciously. At the same time, he was adjusting his position. Not only did he want Lu Yuan to die, he also wanted to give a fatal blow so that he could plunder Lu Yuan's points. Greed flickered in Qin Knight's eyes. I'm the genius. I'm the first place. Chapter 94 Battle. Cool. Tyrannical Iron Armored Dragon. Lu Yuan quickly ran through the jungle. The closer he got to the Iron Armored Dragon's territory, the quieter the surroundings became. The simulation of the virtual network was very realistic. If one came here without knowing, Lu Yuan would definitely think that this was the real world. Soon, he heard the sound of heavy breathing coming from the front. It was the Iron Armored Dragon. Lu Yuan's spiritual thoughts were much higher than Qin Yu's. He instantly sensed Qin Knight's location. A disgusted expression appeared on Lu Yuan's face. This guy, surprisingly, was hiding underneath the iron armored dragon's nest. It was well known that ferocious beasts were unhygienic. It was normal to urinate and defecate anywhere. Moreover, the excrement of the ferocious beast itself was able to give the ferocious beast a sense of security. Therefore, ferocious beasts very much liked to poop their excrement near their nests. The location that Qin Knight was in was obviously an excellent location. Unexpectedly, Qin Knight was so ruthless towards himself. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply. Even if spiritual thoughts didn't have a sense of smell, he could imagine the sickening feeling of suffocation. However, I'm afraid that this guy's purpose for hiding here isn't pure. Most likely, he wants to use the iron armored dragon to eliminate me. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Come on then. Lu Yuan realized that his own mindset had changed greatly. After getting stronger, the more he liked to use his fists to settle things. After all, it was the simplest and most effective way. Roar! Lu Yuan didn't have any intention of hiding and stood directly outside the iron armored dragon's nest. Obviously, the iron armored dragon had sensed that someone had intruded into its territory. Accompanied by a roar, a behemoth rushed out from the valley. It was a very special, ferocious beast. Huge in size, it was 6 or 7 meters tall, and its body plus its tail was almost 20 meters long. Its body was wrapped in thick horns, and those horns exuded a metal-like luster, which made it look like it had a strong defense. There were also 2 horns on the iron armored dragon head. Obviously, there was indeed a thin dragon bloodline. Roar! The iron armored dragon's huge vertical pupils were incomparably deep. Lu Yuan did not say anything. He directly charged up with his battle sword. Boom! The battle sword and the iron armored dragon's sharp horns collided together. With the huge power clash, Lu Yuan directly flew out dozens of meters backwards. The iron armored dragon's huge figure also took half a step backwards. Roar! The iron armored dragon looked at the cracks on its horns and let out a roar. It was completely enraged. On its huge body, a pattern that looked like dragon scales flashed continuously. This was the iron armored dragon's talent. Dragon scale iron armor. Below the ferocious beast nest, Qin Knight stepped on the slimy ferocious beast excrement under his feet, and 30 fist-sized alloy beads floated behind him. Fierce beasts with the word dragon in their names were all very powerful. The iron armored dragon was the genius and demon among the ferocious beasts. A peak second stage iron armored dragon possessed the strength of a lord-level ferocious beast. Although Lu Yuan was an ancient martial grandmaster, his battle power was powerful. However, it was also very difficult to defeat an iron armored dragon without having an advantage in terms of realm. This time you're dead. Qin Knight's gaze revealed a vicious intent. Watching the iron armored dragon cast its natural ability, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What gives it the right to use its talent? It's not fair. Immediately he charged up again. 3 extreme slashes. Boom! 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 3 snowy slashes in succession slashed out, cutting down the iron armored dragon's natural ability and even piercing through its thick horny defense layer. Foul-smelling beast blood continuously sprayed from the wounds. At the same time, the thick tail of the iron armored dragon also flung itself at Lu Yuan. It directly blasted it away. 100 meters away, Lu Yuan slowly climbed up from the ground. The alloy battle suit on his upper body had been completely shattered, exposing his streamlined and tight muscles. Crap! Qin Knight looked at the blood-curdling battle scene outside and felt that things weren't too good. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? The iron armored dragon's all-out strike. Surprisingly, it only caused Lu Yuan to break a layer of skin and didn't even cause any substantial damage. Moreover, as the power of qi and blood surged, this imperceptible wound recovered in an instant. Qin Knight was very decisive. Once again, he drilled under the iron armored dragon's nest and hid in an area that made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Outside the nest, the iron armored dragon all froze for a moment. By the time it reacted, Lu Yuan's figure was no longer in front of it. The iron armored dragon only felt that its body had lost its balance. Lu Yuan's arms clamped onto the iron armored dragon's tail, and the muscles of his entire upper body rippled. Surprisingly, he directly threw the iron armored dragon out. Boom! The huge body of the iron armored dragon directly smashed even the trees in the mountain forest to pieces. Lu Yuan didn't use his battle sword anymore. He directly jumped onto the body of the iron armored dragon. Lu Yuan stood on the body of the iron armored dragon, which was more than 20 meters long. Lu Yuan stood on the body of the iron armored dragon, which was more than 20 meters long, but he was very small. However, in Lu Yuan's hands, the iron armored dragon had no chance to fight back. Along with his fists, he kept smashing down. The iron armored dragon let out a wail of pain, and even its ear holes were oozing blood. In Lu Yuan's hands, the extreme martial hegemony fist erupted with multiple strengths. The surface of the iron armored dragon did not seem to have suffered any injuries. However, the internal organs had already been shattered. Accompanied by a mournful cry, the iron armored dragon was hammered to death alive. In front of Lu Yuan, a golden prompt surfaced. Killed final boss. Rewarded with 1,000 points. Codename Huntress. Affiliation. Taxing Mountain Elite Training Camp. Ranking, first place. Eliminated trainees, 28. Current points, 1,352 points. On the viewing gallery, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. It took a long time before it completely boiled over. Crap, this kid actually killed the iron armored dragon with his own hands. Although this is only a peak second order ferocious beast, it already possesses lord-level strength. Lu Yuan is also an ancient martial grandmaster. Killing a lord-level ferocious beast over the level seems to be normal. When a ferocious beast faced a martial artist, no matter the size, strength, defense, or speed, they all held a huge advantage. A martial artist of the same rank, only a genius could hunt and kill a ferocious beast of the same rank. As for killing ferocious beasts at a higher level, that was even more of a genius among geniuses. Not only did Lu Yuan kill a ferocious beast, he also killed an iron armored dragon with a dragon bloodline. Moreover, it was an extremely shocking, extremely bloody way to kill an iron armored dragon. It was too strong. The Huntress deserves to be called a huntress. In the entire arena, only Qin Zhen of the Feng Yun Martial Hall did not pay attention to Lu Yuan. Qin Zhen's gaze was fixed on his proud grandson, Qin Knight. This disgraceful thing has even burrowed into the excrement of a ferocious beast. You better not go home, or I'll definitely break your legs. A few people in the surroundings, their faces were suffocatingly red. After all, in the beginning, Qin Zhen had been raving about his Qin Knight. He had also pointed it out to many people. Although Qin Knight was now hiding next to the iron armored dragon's excrement, most of the people present recognized it. Just then, Lu Yuan slowly walked towards the direction of the iron armored dragon's lair. His gaze, which seemed to have pierced through the entire valley, saw on Qin Knight, who was lying in the iron armored dragon excrement. Wherever you hide, you won't be able to escape. Chapter 95. Abuse and Kill. Cool. The three great martial halls. Plus more. Dang. 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 Yang. Dang. 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 Qin Knight's heart began to beat frantically as he listened to the footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Damn bastard. How could he possibly discover me in this situation? Qin Knight's face was very ugly. He had endured this unbearable odor that ordinary people could not endure in order to hide from Lu Yuan. Hiding in the excrement of the iron armored dragon. After all this, how could Lu Yuan still discover him? Lu Yuan stood in the iron armored dragon's lair and looked at the youth who was mixed in the excrement and shivering. A look of disgust appeared on his face. With a clang, the battle sword was sheathed. Lu Yuan's figure flashed. The battle knife viciously stabbed into Qin Knight's limbs in turn. Ah! Qin Knight violently stared with wide eyes, his features hideous. Ah! Stop! I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Never dare again. The battle knife ran through Qin Knight's limbs in turn. The boiling qi and blood continued to vibrate along the blade. It was as if it was going to shatter the bones of his entire body inch by inch. This was extremely painful. Qin Knight's face was pale and bloodless. He even wanted to faint at one point, but the virtual network didn't have this function. He was forced to endure this kind of pain that was enough to drive one crazy. The iron armored dragon's breath dissipated. The thick smell of blood spread throughout the mountain forest. Without the intimidation of the iron armored dragon, the relatively weak, ferocious beasts in the surroundings began to converge here. Looking at the ferocious beasts approaching over, Qin Knight hissed loudly. Kill me? Kill me. Ah! Qin Knight, whose limbs were wasted, could only wail in agony. He watched as the ferocious beasts gnawed his body, little by little into oblivion. On the spectator stand, the crowd of the Wind and Cloud Martial Hall was furious. FCK, what is the hunter doing? What gives him the right to abuse our Wind Cloud Martial Hall people? This is provoking our Wind Cloud Martial Hall. The hunter and slayer dares to offend the Wind Cloud Martial Hall. This is asking for death. As Qin Knight's grandfather, Qin Jun, however, did not make a sound, only that there was killing intent surging within his eyes. Jiang Shui looked at the image of Lu Yuan continuing to slaughter the virtual ferocious beasts. Young people, it's normal to have a bit of conflict. It's just a matter of them resolving it on their own. I hope that certain people or forces won't think of doing anything that goes against the laws of martial artists. Jiang Shui pointed this out in public. Of course it was to protect Lu Yuan. She was telling others that Lu Yuan was a talented martial artist. She was also reminding the others that harming a genius martial artist was a felony. It would be wanted by the Martial Artist Alliance. Ha ha! Qingjin smiled skinlessly. Miss Jiang is joking. Young people's conflicts should be resolved by young people. This global elite training camp battle royale has already come to an end, so I won't accompany you. As the words fell, Qingjin's figure transformed into blue-white data and instantly disappeared in place. Battlefield. 5 hours later, Lu Yuan stationed himself in the center area and killed the last survivor. The scene in front of him gradually disappeared. A settlement panel appeared in front of him. Code name: Hunter Killer. Affiliation: Taxing Mountain Elite Training Camp. Ranking: First place. Eliminated trainees: 132. Current points: 2,651 points. The total number of trainees who participated in this battle royale was just over 200. Lu Yuan alone killed a large portion of them. On top of that, he also slaughtered the boss Iron Armored Dragon, as well as thousands of ferocious beasts. First place, well deserved. It's just that the score was pulled a bit high. The second place score was only 52. At this moment, all the trainees who participated in this battle royale were discussing intensely. And the target of their discussion was mostly the hunters and killers. FK. The hunter killer only used 1 slash and I was decapitated. WTF? What the hell, he's too strong. All 8 of us together didn't even receive a single move. Is this really a cadet? West 8, he definitely can't be 18, right? There was surprisingly not a single elite from around the globe that could take a single move from Lu Yuan. Many people had questions rising in their hearts. At the same time, the major powers that were conducting the spectator battle also began to investigate the information of the hunter. Qingjin originally thought that it would take some effort to investigate such a genius, but he didn't expect that just by sending his avatar to the network, there would immediately be a flood of information coming in. Lu Yuan, male, 18 years old, once specially recruited by the Qingbei Research Institute. What the hell? Is this a hunter? Qingjin was a little annoyed, but he continued to scan down his eyes. After refusing the Qingbei special recruitment, he won the first prize in martial arts in Central State Province, created a martial arts exam score that could never be surpassed. Afterwards, he was admitted to Central State University with a very exaggerated condition, special recruitment. During the period of Zhongzhou University, he practiced hard and united with his classmates. In the province's freshman competition, won the first place, and won the title of Devil Keeper. Later joined the elite training camp. Looking at this record, Qingjin fell silent. Seems like, can't afford to mess with it. Grandson Zhe, fend for yourself. As the head of the Qin family, he was still able to hook up with the Fengyun Martial Hall, such a behemoth. Qingjin was no fool. Unlike his 300-pound appearance, Qingjin's mind was extremely delicate. He knew very well that if he wanted to be on the opposite side of this kind of genius, there were only 2 options. 1, to thunderously kill him before he grew up. But this one violated the law and it was a felony. 100% would be beheaded. So this was a 1-for-1 exchange. Unless he rebelled against the human race and became a wilderness man, wandering in the wilderness. Obviously, neither of these 2 outcomes was what Qingjin wanted. Secondly, sending all sorts of dragon sets, going forward to send experience and pull hatred, waiting for Lu Yuan to grow up and kill their entire family in one fell swoop. This was the typical villainous approach. As the person in charge of the Qin family, Qin Jun was not so stupid as to watch his family fall into the abyss. Therefore, he chose the third path. Qin Jun directly dialed his grandson Qin Knight. "Grandson Zhe, did you offend Lu Yuan?" Qin Knight was immediately agitated upon hearing his "Grandfather, are you going to help me take revenge? No." Before Qin Knight could finish his words, he was interrupted by a furious roar from the opposite side of the phone. A face of confusion. Qin Jun's voice continued to come from the opposite side. "You kid, if you've been beaten, find a way to fight back on your own. But don't pull the Qin family flag. Your grandfather, I won't help you take the blame. I've seen it that Lu Yuan is usually very good to his classmates and friends. A good guy who loves to help his classmates. He shouldn't beat you to death." Toot toot toot. Looking at the phone that hung up directly, Qin Knight fell into silence. He was really about to break. Just now, his spirit was tortured, and now his heart was stabbed again. Within his eyes, tears dripped down bit by bit. The 3 major martial arts schools of the summer country had also received the results of this elite training camp test. The 3 major martial arts schools had branches all over the world, and they had a lot of power. Aside from the Martial Artist Alliance, there was no force that was qualified to regulate their existence. Feng Yun Martial Arts School, Magic City Branch. It was a chicly styled villa that covered a large area, even larger than an unusual shopping mall. On the top floor, a cold middle-aged man got up, and as his eyes scanned over the information, his face became more and more gloomy. 18 years old, a martial arts prodigy, combative genius, and at the same time, there is also a spiritual numinous master talent. The most crucial thing is that he is also an ancient martial artist. What we, the Wind Cloud Martial Hall, need is this kind of supreme genius. Give him the treatment of a top genius. Tens of billions of cash rewards, a lifetime contract, and an upgrade in treatment as his strength increases. This person was the head of the Magic City branch of the Feng Yun Martial Arts School, Feng Ling Tian. At the same time, in Rong City, in the center of the city, in a huge ring-shaped building, inside the luxurious room, a flavorful noblewoman clenched her fists. This person, our Flame Martial Hall, is determined to win. As the Flame Martial Hall's temporary agent, Horonger was under a lot of pressure. Today's Flame Martial Hall was in dire need of fresh blood. Our Flame Martial Hall needs more than just a genius, or someone who is qualified to lead the Flame Martial Hall onward. Lu Yuan was able to unite his classmates and lead a class to take various rankings and many resources in a short period of time. It's obvious that he possesses the ability to become a leader. Give him the treatment of an heir candidate, as well as the Fire God inheritance qualification. Only the World Martial Hall was the most calm. They directly sent a Martial King powerhouse to the Taixing Mountain Elite Training Camp to see Lu Yuan's strength with their own eyes. Chapter 96 Effort. Cool. Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp. The next day, Gong Zhengxiong took the initiative to mount the ring and looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I heard that in yesterday's battle, the 3 extreme chop you executed was very strong. Can you guide me? Gong Zhengxiong stumbled over his words, afraid that Lu Yuan would reject his request. Lu Yuan did not make things difficult for him. After all, his favorite thing was a hard-working classmate. Smoothly picking up one of the standard Tang swords at the edge of the ring, with a long leap, he mounted the ring. Come on. Gong Zhengxiong froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan just agreed straight away. When the other students saw that Lu Yuan was going to spar with Gong Zhengxiong in swordplay, they also immediately surrounded him, especially those students who had practiced the 3 absolute chop. After all, many had heard that Lu Yuan had displayed the highly skilled 3 extreme slashes in the Battle Royale battlefield. It was incomparably fierce. The 3 blade slashes didn't give anyone a chance at all. Gong Zhengxiong slightly arched his hand. My comprehension of the 3 extreme slashes has reached the realm of proficiency. Please instruct me. Entering battle mode. Gong Zhengxiong's face was serious, his eyes constantly scanning over Lu Yuan's body. It seemed to be looking for the best angle of attack. However, the more Gong Zhengxiong looked at him, the more nervous he became, because there was an aura on Lu Yuan that he couldn't put into words, with that aura suppressing him. It made him not have the courage to draw his sword at all. It couldn't wait any longer. Watch out! With a roar, Gong Zhengxiong directly rushed over. Swish! 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 3 slashes flashed in succession, one more fierce than the other, and the slashes were deadly. However, Lu Yuan only moved his body slightly and easily dodged them. After the 3 knives ended, Gong Jingxiong's strength was exhausted, and his figure slowed down by the slightest bit. Lu Yuan's blade slid through the air, and the hilt of the blade casually slammed into Gong Jingxiong's abdomen. It was followed by a light tap on Miyagi Masao's right hand that was holding the knife. Surrendered. The entire audience was in an uproar. Crap, so easy. The fact that Lu Yuan was able to beat Gong Jingxiong is not surprising. He was already stronger. The key thing is that Lu Yuan suppressed his speed and strength. The power he burst out with wasn't even as strong as Gong Jingxiong. Why is that? It feels like a father beating his son. As the person involved, Gong Jingxiong was also a bit confused, completely failing to figure out how he lost. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. No, that's not how the 3 Jedi chop is used. A sword is like a fierce tiger, and the martial art of the 3 extreme chop is an extreme interpretation of ferocity. 3 knives divided life and death. This could play a decisive role in a fight, but one would also fall into a crisis. So before fighting for your life, one should at least feel out the opponent's path and not blindly fight for their lives. The core of this martial art is indeed the extreme outburst, where one slash is more ferocious than the other. However, after the extreme outburst, it will also expose its own brokenness. Therefore, one should test and observe the opponent first, and look for a breakthrough before fully executing the 3 extreme slashes. Even if you can't defeat the opponent directly, you can still suppress them and take control of the situation. Gong Jingxiong was somewhat surprised. Crap, you really know how to do that? And still, the proficiency is so high. Could it be that you've learned the 3 absolute slashes before? Lu Yuan shook his head. No, we learned it together. Everyone froze. In other words, Lu Yuan had cultivated this 3rd-rank martial art for a full 6 days. Under these circumstances, Lu Yuan had then cultivated the 3 extinction chop to the proficient realm. This is too crazy, isn't it? Lu Yuan is learning so fast without the aid of the virtual network. Yeah, I've only just gotten started with the assistance of the virtual network. Lu Yuan patted Gong Jingxiong's shoulder. Your overall direction is no problem. Stick with it. Then he stood on the ring and looked at the crowd below. Lu Yuan explained in detail some of the cultivation tips about the 3 absolute chopping, then truly said, the path of martial arts is all about persistence. One day only practicing 1 day's work, one day not practicing 3 skies. The numerous trainees below all more or less comprehended. One by one, they were very excited and couldn't wait to start practicing immediately, validating the way Lu Yuan told them to cultivate. Only Xia Xining was a bit hesitant. Her instincts told her that there was something wrong with these words. However, instinct also told her that she would die a miserable death if she sang against Lu Yuan at this time. What Lu Yuan said is so right. Students, you've just received Lu Yuan's guidance. Cultivate quickly. So, Xia Xining directly began to cooperate with Lu Yuan. Just at this moment, a strong man of more than 2 meters walked into the classroom. Su Lai. His legs didn't seem to have recovered well yet, and his walking posture was a bit strange. However, none of the obstacles could stop Su Lai's passion for cultivation. At this moment, Su Lai was very excited, and there were even tears flashing in his eyes. Yes, the path of martial arts is just one word: practice. The reason why he was able to recover so quickly was that he had used the high-grade recovery elixir provided by Lu Yuan. Boss, I'm going to go cultivate in the Demon Blood Tower, and I'm going to try that thing you gave me. Su Lai was a little excited. He was ready to test the effects of the crystallized marrow. Lu Yuan patted Su Lai's shoulder. It's still important to combine labor and rest. Su Lai bared his teeth. Isn't cultivation resting? Lu Yuan silently gave a thumbs up. 6. Right, boss. Su Lai suddenly stopped his stance with a very serious expression and said, I want to defeat Qin Knight with my own strength. Su Lai also had pride that belonged to himself. He didn't want that when he won against Qin Knight, the other party was lying in bed. He hoped that he could surpass Qin Knight and defeat him with honor. Revenge with his own hands. Lu Yuan nodded his head. For a rank 5 martial artist to dare to challenge a sect master powerhouse, this itself required great courage. For Su Lai to be able to think this way was already very impressive. Of course, he supported it. After all, having a goal was motivation. Who would reject a classmate who would work desperately for a goal? Devil Blood Tower. Su Lai sat on top of the futon and took a deep breath, taking out a small piece of crystallized bone marrow. First, follow the normal dosage and try taking 1 gram at a time. Put this small piece of jade-like spirit into his mouth. It instantly melted in the mouth. Afterward, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. A crimson color emerged around Su Lai. Hoo. The breathing became more and more ragged. All over his body, muscles, bones, and internal organs. It was as if he was experiencing a scorching fire. Sweat continuously flowed. The pain was too painful. The terrifying power was continuously drilling into his bone marrow. In Su Lai's eyes, tears could not help but flow down. In an instant, he was much more relaxed, and the pain in his body was much more soothing. Half an hour later, a large water mark formed by sweat was left on the ground. Although Su Lai felt extremely tired, he was also very excited. This was because he could clearly feel that his own qi and blood had been increased. Su Lai barely managed to hold up his body and came in front of the machine that detected the qi and blood values, and deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Phew! Qi and blood value. 2408. 5th level martial artist. Crap! Up 80 points. A scorching light erupted in Su Lai's eyes, murmuring to himself like a madman. According to common sense, a normal person can only take 1 gram of crystallized marrow per day, but I'm not a normal person. I can release the pressure and alleviate the pain through my tears. He could take at least 3 grams. Su Lai's eyes gradually became firm. I must double my efforts and make up for the cultivation time I owe from the previous days. At the same time, the 3 instructors of the Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp all came outside the relic space very respectfully, greeting the strong man. Boom! Right at this moment, a booming sound that broke through the sound barrier came from far away. 3 strong men in battle armor stood in the air. Chapter 97. Explosive Brother Dan's successor. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Yuan finally saw Gentle in the classroom. This girl, it was said that she had hardly come out since that day when she entered the Divine Observation Tower. Seeing Lu Yuan, when Ro's eyes flashed with surprise, "Ah Yuan, you're back." Lu Yuan nodded, somewhat surprised. He could feel that Gentle had progressed greatly. Spiritual Nian Li had broken through to the 5th level. Although in the elite training camp, it could only be considered 2nd tier. Compared to geniuses like Qin Knight, there was a big gap, but the speed of Gentle's progress far exceeded Qin Knight's. In 1 week, it had risen 1 level. There was still a long time ahead. There would also be more and more resources. The speed of Gentle's advancement would only get faster and faster. When Ro didn't chat with Lu Yuan much, simply rested for a while, ate something, and then entered the Divine Contemplation Tower once again to cultivation. Gentle made a cultivation plan. 2 cultivation rounds per day, 10 hours for each round. The rest of the time was used to rest, as well as enter the virtual network and perform real-world tests. Lu Yuan was not idle either. Instead, he chose to enter the virtual network and try to use the endless trial mode. If Battle Royale was a group battle, it was all about cooperation and tactics. Then Endless Trial was a single row. It was the ultimate test of one's control martial arts proficiency. Endless mode will suppress cultivation. Let the 2 people fighting against each other's strength, speed, and other basic values exactly the same. The most critical thing is, after 1 fight, the next one would start immediately. There was no rest time, so if you wanted to win, you had to compress your spirit, will, and strength to the extreme. Therefore, the endless mode could maximize the potential of a martial artist's body. This was also the main reason why the elite training camp participants had improved so much during this period of time. Of course, the vast majority of them could not enter the virtual network without limitations. This was because it required the consumption of spiritual energy. Mental power was strong enough to fight in the virtual network for a longer period of time. In this regard, the advantage belonged to the spiritual luminaries. After entering the virtual network, however, after Lu Yuan entered the virtual network, many friend requests popped up. 1 click rejected everyone. Lu Yuan directly opened the battle. Endless mode. Ding, a huge countdown appears in front of him. 3, 2, 1. Swish. It was accompanied by a white light. The environment that Lu Yuan was in had turned into a huge ring. Surrounding it were spectator seats that were large enough to hold tens of thousands of people, but there was not a single person watching the battle. After all, these were just two unclassified martial artists. It was rumored that there were some Netflix martial artists that had tens of thousands of seats that were filled to capacity when they fought against each other in the virtual network. In the ring, opposite Lu Yuan was a youth. He was also new to the game and thought that he had just qualified to enter the virtual network. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Along with the countdown ending, the opposite youth was still preparing to introduce himself. But to his horror, he realized that his opponent had disappeared. The next moment, a fist glowing with red light whacked him out. Boom! The youth was surprised as he crashed into the edge of the ring and instantly lost his breath. The speed, strength, and other various basic values of the two men's bodies were exactly the same though. But the difference in martial arts proficiency was too great. Moreover, Lu Yuan had an extremely high degree of control over his own strength. The body didn't disappear? Lu Yuan frowned slightly as he realized that the virtual network seemed to be extraordinarily fond of gore. It was also in the previous battle royale. Those who were killed would be preserved in the form of corpses. However, there was no time given to Lu Yuan to think. The next opponent had already arrived. It was still a one-punch second. This afternoon, Lu Yuan was soaking in the virtual network, fighting in endless mode. Only, to these opponents who hadn't been leveled yet, Lu Yuan was too overmodeled. There was simply no one who could pose a threat to him. After killing the 30th opponent in seconds, Lu Yuan chose to end the battle. 30 battles, 30 consecutive victories. He hadn't lost a single one. All of them were crushing victories. As a result, Lu Yuan's segmentation directly completed a leap. Gold. 181 points. When the points reached 1,000, there would be a promotion match, and if you won the promotion match, you would be able to enter the next level. Exiting the virtual network, Lu Yuan viciously exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Although he had stayed in the virtual network for 3 hours straight, he had a high mental power value, so he didn't have any very unpleasant feelings. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Yuan directly opened the system panel. Daily settlement. Gentle cultivated for 20 hours in the Divine Observation Tower. Mental strength plus 93. Virtual network cultivated for 3 hours. Martial arts, reverse heavenly broken blade. Proficiency increased. Miyagi Masao has been instructed by a high-ranking person. Cultivating 3 extreme chop for 10 hours. Proficiency greatly increased. Sun Ya cultivates. Su Lai swallowed 3 grams of crystallized marrow and endured pain that normal people cannot endure. His chi and blood value is plus 223. Tang Di painstakingly delves into the explosive Brother Dan, wanting to enhance the effects of his own natural ability in a special way. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over everyone one by one. In this one day's time, just the students from the elite training camp had provided Lu Yuan with 1,200 points of chi and blood value. There was also 600 spiritual power. Bull. All of them are the most qualified. Human yo talents ma. Lu Yuan was greatly shocked, especially Su Lai. He was so hard on himself. Crystallized bone marrow was indeed a divine medicine to increase the value of chi and blood, but after taking it, the pain it brought to the taker was also unbearable to ordinary people. Even a ruthless person would only take 1 gram a day. But what about Su Lai? The injury hadn't even finished healing, so he actually ate 3 grams. If it wasn't for the system not prompting, Lu Yuan would have suspected that Su Lai hadn't played himself to death. The effect was also very significant. In 1 day's time, Su Lai had directly increased his blood value by more than 200 points. Moreover, this was still in the case where he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, and his body wasn't in its peak state. In the future, it was possible that he would be able to take the dosage to gain another new high within a day's time. A hint of anticipation flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes. There was also the Tang Di that he had never paid much attention to before. This guy, surprisingly, was still a pharmacist, and still studying crooked paths. Lu Yuan liked it very much. Moreover, he was prepared to sponsor a bottle of explosive Brother Dan. A huge bottle of elixir appeared out of thin air. Visible to the naked eye, there were dozens of blood-red pills inside. By the looks of it, it wasn't a proper elixir. These were the explosive Brother Dan that had been improved by Wu Hunting Sky. The potency was fierce, and it seemed to have a deeper level of alteration. Just take this bottle of pills and sponsor it to Tang Di. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Of course, he wasn't going to let Tang Di eat the exploding D-Dan, but rather he was going to let him study the principles of it. At the same time, in the conference room of the elite training camp, the three instructors sat opposite the three martial king powerhouses. This kid's strength is indeed a bit exaggerated. In the future, he is bound to ascend to the starry sky battlefield. So joining my world martial hall is the path that Lu Yuan should take. The martial king sent by the heavenly martial hall was a man like an iron tower. Iron tower, words can't be said like that. Earth also needs strong people to garrison it. Join my wind cloud martial hall and we can give him the best treatment as well. If his talent is strong enough. The wind cloud pavilion master is willing to teach him one-on-one. The man in the black and white battle robe propped one hand on the table. I, the flame martial hall, am also willing to give the best conditions, and may even be a candidate for hall master in the future. The woman with a fiery figure, wearing a dark red bustier, clasped her hands over her chest. Three martial kings from different martial halls had already been here for Lu Yuan's stay or departure. They had been arguing for a long time. Su Qiqi lightly coughed twice. Three of you, the elite training camp will be opening its first test tomorrow, or else let's look at the effect of the test and then make a decision. Su Qiqi said this. It was because he believed that in a real live battle, Lu Yuan would play a stronger stance. It would make these three major martial arts schools give better conditions. However, it was also because of this. Tomorrow, he would have to arrange a stronger opponent for Lu Yuan. At the very least, it was important to let Lu Yuan fight to his heart's content. Chapter 98. Hunting Target. Lord Class Fierce Beasts. This is the tyrannical brother Dan. Tang Di's eyes flashed with amazement when he saw the bottle of elixir that Lu Yuan handed over. Classmate Lu Yuan, you still have dabbled in this kind of elixir? The next day, early in the morning, Lu Yuan gave the improved tyrannical brother Dan to Tang Di. Seeing such a quality tyrannical brother Dan, Tang Di was naturally very surprised. After all, he had been studying this kind of elixir for a very long time due to his own natural ability. The tyrannical brother Dan was a very special kind of elixir. The medicinal effects were very good, but after taking it, one would also pay a great price. This kind of elixir was not a proper elixir in the first place. It was extremely difficult to refine. Tang Di hadn't even heard of anyone being able to enhance the medicinal effects of the tyrannical brother Dan. Facing Tang Di's pursuing questions, Lu Yuan waved his hand repeatedly. I just got it by chance, and I feel that this elixir matches your temperament perfectly. If you need it, I'll give it all to you. Send it all to me? Tang Di was very excited, as if he had gotten some rare treasure. He brought a tyrannical D Dan under his nose and gently sniffed it, as if he was feeling the flavor of it. Damaging Yang grass and Yang essence rock. The attributes of these two kinds of spiritual objects, which are mutually exclusive, are perfectly fused in the Dan. This is simply genius. Essence light flickered within Tang Di's eyes. The most perfect elixir, the tyrannical brother elixir, had unexpectedly increased its medicinal effect drastically through these two simple spiritual substances. Tang Di was greatly shocked. Boss Lu, just who can tell me which master improved the tyrannical brother Dan? I want to discuss and explore with him. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He died. Tang Di shook his head, very emotional. That's really a pity that such an unrivaled talent has fallen. Lu Yuan was actually not a pity. After all, Wu Hunting Sky had eaten dozens of tyrannical brother pills before he died. He had drained himself of all his potential. Could be said that not a single drop was left. Su Lai saw Lu Yuan take out the pills and give them to Tang Di and directly came over. Boss, what kind of magical elixir is this? It doesn't look like something good. Give me a taste. A blood-red elixir was something Su Lai had never seen before. It made him very curious. A few black lines appeared on Lu Yuan's eyebrows. You're not suitable for this. Have some more crystallized bone marrow. Hearing these 4 words, Su Lai's body just shivered. Although he had a special physique to enhance and alleviate the pain, it didn't mean that he could ignore the pain. Yesterday, after eating it 3 times in a row, he almost fainted. Of course, although the process was painful, the effect was still very good. As long as he could become stronger, he would eat. Because Su Lai was very clear about one thing. In this world, only the strong could control their own destiny. Only the strong could find a better girlfriend. When Ro saw in Tang Di's hand the blood-red elixir, it was also curious. But before she could open her mouth, Lu Yuan refused. Afterwards, Lu Yuan passed on some cultivation tips to Su Lai's few people. 10 minutes later, the three instructors walked into the classroom one after another. But the trainees' eyes, instead of looking at the instructors, converged on the three strong men behind the instructors. These three people, although they did not emit their own power, but anyone could tell at a glance that they were powerful. It was really the sense of oppression on them that was too strong. As the gazes of the three swept over the crowd, a hair-raising sensation arose in the hearts of the elite training camp's trainees. It seemed like they were being stared at by powerful, ferocious beasts, and the sweaty hairs on their arms exploded. Who are they, and why do they have such a strong sense of oppression? This is the logo of the three major martial arts schools. Most of the trainees, who could only feel a powerful sense of oppression, were too low in rank. It was even impossible to judge the exact strength of these three people. One could only rely on external information and make a simple judgment. Lu Yuan's sense was clearer than the vast majority of people, which also gave him a greater sense of oppression. Moreover, the gazes of the three people kept wandering over him. Bang, bang, bang. Under the trio's gaze, Lu Yuan felt pressurized, his heart beating frantically. So strong. From between his teeth, he squeezed out two words. The source power aura on them was countless times more powerful than the instructor. Lu Yuan had never sensed such a powerful source power aura on any creature before. Stronger than a grand master. Could it be a martial king? Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with essence. There were actually three martial kings that came to the elite training camp at the same time. All right, everyone doesn't need to guess. Jiang Shui revealed a smiling face. These three are seniors from each of the three major martial arts schools in the Summer Kingdom. All of them are strong at the martial king realm. They came here with only one goal, and that is to select geniuses to join their martial arts schools. The three major martial schools, what they mean, you should all know very well. Therefore, at today's hunting test, I hope that everyone will do their best to bring out their greatest strength. The entire class boiled over. The opportunity to join the three major martial arts schools was very precious. Lu Yuan was also a bit surprised. It seemed that his idea was not wrong, as long as he showed some strength at the right time. It would be able to attract the attention of many powerful forces. He would also be able to obtain reasonable opportunities to join stronger classes, although there was no restriction from the system in this regard. However, Lu Yuan had his own considerations. After all, he himself was a very unreasonable existence, and according to this development trend, he would inevitably become more and more unreasonable in the future. Therefore, improving strength could not be rushed. Skipping classes could not be rushed even more. If Lu Yuan had just come to this world and started to change shifts frequently, he would definitely be noticed by someone with an intention to do something. That would be asking for death. He simply didn't need to take that risk. After all, he had only just arrived in this world for a month now, and he had already gone from 10 points of chi value to an invincible patriarch. Lu Yuan even had the confidence to defeat a grandmaster. The three instructors from the elite training camp were definitely not his opponents. At this rate of development, Lu Yuan could easily become a true powerhouse. Therefore, he didn't need to take any risks. Instructor Jiang Shui projected a three-dimensional image from her bracelet. This test is hunting fierce beasts. Fighting solo, each person needs to hunt the designated ferocious beast. The hunting ground, it's in the Taihang mountain range. The map information and the information of the ferocious beasts have been transmitted to everyone's smart bracelet, so everyone can check it out. If you have any questions, grab them. The wilderness assessment was very dangerous. Even with the instructors, as well as the military's fire support, and even the protection of three martial king realm powerhouses, it was still impossible to ensure that everything was safe. Therefore, after everyone received the information, they all began to check it carefully, not missing a single piece of information. Before the recovery of the spiritual qi, Taihang Mountain covered an enormous area of 50,000 square kilometers. Nowadays, it was even covering millions of square kilometers. In the map, many gray misty areas could still be seen, which was the meaning of no map information. Unknown is both dangerous. No one could ensure what kind of crisis would be in it. Everyone felt pressurized after seeing their hunting targets. Among them, the trainees below the sovereign, most of their mission targets were on the outskirts of the Taihang mountain range. However, they had a larger number to hunt. Each of them had to kill 5 ferocious beasts that were equal to their own strength. The target of the 3 of them, Qi Knight, was naturally a second-ranked ferocious beast. Moreover, they needed to go deeper into the hinterland of the Taihang mountain vein, and just the dangers on the way would be enough for them to drink a pot of water. All of this was still expected by the crowd. However, after seeing the target that Lu Yuan was going to hunt, all the trainees' eyes widened. The target that Lu Yuan is going to hunt is actually a Lord-level ferocious beast. Red-eyed Vajra. That means that Lu Yuan needs to cross a large realm to kill a Lord-ranked ferocious beast. Although everyone knew that Lu Yuan had killed a quasi-Lord-level ferocious beast in the virtual network. But the virtual network, no matter how real it was still just a virtual network. It was fake. Even if you lost, you wouldn't die. Moreover, the quasi-Lord ironclad dragon in the virtual network had no henchmen to protect it. In the real world, in the wilderness, there would be countless powerful ferocious beasts surrounding the Lord-level ferocious beasts. Even trying to walk up to a Lord-level ferocious beast was a very uncomfortable thing to do. Not to mention killing a Lord-level red-eyed Vajra over the level. Instructor Water Destiny, however, had confidence in Lu Yuan. Normally speaking, the elite training camp's assessment tasks only needed to be set up at 2 levels. However, Lu Yuan was too perverted. In order for him to show his true strength, he could only find him a suitable opponent. Red Eyes Kong, but they had studied for a long time last night before finding a target for Lu Yuan. Chapter 99. Deep into Taihang, Gray Mist. There wasn't too much time wasted. All the students of the elite training camp changed into their combat uniforms. Under the leadership of the instructors, they left the relic space and entered the real Taihang Mountains. The Taihang Mountain Elite Training Camp was actually a small war zone. Setting up the training camp here was not only because this relic was suitable for cultivating martial artists. More importantly, it would allow the instructors and trainees of the elite training camp to guard the Taihang Mountain vein. The number of martial artists was far from being comparable to the ferocious beasts, so it was necessary to maximize and utilize the battle power of each and every one of them. Numerous trainees, one after another, walked into the Taihang Mountain vein. Most of the trainees were entering the wilderness alone for the first time. More or less, they were all a bit nervous. As the cadets entered the Taihang Mountain vein, in the Taihang Mountain battle zone, all 10 third-order laser cannons were activated. For humans to be able to guard their territory, they still had to rely on high-tech weapons. These weapons were generally effective against high-ranked ferocious beasts. Even nuclear bombs couldn't kill 5th order or higher beasts. However, in front of the laser cannons, the effect was still very good against ferocious beasts below the Lord level. Within 500 kilometers. Basically, they could all be killed in one hit. At this moment, Taihang Mountain Battle Zone, hundreds of combatants from the military were monitoring the background. Once a cadet is in crisis, the laser cannons would be released at the fastest speed to kill the ferocious beasts. 3 hours later, Xiao Yan's gaze locked onto a crimson-colored beast. Unicorn Fire Lizard. A mutant species of lizard, it wasn't good at using flames, but that body of crimson scale armor was immune to flame attacks to a large extent. However, that was because the flames were not strong enough. Fire flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Crimson patterns enveloped his body. Not having stepped into the sovereign realm yet, the red lotus talent that he unleashed could not yet form a flame that enveloped his entire body like Lu Yuan's. There were just some flame patterns that spread around his body. Even so, it was not something that the Unicorn Fire Lizard could withstand. A few punches were thrown out one after another. Then it easily burned the Unicorn Fire Lizard into ashes. The instructor and the martial arts school powerhouse were all very satisfied with Xiao Yan's performance. I had paid attention to this teenager yesterday. His chi and blood levels aren't too high, but his battle power is very strong. Especially his flame ability talent. At the Flame Martial Hall, the woman with a proud figure was very interested in Xiao Yan. If it was possible, she must invite this cadet into the Flame Martial Hall. On the other side, Su Lai had also found a hunting target. Dark Demon Bear. 5th grade ferocious beast. This was a beast that excelled in strength and defense. However, when facing the thousands of kilograms of alloy siege hammer, the Dark Demon Bear appeared to be so weak and helpless. Smash me! With a roar, Su Lai was like a dump truck, dragging the siege hammer and smashing it. Boom! 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 In just a few seconds, Su Lai smashed the Dark Demon Bear beyond recognition. The siege hammer was also stained with blood. Su Lai was only breathing slightly raggedly, and he had even only used 6 points of force. The 3 instructors and the strongest members of the martial arts school spread the image in real time through their bracelets. Seeing this scene, they were all a bit surprised. Hee, this trainee named Su Lai, he shouldn't have participated in yesterday's test. He's pretty good. If he's willing, he can directly join our Wind Cloud Martial Hall. The strong martial king of the Wind Cloud Martial Hall was very optimistic about Su Lai. The man named Tai Ta said in a deep voice, this shouldn't be his full battle strength yet. Just now in the classroom, I sensed that he possessed a very strong destructive force within his body. Su Chichi smiled. In his heart, he said, worthy of being an old man of the World Martial Arts School. Both his strength and eyesight were very perverse. They had all seen Su Lai's other form before. That was the kid's strongest battle power. Even these 3 Martial King seniors would definitely be very surprised after seeing it. Suddenly, another image attracted the gazes of several people. 18 white jade-like ice blades surrounded Gentle. White jade ice blades, this was the standardized weapon provided by the elite training camp. Although it was uniformly issued, it had a 9th level of strength. At this moment, Gentle was fighting against a rank 7 flying ferocious beast. The black-feathered falcon. Its feathers were like steel, glowing with metallic luster, and with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, it was constantly switching directions in the air like a small warplane. Flying beasts were the last thing a martial artist would want to mess with. When Ro was a spiritual master, not afraid of flying beasts at all. The most surprising thing was that the spiritual numinous master did not distance himself from the ferocious beast, taking the initiative by virtue of a longer attack distance. Instead, Gentle stepped on the ice blade and rolled around in the air, but fought the black-feathered falcon in close quarters. This behavior was very risky. It made the military people monitoring the backstage all tense up mentally for fear of danger. On the screen, Gentle, but the whole process of suppressing the 7th-level black-feathered eagle falcon, the distance is close to her own, is indeed more dangerous. At the same time, the flying blades manipulated by spiritual thoughts are also more lethal. Just a few dozen seconds, the black-feathered golden falcon was pierced through the abdomen by an ice blade and suffered a serious injury. Then it lost its breath in the successive ice blade attacks and fell down. Seeing the battle power displayed by Gentle, not to mention the 3 uninformed martial kings, even the training camp instructors were surprised. After all, who would have thought? This little girl who had been cultivating in the observation tower could display such a powerful offense. Moreover, the battle images were very shocking, like dancing at the tip of a sword. This little girl is a bit interesting. The diminutive woman, once again, wanted to recruit someone into the Flame Martial Hall. Neither Gentle nor Su Lai had participated in the Great Escape, so none of the 3 martial kings had seen these 2 fight. Seeing these 2 combat-oriented geniuses for the first time, both felt a bit surprised. After decapitating the primary target, several people began to look for stronger ferocious beasts to hunt. Taita nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, not bad. In the same class, fierce beasts are stronger than human martial artists due to the advantage they have from their huge physical bodies. They are able to easily decapitate fierce beasts of the same rank, and there are even a few who have crossed over to decapitate fierce beasts of a higher rank. This is very good. In the future, they all have the potential to become strong. Su Chichi was very confident. The elite training camp cultivates what are originally elite martial artists. If they can't kill a fierce beast of the same level, then they're just trash. The crowd nodded their heads. However, what they were looking forward to even more was Lu Yuan. Boom! Deep within the Taihang Mountains, a standardized battle knife glowing with blood-colored visions split off the head of a demonic bull ferocious beast. Lu Yuan unleashed his SS-grade domineering aura and ran wildly all the way through the Taihang Mountain vein, basically encountering no obstacles. Even if there were some ferocious beasts that were rather stupid and took the initiative to come to the door, they would also be killed with a single slash. But even so, Lu Yuan also took more than 4 hours to arrive at the destination given by the instructor. The key was that the map was not precise enough. After all, the wilderness beyond was a ferocious beast paradise. King Kong is in the gray area. Lu Yuan opened the map to guide him, and the entire mountain forest in front of him was in the gray misty range. The red-eyed Vajra had frequented this area a few days ago. In other words, the probability was that it was within this unexplored area. The menace here was incalculable. However, Lu Yuan was fearless. He went straight in. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after stepping into this area, Lu Yuan felt that even the light had dimmed quite a bit. Chapter 100 Battle. Cool. Hardcore Lord level ferocious beasts. Strange. Lu Yuan observed his surroundings while walking deeper into the mists. He had already penetrated several kilometers of distance into this valley, yet he did not find any traces of the existence of any fierce beasts. Moreover, this place was filled with mist all year round, and light could not shine in at all. However, the plants and trees were still very lush. At the same time, the source power aura in here was also very dense. This gray fog contained rich source power. Suddenly, Lu Yuan stopped his steps and clenched his right hand on the hilt of the sword behind his back. Rustle! Rustle! A gray vine rushed out from amongst the flowers and plants, shooting straight at Lu Yuan's face. Swish! The battle knife swung, and the snow-white blade light flashed in the gray mist. When it fell silent again, the vines had been chopped into a dozen or so sections, and dark green sap, like blood, gushed out. From the depths of the jungle, a mournful cry like a baby's cry was heard. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. SS rank, extreme speed burst. His body flickered, and a dozen residual shadows slowly emerged. Either running or gazing back, finally turned into a figure with both hands gripping the battle sword, like a fierce tiger flying down. Chop! A hideous flower skeleton with a diameter of more than 2 meters was split into a dozen pieces. Sticky sap flowed. However, the vines that came entangled were increasing. A silver light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Man-eating vines. A plant-based ferocious beast? The plant-based ferocious beasts were very difficult to deal with. These types of ferocious beasts all had their own hunting area, and when they entered this area it would be very difficult to get out of the trap. Moreover, the life force of these beasts was very tenacious. These beasts were very tenacious and could only be killed if they found where the roots were. Lu Yuan scanned the details that appeared on the bracelet. The cannibal vine was a plant-based beast unique to the continent of Europa. By common sense, this kind of ferocious beast would rarely appear in Xia. Could it be? It's the overly dense energy here that triggered the plants to mutate. A hint of surprise flashed under Lu Yuan's eyes. This meant that there were treasures that contained rich energy here. At the same time, his spiritual power also probed to find out where the root of this man-eating vine was. Swish! Swish! The battle sword slashed one after another, cutting down all the vines that surrounded him, and Lu Yuan stepped on the broken vines, his figure instantly disappearing. The next moment he appeared underneath a giant flower full of hideous spikes, accompanied by the flashes of snowy blade light. The cannibalistic vine had already broken at its roots. The surrounding vines, which were like poisonous snakes, lost their vitality and all fell to the ground softly. Although plant-based ferocious beasts were difficult to deal with, this man-eating vine was only a 9th-level ferocious beast, and the gap between it and Lu Yuan was too great. It was simply unable to stop him. Lu Yuan held his battle sword. He continued to walk towards the interior of the valley. After walking through the territory of the man-eating vine, it seemed that he had truly entered the valley. There were ferocious beasts everywhere, and there was even no lack of some Class 8 and Class 9 ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan had killed dozens of powerful first-rank ferocious beasts one after another. His battle clothes were stained with a lot of blood. There was also a constant drip of blood on the 9th-rank strength battle sword. Lu Yuan also finally saw his target. Red-eyed Vajra. It was a black gorilla with a height of over 10 meters and gnarled muscles. Just as Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto the red-eyed Vajra, it also jerked its head back, its crimson eyes resembling 2 huge red lanterns. On the face of the red-eyed Vajra, there was also a scar, adding a few more points of hideousness to this already horrible face. Surveillance backstage. Su Qiqi's face was serious, laser cannon aiming. For this kind of powerful Lord-class beast, although the laser cannon could not achieve a one-strike kill, but stunning the opponent back, it could still do the trick. Tai Ta's gaze locked onto the red-eyed Vajra. This ferocious beast, although it has just broken through to the Lord level, its strength is not weak. We were also surprised when we first observed its existence. Zhang Shui nodded. Perhaps it's because of these gray mists. Several people nodded. Dense source power not only accelerated the cultivation speed of human martial artists, it also caused ferocious beasts to mutate and increase their strength greatly. It was also the existence of these gray mists that made it impossible to observe the internal information of these regions. If you want to explore, you can only send martial artists into these gray fog areas. However, within the gray mist areas, more powerful beasts would be born, which was very dangerous. Generally speaking, Only powerful martial artists would dare to enter the Gray Mist on their own initiative. Gray Mist region. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. When he saw the red-eyed Vajra, he had already started running at full speed. With a foot stomping on the ground, the entire person shot out like an arrow off the string. Triple Jedi slash. Swish, swish, swish. To strike was to kill. The proficient level 3 extreme chop was incomparably powerful. But when the standardized battle sword chopped on red-eyed Vajra's fist, it made the sound of gold and gold clashing. The hardest part of red-eyed Vajra's entire body was these fists. But it was useless. The 3 Jedi chop was extremely powerful, and after 3 slashes, red-eyed Vajra's double fists were drenched in blood. Rumble. The huge figure smashed to the ground, and the entire valley produced a slight shake. Smoke rose in all directions. At the same time, the standardized battle sword in Lu Yuan's hand couldn't withstand such a force. Crumbled apart inch by inch. Pity. Lu Yuan shook his head. If he had a weapon in his hand, these 3 slashes would have been enough to severely injure red-eyed Vajra. Lu Yuan had absolute confidence in the power of his triple jade slash. His weapons were all with old iron, and it would take another week or so before they could be upgraded. Lu Yuan didn't flinch from losing his weapons. Without his battle sword, he could still fight. Throwing the hilt of the blade out, Lu Yuan raised his fist that was flashing with red visions and once again charged towards the red-eyed Vajra. Let's touch fists. In front of the 10-meter-tall behemoth, Lu Yuan was very small. The red-eyed Vajra's fist was even taller than his entire body. It was under such a big contrast. Yet Lu Yuan still had the advantage. Boom! 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 Both arms were like pythons. Wrapped with all the power of his entire body, they continuously smashed on top of the iron fist that was bigger than his entire body. Under the impact of the enormous power, red-eyed Vajra's figure continuously retreated, and soon retreated to the end of the valley. There was no way to retreat. Surveillance backstage. The many powerful people from the military were all confused. They had never seen such a fierce human martial artist. Even if they were fighting at a higher level, they had even suppressed a 10-meter or so Lord-level red-eyed Vajra with this physical body. It was simply too terrifying. Not to mention the strong men stationed in the war zone. Even the instructors and the Martial King-level powerhouses from the martial arts schools were very shocked. For a moment, they even doubted who was a ferocious beast and who was a human. Ancient martial arts. Really strong. Iron Pagoda's eyes flickered with refined light. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the combat power that Lu Yuan had displayed. Misty area. Amidst the constant hard encounters, Lu Yuan also carried a punch from red-eyed Vajra. Boom! His entire person was directly smashed hundreds of meters away, and with his spiritual thoughts, Lu Yuan was barely able to stop his retreating form. Hoo! Hoo! Accompanied by the rapid rise and fall of his chest, the sound of ragged breathing continued to emanate. Lu Yuan rubbed his shoulders. So strong! This strike almost broke his arm. Lu Yuan and red-eyed Vajra stared at each other across the air, both somewhat jealous of the other. Lu Yuan was also analyzing red-eyed Vajra's battle power. Red-eyed Vajra's boxing style was strong, but it wasn't a martial art. Instead, it was more like an instinct, although it was far from being comparable to Lu Yuan's extreme martial hegemonic fist in terms of power generation techniques and moves. However, this kind of power was much more pure. It was closer to the essence of boxing. Even, there seemed to be some sort of power present in it that Lu Yuan could not understand. Again, after moving his shoulders, Lu Yuan raised his fist and charged again. Extreme martial hegemonic fist. Boom! Boom! Extreme power clashed continuously, each fist smashing down. Lu Yuan all gained a greater understanding of the true meaning of the extreme martial hegemony fist. At the same time, he was also constantly sorting out his classmates' perceptions of the fist, removing the dross and taking the essence. In the midst of the madness against Kong, Lu Yuan's punches became more and more ferocious and powerful. Surprisingly, he pressed the red-eyed Vajra and couldn't lift his head. Roar! Fear flashed in the eyes of the red-eyed Vajra. At first, it was still able to fight with this human back and forth. How long had it been it could only barely defend? It didn't want to fight anymore. Boom! Right at this moment, a fist that was far more powerful than before by several times bombarded the red-eyed Vajra. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Extreme martial hegemonic fist, complete metamorphosis. The attribute panel on the martial arts bar also underwent a slight change. The proficiency of extreme martial hegemony Imperial Fist has increased, out of the blue. Chapter 101. Out of God. Monitoring the background. The three great martial kings in particular were confused. This kid's fist technique has broken through? It was already terrifying when he was able to use the strength of his physical body to suppress a lord-level ferocious beast. But I didn't expect that the fist technique would even break through again. This is too perverse. He's still at the sovereign realm, right? At the sovereign master realm, one can raise the proficiency of a martial art to the point where it is out of this world. This is the lifelong pursuit of most martial kings. Lu Yuan is definitely a martial arts prodigy. In an ordinary martial artist's perception, there were only introductory, proficient, mastery, and perfection in terms of martial arts proficiency levels. But after stepping into the martial king realm, martial artists would pursue a higher realm. Exaltation. When a martial art reaches this realm, it will contain a certain characteristic that suits oneself in its execution, further becoming stronger. The three instructors were even more wide-eyed. Out of God. This word, they had also heard of it. In their case, it was only a legend. At this moment, their trainee had actually reached this realm. Gray Mist Region. Red Eyes Vajra ate a punch, and his entire body was confused. This human was too terrifying. It didn't dare to fight this human anymore. However, how could Lu Yuan just let go of his hunting target? With his feet stomping on the ground, his entire body was like a cannonball as he flew towards the red-eyed Vajra once again. Above his right fist, dense blood-colored visions converged, while there was also an invisible and qualitative hegemonic aura wrapped around it. Extreme martial hegemony Emperor Fist. Boom! Above the fist, an irresistible force was wrapped around it. Once again, the fists clashed. On red-eyed Vajra's fist, the bones twisted, and it even directly went soft. The muffled sound of bones breaking was continuously emitted. Boom! Without giving it any chance to struggle and resist, Lu Yuan once again threw a heavy punch, smashing the red-eyed Vajra's head with a single punch. So strong! Looking at the blood-stained fist, Lu Yuan himself was a bit surprised. Was this the power of Exodus proficiency? Although the extreme martial hegemonic fist was a very domineering fist technique, but even if the proficiency was advanced to the realm of perfection, there was nothing special about it either. It was just a bit more powerful. However, after breaking through to exaltation, the extreme martial hegemony fist contained a kind of body-penetrating strength. It was able to penetrate the surface defenses and shatter the veins and bones of the red-eyed Vajra. One could not defend against it. It could be said that today's extreme martial hegemony fist was the nemesis of defensive beasts. Lu Yuan was somewhat excited. Having a higher proficiency in martial arts meant that none of his classmates' efforts would be wasted. After killing the target, Lu Yuan did not leave immediately. From the white and red slime mixed on the ground, he took out a diamond-shaped crystal core. This was a fierce beast crystal core. A good thing that only ferocious beasts above the second rank had the probability to coalesce. Fierce beasts above the lord level would definitely coalesce into a crystal core, and it could also be argued that only after coalescing a crystal core would a fierce beast have the possibility of breaking through to the lord level. The crystal core condenses all the power of the beast. It was also the most valuable treasure in the body of most ferocious beasts. Throwing the crystal core into the spatial ring, Lu Yuan turned around and walked towards the red-eyed Vajra's lair. His sharp spiritual thoughts had already sensed the rich energy aura inside. When he stepped into the ferocious beast's nest, there was a spicy stench that hit his face, and Lu Yuan almost spat out his overnight meal. Although it wasn't the first time he had entered the ferocious beast's lair, Lu Yuan still couldn't get used to the smell. Soon, Lu Yuan's attention was attracted to the cave by the glittering stones. This is a source stone. Lu Yuan breathed a little sharply. Source stone. This was something even rarer and more precious than crystallized marrow. A source stone was able to increase the density of source power within a certain range, and the source power within the stone was more active, making cultivation twice as effective. Even in a world-class power like the three great martial halls, source stones were very precious spiritual objects. Unexpectedly, the red-eyed Vajra's lair actually had this kind of good thing, and there were so many of them. 15. This was Harry. Monitoring the background, the many powerhouses in the battle zone were relieved to see the red-eyed Vajra being killed. They didn't know what the unimpressive stones that Lu Yuan had obtained had done. Already, they had set their eyes on the other trainees. The laser cannons also began to adjust their direction. However, the instructor and the three martial kings were still staring at Lu Yuan's image with dead eyes. FCK? Sourstone? What the kind of luck is this? Tai Ta, who was the most composed in nature, was not calm and started to burst out. This thing, the Source Stone, was very rare. Even the three major martial arts schools had been offering heavy bounties. Unexpectedly, this Lu Yuan had obtained 15 Source Stones so easily. Who the hell was this Miao going to find to reason with? I also don't know if this kid is willing to make a move. The Flame Martial Hall's woman with a proud figure and wearing a bustier, Huayuner, whispered. It was already nightfall. The cadets who had traveled to the Taihang mountain range to participate in the hunt were turning back one after another. Of course, many of the trainees who had fought all day were injured. The three instructors also personally took action and brought back a few of the injured trainees. Su Qiqi looked at the returning cadets and nodded slightly. These trainees, not only did they produce a few makeable talents, their overall quality is also very good. All of the cadets had completed the minimum target. There were even quite a few trainees that had exceeded their quota and hunted more high-level ferocious beasts. The three Martial King powerhouses from the Martial Hall did not reply back. Instead, they were somewhat tit-for-tat with each other. They had all witnessed Lu Yuan's performance. Tomorrow, they would be competitors with each other. And besides Lu Yuan, there were many other trainees with good potential that were worthy of their contact. Lu Yuan was almost the latest among all the cadets to come back. It was already past 11 o'clock. The classroom is surprisingly still lit up. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised, and all the way back, he could hear the movement of many students practicing. Lu Yuan did not approach. Then, with the silver glow in his eyes, his spiritual thoughts had seen the students who were practicing. Su Lai, gentle, sacred heart. I didn't expect that after a day of fighting, everyone was still working so hard. Awesome, family members. Chapter 102. Great again. Lu Yuan's choice plus more. When Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory, the first thing he did was to take a shower. It had been a day of fighting in the wilderness. Although the battle suit was not damaged, it was sticky and very unpleasant under the sweat. Moreover, his body was stained with the smell of blood. It took a full half-hour of rubbing to wash the bloody odor from his body. Lying on the bed, he called out the system panel. Daily settlement. Su Lai fought a sound battle for 8 hours. Took crystallized bone marrow, chi and blood value plus 181. Gentle carried out 13 hours of sound fighting. Cultivated for 5 hours, chi and blood value plus 18. Mental strength plus 97. Tang Di engages in 5 hours of fighting. Testing his body for medicine. Taking 1 Stormy Brother Dan, source power value plus 1. Lei Tang conducts 19 hours of electric shock special training. Absorbs thunder crystal stone energy. Blood value plus 199. Sacred Heart. Combat. Xiao Yen. Combat. Mr. Lei Tang, with the help of the Thunder Dharma King, had a full day of electric strike special training, and was the hardest working cow horse today. This is too much of a role. Eyes crossed over the settlement information of his classmates one by one. What made Lu Yuan least expect was that the one who worked the hardest and made the most progress today. It was actually Lei Ting. It seemed that her parents did help Lei Ting find a more suitable teacher by not allowing her to participate in the elite training camp. This was also quite normal. After all, Lei Ting's parents, both of them were long-established sect masters. Although their strength was average, they still had some connections. On top of that, there were also a few students who had worked hard. Especially Su Lai, after fighting for a day in the wilderness and returning to the elite training camp, the first thing he did was actually eat crystallized bone marrow. This was simply a madman. It was also because of this that his chi and blood increased at such a fast rate. Lu Yuan was very impressed, asking himself he definitely couldn't do such hard work. Cultivation after a battle would always yield more, because in battle, under the stimulation of life and death, the human body would be in a state of absolute euphoria and would squeeze all the power in the body, stimulating the medicinal power that had accumulated in the body and had not been consumed. That was why Su Lai and the gentle few were able to improve so much, although everyone was well aware of this. However, there were only a very small number of people who were still able to persist in their cultivation after returning. Most of the trainees still didn't know exactly how to work hard. Lu Yuan decided to add a little more motivation to everyone. Name Lu Yuan. Blood value 97510 Patriarch level. Psychic power 78103 Patriarch level. Source power value 36 Patriarch 2. Talent technique Nyen Li Awakening SS, Red Lotus SS+, Combat Instinct SS, Hegemony SS, Martial Arts. Reverse Heavenly Broken Blade proficient. The 3 Absolute Chop proficient. Extreme Martial Hegemony Imperial Fist out of the blue. Martial Arts. Patriarchal Breathing Method proficient. 8th set of Breathing Method perfect. Nyen Li Perception perfect. System tip. There is an unawakened superpower talent in your body. Early in the morning the next day, everyone was having a heated discussion about yesterday's hunting test. All were very excited. I ate a rank 7 dire wolf. I also killed 2 rank 6 12-footed giant insects. I killed a nightjar chicken. After Lu Yuan came in, the classroom was directly plunged into silence. It was only after a long time that it began to boil once again. Lu Yuan actually came to the classroom today. Yesterday, Lu Yuan was so fierce that he actually hunted down the Lord-level Red-Eyed Vajra, crossing great realms and killing a ferocious beast. Only a demon among demons can do that, right? Alas, I'm afraid he'll soon leave the elite training camp. Yeah, the 3 major martial arts schools, they're definitely grabbing for Lu Yuan to join. Su Lai and Gentle, a few of the more familiar students, gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Awesome, boss. Ah, Yuan, that's awesome. This is your true strength. Obviously, several people admired Lu Yuan very much for being able to kill a lord-level ferocious beast alone. In the midst of the students' discussion, the instructor and 3 martial kings walked in one after another. The 6 of them walked directly to Lu Yuan with quick steps. Student Lu Yuan, I wonder if you are willing to sell the source stones you harvested yesterday to my flame martial hall. Hui Yuner took the most initiative. 1. I'm willing to offer $2 billion. $2 billion and $100 million. $2 billion, $300 million. The other two each did not give in. Listening to the fierce bidding of the 3, the other trainees in the classroom were confused. Source stone? What is this? 230 million for one. Crazy, right? It must be something good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the 3 martial kings so excited. Listening to his classmates' murmurs, Lu Yuan's finger gently touched the spatial bracelet. A stone that emitted a blue-white light appeared out of nowhere. A soft glow lingered continuously. The source energy aura in the classroom instantly came alive. What a source stone! Qin Knight's eyes widened violently. He had once had the honor of seeing a source stone in an auction. This kind of supreme treasure that could increase the speed of cultivation was naturally very expensive, and at that time that source stone was auctioned for a high price of $2 billion. Now, the 3 martial king seniors were actually willing to offer an even higher price. Lu Yuan slightly arched his hand without being humble. Sorry, 3 seniors. I cannot sell these source stones. Taita nodded slightly. It's excellent for you to use for your own cultivation. The other 2 also nodded. The main function of source stones was to be used to cultivate the new generation of power below the level of grandmasters. A genius like Lu Yuan would naturally need to be paired with the best spirit materials when cultivating. However, Lu Yuan shook his head. I want the students of the elite training camp to use the source stone to cultivate together. Saying that, Lu Yuan held his sword finger and gently pointed upwards. The source stone then gently landed on top of the beam on the roof of the classroom. Crap! Lu Yuan's greatness needs no introduction. A few cadets from Central State University had long heard of Lu Yuan's use of $50 million in the 3rd class of freshman year to stir up the enthusiasm of his classmates to cultivate. Unexpectedly, today, he had actually used $2 billion to stimulate the trainees of the elite training camp. Su Lai clasped his hands together. Righteous Father, please accept another bow from me. Awesome, too awesome. $2 billion of spirits. Just shared it with everyone. Brother Lu Yuan, so handsome. Father, Grandpa. From now on, this life of mine will be Lu Yuan's. So if you have any orders, feel free to greet me. All the trainees of the elite training camp went crazy. We were all unrelated, and Lu Yuan just shared a treasure worth $2 billion. Moreover, what Lu Yuan meant was that it seemed like the other source stones were going to be available for everyone to use together as well. This was too great. Su Lai ripped out his loud voice. The boss has always been like this, and he never asks for any little payment from his classmates. But the boss once said something that I've memorized. Lu Yuan said, "As long as you guys work hard to cultivate, that's the greatest reward for me. I hope that my classmates will also keep it in mind and work hard for it." All the students in the class, after hearing Su Lai's words, only felt their scalps tingle. One by one, their breathing became ragged. They couldn't wait to start cultivating immediately. Even Xia Xining, who had a sharp intuition, lost her mind. Lu Yuan is admirable. Qin Knight looked at Lu Yuan and froze in place. I'm simply not worthy, comparable to Lu Yuan, nor am I qualified to compete with him. Not only is it strength, in the future, I will also aim for Lu Yuan and cultivate hard. Not to mention the trainees. Even strong people with Grandmaster strength and Martial King strength couldn't believe it. Lu Yuan has a very great character. Jiang Shui flooded with starry eyes. As an instructor, she had actually developed admiration for a trainee. More than greatness, the charisma he exudes is too strong. This is a born leader. Tai Ta felt shocked from the bottom of his heart. Hu Yun'er's eyes glowed with fire. Don't you guys realize that Lu Yuan has a great leadership temperament? Even the people around him are getting stronger at an unimaginable speed. It seems that as long as he's around, everyone will unconsciously start cultivating hard. Our Flame Martial Hall. We need such a leader. If he is willing to join the Flame Martial Hall, I am willing to have my family fully support him. The words had reached this point. The politeness between the three dissipated. The flavor of gunpowder was full. Geniuses are snatched. How should the Flame Martial Hall cultivate this kind of genius when even the Hall Master has fallen? Ling Tian of the Wind and Cloud Martial Hall took a step forward. Mr. Lu Yuan, are you willing to join our Wind Cloud Martial Hall? I am willing to give the best conditions. $10 billion in cash rewards, as well as a King-grade battle blade, as well as a professional tutor of Martial King level, one-on-one individual guidance. Ling Tian was very confident in the conditions he had given. The three major martial arts schools all had their own team of professional tutors that specialized in cultivating geniuses, and very few could be guided by these tutors on a one-on-one basis. This was an opportunity that countless geniuses, who had squeezed their heads to get it, could not get. All Lu Yuan needed to do was to join the Wind and Cloud Martial Arts School and he could easily get it. Originally, Ling Feng was prepared to let Lu Yuan join the big class and study together. However, Lu Yuan had performed too well yesterday. Therefore, he had specially applied for a spot last night. Hu Yun'er snorted coldly. The Flame Martial Hall is willing to give you the qualifications to inherit the Fire God Temple on top of the conditions of the Wind and Cloud Martial Hall. As long as you can pass the Fire God examination, our entire Hu family will be your backing, helping you to ascend to the Pavilion Master candidacy, and even in the future, compete for the position of Fire God. The Fire God was the Fallen Flame Martial Hall Pavilion Master. It was also the title of the strongest person in the Flame Martial Hall. It was said that the Fire God had gained enlightenment from the Flame God Pavilion in order to become a quasi-saint level martial artist. Taita pondered for a moment. The way the World Martial Hall cultivates is different from the other two major martial halls. But I still promise you that as long as you join the World Martial Hall, you'll have $10 billion in cash, as well as a King-grade battle blade. Of course, the most important thing is a spot in the Genius class. As long as you complete the basic requirements of the Genius class, you will be guaranteed a place at Starry Sky University. The Heaven Sky Martial School was the most free martial school. They only got along as students and teachers. It was also the most competitive but also had the highest ceiling. After all, behind the World Martial Hall stood the #1 powerhouse of the human race, Stopper. To Lu Yuan, the most important thing was that the World Martial Hall did not have the special instruction of one-on-one instruction. After all, this was the biggest weakening for Lu Yuan. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth rose slightly. I choose the World Martial Arts Center. Chapter 103. Not enough effort. The three martial kings were all a bit surprised. On paper, the conditions offered by the World Martial Hall were still a bit worse. The Wind and Cloud Martial Hall offered one-on-one service from a Martial King level professional tutor. This was a treatment that could only be obtained for top geniuses. Now, the Flame Martial Hall was even more exaggerated. On top of the tens of billions of cash and the King-grade battle blade, there were three major rewards. One of them was to enter the Fire God's Hall and undergo a test. Although one might not necessarily succeed in obtaining recognition from the Flame God Temple, the opportunity itself was very precious. Countless flame martial hall clans couldn't get it even if they squeezed their heads through. Secondly, the Hua family support. The Hua family was the family left behind by the fire god. Having lost the god of fire as a supreme being, their family's strength was not as strong as it was before. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse. The Hua family, their heritage is still there. The support of such a large family could not be measured in value. Thirdly, the chance to become a candidate for the Flame Martial Hall's head. Hua Yuner, offering these 3 rewards was very exaggerated. Not only was it because of Lu Yuan's qualifications and strength, but more importantly, she recognized Lu Yuan's character and the way he dealt with people. The Flame Martial Hall needed such a leader. What was not expected was, Lu Yuan directly refused. Instead, he chose the Worldwide Martial Hall. The ceiling of the World Martial Hall was indeed higher. However, in order to touch this ceiling, which was Starry Sky University, one must at least become a Martial King realm. Moreover, by joining other martial arts schools, one would also have the same chance to join Starry Sky University. Under such circumstances, Lu Yuan surprisingly did not hesitate. Good, good, good. Taita was very happy. Lu Yuan chose the World Martial Hall among these 3 major martial arts schools. It meant that he was absolutely confident that he could advance to the Martial King realm, becoming an official member of Starry Sky University. Student Lu Yuan, you shouldn't feel pity either. The Flame Martial Hall, there is only one Fire God Temple inheritance. The World Martial Hall has Starry Sky University at its back, and has dozens of inheritances at its disposal. In the future, you'll have the chance to compete for all of them. Taita sent the contract to Lu Yuan through his smart bracelet. Student Lu Yuan, I won't say any more nonsense. 3 months later, the new genius class will open, and at that time, the World Martial Hall will honor the conditions in the contract. Many thanks, Senior. Looking at Tai Ta's complacent appearance, Ling Feng of the Wind and Cloud Martial Hall rolled his eyes. Hua Yuner, on the other hand, was still a bit reluctant, her mouth full of silver teeth on the verge of being clenched. Lu Yuan, as long as you change your mind, you can always come to the Flame Martial Hall to find me. Lu Yuan arched his hand. Many thanks, Senior. My classmates are all extremely talented as well. The 2 seniors can take a look. The 3 looked at each other. Then they began to make contact with the other students. The light emanating from Lu Yuan was too dazzling. Completely covered up these cadets, but none of them were weak. Quite the contrary, these trainees were all well qualified. There were 2 modes for martial arts schools to sign martial artists. The first was recruiting martial artists. Corresponding compensation would be given to allow these martial artists to complete certain tasks for the martial arts center. Essentially, it was just a trading relationship. The second type was signing geniuses. They would sign a contract with some geniuses whose strength was just starting out, and give them the appropriate compensation based on their potential rating. The contracted geniuses might even be able to enter the core of the martial arts center in the future. This is the real way to join a martial arts school. Of course, Lu Yuan's kind of contract was a special contract. When truly recruiting geniuses, they wouldn't give all the resources in one go. Instead, it was a scalable payment, which would be accompanied by an increase in the martial artist's cultivation level, and more resources would be obtained. This would incentivize the martial artist to progress. At the same time, it could also reduce the risk of the martial arts center. Win-win. Lu Yuan said that this model, he was familiar with it. The 3 martial kings had already looked at the profiles of all the trainees last night. There weren't many to choose from. This was because many of the trainees had forces behind them. The ones that were truly backgroundless and could fall into the eyes of the 3 martial kings were very few. There were only Gentle, Su Lai, Sacred Heart, and Xiao Yan, 6 or 7 people. Soon, the 2 martial king powerhouses, based on the strength and potential of a few people, gave each of them an evaluation. Xiao Yan, S-rank contract upgraded model. Upon breaking through the sovereign, the contract can be upgraded to S+ grade. Gentle, A+ grade contract upgraded model. After breaking through the Zong Master, the contract can be upgraded to S grade. Sacred Heart, A+ grade contract upgraded model. Su Lai, a grade contract upgraded model. S-class contract, 1 billion cash reward, and a full set of equipment for the sovereign. A+ grade contract, 300 million cash reward, and a Grandmaster grade weapon. A grade contract, 100 million cash reward, and a full set of grade 9 equipment. Seeing the martial arts school contract, Su Lai was so excited that tears involuntarily flowed down his face. For me, Su Lai to be where I am today, it's all thanks to Lu Yuan's help. Inside his heart, he was very grateful to Lu Yuan. Without Lu Yuan's help, he would never have dared to face up to his flaws. It was even more impossible to become so strong. Moreover, Lu Yuan had provided so many precious resources. Last night, Su Lai had checked the information. The spirit item that Lu Yuan had given him was actually a crystallized bone marrow that was worth a fortune, auctioned by the gram. Every single gram, it was worth over 800 million. Every single gram is worth over 800 million. An absolute rare treasure. Only the major clans, the top geniuses, are worthy of using it. What the instructor said at that time was too right. On the first day of joining the elite training camp, the instructor had said that as long as there were enough resources, a dog could cultivate its chi blood to the 9th level. Previously, Su Lai did not believe it. But after eating the crystallized bone marrow for 2 days and feeling the chi and blood increase rapidly, Su Lai believed it. Like the Qin Knight trio, they were able to break through to the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. With their own qualifications have little to do with, all is to use resources to smash out this kind of family children, from childhood to eat the growth of chi and blood value of the spirit. When they reach adulthood, they will be able to break through to the sovereign master. Then they have to utilize their value and go to the battlefield to increase the contribution value for the family. A few people like Qin Knight were the core children of the family in order to continue their schooling. Su Lai clenched his fists. In other words, I'm not as good as a dog right now. It's true that I'm still not working hard enough. In the future, I'm going to work even harder to cultivate. Now that he could take crystallized bone marrow, he also had source stones to assist him. Su Lai believed that he could break through the sovereign realm in a very short period of time, or even trample Qin Knight under his feet sometime soon. If there was anyone who was more grateful to Lu Yuan, it was of course Gentle. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan, she would still be that weakling who had no self-confidence and didn't dare to fight with others. It was impossible to obtain the qualification to enter the elite training camp. It was even more unlikely that she would have received an A+ level contract from the 3 major martial arts schools. In a rare moment, when Ro did not evade and looked straight at Lu Yuan, saying very seriously, "Thank you, Yuan. Without your help, it's impossible for me to become so strong." Su Lai's eyes were also filled with gratitude. Lu Yuan shook his head. "It's all thanks to yourselves that you've gotten to where you are today. Moreover, I believe that this is just the beginning. Your potential is far greater than you can imagine. In the future, your achievements will also exceed your own imagination." Lu Yuan was speaking the truth. So many students. Why didn't he give these opportunities to other students? Of course it was because Gentle and Su Lai were talented and knew how to work hard. Xiao Yan chose to join the Flame Martial School. In the beginning, when he heard that Lu Yuan was invited by Hui Yuner, Xiao Yan was desperate, because his goal since the beginning was the Fire God inheritance. If Lu Yuan was to inherit this inheritance, he would not have any chance. Fortunately, Lu Yuan didn't agree. Xiao Yan looked at Lu Yuan and sighed a little. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to surpass him even if I succeed in inheriting the Fire God inheritance." Lu Yuan was too perverse. Xiao Yan even thought that he would never have the possibility of surpassing Lu Yuan in his entire life. However, having such a goal that was always ahead seemed to be an excellent thing. Xiao Yan could always catch up with him. Gentle and Su Lai, on the other hand, chose the World Martial Hall. Sacred Heart joined the Wind and Cloud Martial School. After the many matters were over, the instructors and the 3 strongest martial arts schools left one after another. The trainees in the classroom locked their eyes on the ceiling. Source Stone. Although this item was precious and had a great increase in the cultivation speed of low-level martial artists, but it was also consumed very quickly. If one didn't cultivate hard, the energy in the Source Stone would be absorbed by others. Cultivate. Su Lai was not polite and directly went ahead to the place directly below the Source Stone, where the energy was most abundant, and sat down to cultivate. Su Lai already had a plan in his mind. The energy of the Source Stone was limited. Cultivate first, wait until the energy of the Source Stone subsides, and then eat the crystallized bone marrow. The other trainees also reacted. Immediately, they began to cultivate. Even the vast majority of the students were not prepared to leave the classroom during this time. Lu Yuan looked at everyone's vigor and hard work in cultivation. It was even happier than cultivating himself. However, there were only 15 Source Stones, so they couldn't all be given to the students of the elite training camp. He still had to leave a few for the students of the third class of the first year. When the extreme martial Emperor Fist was able to break through to the realm of divine enlightenment, everyone in the third class of the freshman year had contributed to it. This was all the result of those students night and day, constantly working hard.